Lin Chuan awoke from his slumber, overwhelmed by excruciating pain throughout his entire body. The most distressing sensation was the feeling that his head might explode, filled with an overwhelming torrent of intricate and chaotic information. This turmoil persisted for more than 10 minutes before it finally subsided. What has happened? What is going on? Lin Chuan strained to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He remembered that he was supposed to attend a comic convention, where he planned to cosplay as Kaguya Otsutsuki, the ultimate antagonist from Naruto. He had procured the costume and props from an online marketplace, and had even completed his makeup, complete with the two horns atop his head. He distinctly recalled standing before the mirror, playfully licking the prop resembling the fruit of the god tree, after which his memories became a blur. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Chuan found himself no longer in his home, but rather in a completely unfamiliar realm. My goodness, could the counterfeit goods from that online marketplace be poisonous? Am I dead? Lin Chuan lamented, tears welling in his eyes. But wait, if I am dead, why does my body still ache so terribly? He exclaimed in disbelief, running his hands over his body and discovering that he was clad in a loose robe reminiscent of ancient attire. When his fingers grazed the skin beneath the fabric, he recoiled sharply in pain, realizing that not a single part of him was unscathed. His body was marred with scars of varying sizes, some areas even festering with pus. What on earth happened to my body? Why are there so many injuries? Lin Chuan murmured in shock. And why is everything in front of me so dark? In the next moment, his hands instinctively moved to his eyes, only to be met with the horrifying realization that there were merely two empty sockets. His eyeballs were gone. This discovery sent Lin Chuan into a state of panic, nearly causing him to leap up, but the injuries that plagued his body left him too weak to rise. Quickly, he set aside his concern for his physical wounds and focused on the tumultuous array of information that had surged through his mind moments earlier. After a brief examination, he unearthed the crux of his predicament. I have crossed over into a realm of cultivation. Lin Chuan uttered in bewilderment, remaining in a daze for an extended period. Crossing over is one thing, but why is my body so frail? More alarmingly, I seem to have inhabited the body of a blind person. Silent tears streamed down his face, despite the absence of eyes. As he contemplated whether to end his own life in hopes of being reborn anew, his hand brushed against an object. By the sensation alone, he recognized it almost immediately. It was the fruit of the god tree. Although it was a mere replica purchased online, it appeared that his journey into this new world was indeed linked to this very item, as his memories culminated at the moment his tongue made contact with the fruit. Holding the god tree fruit in his hand, Lin Chuan hesitated, contemplating whether to consume it. Given that his crossing over seemed to stem from this object, he was almost certain it possessed unique properties. However, he was uncertain whether it was meant to be ingested or if it served another purpose entirely, perhaps as a weapon. After a considerable time, Lin Chuan tossed the fruit into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly. In any case, this body is on the brink of death and is blind to boot. It likely won't linger for long, that I might as well consume it. Swallowing the fruit hastily, Lin Chuan awaited a miracle to unfold. Yet, a minute passed with no sign of wonder. 10 minutes elapsed with the same result, until half an hour later, despair enveloped him. Heavens, why must this be my fate? It is no small feat to traverse realms. Yet why have I been cast into the shell of such a worthless being? Others who find themselves in similar circumstances may rise anew, but why must I inhabit the form of a blind man? Lin Chuan lamented as he lay on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. God, may I be granted another chance? Just once, ah. An hour later, complete despondency took hold of Lin Chuan. While bemoaning his ill fortune, he began to sift through the memories of the boat's original owner. He held no particular fondness for his past life. He had been an orphan, a mere underachiever at a second-rate university, with scarcely a friend to his name. Perhaps traversing realms was the greatest blessing he could have received, yet it appeared his journey had not been fortuitous. Alas, after perusing the original owner's memories, Lin Chuan sighed deeply. The former inhabitant of this body also bore the name Lin Chuan, yet his fate was even more tragic. Born into a prominent family, he was the product of his father's liaison with a maid, a child whose existence was deemed an error. Possessing dismal aptitude for cultivation, his life took a darker turn when, Following an injury to his half-brother's eyes, the family resolved to excise his own eyes for transplantation. Once this gruesome task was accomplished, he was cast aside in this desolate place to fend for himself. Lin Chuan felt the weight of sorrow. An uncontainable rage surged within him. At that moment, he could almost be considered one with the original Lin Chuan, their feelings intertwined, the agony of the past resonating as if it were his own experience. As he prepared to delve into the memories of this world, a sudden, clear conversation echoed from outside the door, seemingly from a group of children. I tell you, a new kid has arrived here, completely devoid of background. He's the perfect tool for cultivation. I practiced my punches on him last night, and the results were surprisingly effective. Doesn't he resist? Resist? If he dares oppose me, it'll end him. After all, those who dwell in such places are all orphans without kin. Even if I were to kill him, no one would care. Still, I must say, he's rather docile. Every time we approach, he curls up in the corner, never putting up a fight. Ha ha ha, That's precisely why he's the best tool for practice. But let's be cautious today. I was too harsh yesterday and nearly killed him. Where will we find another such invaluable tool? True enough, let's only strike his limbs today and avoid the head. As they spoke, for children, age around 7 or 8, rudely shoved the door open. Upon overhearing the conversation of the children, Lin Chuan finally discerned the origin of his injuries and came to understand the circumstances surrounding the demise of the original Lin Chuan. At times, children can possess a darkness that is more terrifying than that of many adults. Lin Chuan strained to rise, even attempting to shift his position, yet he found himself incapable of executing such a simple movement. Had it not been for his transmigration, this body would presently be nothing more than a cold corpse, a testament to the dire state of his physical condition. Ah, so you're still alive. Splendid. We can practice on you for a while longer. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the 4 assailants unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lin Chuan's form. Intense pain surged through him once more. Lin Chuan lifted his head in an attempt to glimpse the faces of his attackers, only to abruptly recall that he had no eyeballs to see with. Hey, why aren't you cowering in the corner today? He dares to roll his eyes at us. It seems we haven't beaten him hard enough. As their taunts echoed, the 4 began to unleash their full strength upon Lin Chuan. Yet at that moment, a thought flickered through Lin Chuan's mind. Without eyeballs, how could he possibly roll his eyes? Could they concoct an even more ludicrous excuse to assault him? However, in the next instant, Lin Chuan was astonished to find that his vision had brightened. For elegantly robed children were furiously flailing their fists and feet. Unbeknownst to him, 2 eyeballs had sprouted in the once empty sockets of his eyes. These were not ordinary eyes, they were strikingly different, devoid of the typical black pupils, instead shining with a supernatural white hue resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from the world of Naruto. Undoubtedly, this transformation was a consequence of having recently consumed the fruit of the divine tree. I am aware that the Byakugan originally belonged to Kaguya Otsutsuki. This has been modified and deviates from the original narrative. Chapter 2. The Rebirth. Lin Chuan was taken aback by the sudden emergence of his vision, however. The excruciating pain coursing through his body swiftly jolted him back to reality. For children, no older than 7 or 8, gazed at him with contempt, mercilessly pummeling his motionless form on the ground. One among them even resorted to a technique reminiscent of martial arts, showing complete disregard for the potential fatal consequences of their actions, or perhaps they were fully aware of the danger yet cared not at all. Such brazen audacity ignited an indescribable seething rage within Lin Chuan. He longed to leap up and eliminate these 4 children, but his injuries rendered him incapable of rising. As time passed and his fury accumulated, an enigmatic force surged within his eyes, swiftly enveloping his entire being. With a resounding crack, Lin Chuan's hands shot up, seizing the 2 fists swinging towards him. Is that not enough? His voice was a suppressed whisper, icy as ancient glaciers, momentarily halting the 4 children in their tracks. They stared in astonishment at Lin Chuan, who had suddenly lifted his head, his once hidden visage partially revealed, his peculiar eyes fixated on them. They were eyes of pure white, seemingly devoid of pupils at first glance, which explained why the children had earlier mistaken him for rolling his eyes. Yet now, those white orbs were subtly shifting, with deep azure starlight flickering within, converging towards the center, transforming the pupils from white to a gentle sky blue. What are those eyes? The four children gazed in terror at Lin Chuan's slowly changing irises, sensing a chilling aura brewing within. "Quick, kill him. Eliminate this monster," one child cried out. Breaking the spell, and the four immediately snapped back to reality, resuming their assault on Lin Chuan. No longer did they view him as a mere target for their practice. They aimed to eliminate him swiftly and depart, unleashing their full strength. Lin Chuan coughed up blood as the power within his eyes erupted. In the next moment, he felt a warm current surge from his hands, rapidly mending his injuries. This unique energy began to flow through his entire body, not just his hands. Lin Chuan looked up to see visible blue energy coursing from the arms he had grasped, surging into him. As it entered his body, it swiftly sought out his wounds, restoring the damage he had sustained. "What is this?" Lin Chuan was astounded as he observed the incoming energy, which bore an uncanny resemblance to chakra from Naruto. Moreover, it was not limited to his hands. He was inexplicably absorbing the chakra emanating from the four children. A misty, pale blue chakra wafted from them, which he continued to draw in. "Ah, what are you doing? Stop. If you harm us, I will have my brother kill you." "Ah, my body is devoid of strength. It is siphoning our energy." The children screamed in terror, their expressions akin to those who have witnessed a ghost. They attempted to retreat but found themselves immobilized. As time passed, their fatigue intensified, as if an unseen force relentlessly drained their vitality. A force entirely distinct from the spiritual energy they had cultivated. Lin Chuan gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, acutely aware that his injuries were healing at an astonishing rate, liberating him from his near-death state. "This is chakra. Why am I able to absorb their chakra?" Lin Chuan pondered, raising his gaze to the four children. In their wide, fearful eyes, he finally beheld his own reflection and those unforgettable cerulean irises. The reincarnation eye. In his previous life, a fervent admirer of Naruto, he instantly recognized those unique eyes, blue irises with a deep blue pupil radiating delicate strands of silvery light. The ultimate form of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye. With each moment that Lin Chuan drained the chakra from the four children, they, already diminutive in stature, soon collapsed to the ground. This was a result of Lin Chuan's restrained pace. Otherwise, even the vast chakra of someone like Naruto would have been swiftly depleted. And these children would stand no chance against the full might of the reincarnation eye. Begone! In the next instant, Lin Chuan abruptly retracted the reincarnation eye, the cerulean glow fading into the pale white of the Byakugan. It was not that Lin Chuan desired to harm the children. Rather, as he had just arrived in this world and was yet to comprehend the circumstances fully, he refrained from recklessly taking lives, lest he attract formidable enemies while still weak. Watching the children stumble out of his dwelling, Lin Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to examine the changes within himself. Why do I possess the Byakugan and the reincarnation eye? Wasn't Kaguya Otsutsuki's awakening of the Rinnegan Sharingan after consuming the fruit of the divine tree? Lin Chuan mused. Though he felt no disappointment, being well-versed in the lore of Naruto, he understood that the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the reincarnation eye, was no less formidable and terrifying. However, the divergence from the original narrative left Lin Chuan unsettled. After thoroughly inspecting himself, he found that his injuries had nearly healed, yet he detected no further anomalies. Thus, only that one technique remained. Lin Chuan thought, promptly attempting to refine the chakra within him. To his astonishment, he succeeded at once. Perhaps a consequence of consuming the fruit of the divine tree. The chakra he refined was unlike the blue chakra depicted in Naruto, it was purple. Yet, he paid little heed to such trivial details, instead slowly forming the hand seals to activate the Byakugan, recalling the method from his comic reading days. Byakugan. With a low command from Lin Chuan, a surge of violet chakra instantly enveloped his eyes, causing the veins around them to bulge prominently. In the following moment, the conditions of his surroundings and his own body were vividly revealed before him. Unlike the monochromatic world depicted in Naruto, Lin Chuan beheld a world imbued with color, as if he were observing it through his own eyes. Disregarding this transformation, Lin Chuan focused his attention on his own body. Apart from the intricate network of veins, the first thing that captivated him was a fruit located in his abdomen, the divine fruit of the sacred tree that he had recently consumed. This fruit had not been directly digested. Instead, it had settled in his abdomen, rotating slowly. In the next instant, Lin Chuan was astonished to discover a tightly shut eye situated on his forehead, at the center of his brow, adorned with 3 circular patterns and 9 tomo. This is the rebirth of the wheel eye. Lin Chuan was taken aback. Amidst the towering mountain ranges, a peak soared majestically into the clouds, upon which stood a grand palace adorned with intricate carvings and exquisite jade. At that moment, a figure swiftly entered. Kneeling on one knee before the two individuals seated atop the grand hall, and respectfully spoke, "I have met with the Grand Elder and the head of the family. All the children from Zhongchuan continent have been arranged appropriately, and the assessment will take place in a month's time. This time, the expenditure of time has been somewhat excessive." A middle-aged man, engaged in a game of chess, softly remarked in response to the family head, "I must convey that the influx of individuals from the Zhongchuan continent has surpassed previous instances, reaching levels in the millions. Among them, nearly 10,000 have been allocated to our Lin family. Thus, it appears that those prominent families from the Zhongchuan continent truly regard our southern Ming continent as a place of exile, indiscriminately sending all manner of people here." The elder on the other side gently shook his head and spoke slowly. "The dimensional passage opens only once every century. They have gathered all those accumulated over the years. Nevertheless, among the children from that place, there always emerge a few unparalleled prodigies. Let us hope that this time, one will arise from our Lin family." The head of the Lin family remarked, "I have heard that the Lin family of Zhongchuan continent has also brought some individuals over. I wonder if any have been allocated to our family." The elder inquired languidly, "Well, in response to your question, esteemed elder, this time, the multitude of individuals is intermingled, and we truly lack the capacity to discern their origins or the families to which they belong in the Zhongchuan continent. However, we do maintain records of all individuals hailing from the Zhongchuan continent. During the grouping of 3, we shall ensure that those individuals are placed together, and all talent records will be documented at the lowest tier, primarily to prevent the lower echelons of families from gaining excessive knowledge." The individual kneeling on the ground explained with utmost reverence, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, fearful of incurring punishment for an inadequate explanation. "Very well. I have a general understanding of the matter. It was merely a casual inquiry. You may leave now." The Grand Elder glanced up at the individual before him and casually waved his hand. "Very well." The kneeling figure promptly rose and exited the Grand Hall. Among the last visitors, there were a few extraordinary talents who captured everyone's attention. It is said that they secretly left their families to come here for training. One can only hope that the Lin family will also have such remarkable individuals this time. The head of the Lin family murmured softly, and then the two of them cast this trivial matter aside and continued their game of chess. Chapter 3. The Reincarnation Sharingan. Gazing upon this peculiar eye, Lin Chuan found his heart in turmoil. This was the ultimate ocular technique from the world of Naruto, a singular eye belonging to Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra. However, it appeared distinct from Kaguya's eye. He recalled her eyes were crimson, akin to the Sharingan, while his was a shade of purple, resembling that of the pure reincarnation eye. Softly, Lin Chuan murmured, then gradually retracted his Byakugan, watching as the veins surrounding his eyes dissipated. Though he possessed the reincarnation Sharingan, he was unable to activate it. Could it be due to not having fully assimilated the fruit of the divine tree? Furrowing his brow, he reached up to touch his forehead. Indeed, the trinkets from certain online markets were mere replicas, far inferior to the authentic. Kaguya Otsutsuki had consumed the fruit of the divine tree and awakened her reincarnation Sharingan, ascending to become the progenitor of the ninja world, while he could only observe, powerless to utilize it. With a sigh, Lin Chuan reflected that possessing something, even if it was dormant, was better than having nothing at all. Otherwise, given his circumstance of inhabiting a blind body, survival in this world would seem nearly impossible. Thankfully, he had the Byakugan and the reincarnation eye. Perhaps these constituted a temporary boon in light of his inability to activate the reincarnation Sharingan. The Byakugan greatly enhanced his taijutsu, providing a panoramic view and the ability to see through objects, allowing him to evade numerous lethal dangers. As for the ultimate form, the reincarnation eye, Lin Chuan remained uncertain as to its presence within him, yet it was imperative to make the most of the abilities afforded by both eyes. In the original narrative, the reincarnation eye was rarely seen, possessed solely by Shin Otsutsuki. However, its formidable capabilities were indisputable, embodying the power to annihilate and create. Although it lacked the myriad complex techniques of the reincarnation Sharingan, the 6 abilities exhibited by this eye were sufficient for Lin Chuan to rise above the masses. Upon attempting to harness the reincarnation eye, Lin Chuan discovered it consumed a substantial amount of chakra, at least 5 times more than the Byakugan. The prior ability to operate it was linked to his tumultuous mental state following a bout of violence, a phenomenon not uncommon in the realm of Naruto, where individuals often unleashed powers beyond their usual limits in dire circumstances, as chakra is a fusion of mental prowess and physical energy. Unlike Shin Otsutsuki, whose chakra absorption was remarkably swift, Lin Chuan found his range limited. Best results came from close proximity. As for activating the Reincarnation Eye's chakra mode or summoning stone statues, the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion were far beyond his current capabilities. After an hour of exploration, Lin Chuan finally grasped the abilities at his disposal. The Byakugan's capabilities required no elaboration, while the Reincarnation Eye currently allowed him only to absorb others' chakra. The other powers were either negligible or entirely inaccessible, requiring immense chakra for meager results. However, it could enhance the Byakugan's range remarkably, albeit at a considerable chakra cost. The abilities of the Reincarnation Sharingan likely awaited the complete digestion of the Divine Tree's fruit, which sparked a notion within him. Lin Chuan's wide eyes suddenly narrowed. The reason he could not absorb this fruit was solely due to his current body's inability to withstand the power of the Divine Tree's fruit. This implies that as long as his strength continued to grow and his physique strengthened, there would inevitably come a day when he could fully digest the fruit and awaken the Reincarnation Sharingan. Lin Chuan felt that his conjecture was likely accurate. After a brief respite, he attempted to channel the refined chakra into the unopened Reincarnation Sharingan at his forehead, eager to observe the outcome. Wait, it seems. As Lin Chuan's chakra surged into his brow, an extraordinary force suddenly erupted from it, flowing into his eyes. In the next moment, Lin Chuan exclaimed, "Sharingan." Instantly, the white in his eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of crimson orbs, each adorned with a spinning tomo. "I understand," Lin Chuan exclaimed joyfully, then closed his eyes tightly. Upon reopening them, the Sharingan had disappeared, revealing eyes adorned with concentric purple patterns. The Reincarnation Eye. So that's how it is. Although I have not activated the ultimate ocular technique of the Reincarnation Sharingan, I can project the power of the eye at my brow into my eyes. However, the abilities will not be those of the Reincarnation Sharingan, but rather two distinct ocular powers, the Sharingan and the Reincarnation Eye. This means my eyes can switch among the three principal ocular techniques. Besides being unable to utilize the Reincarnation Sharingan, I can wield the other three ocular techniques, as well as the advanced Byakugan. Lin Chuan murmured, "These four ocular techniques cannot merge. Using one type of eye's ability renders the other three unusable. The Reincarnation Eye leans towards ninjutsu, the Sharingan towards genjutsu, and the Byakugan towards taijutsu. I seem to have encompassed the three major systems of the Naruto world." A slight smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. This would be his most significant asset in rising within this realm. However, he did not let pride blind him. Despite acquiring the formidable three ocular techniques and even the Reincarnation Eye, his current strength was insufficient to fully exploit their potential. Otherwise, the character Nagato, who had received the Reincarnation Eye in his youth, would have been invincible in the original narrative. Outside, the night sky was shrouded in darkness. Lin Chuan, who should have been asleep, felt no fatigue at all. Having attained four ocular techniques, he spent the entire night studying, oblivious to the dawn that approached. Creak. Once again, Lin Chuan's door was pushed open. Could it be those reckless little brats again? Lin Chuan looked up, his wide eyes appearing exceedingly eerie. However, only in this state could the Byakugan be utilized without chakra consumption, thus he could only manifest this form before others. "Ah, Lin Chuan, you." The intruders were not the four children from before, but rather a chubby boy and a girl. Given that they could call Lin Chuan by name, they must have known the previous Lin Chuan. Indeed, after rummaging through his past memories, Lin Chuan unearthed information about the two. The chubby boy was named Qin Lang, and the girl was called Bu Lianchi. They had known Lin Chuan in the past, albeit not well. They had merely crossed paths. In fact, due to Lin Chuan often burying his head between his legs, they were unaware of his lack of eyeballs. "Lin Chuan, what happened to your hair? Why has it turned white? And your eyes too?" The chubby Qin Lang gazed at Lin Chuan in utter astonishment, while Bu Lianchi beside him was so frightened that she dared not approach. "My eyes have always been this way due to hereditary factors. As for my hair," Lin Chuan had not anticipated that after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, his hair would transform to the same white hue as Otsutsuki Kaguya's. He was about to concoct a lie to deceive the two, only to discover that Qin Lang had already grasped the situation with an expression of understanding. "I see. This is what they call the legendary one-night white hair, right?" The chubby fellow exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lin Chuan. "What?" Lin Chuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him, akin to a flock of crows cawing above his head. "I understand. It must be the stress of the Lin family's assessment in half a month's time that caused your hair to turn white overnight. Fear not, with me, Qin Lang. By your side, you shall encounter no issues." Even if you are a novice in cultivation, I will not abandon you, Qin Lang declared with great righteousness, patting Lin Chuan's shoulder with such force that it nearly sent the recently recovered Lin Chuan flying. Chapter 4. Hinata's gentle fist. Lin Chuan could feel a stream of sweat trickling down his face, bewildered by the situation he found himself in. Qin Lang, unfazed by Lin Chuan's discontent, continued speaking, I am aware of your meager talent for cultivation, as you have yet to reach the first level of qi refinement. However, do not fret. I have attained the third level of qi refinement, and Bu Lianshi has reached the second level. Based on past experiences, as long as one member of our trio reaches the third level, passing the assessment should be quite manageable. The Lin family Lin Chuan currently resided in was a stark contrast to the one he was born into, and his status here was akin to that of an orphan taken in by the family. This circumstance was the reason why the other children felt emboldened to act recklessly towards him. Reflecting on his previous memories, Lin Chuan sought information regarding the Lin family's assessments. This was a test for orphans like him. If he failed to pass by the age of 10, he would be cast out of the Lin family. Now, at the age of 9, this was virtually his last opportunity. The assessment took place biannually, with teams of 3. And both Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang were members of his group. Sensing the chakra surging within him, Lin Chuan confidently stated, Rest assured, we will succeed. That is reassuring. Qin Lang replied cheerfully, We feared that the pressure might be too much for you, so we came to offer some comfort. Both Bu Lianshi and I have advanced in our cultivation, so passing should pose no problem. Previously, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had visited Lin Chuan a few times. But during those encounters, Lin Chuan had buried his head in his knees, refusing to look up or speak. They could only offer a few words of consolation before departing. This time, however, with both having made breakthroughs, they came specifically to inform Lin Chuan. They had not expected much hope from him, but were pleasantly surprised that he was willing to see them and engage in conversation. They felt a sense of satisfaction from this alone. Bu Lianshi, no longer intimidated by Lin Chuan's peculiar gaze, entered the room and softly assured him, Do not worry, our assessment merely involves hunting some spiritual beasts. We will undoubtedly succeed this time. Her voice was gentle, tinged with shyness as she looked at Lin Chuan. Yes, I understand, Lin Chuan replied with a smile. The two expressed genuine concern for Lin Chuan, who had previously been unwilling to trust anyone, which had led to the current circumstances. After exchanging a few words, they took their leave, allowing Lin Chuan to once again ponder the world around him. According to his memories, this was a realm of cultivation, often referred to as the pursuit of immortality. In this world, it was believed that every individual possessed a spiritual root, categorized into 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, there were exceedingly rare mutated attributes, such as wind and lightning. Similar to chakra, only those with the corresponding attribute could wield the related spells. For instance, a person with a fire attribute spiritual root could only perform fire-based spells. The majority of individuals possessed a single attribute, while those with dual attributes were exceedingly rare and significantly more powerful. Having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, Lin Chuan found that his chakra now encompassed the 7 foundational attributes of wind, water, lightning, fire, earth, yin, and yang. He pondered the potential effects of the divine tree's fruit on the spiritual roots of this world. Never mind. I shall wait for a more opportune moment to delve into the matter of my spiritual roots. At present, my foremost priority is to cultivate my chakra and master various ninjutsu techniques. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy to possess the 3 great ocular techniques, yet be unable to harness their power. Resolute in my intent, Lin Chuan rose from his abode and made his way towards the dining hall established by the Lin family. Previously, the meals had been brought to him by Qin Lang and the others, but that was no longer necessary. Outside, a cluster of modest dwellings stood, inhabited by orphans akin to Lin Chuan. Most had already risen, practicing their martial arts in front of their respective doors. Upon noticing Lin Chuan's emergence, they expressed surprise, and his distinctive white hair and eyes rendered him even more conspicuous. Could it be that this so-called useless individual had ventured out? His eyes and hair are indeed peculiar. Is he troubled by the impending assessment in half a month? The murmurs reached Lin Chuan's ears, but he chose to disregard them, unwilling to stoop to the level of such immature children. Though the fare provided by the Lin family was far from delectable, it sufficed to satiate his hunger. After finishing his meal, Lin Chuan proceeded to the mountain behind the house to train. His initial focus was on physical conditioning. The state of his body was exceedingly poor. Had it not been for his earlier absorption of chakra from the 4 children using his Rinnegan, he would likely still be in a state of near demise. Thus, he began with a light jog, contemplating the intricacies of this world. Firstly, regarding chakra, the inhabitants of this realm do not cultivate it. Yet Lin Chuan is capable of absorbing their chakra through his Rinnegan. This implies that he is harnessing their bodily and spiritual energies. As long as a person is alive, regardless of their training in chakra, both bodily and spiritual energies persist. This means that I can forcibly extract chakra energy using my Rinnegan, irrespective of whether they are aware of its existence. Sweating profusely, Lin Chuan continually varied his training methods while his mind remained engaged in thought. Another consideration was the matter of ninjutsu. In the past, when Kaguya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the divine tree, the concept of ninjutsu had yet to emerge. It was only later, through the Sage of Six Paths, that ninjutsu was popularized. Nevertheless, everything related to ninjutsu ultimately traces back to that divine tree fruit. Though I currently possess no ninjutsu skills, I believe developing my own should not be overly challenging. At the very least, I am aware of the principles and effects of various ninjutsu, including the hand seals frequently utilized in Naruto. After a morning filled with rigorous training, Lin Chuan felt utterly exhausted. Yet, he was unwilling to squander a single moment that could be devoted to cultivation. He was determined to grow stronger swiftly, ensuring he possessed sufficient capability for self-defense to avoid becoming a victim of bullying. After having lunch, Lin Chuan returned to his room and began to conceptualize ninjutsu. The first technique that came to mind was the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. With the enhancement of the Byakugan, Gentle Fist is the most suitable technique for Lin Chuan to cultivate at this stage. As a taijutsu, it requires minimal chakra expenditure, yet its power should not be underestimated. In this phase of cultivation, which primarily focuses on close combat, Gentle Fist undoubtedly serves as a formidable weapon that transcends the imagination of those cultivators. Moreover, Lin Chuan has discerned that the meridians utilized by cultivators during their training are akin to those of chakra pathways. This revelation implies that Lin Chuan can harness the Byakugan and Gentle Fist techniques to infuse his chakra into the bodies of his adversaries, thereby inflicting damage upon their internal spiritual energy conduits and viscera, achieving a terrifying effect akin to that seen in Naruto. After countless failures and iterations, Lin Chuan ultimately deduced the entire set of Hyuga Gentle Fist techniques within 2 days. This is not merely a testament to his intelligence, rather, it is a result of his understanding of the underlying principles and the direction of his efforts, coupled with his identity as the progenitor of chakra. It is hardly surprising that he could fully replicate these techniques. Chapter 5. Sage Mode. 5 days later, in a modest room furnished solely with a bed and a table, Lin Chuan lay exhausted on the bed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he struggled to catch his breath. Over the past few days, he had fervently practiced the Gentle Fist technique, a martial art passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan. Although he had yet to reach the level of Niji Hyuga during the Chunin exams in Naruto, nor could he execute the precise chakra point strikes, he had nonetheless managed to perform the technique in its entirety. Indeed, there are no shortcuts in the path of cultivation. Despite having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, which bestowed upon me the lineage of chakra in this realm, the journey of training has not been significantly easier. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Despite the hardships and exhaustion, this lifestyle imbued Lin Chuan with a sense of hope, far superior to the aimless existence he had led in his previous life. Through these days of rigorous training and gaining insight into this world, Lin Chuan had come to form a general understanding of the realm of cultivation in which he now found himself. In this world, the populace primarily engages in cultivation, a legendary practice of immortality, wherein one absorbs the spiritual energy from the environment and melds it with their own mental energy to manifest powerful abilities, similar to the extraction of physical and mental energy in Naruto. However, upon comparison, Lin Chuan discovered that the overall strength of this world surpassed that of the Naruto universe significantly. This was evident from the enhancement of ninjutsu when infused with sage chakra, which could amplify its potency severfold, even up to dozens of times, a well-acknowledged fact within the Naruto realm. The realm of cultivation had evidently refined the utilization of natural energy to its zenith. Practitioners faced no peril of being consumed or petrified by natural energy, and they could store the absorbed energy within their dantian, eliminating the need to gather it at the moment of use. Consequently, cultivators wield formidable power. From my observations over the past few days, the chi refining stage roughly corresponds to the level of a ninja academy student in Naruto, yet their strength far exceeds that of the academy's pupils, likely due to their ability to harness natural energy. While allowing his body to recuperate, Lin Chuan's mind continued to churn with thoughts. I should be able to cultivate using their methods, absorbing natural energy into my body. If successful, I could access Sage Mode at this stage. A Sage Mode entirely distinct from that in Naruto. Lin Chuan was quite envious of the formidable power of Sage Mode. However, the original narrative indicated that substantial chakra was required for its cultivation, and given Lin Chuan's current physique, the chakra he could extract was insufficient, falling short of even the rank of a genin. Although my purple chakra is far more refined than ordinary chakra, it still cannot facilitate the cultivation of Sage Mode in a short span, as seen in Naruto. Pressing his hands against his temples, Lin Chuan kneaded them thoughtfully. Thus, once I conclude my training in the Gentle Fist, I shall commence my attempts to cultivate following the practices of this world. The realms of cultivation are stratified into numerous tiers, beginning with the rudimentary Qi refinement stage, which consists of 10 levels. Upon transcending this initial phase, one may attain the foundation establishment stage, further divided into early, mid, late, and consummate stages. Ascending beyond this is the Dan formation stage. After meticulous study, Lin Chuan surmised that the pinnacle of existence within this world, the immortal, bears a semblance to Kaguya Otsutsuki from the Naruto series. Moreover, the categorization of realms beneath the immortal in the cultivation world is far more intricate than that in the Naruto universe, particularly considering the multitude of extraordinary abilities showcased in the latter stages of Naruto. Not to mention, Naruto himself, from inception to culmination, has rarely encountered an adversary he could not vanquish. If one arose, he would simply concoct an even more formidable Rinnegan. This, of course, is but a jest. Yet for Lin Chuan, who currently occupies a lower tier of cultivation, contemplating the advanced stages holds little practical significance. Preserving his life remains paramount. As he pondered, the door to his chamber creaked open, revealing his companion from the same cohort, Lin Chuan. In her hands, she carried a box of food. Casting a shy glance at Lin Chuan, who lay upon his bed, before placing the meal on the table and quietly departing. "Thank you." Lin Chuan offered a faint smile. Ever since learning of his relentless training, Lin Chuan had voluntarily taken on the task of procuring meals for him, entering silently, leaving the food, and then swiftly exiting. "You're welcome," she murmured, her voice barely audible, before hastening away. Observing Lin Chuan's retreating silhouette, Lin Chuan was struck by her resemblance to Hinata from Naruto. Smiling to himself, he rose to partake in his meal, thereafter resuming his practice of the Gentle Fist. Perhaps due to the consumption of the divine tree's fruit, Lin Chuan's stamina replenished at an accelerated rate compared to ordinary individuals, and his physical prowess was rapidly augmenting with each bout of training. On one occasion, during a respite, he employed his Byakugan to scrutinize the undigested remnants of the divine tree's fruit within his dantian, discovering that these remnants floated and periodically released wisps of violet mist. Upon their emergence, this mist would merge with his body, fortifying him further, especially after intense training sessions, when the violet mist was notably more abundant. It must be attributed to the enhancement of my physique, allowing for greater digestion of the divine tree's fruit, Lin Chuan mused. With this newfound knowledge, he intensified his training regimen, vowing not to cease until he had utterly exhausted himself. After all, with his swift recovery and the ability to rapidly assimilate the divine tree's fruit, this symbiotic relationship was indeed advantageous. That night, Lin Chuan reclined upon his bed, commencing a slow formation of seals. With a hushed incantation, the veins around his eyes surged forth, and violet chakra surged into his gaze. Byakugan. In an instant, everything within a kilometer became crystal clear to Lin Chuan. Unlike the monochrome realm of Naruto, this world was resplendent with color. And the Byakugan not only revealed the flow of chakra but also the currents of natural energy, or spiritual chi, in this realm. With the three primary abilities of the Byakugan, perception, insight, and farsight, now largely under his command, Lin Chuan observed that most of his fellow orphans had succumbed to slumber. "How tranquil," he murmured softly. Shifting his gaze to the side, both Lin Chuan and Qin Lang remained awake, sitting cross-legged in deep meditation, engrossed in their cultivation. Through Lin Chuan's Byakugan, he observed the ethereal natural energy in the air gradually converging towards the two individuals, circulating through their meridians until it reached their abdomens, where a sphere of natural energy was slowly rotating. This method of cultivation is truly remarkable, Lin Chuan mused. He had observed others training with his Byakugan on numerous occasions, and each time he felt compelled to marvel at the ingenuity of those who had come before him, capable of devising such a technique. Moreover, The Byakugan allowed him to perceive the chakra within these individuals. However, it lay dormant and scattered throughout their bodies, rendering it unusable. Just as Lin Chuan prepared to delve deeper into the study of their practices, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He spotted two boys who had assaulted him a few days prior. Accompanied by a 10-year-old boy, approaching from about a kilometer away. A vortex of spiritual energy was slowly rotating in the abdomen of the latter. Judging by Lin Chuan's keen eyesight, this individual appeared to be at the third layer of the chi refining stage. With a sudden surge of resolve, Lin Chuan rose to his feet, his fists clenched, his expression icy. "I did not seek trouble with you, yet you have come to me," he declared. "Very well. I was just lamenting the lack of a worthy opponent to test my gentle fist technique. You have conveniently presented yourselves. Let us see just how formidable my gentle fist can be against you." Chapter 6. The Soft and Fluffy Fist Technique. Bang. The door to Lin Chuan's room was violently kicked open, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Three figures, not particularly tall, strode in. Immediately spotting Lin Chuan seated by the bed, as if he had been deliberately awaiting their arrival. Despite having seen Lin Chuan's true form with his white hair and white eyes before, the leading boy was still taken aback. The sight of those veins bulging with energy and the cold gaze of his wide eyes gave him a peculiar sensation of being instantly discerned, nearly prompting him to flee. In the next moment, he recalled that his older brother, who had reached the third tier of chi refinement, was by his side, which quelled his urge to escape. He then glared fiercely at Lin Chuan and exclaimed, "Brother, this is the monster from last time. I don't know what kind of sorcery he used, but he exhausted all four of us, nearly bringing us to our demise. You must avenge me. Indeed, today marks your end. If it weren't for Lin Li's intensive training these past few days, we would have already dispatched you, allowing you to linger for a few extra days. Consider yourself fortunate." Another boy spat venomously at Lin Chuan as he observed Lin Li taking charge. Just a little ghost picked up from outside. If he dies, no one will care. How dare he lay a hand on my brother? "Today, you shall witness the might of Lin Chuan," said a boy around 10 years old. His gaze fixed on Lin Chuan as if he were merely an ant ready to be crushed. Though he sensed something unusual in Lin Chuan's eyes, an impression of being seen through, what did it matter? He felt not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Chuan, indicating that he had not succeeded in his cultivation. Such a mundane person could be easily dispatched by Lin Chuan, who could eliminate 10 of him without breaking a sweat. "Today, you will learn whom you can provoke and whom you cannot," the boy named Lin Li declared, relishing the thought of Lin Chuan sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy. Lin Chuan remained silent, observing the three before him as they postured. As they ceased their banter and prepared to strike, Lin Chuan slowly rose, arms outstretched. Adopting a stance indicative of a soft fist technique, and softly intoned, "Perhaps it will be you who falls today." Arrogant," Lin Chuan scoffed. And a surge of energy erupted from his dantian, circulating through his veins. After merely one cycle of movement, his strength had already doubled that of an average adult. He charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Lin Chuan's chest. With the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, Lin Chuan observed every movement, including the flow of energy within Lin Chuan's body. He could distinctly perceive the spiritual energy coursing through Lin Chuan's meridians and the immense power it generated as it integrated into his arm. Sizzle. Purple chakra swirled around Lin Chuan's hands, emitting a faint hissing sound as the two engaged in a swift exchange. Crack. Lin Chuan's palm struck the arm of his opponent. And in that fleeting moment of contact, he channeled his chakra into Lin Chuan's body, swiftly retreating to dissipate the immense force that had surged from Lin Chuan's hand before closing in once more. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Upon the brief touch of the silver-haired youth's palm, his arm tingled faintly, yet he dismissed the sensation, perceiving no significant threat, as Lin Chuan's gentle punches were not predicated on sheer strength. Relying on such feeble punches to harm me? How naive, Lin Chuan scoffed, subsequently abandoning his defense against Lin Chuan's blows, unleashing his full might in retaliation. Those flaccid punches resemble nothing more than ornamental strikes. To think you could defeat my brother with such a technique is sheer folly, Lin Li remarked, his face contorted in disdain. Could it be that a girl taught you those dance-like punches? Ha, they're so soft and delicate, akin to a woman's. How dare you display such absurdity? Another boy jeered at Lin Chuan, laughter echoing around him. At this moment, Lin Chuan found himself evading Lin Chuan's frenzied assaults, his own strikes landing on Lin Chuan appearing utterly devoid of force, lacking any semblance of aggression. Yet, rather than faltering, Lin Chuan grew more resolute. His eyes sparkled with determination. Practicing his gentle fist alone had concealed numerous inadequacies, but now, fighting Lin Chuan illuminated many flaws within his technique. Initially, Lin Chuan had to exert considerable effort to counter Lin Chuan, but as the battle progressed, with the aid of his Byakugan, Lin Chuan's attacks became increasingly transparent. Often, before Lin Chuan even launched an attack, Lin Chuan could discern the strength of the impending blow from the depletion of his chakra. With a slight twitch of his muscles, Lin Chuan could predict the trajectory of the punch. Moreover, Lin Chuan underestimated the potency of Lin Chuan's gentle fist, dismissing it as a non-threat, thus devoting most of his energy to overpowering Lin Chuan rather than defending himself. Consequently, each of Lin Chuan's strikes, however soft, managed to deposit a modicum of chakra into Lin Chuan's body. Had Lin Chuan not wished to prolong their bout with this rare sparring partner and thus moderated his chakra output, Lin Chuan would have already sustained severe injuries. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the gentle fist, subtle yet profound, and by the time one recognizes the issue, it is often too late. As the battle wore on, Lin Chuan's brow knitted with concern. No matter how he attacked, he could not land a blow, either evaded or rendered impotent by those peculiar, gentle punches. Instead, he felt an eerie sense of impending danger. Despite having examined the areas Lin Chuan's fist had struck, those spots bore no marks, not even a semblance of pain. At this moment, he too realized something was amiss. How could a little specter devoid of any spiritual energy withstand him in combat for so long, without faltering? It is noteworthy that even when besieged by 3 or 4 adults, he could effortlessly vanquish them. Yet this child, who was even a year younger than him, had managed to remain vivacious under his onslaught until now. Moreover, those eerie white eyes perpetually instilled in him a chilling sensation of being thoroughly scrutinized. Before long, Lin Chuan assessed his condition and found that he had expended approximately a third of his chakra. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan had already lost the efficacy of his gentle fist technique against him. It was time to bring this to a close. With a low exclamation, Lin Chuan unleashed his gentle fist, his hand striking with lightning speed against Lin Chuan's chest. Chakra surged through his hands and into Lin Chuan's body, simultaneously activating the chakra previously infused within him, sending Lin Chuan hurtling through the air. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth as Lin Chuan soared, experiencing sheer terror as he sensed the devastation within him. Unbeknownst to him, his meridians and internal organs had all suffered severe trauma. Yet, incredulously, his body bore no visible scars whatsoever throughout this ordeal. Chapter 7. The Bloodline Trap. Brother Yu. Lin Li gazed in horror at Lin Chuan, who had been struck back, his face a mask of disbelief. How could it be that his brother, who had held such an advantage over Lin Chuan, was suddenly overturned in an instant? Moreover, his brother had been so grievously wounded by those seemingly feeble fists that he spat blood. Take your brother and leave. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure his demise. Lin Chuan spoke in a calm voice. Because the other party had assisted him in perfecting his soft fist technique, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Otherwise, with that final strike, Lin Chuan could have easily shattered Lin Chuan's internal organs, resulting in a swift demise. Whether one regards him as benevolent or cowardly, Lin Chuan, who has just arrived in this world, indeed finds it impossible to embody complete cold-bloodedness, particularly when his adversary is merely a child of around 10 years. Nevertheless, he does not show mercy to those who wish to take his life. With a series of gentle yet forceful strikes, he ensures that his opponent will be bedridden for at least a month or 2. The injuries inflicted on the internal organs and meridians are far more terrifying than external wounds, and the time required for recovery remains uncertain. Lin Li and another child gazed at Lin Chuan's bulging veins and white eyes, perceiving him as the most fearsome monster in existence. His frigid gaze and composed demeanor made them feel as though they were not facing a mere 9-year-old boy, but rather a ruthless creature who had undergone countless years of training. Not daring to utter another word, the 2 children dragged the severely injured and unconscious Lin Chuan, stumbling and colliding as they fled Lin Chuan's room, wishing never to encounter that cold-eyed monster again. Lin Chuan's image transformed into a harrowing nightmare lodged deep within their hearts. Once the trio departed, Lin Chuan sat at the edge of his bed, beginning to restore his chakra while calculating his gains and losses. Based on Lin Chuan's strength, Lin Chuan concluded that he could presently contend with a practitioner at the 5th level of chi refinement, but anything beyond that would be beyond his capacity. Although his Byakugan allowed him to perceive others' movements and anticipate the force of their strikes, his reaction speed could not keep pace, rendering him unable to evade effectively. Having recently experienced the formidable might of a cultivator's attacks firsthand, Lin Chuan recognized that their strength far exceeded his own, leaving him wary of sustaining any hits. Otherwise, he would suffer grievous injuries. Moreover, the gentle fist technique necessitates direct contact with the opponent, requiring multiple strikes to be effective. A mere occasional hit yields some effect, but it is exceedingly limited, thus rendering it unsuitable for a mutual destruction strategy. Achieving a breakthrough in a short time appears challenging. However, I do possess another method that could swiftly elevate my strength, and that is through cultivation. In the clandestine realm of Lin Chuan, regardless of whether his conjectures regarding the immortal mode hold any truth, practicing in accordance with the prevalent cultivation methods of this world would undoubtedly facilitate a swift enhancement of his prowess. Moreover, Lin Chuan harbored an additional consideration concealing his true strength. He has conducted experiments, revealing that the inhabitants of this world can perceive the existence of spiritual energy within one another, yet remain oblivious to the presence of chakra. This implies that once Lin Chuan embarks on his path of cultivation, the strength he exhibits to outsiders will be devoid of the chakra component, inevitably leading them to underestimate his true capabilities. This, in fact, serves to Lin Chuan's advantage. Moreover, the emergence of a person devoid of spiritual energy, yet possessing formidable strength, would undoubtedly attract considerable attention from various quarters. The prospect of being captured and subjected to experimentation as a mere lab rat would be rather unfortunate. Thus, Lin Chuan resolved to embark on the path of cultivation. With merely 5 days remaining until the Lin family assessment, he pondered whether he could attain the first level of the Qi refinement stage. Nonetheless, he decided to first ascertain the nature of his cultivation route the following day. With this thought, Lin Chuan stifled a yawn and retired for the night, falling into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, he rose early and made his way to the Lin family's treasure pavilion. From his previous recollections, he recalled that this location housed specialized instruments for testing the attributes of cultivation routes, allowing disciples to evaluate their properties and strengths at any time. Just as in the world of Naruto, where chakra paper is employed to detect a ninja's chakra attributes, this realm of cultivation also possesses dedicated tools for testing spiritual roots, creating a delightful symmetry between both worlds. As Lin Chuan walked, he mused to himself. After consuming the fruit of the divine tree, he felt no need for a test. His chakra attributes were undoubtedly a harmonious blend of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Were it not for the fact that his reincarnation Sharingan had yet to awaken, all the techniques he employed would have surely belonged to the realm of bloodline limits. Furthermore, since bloodline limits arise from the fusion of 2 chakra properties, and given that he could merge all 7, it naturally followed that combining 2 would pose no challenge. The same logic applied to the fusion of 3 chakra properties into a bloodline limit. However, Lin Chuan presently found himself lacking in strength, unable to fully absorb the divine tree's fruit, rendering such abilities temporarily out of reach. Yet, he felt a swell of anticipation, even without the use of bloodline limits. The power of the bloodline would suffice to ignite his enthusiasm. He could only wonder when he might finally harness such abilities. With a shake of his head, he quelled the eager glimmer in his eyes. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, he found it bustling with people. Although named a treasure pavilion, it merely offered rudimentary artifacts, far from the true treasures rumored to exist only in the core of the Lin family. Some individuals were there to purchase artifacts, while others, like Lin Chuan, sought to measure their spiritual roots. The measurement of spiritual roots is not an accurate determination made through a singular test. Rather, it necessitates multiple evaluations prior to adulthood. This is not to suggest that spiritual roots might spontaneously develop. Their attributes and quantity are predetermined at birth. However, they manifest at different stages throughout one's growth. Consequently, many individuals harbor aspirations of overnight genius, repeatedly testing their roots in the hopes of one day discovering a dual attribute or mutated spiritual root, which would catapult them into the realm of prodigies, eagerly sought after by various families and factions. Nonetheless, the likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly low, perhaps 1 in a million. As for mutated roots, their probability of emergence is akin to that of dual roots, both being exceedingly rare, and should they appear, they would mark the individual as a true genius among geniuses. As Lin Chuan stepped into the treasure pavilion, he drew the attention of many, primarily due to his striking appearance with white hair and white eyes. His naturally handsome features, combined with this unforgettable image, instantly captivated the gaze of several young women. Paying no heed to the onlookers, Lin Chuan made his way directly to the room designated for testing spiritual roots. At this moment, the space was already bustling with people. and his entrance elicited a renewed wave of curiosity, though not as exaggerated as outside. "Are you here for the spiritual root test?" inquired a staff member with a frown. "What is your name?" "Lin Chuan," he replied. The staff member glanced at the previous records, where it was clearly noted, Lin Chuan, inferior grade spiritual root, extremely poor aptitude. However, this test was not conducted by the Lin family. It must have been from when he had not yet joined them. Chapter 8. Attempting to cultivate the sage mode. Upon encountering such a description, the supervisor promptly handed Lin Chuan a testing artifact with a hint of impatience, instructing him to return it once he was done, and then disregarded him entirely. In the supervisor's eyes, Lin Chuan was merely a deluded fool, foolishly hoping to soar to great heights through a mere test of talent. He had witnessed far too many individuals with such unrealistic aspirations. Lin Chuan, unperturbed by the man's demeanor, accepted the artifact and retreated to a small cubicle. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the lustrous crystal sphere. In the realm of cultivation, the most prevalent spiritual root attributes were the 5 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, while other mutated roots were exceedingly rare. The quality of these roots was classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, human, and mortal, with further subdivisions of upper, middle, and lower grades. The higher the tier of the spiritual root, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy and cultivation progress, resulting in fewer and more manageable bottlenecks. After the drop of blood landed on the crystal sphere, it began to autonomously analyze the inherent spiritual root. Should the attribute be fire, a flame would emerge, occupying a larger area, indicating a superior quality of the root. If the flame filled the entire sphere, it would signify an extraordinary talent of the highest tier, capable of astonishing the entire continent. At that moment, Lin Chuan gazed at the crystal sphere, his expression shifting through various emotions before settling into tranquility. When he returned the sphere to the supervisor, the latter casually inquired about the results. As before, no change, Lin Chuan replied calmly, then turned to leave the artifact pavilion. "Humph, it seems the toad wishes to feast on swan meat." The man scoffed quietly, before eagerly moving on to examine the results of others. Exiting the artifact pavilion, Lin Chuan made his way directly to the mountain behind their dwelling. The sun shone brightly, and the trees provided ample shade, lifting his spirits immeasurably. The results of the spiritual root assessment had not surprised him. He possessed the 7 attributes of heaven-grade roots: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Aside from the 3 conventional elemental roots, he also held 4 mutated roots: wind, thunder, yin, and yang, which aligned perfectly with his chakra attributes. Lin Chuan murmured to himself, "If my talents were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly terrify countless individuals. The entire cultivation world would go into a frenzy because of me." However, he noted the absence of the gold and wood elemental roots and pondered whether there was a way to supplement them. He was particularly envious of the wood-release technique of Senja Hashirama from Naruto, although this technique was a fusion of water and earth chakra. Without a wood attribute spiritual root, he would be unable to perform the sage art wood release, which posed a genuine dilemma. As for the gold attribute, it was clearly associated with offensive capabilities. While he was unaware of the specifics, it likely possessed its own merits. After leisurely lounging on the mountain for an hour, Lin Chuan rose and headed back to his room, determined to experiment with his ideas regarding sage mode. In the pursuit of cultivation, the first requirement was a spiritual root. Once attained, one would need a corresponding cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is a method for circulating and absorbing spiritual energy. Different techniques operate through distinct meridians and processes, resulting in varying strengths of the cultivated spiritual power. Consequently, there is a classification of these techniques, akin to the categorization of spiritual roots, divided into the realms of heaven, earth, humanity, and the mortal, as well as into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The cultivation techniques form the foundational essence of a power, and it can be said that an exceptional technique can gradually evolve into a formidable cultivation force. This rarity of high-grade cultivation techniques is what leads Lin Chuan to abandon the thought of seeking such methods from the Lin family, for even if he could procure one, it would be of the lowest quality, perhaps even unworthy of classification. However, this did not pose a challenge for Lin Chuan, as he recalled that in his previous life, he had acquired a technique known as the Xian Huang Ju from the Lin family. Although its grade was merely upper-tier mortal, it was still quite satisfactory, a means to make do, with the potential to seek more powerful techniques in the future. Thus, he decided to attempt cultivation, remaining vigilant to halt at the first sign of trouble. After all, his body differed from those of this world. If the presence of chakra were to petrify him, it would indeed be a tragic fate. Lin Chuan mused, then settled cross-legged on his bed, gradually entering a state of cultivation according to the methods of this world. Before commencing, he activated his Byakugan to monitor the entire process. He first endeavored to circulate the Xian Huang Ju, absorbing the ambient natural energy. To his astonishment, the process was remarkably smooth, as strands of spiritual energy flowed into his body through various acupoints, circulating through his meridians until, after a complete cycle, it entered his dantian, transforming into a small sphere of energy. Is this truly successful? Lin Chuan exclaimed in disbelief. It seemed almost too effortless. He continued to cultivate for half an hour, feeling no issues arise. The energy entering his body flowed through his meridians and into his dantian without any danger or discomfort. Under the watchful gaze of his Byakugan, he could distinctly observe the energy continuously circulating, gradually refining and enhancing his physique. The energy within his dantian appeared to be quite compliant, seemingly due to the divine tree fruit occupying the center of his dantian, compelling the energy to revolve around it submissively, akin to a younger brother following an older one. I hadn't anticipated such ease. It must be connected to my exceptional spiritual root, Lin Chuan thought, a look of apprehension crossing his face. For he was about to attempt to activate his unique celestial mode. He began to slowly extract chakra from his cellular structure, allowing it to circulate through his meridians. In the next moment, he carefully directed a strand of spiritual energy from his dantian into the flow of his meridians, only to be met with an immediate sense of crisis. His entire body began to exhibit signs of transformation starting from the dantian. This is bad, Lin Chuan silently cursed, swiftly retracting the strand of energy and ceasing his cultivation. Could it be that my assumptions were incorrect? Lin Chuan's expression was somewhat grim. Without the sage mode, his strength would be significantly compromised. However, he realized that sage chakra is a harmonious amalgamation of spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy, which must achieve equilibrium. In other words, he had previously overindulged in spiritual and physical energies, failing to establish a balanced state among the three components. Thus, he needed to simultaneously refine his spiritual energy and chakra while maintaining this balance. After pondering for a while, Lin Chuan pinpointed the root of the issue and commenced another attempt. During this period, when the training instructor brought him a meal, he paid no heed, utterly absorbed in his cultivation and the development of sage mode. Chapter 9. The new assessment criteria. Half a day later, in the room, Lin Chuan stood at the center with his eyes closed, his entire being resonating with waves of chakra, accompanied by faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, the veins around them bulging, as he activated his Byakugan. He then swiftly performed a motion reminiscent of the gentle fist technique. Celestial technique, gentle fist. With Lin Chuan's low exclamation, his body began to glide within the confines of the room, the celestial chakra swirling in his palms, emanating a clear lavender glow and a distinctive sizzling sound. His speed escalated, with each punch he threw producing a faint sonic boom. As he accelerated, his figure appeared to dissolve into an afterimage, saturating the entire room, while his fist moved with such velocity that in the blink of an eye, he unleashed over 10 strikes, leaving onlookers bewildered. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Chuan's speed gradually diminished until he finally halted the gentle fist technique, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily. The exertion had drained him significantly. The enhancement of speed and striking power from the sage mode proved to be quite taxing for Lin Chuan's frail physique. Nonetheless, the enhancement of the gentle fist through celestial chakra was evident. Had Lin Chuan reached the first layer of qi refinement, he would have had a solid chance of triumphing against a practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Indeed, I have successfully developed the sage mode. However, entering this mode requires a process. Once I do, I can no longer absorb external spiritual energy, meaning I must rely solely on the energy within my dantian. Should I overexert this energy, I would automatically revert from sage mode. Nevertheless, all of this is worthwhile. The augmentation of my ninjutsu through sage mode is immensely significant. Even at this nascent stage of practice, I can achieve a remarkable enhancement, allowing me to employ some ninjutsu of moderate complexity. After resting for a moment, Lin Chuan slowly rose from the ground and seated himself cross-legged on the bed to commence his spiritual energy cultivation. The gentle fist serves as the foundation for the other techniques of the Hyuga clan. Thus, Lin Chuan had been diligently practicing it in recent days, enhancing his strength while continually developing other unique techniques related to the Hyuga clan, such as the gentle fist, the chakra point strike, the return to heaven, and the 8 trigrams palm. However, these techniques impose significant demands on chakra control and quantity, which means that at this stage, Lin Chuan could only roughly develop them, intending to refine them further once conditions permit. Another reason for Lin Chuan's steadfast dedication to the gentle fist was the 80 Gods vacuum attack, the formidable taijutsu of Otsutsuki Kaguya. This technique is evidently the ultimate version of the gentle fist, once Lin Chuan fully activates his Rinnegan. The gentle fist could transform into the bloodline limit technique, the 80 Gods vacuum attack, whose formidable offensive power is beyond question. In the world of Naruto, this taijutsu is described as shaking the heavens with sage arts, a harmonious blend of offense and defense, a merciless fist. Merely contemplating it filled Lin Chuan with envy. The subsequent 4 days passed in a whirlwind of intense training for Lin Chuan. Each time he finished practicing the gentle fist, utterly exhausted, he would return to his bed, resting while simultaneously cultivating spiritual energy, never neglecting to develop ninjutsu during his leisure moments. Though it is said to be the development of ninjutsu, it primarily revolves around recollections. Owing to his past life as an avid fan of Naruto, Lin Chuan had meticulously studied the official Naruto guidebooks, becoming quite familiar with the hand seals and activation conditions of many techniques. Furthermore, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, his inherent identity as a progenitor of chakra allowed him to swiftly develop most of the techniques he recognized, particularly with frequently utilized jutsu such as fire release, great fireball technique, and Rinnegan. Lin Chuan was well-versed. However, these techniques were merely developed in theory. He was currently unable to practice them. As for forbidden techniques like the Reaper Death Seal, Flying Thunder God technique, and Impure World Reincarnation, he could not even approach them, having to wait until his strength increased to see if he could manipulate them. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had gone by, culminating in the day of the Lin family assessment. Early that morning, designated personnel arrived in the area to assemble all disciples required to participate in the examination. Lin Chuan estimated there were over 300 individuals present, not counting the direct descendants of the Lin family. This world certainly seemed populous. Lin Chuan quirked his lips, curiously surveying his surroundings. The 300 participants were already grouped into teams of 3, and Lin Chuan naturally found himself with his previous companions, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. This arrangement bore a striking resemblance to the team formations in Naruto, particularly the common configuration of 2 males and 1 female, which led Lin Chuan to ponder that Kishimoto had perhaps designed this for the convenience of crafting more love triangles. Spotting Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi from afar, Lin Chuan approached them. The two had, on numerous occasions over the past half-month, covertly observed Lin Chuan's training, believing their efforts to be discreet. However, under the gaze of the Byakugan, all was rendered futile. Yet, their intentions appeared innocent, merely seeking to ascertain whether Lin Chuan was diligently practicing. Lin Chuan, rest assured, we will definitely succeed this time. Given your earnestness in training, I will ensure we pass the assessment together, Qin Lang exclaimed, casually draping an arm around Lin Chuan's shoulders, a look of paternal pride gracing his features, as if he were observing his son coming of age. Lin Chuan twitched his lips, pondering who would actually lead whom. However, he refrained from voicing any retorts. After extricating himself from Qin Lang's embrace, Lin Chuan turned to Bu Lianshi, offering a broad smile. Thank you for your support these days. Without you, I would likely have been training on an empty stomach. It's no trouble at all. We are in the same team, Bu Lianshi replied with a gentle smile, her voice remaining soft. Lin Chuan chuckled, patting her shoulder, inwardly thinking that this girl seemed quite gentle and easily swayed. Yet, he quickly dismissed such wicked thoughts, reminding himself that she was merely 8 years old. All right, everyone. Please pay attention as I outline the important details for this assessment. A booming voice resonated throughout the venue, capturing everyone's attention. Today's assessment will differ from previous ones, as the passing criteria have been revised. A single utterance from the supervisor instantly stirred a commotion among all present. Silence. The supervisor's thunderous command swiftly quelled the tumult, restoring a semblance of order. He continued, all personnel will proceed to the 44th hunting ground, where spirit beasts ranging from the 1st to the 10th layer of the chi refinement stage will be found. Upon slaying these beasts and obtaining their intercourse, you will earn points. 10 points for defeating a 1st layer beast, 20 for a 2nd layer beast, and so forth. After 7 days of assessment, the 10 teams with the highest scores will pass. All others will face elimination. Chapter 10. The Despicable Lin Family. What? How could this happen? How are we to pass the assessment now? Previously, one could automatically pass upon reaching a certain number of points, yet this time the standards have become exceedingly stringent. In the past, at least a quarter of the participants managed to pass, but now it seems that fewer than 1/10 will succeed. How could this be? The children erupted in dismay. For them, this was their final opportunity. Failing to join the Lin family would mean a descent into the streets. A fate that surely would not end well, leaving them to perish without knowing how. Moreover, the path of cultivation is not merely a matter of diligence. It requires abundant resources that are beyond their reach. Joining a prominent family or a powerful faction is their only hope. Qin Lang and Bu Lianchu's expressions also shifted dramatically. The unexpected alteration in the rules caught them off guard. They had believed that their enhanced abilities would guarantee a near-certain success in the assessment. But it appeared that such confidence was misplaced. It's over, it's over, it's over. I am the strongest in our group. Yet I am merely at the 3rd level of Qi refining. With the new rules, our chances are virtually non-existent. Qin Lang's face fell, tears nearly brimming in his eyes. Bu Lianchu looked equally anxious. For boys, the consequences of failing might be somewhat bearable, yet for girls, the situation could be dire. Being sold as a servant would be fortunate. While the grim fate of being trafficked into a brothel loomed ominously. Lin Chuan, you have been diligently cultivating lately. To what level have you progressed? Although Qin Lang was aware that any improvement would be minimal, he still gazed at Lin Chuan with a glimmer of hope. 1st level of Qi refining. Lin Chuan replied calmly, shattering the last remnants of hope for Qin Lang and Bu Lianchu. It seems we have little hope this time. Bu Lianchu and I might still have a chance, but Lin Chuan, you possibly. Qin Lang looked at Lin Chuan with regret, feeling guilty for having confidently promised to help him pass only to find himself struggling for survival. Seeing their expressions of remorse, Lin Chuan felt an unexplainable sense of comfort. At least these two truly wished to assist him, treating him as a partner. It's all right. Just do your best. Lin Chuan smiled and thought to himself, well, since you two cannot lead me through, let me guide you instead. Just as despair hung heavily in the air and conversations buzzed, the supervising official standing above spoke once more, drawing everyone's attention. He acknowledged the lowered pass rate for this assessment, but introduced an alternative method for success. Beneath the center of hunting ground number 44 lies a lake of magma, where in the underground lava caves grows a rare herb known as the Crimson Flame Lotus. Should anyone collect 3 or more Crimson Flame Lotuses, they would pass the assessment directly, and the more they gathered, the greater the rewards and cultivation resources post-assessment. Boom. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became exhilarated, their discussions growing louder than before. It seemed that the mention of additional cultivation resources had struck a chord with many. Even Qin Lang, who was nearby, suddenly brightened, as if he had been miraculously rejuvenated. Ha ha ha. I have made up my mind. When the time comes, I shall take you all to gather the Crimson Flame Lotus, and we shall surely pass the assessment. Qin Lang exclaimed excitedly, vigorously shaking the bewildered Bu Lianchu. While Lin Chuan wore a wry smile. What on earth was that lifeless demeanor you just displayed? Lin Chuan lamented helplessly within his heart. Although these exuberant youngsters were brimming with excitement, Lin Chuan, who was already in his 20s, harbored little optimism regarding the task of gathering the Scarlet Flame Lotus. His instincts warned him that this undertaking would prove more challenging than hunting spirit beasts. Furthermore, I must convey another piece of information. 5 days into the assessment, those who had previously passed would be required to enter the examination grounds to collect the Scarlet Flame Lotus, provided their strength had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, this time, the assessment would no longer prohibit bloodshed. The number of individuals who can emerge alive depends entirely on your own fortune. The assessment will commence at noon today, at which point the protective array of the 44th hunting ground will be uniformly activated. You may choose to enter from any direction. However, bear in mind that the subterranean magma lake lies at the heart of the hunting ground, which spans a circular area with a radius of 50 miles. Therefore, regardless of your point of entry, the distance to the center remains a constant 50 miles, a fact that will not alter. A single remark from the supervisor instantly deflated the previously exuberant crowd. Just moments ago, Qin Lang had been brimming with excitement, but now he appeared utterly despondent. Lin Chuan paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the surrounding orphans. Instead, he focused intently on the supervisors who had just concluded their announcements and were now retreating to one side. His eyes narrowed slightly, as an unsettling feeling washed over him, suggesting that this assessment, now altered in its rules, harbored an air of mystery. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan raised his hands and quietly formed a seal upon his chest. White eyes. The violet chakra surged towards his eyes, causing the veins around them to bulge. Lin Chuan activated his Byakugan, casting his gaze upon the departing supervisors. The individuals were engaged in casual conversation, and Lin Chuan's Byakugan immediately revealed the disdain and contempt reflected in their eyes. Moreover, the lip-reading skills he had idly studied during his university days proved invaluable at that moment, as he effortlessly deciphered their unreserved dialogue. Humph. These orphans think our Lin family truly needs them. Even if they pass the assessment, what difference does it make? It is merely a dog of the Lin family. One should not speak in such a manner. Even dogs are sought after with great fervor. As long as one can be a faithful dog, isn't that quite splendid? Ha ha ha. Indeed, since they are dogs, one must possess the awareness of being a good dog. However, how many do you think would venture to gather the Crimson Flame Lotus? The collection of the Crimson Flame Lotus poses little danger, as it has been deliberately cultivated by the Lin family in that location. Our intention to lower the success rate was specifically designed to entice them into gathering the Crimson Flame Lotus. It is likely that many will fall into this trap. Humph. It is indeed true. The Crimson Flame Lotus, when collected, will devour a small fraction of one's spiritual roots upon direct contact. Although the loss is minimal, none of the Lin family's descendants are willing to risk their spiritual essence, which is why these useless hounds are sent to gather it instead. It is said that if one were to envelop their skin with spiritual energy, this predicament could be avoided during collection. You are correct. But this would consequently diminish the quality of the Crimson Flame Lotus, and our family is not so foolish. Moreover, the release of spiritual energy from the body is a feat attainable only during the foundation establishment phase, which explains why the family mandates that all individuals who have not yet reached that stage are required to undergo assessment in that designated area. The family's methods are indeed extraordinary. After all, having raised these hounds for so long, it is only fitting that they put their remaining energy to good use. As the two continued to jest and saunter away, Lin Chuan's expression grew increasingly frigid, dark enough to draw water from it. Observing the more than 300 children around him, an inexplicable wave of sorrow washed over him. Chapter 11. The 44th Hunting Ground. Lin Chuan. What is wrong with your eyes? Are you feeling unwell? Bu Lianshi inquired softly, noticing the prominent veins around Lin Chuan's eyes and the pallor of his face. Concern etched on her features. And no, it's nothing. Lin Chuan replied quietly, retracting his gaze while thoughts raced through his mind. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Even if he comprehended the gravity of what was unfolding, voicing it was out of the question. He had no doubt that should he disclose such matters, the Lin family would swiftly eliminate him, and he lacked the capacity to resist. Such was the cost of weakness. A great figure once proclaimed that being backward meant being beaten. In this instance, being weak bore the same consequence. Lin Chuan was no saint. Despite his sympathy for the orphans around him, he would not jeopardize his own safety. Moreover, he understood that even if he divulged this information, the others lacked the means to fight back. He even believed that many would still choose to gather the Scarlet Flame Red Lotus, fully aware of the risk of having their spiritual roots devoured, as it represented their only chance, a chance to survive, even if it came at the cost of their talents. However, since the Lin family showed no mercy, he could not be blamed for his own lack of righteousness, while other spiritual energy could not leave their bodies during the chi refining stage. His celestial art chakra could indeed manifest externally, enveloping his hands. Thus, the sole purpose of this assessment was clear, to collect the Scarlet Flame Red Lotus. The more he gathered, the fewer children would fall victim to the devouring of their spiritual roots. This, he mused, could be considered a form of redemption. Bu Lianshi. Lin Chuan, once we enter the hunting ground, make sure to stay close behind me. I will protect you. If we encounter any spirit beasts, focus on safeguarding yourselves. Leave the rest to me. I will stand in front of you, ensuring that no harm befalls you. If I cannot withstand the onslaught, then you must flee without concern for me. Understood? I am the strongest among us. My survival should not pose an issue, even if I find myself in peril. Do not worry about me, for if I cannot escape, you two would merely be sacrifices. It is better to leave. Perhaps you might survive. Even if you cannot pass the assessment, living is still a hope. As they made their way to the 44th hunting ground, Qin Lang continuously reiterated the protocols for the examination, his demeanor grave and devoid of the earlier levity, embodying the role of a leader despite being younger than Lin Chuan. Bu Lianshi's face paled in fear at Qin Lang's words, and under his coercive persuasion, she could only nod vigorously, too intimidated to speak. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, silently observed Qin Lang's earnest expression, sensing a light within the boy that evoked a sense of envy. even if he perceived it as a foolish display. Nonetheless, he could not deny that this bright light inadvertently illuminated his soul. Perhaps I shall allow him to play the role of the elder brother for a while. After all, I stand to lose nothing. Once we enter the forest, I shall seize command of the team, Lin Chuan mused with a quiet chuckle in his heart. Even he was unaware that, imperceptibly, he had already come to regard the two individuals beside him as his most essential companions, at least in this world. No one held greater significance than Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. Is this what one refers to as bonds? In his previous life as an orphan, Lin Chuan had once envied the unbreakable bond shared among Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, their mutual affection unwavering. Yet, as he gradually came to possess such a connection himself, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Some things, once acquired, become nearly impossible to relinquish, and that which cannot be relinquished becomes the flaw of a lifetime, irretrievable. Before noon, all had gathered outside the 44th hunting ground, a lush forest adorned with mountains and lakes. From afar, one could observe a bowl-like membrane inverted above this expanse of woodland. It was the protective formation established by the Lin family. Without the Lin family's token, no one could enter. It was said that the entire mountain range belonged to the Lin family, spanning over 1,000 miles. The abundant spiritual energy of this mountain range was precisely why it was claimed by the Lin family, leaving no opportunity for others to cultivate here. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was several times greater than that of the outside world, making cultivation remarkably efficient. Surrounding individuals chattered animatedly, all marveling at the might of the Lin family, a true symbol of power and dominance. Let us explore another area. It is too crowded here. And given that this assessment does not prohibit slaughter, we should seek a less populated place to enter, Qin Lang remarked, glancing around before pulling Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi to the side. Not only the trio, but others also dispersed, circling around the protective formation of the hunting ground to find an unoccupied entry point. As they progressed, Lin Chuan curiously observed the formation enveloping the 44th trial ground. With his Byakugan activated, he could distinctly perceive the intricate pathways of spiritual energy coursing within the formation, reminiscent of the barriers seen in Naruto. This spot seems suitable. Shall we wait here to enter? After walking for about half an hour, Qin Lang noted the absence of others and suggested to Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi. Bu Lianshi, after surveying the surroundings and confirming the lack of people, nodded in agreement. However, Lin Chuan remained unresponsive, his back turned to them as if gazing into the distance, when in fact he was forming seals to activate his Byakugan. With the activation of his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged, rendering everything within a kilometer crystal clear, devoid of any blind spots. 1, 2, 3. Lin Chuan quietly counted in his heart, as those concealed figures invisible to the naked eye became exposed under his Byakugan. After 10 breaths, he retracted his Byakugan, discovering a total of 12 individuals lurking in the vicinity, divided into 4 groups. The scene was far from the calm and safety it appeared on the surface. Humph. A few have been tailing us since we left. Do they truly think I wouldn't notice? If it weren't for my current reluctance to engage, I would have already dealt with them. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. It was evident, without a doubt, that these individuals trailed them with malicious intent, likely seeking to exploit their group's apparent weakness for robbery or worse. I sense an unfavorable atmosphere here. The feng shui is quite poor. Let us find another place. Lin Chuan casually fabricated an excuse, firmly pulling both Master Bu Yin and Qin Lang away from the location. Qin Lang, feeling a surge of frustration, pondered the absurdity of the notion of poor feng shui. Yet he refrained from contesting Lin Chuan's decision. The trio set forth once more, venturing deeper into the forest. Chapter 12. The abilities of Bu Lianshi. After walking for another half an hour, the trio came to a halt. They had already traveled a sufficient distance, and their stamina was beginning to wane. Continuing any further would deplete their energy excessively, adversely affecting their performance in the hunting grounds. Throughout their journey, Lin Chuan occasionally activated his Byakugan to survey their surroundings. Among the 4 groups that had initially pursued them, 3 had gradually abandoned the chase. However, one group remained tenaciously in pursuit. Lin Chuan had grown weary of attempting to shake off this group. He had afforded them countless opportunities to retreat. Since they were determined to persist in their folly, he would no longer show them mercy. Should they exhibit any hostile intent upon entering the hunting grounds, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Lin Chuan's philosophy was straightforward. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if one does harm me, I will eradicate them without hesitation. This seems like a suitable spot, Qin Lang remarked, slightly out of breath. Once we enter the forest, we must remain vigilant. I suspect the threats we face will not only stem from the spirit beast within the hunting grounds, but also from rival groups. Lin Chuan glanced up at the sky. Noon was fast approaching. Soon, the protective formation of the 44th hunting ground would be deactivated, granting them a brief window of 15 minutes to enter. Failing to do so would be deemed a forfeiture, resulting in their expulsion from the Lin family. I have a bit of a concern. Byakugan shyly cast a glance at Lin Chuan and Qin Lang, her eyes flickering as if unsure whether to voice her thoughts. What is it? Please, feel free to speak openly, Qin Lang urged, puzzled. Lin Chuan, intrigued, turned his attention to Byakugan, eager to hear what this ordinarily reticent girl was about to reveal. I sense that we are being followed, and they have tracked us from the initial gathering point all the way to here. I'm uncertain if my perception is accurate, Byakugan whispered softly. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan was taken aback. He had been aware all along that they were being followed, having discerned the presence of several individuals through his Byakugan. However, it was curious that Byakugan, lacking such an ability, had also sensed their pursuers. Surely not. We have traveled quite a distance, and I have seen no signs of anyone trailing us, Qin Lang replied cautiously, scanning the area. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking that if he were as oblivious as Qin Lang, he would have met his demise long ago. He then turned to Byakugan and asked, "How did you come to this realization? Can you pinpoint their location accurately?" "I'm not entirely sure. It's more of an instinct. As for their location, it seems to be in that direction." Byakugan pointed delicately with her slender finger, indicating the very direction Lin Chuan had observed through his Byakugan. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that Byakugan possessed some innate perceptive ability, one that perhaps she herself was unaware of. It seemed she had a talent for sensing the flow of spiritual energy, reminiscent of the way Vortex Xianglin perceived chakra flow. He resolved to see if he could help her develop this ability further, for it could yield unexpected results, regardless of whether Byakugan's feelings are accurate. "We shall exercise caution." After pondering for a while, Qin Lang remarked, aware of his own insensitivity and the palpable danger, he resolved to adopt a more prudent approach. As time elapsed, the trio had just regained a semblance of vitality when the protective array of the 44th hunting ground abruptly deactivated, exposing the entire area to their view. A wave of humid air from the primordial forest enveloped them, accompanied by a rich infusion of spiritual energy. Wow, the spiritual energy here is twice as dense as outside. If I could cultivate here continuously, my advancement would accelerate significantly, Qin Lang exclaimed with delight. "If I were you, I would not wish to cultivate here," Lin Chuan began, but was swiftly interrupted by Byakugan. "This place is perilous. There are terrifying entities lurking." A trace of fear graced Byakugan's countenance as her eyes darted around anxiously, her body trembling slightly. "This girl is indeed extraordinary," Lin Chuan mused, then gently tousled Byakugan's hair, whispering, "Do not fear. We are here for you." It was uncertain whether Lin Chuan and Qin Lang's presence truly provided Byakugan with solace, or if Lin Chuan's gentle gesture had a calming effect. But her rapid breaths gradually subsided, and her trembling form steadied. She sensed a reassuring aura emanating from Lin Chuan, especially as she beheld his serene expression, with his wide eyes lowered and a smile gracing his lips. This inexplicable sense of security was something she had not felt in a long time. A comfort that even Qin Lang, a master at the third level of qi refinement, could not provide. In the next moment, Lin Chuan swiftly formed seals with his hands before his chest, and as he completed the formation, the veins around his eyes bulged prominently. Byakugan, in an instant, he perceived everything within a kilometer radius, leaving no blind spots. His 360-degree vision functioned like a three-dimensional scanner, capturing even the minutest details. Subsequently, Lin Chuan began to refine the chakra within him, channeling the spiritual energy from his dantian to blend with the refined chakra, gradually commencing the production of Senjutsu chakra. Qin Lang and Byakugan observed Lin Chuan with curiosity. They had witnessed him form seals multiple times before. To them, the intricate and peculiar hand signs were entirely unfamiliar. And each time he completed the seals, the veins around his eyes would swell, appearing both eerie and somewhat menacing. Is he truly courting death? Lin Chuan scoffed inwardly. The moment his Byakugan activated, he spotted 3 individuals lurking within a thicket 10 meters away, and upon seeing the throwing knives readied in their hands, his expression darkened. Are they planning to eliminate Byakugan first? Then they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness. In the next instant, having completed the refinement of his Senjutsu chakra, Lin Chuan extended his hands, and the chakra surged forth with a sizzling sound. In a moment before anyone could react, Lin Chuan's body flickered and appeared at the edge of the thicket, moving with unimaginable speed. Senjutsu, Gentle Fist. With lightning speed, Lin Chuan's hand struck out, sending the three pursuers hurtling through the air amidst their astonished and disbelieving expressions. He swiftly moved his feet, relentlessly pursuing the airborne bodies with a series of gentle yet powerful punches. The meridians within the three individuals became vividly discernible beneath Lin Chuan's Byakugan gaze, allowing him to precisely infuse chakra into their bodies, inflicting tremendous damage upon their meridian systems and internal organs. Moreover, the chakra he unleashed at that moment was not ordinary chakra, but rather Senjutsu chakra, which amplified the potency of Lin Chuan's gentle fist technique several-fold. Chapter 13. The panic induced by the corpse as the three individuals plummeted to the ground. Lin Chuan unleashed a flurry of blows upon each of them, delivering no less than a dozen strikes. In the instant they hit the earth, they coughed up blood, their injury severe enough to bring them to the brink of death. Yet, strangely, their bodies bore not a single mark of injury. Meanwhile, Qin Lang stood with his mouth agape, utterly bewildered as he witnessed Lin Chuan effortlessly incapacitate three practitioners at the third level of qi refinement. Bu Lianshi, on the other hand, appeared either stunned into silence or simply unable to process the scene, standing there in a daze, her enchanting eyes fixed unwaveringly on Lin Chuan. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chuan retracted his fist and stood tall, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the effectiveness of his assault. Had it not been for the poor condition of his current body, the power of his gentle fist technique would have been even greater. Nevertheless, considering he had only half a month to recover, achieving such results was commendable. The three fallen individuals gasped in utter terror, their eyes wide as they beheld Lin Chuan's striking appearance, white hair and white pupils reminiscent of a demon. They were acutely aware that their bodies bore no external wounds, yet their internal organs were mostly shattered, and their meridians completely severed, leaving them incapable of circulating any spiritual energy. This bizarre technique, which targeted both meridians and internal organs, was something they had never witnessed before, and it would sadly be the last they would ever see of it. In a swift motion, Lin Chuan appeared beside the trio, his white eyes gradually shifting to a celestial blue, his rebirth eye. The next moment, he gently placed a hand on one of them, and immediately, blue energy surged from his hand into the individual's body. After a moment, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and closed his rebirth eye, collecting what he could from the three before turning to leave. Indeed, the absorbed chakra could not be stored. It could only be utilized immediately for offense or healing, or else it would dissipate. This was consistent with the ephemeral nature of chakra, implying that once refined, if not employed, it would vanish within approximately a second. Lin Chuan mused. In the original narrative of Naruto, the fourth Raikage's lightning armor was achieved by continuously channeling lightning chakra to the surface of the body, which also consumed chakra in the process. Similarly, the wielder of the rebirth eye, Otsutsuki Kaguya, would instantly use the chakra she extracted or allow it to erupt, indicating that chakra cannot be stored. Lin Chuan merely sought to experiment with the chakra of the cultivation world and its differences from that in the original tale, and it appeared to be the same. The power of the rebirth eye was formidable. However, the applications available to him were quite limited. The 6 abilities he could currently access included manipulating puppets, controlling others' minds, spatial manipulation, summoning stone statues, gravitational repulsion, and the rebirth eye chakra mode, along with the ability to extract chakra from others. At present, he could only utilize the extraction of chakra, and even that was a diluted version. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chuan chose to disregard the fate of the three sprawled on the ground. He returned to Qin Lang, helping him close his gaping mouth and affectionately ruffle Bu Lianshi's hair, freeing both of them from their state of paralysis. Lin Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Qin Lang finally returned to his normal state, gazing at Lin Chuan with eyes filled with admiration, tinged with a hint of astonishment. For Lin Chuan's prowess had surpassed his understanding. Bu Lianshi stared blankly at Lin Chuan, lost in thought, her eyes trembling uncontrollably, revealing the depth of her shock. Let us depart. A battle has transpired here, and we must swiftly relocate. Otherwise, we might attract some spirit beasts, which would be troublesome, Lin Chuan urged, pulling the 2 stunned 8-year-olds along, maintaining his signature nonchalance as they hastily made their way to a safer location. Not long after their departure, 3 figures leaped to the scene of the 3 corpses. Among them were 2 children, around 8 years old, at the 3rd level of qi refinement, while the other, approximately 9, possessed slightly greater strength, having reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Are we really about to commence mutual slaughter? Isn't it a tad premature? One remarked. Some had entered without any medicinal supplies or provisions, intending to prey on the weak. For them, robbing and killing not only secured essential resources but also diminished competition. What could be more advantageous? Another chimed in, rummaging through the corpses on the ground and confirming the absence of any food or supplies, just as he had stated. See, I told you so. He bragged to the one in front. Wait. The 9-year-old suddenly changed expression, crouching down to inspect the 3 bodies more closely. The other 2 looked on in bewilderment as their leader began to strip the corpses, unsure of what to make of it. Have you not noticed something amiss? The 9-year-old inquired gravely. What could possibly be wrong? The 2 replied, their expressions perplexed as they observed the 3 naked corpses, though they sensed something was off. They felt their leader's curiosity was even more unsettling. There are no wounds on their bodies, the young boy stated solemnly. Could it be poison, or perhaps a hidden weapon? The others, puzzled, crouched down to examine the peculiarities of the corpses. Soon, their faces turned pale with horror as they beheld the 3 bodies, retreating in disbelief. Their internal organs and meridians were utterly shattered. Who could have done this? Why did they bear not a single mark of injury? This is terrifying. Moreover, these 3 were all at the 3rd level of chi refinement, yet they had met such a tragic end here. If it was indeed the work of a single individual capable of employing such a bizarre technique, then that person's strength. The 9-year-old's expression darkened considerably, utterly unprepared for the existence of such a strange ability that could directly assault meridians and internal organs without inflicting any external harm. In an instant, he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, for even he had no confidence in countering such an attack. Without further ado, he seized his 2 companions, channeling his spirit energy as they hastily fled from this terrifying locale. In this assessment, what manner of monsters could possibly be participating? The young man swallowed hard, murmuring to himself as his pupils slightly constricted. It is worth noting that in previous evaluations, a single practitioner at the 3rd level of chi refinement was sufficient to lead a group through the trials. However, this time, a 3rd level chi refinement practitioner seemed as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished. In the distance, approximately a kilometer away, Lin Chuan and Qin Lang were resting on a large tree. Lin Chuan's keen eyes had just witnessed everything that transpired around the 3 corpses. Not a single word spoken by them had escaped his notice. Quite astute indeed, he mused. Merely 3 corpses, and they managed to uncover so much information. It appears that one must remember to erase all traces of the dead. Lin Chuan gently closed his eyes, whispering to himself. Chapter 14. Bloodline Limit. When Lin Chuan opened his eyes once more, his irises had transformed from their original white to a celestial blue, shimmering faintly with silver, a manifestation of the Rinnegan. Unlike the visible veins that typically accompany such a transformation, an immense surge of Senjutsu chakra flowed into his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Chuan noted an expanded field of vision, now stretching up to 2 kilometers. After a thorough inspection, he discerned no immediate threats and gradually closed his eyes again. Upon reopening them, his gaze returned to the ordinary form of the Byakugan. He turned to face Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi, who still appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to fathom how Lin Chuan, once considered the weakest in their ranks, had rapidly ascended to a level of power that left them in awe. Without elaborating further, Lin Chuan instructed them, "Stay here and do not wander off. I have assessed the area and found no danger. I must attend to some matters but shall return shortly." "Oh, understood. Please be cautious." Qin Lang snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement. Bu Lianchi inclined her head slightly toward Lin Chuan, her curiosity piqued by his assertion of having already surveyed the surroundings. What did he mean by that? Could he truly perceive the dangers lurking nearby? With a swift leap, Lin Chuan descended from the towering tree and made his way toward the 3 corpses. After some contemplation, he concluded that the remnants of those bodies held too many secrets, particularly the shocking damage inflicted by the gentle fist technique. It was imperative to eliminate any evidence. Incinerating the remains was the most prudent course of action. Before long, Lin Chuan stood beside the lifeless forms and set them ablaze, ensuring that no trace remained before departing with a sense of relief. As for the 3 individuals who had previously discovered the bodies, they would have to devise a plan at a later time. Upon returning to the tree, Lin Chuan took a brief respite before continuing on his journey with the 2 companions. "Lin Chuan, I had no idea you were so formidable. I always assumed you were inept. With your abilities, this assessment will surely pose no challenge. Ha ha ha. By the way, I thought you were only at the 1st level of chi refinement. In my perception, your spiritual energy fluctuations do indeed suggest you are at that level. How then do you possess such strength?" Speaking of this assessment, I had hoped to take the lead as the elder brother, but given your prowess, it seems more fitting for you to assume that role. Qin Lang finally emerged from his stupor, and his bewilderment gave way to an incessant stream of inquiries. Lin Chuan now understood why this fellow had previously been so reticent. It was not only due to their unfamiliarity, but also because he felt compelled to assume the responsibility of protecting his teammates, focusing entirely on how to succeed in the assessment. However, upon witnessing Lin Chuan's formidable strength, Qin Lang cast aside his concerns about the evaluation, believing that the bond forged through their recent ordeal had made them blood brothers, leading to a candid exchange of thoughts. Coupled with his naturally affable disposition, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of regret for having initially displayed such overwhelming dominance. Even the teacher Bu Lian could not endure his incessant chatter, turning away with a look of exasperation and deliberately distancing herself from Qin Lang, as well as from Lin Chuan. For since the onset of their interaction, Qin Lang had been almost glued to Lin Chuan, never leaving his side. By the way, what style of boxing do you practice? It appears so soft and feeble. Yet its strikes are remarkably powerful, capable of incapacitating 3 practitioners at the 3rd level of Qi refinement in an instant. Could you possibly teach me? I swear I will keep it a secret. Qin Lang implored with an expression of earnest hope. My boxing style is called soft fist, and it necessitates a specific bloodline limit to complement it, which you cannot learn. Lin Chuan replied with a hint of resignation. Bloodline limit? What is that? Qin Lang inquired with curiosity, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Teacher Bu Lian, too, cast a curious glance over, exhibiting considerable interest in Lin Chuan's soft fist. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan decided there was no need for secrecy. The capability of the Byakugan would eventually be discovered by Qin Lang and teacher Bu Lian. Rather than allowing them to speculate later, he resolved to confide in them now. This would not only gain their trust but also safeguard his more significant secrets, such as the rebirth eye and other critical abilities, as the Byakugan was merely a facade for Lin Chuan's true trump cards. Finding a suitable spot to rest, he began to explain the concept of bloodline limits to the two. In essence, a bloodline limit is an ability inherited through genetics. For instance, you have noticed that my eyes differ from others, yet you remain unaware that their capabilities are also distinct. What makes them different? Qin Lang, having suspected something unusual about Lin Chuan's eyes, gazed at the striking white orbs with heightened curiosity. In summary, I possess 3 abilities: the inside eye, the long-range eye, and the X-ray eye. My eyes are known as the Byakugan, granting me a 360-degree field of vision. I can perceive the flow of spiritual energy around me and see objects a kilometer away. This means that within a kilometer, I can observe any location in its entirety, without blind spots, as long as I wish to. Upon concluding his explanation, Lin Chuan was met with the astonished expressions of both individuals, a subtle smile playing on his lips. That's incredible! Qin Lang was at a loss for words to adequately express his astonishment. However, in the next moment, the previously odd teacher Bu Lian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her lovely face flushed with 2 rosy hues as she abruptly turned and fled behind a large tree. Qin Lang, caught between discontent and anticipation, glared at Lin Chuan with a mix of indignation and envy, muttering under his breath, "What a scoundrel! A lecher! Goodness! I accidentally revealed the X-ray aspect in my moment of pride. While it's understandable for teacher Bu Lian to call me a lecher out of embarrassment, what does it mean for a grown man to label me as such?" Lin Chuan lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. Just as he intended to clarify his innocent intentions and assure them that he was not lewdly peeping, teacher Bu Lian emerged from behind the tree, her head bowed low and silent, taking her seat beside Lin Chuan once more, resigned to the situation. Within a kilometer, one can be seen regardless of where one attempts to hide. It is futile unless you were to venture beyond that distance alone. Moreover, if someone were truly inclined to observe, they would have done so long ago. Concealing oneself is utterly pointless. The turmoil within Bu Lianshi was nearly overwhelming. What? Upon witnessing Bu Lianshi's expression, Lin Chuan could surmise the circumstances, silently lamenting, "I truly have not laid eyes upon it. I harbor no interest in young girls, I swear." Yet, such matters are indeed beyond explanation. The more one attempts to clarify, the more convoluted it becomes, so he opted for silence instead. Let us proceed to discuss the topic of bloodline limits. Due to my Byakugan, I possess the ability to perceive the chakra pathways within an opponent's body. Therefore, when employing gentle fist techniques, I can directly infuse my spiritual energy into their interior, targeting their unprotected organs and chakra pathways, which is why the impact is so formidable. Lin Chuan earnestly elucidated. Unfortunately, his earlier remarks had utterly shattered the noble image he once held in the eyes of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. This dashing young man with white hair had transformed into a lecherous voyeur. Chapter 15. Founding members of the Dawn Organization in the ensuing moments. Lin Chuan lethargically guided Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi through the 44th hunting ground. His lack of energy stemmed from the peculiar glances cast upon him by the two companions, an unsettling gaze that drove him to the brink of exasperation. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to alter their perceptions. Particularly, when Lin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at his surroundings, their expressions were nothing short of theatrical. Bu Lianshi, filled with indignation, turned away while hunching her shoulders, and Qin Lang shot Lin Chuan a look of seething resentment, wishing fervently for a pair of his own white eyes. His dissatisfaction with Lin Chuan's solitary indulgence was palpable. "Be cautious, something approaches," Lin Chuan warned, his wide eyes narrowing as he detected an azure shadow wolf 300 meters ahead. A creature of the third tier of the Qi refinement stage that seemed to have caught wind of their presence and was advancing towards them. Upon hearing of the impending beast, both Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang momentarily set aside their thoughts of Lin Chuan's lecherous tendencies, their expressions shifting to one of grave seriousness as they focused on the direction of the azure shadow wolf. Lin Chuan had previously discussed with them that he would refrain from intervening with any spirit beasts below the third tier of the Qi refinement stage. This decision was not born from laziness, but rather from the belief that a team reliant on a single individual would never cultivate its strength, especially with Lin Chuan's formidable presence, capable of deflecting all threats. His involvement would only serve to weaken his two companions, relegating them to a state of dependency. It was more prudent to reserve Lin Chuan's formidable prowess as a last resort, allowing Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi to engage freely in battle, thereby enhancing their individual capabilities. This was the cornerstone of a team's sustainable growth. Furthermore, since Lin Chuan had already recognized the potential in both of them, he would not allow their abilities to lag significantly behind his own. Having once traversed the world alone, Lin Chuan understood better than anyone the importance of cultivating a circle of allies, especially in a ruthless realm governed by strength, where one could easily be devoured whole. The harshness of this world was far more terrifying than his previous life, while wielding formidable power. It was equally crucial not to let those important to him fall too far behind, for even Lin Chuan could not perpetually shield Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Most importantly, they were destined to be founding members of his envisioned Dawn organization. It was inconceivable to allow them to remain comfortably sheltered behind him. As Lin Chuan observed the retreating figures of his companions, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. The azure shadow wolf, standing over a meter tall, drew closer, its blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the two diminutive figures before it, its breath coming in heavy huffs, a nauseating stench wafting towards them. Facing such a spirit beast for the first time, while Qin Lang felt no fear, tension was etched across his features. Beside him, Bu Lianshi's face turned ashen, her clenched fist trembling slightly, beads of anxious sweat trickling down her cheeks. "I am sorry, but the cruelty of this world cannot be shielded from you. What must be faced cannot be avoided, and you both must grow swiftly," Lin Chuan thought, his heart aching for them. Yet he resolutely allowed them to confront the challenge ahead. "Ah!" Qin Lang shouted, channeling his energy as he charged towards the azure shadow wolf, his right fist raised and poised to strike. Bu Lianshi was startled by Qin Lang's sudden shout, yet she promptly regained her composure and charged forward with determination. The three figures swiftly engaged in combat, fists and claws flying, sharp teeth and limbs colliding, leaving only fleeting shadows shimmering in the air. During the Qi refinement stage, cultivators cannot release their spiritual energy externally. They must convert the cultivated Qi into their own spiritual power, channeling it through their meridians to enhance their physical prowess. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can spiritual energy unleash formidable might, allowing for the casting of spells to attack adversaries. At that juncture, the strengths of various spiritual roots will manifest. In the current predicament, however, they were relegated to hand-to-hand combat. The Qingying wolf, while of average strength among spirit beasts and lacking any extraordinary ancient divine bloodline, possessed remarkable speed, coupled with the innate combat prowess of spirit beasts. It maintained a dominant offensive against Qin Lang, who was also at the third level of Qi refinement. Were it not for Bu Lianshi, a second-level Qi refinement practitioner assisting him, Qin Lang would have surely been overwhelmed. Even in this 2-on-1 scenario, the pair found themselves struggling, sustaining injuries in a brief span. While the Qingying wolf remained lively and seemingly unaffected by pressure, Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation, reflecting that children who have never experienced battle often remain feeble, even if endowed with sufficient strength that they do not know how to wield. Their overly kind natures, while a virtue, also proved a weakness. However, this was not a grave concern. Through continuous trials, they would inevitably grow stronger. Lin Chuan, having been bullied in his previous life, became formidable through repeated skirmishes, and his understanding of the world of Naruto contributed to his current prowess. As time passed, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi grew more accustomed to the fight, and their waning fear allowed them to initiate measured counterattacks, leveling the playing field. Observing this, Lin Chuan felt reassured. He activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings, ensuring no threats loomed nearby before refocusing on himself, though his current strength was considerable. With the Byakugan mitigating numerous risks and his gentle fist capable of overwhelming cultivators below the 6th level of Chi refinement, encountering a 7th level practitioner could pose significant trouble. His speed would falter against such opponents. Even with the Byakugan's foresight, effective defense would be challenging, let alone launching a counterattack with gentle fist. At that moment, despite the absence of formidable adversaries in the 44th hunting ground, Lin Chuan remained vigilant. He recalled that in the final 2 days, those who had passed assessments but had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage would enter this arena. If Lin Chuan wished to avoid mere evasion, he would need to devise a means to enhance his strength in the days to come. The techniques of ninjutsu have become largely ineffective, primarily due to an insufficient reservoir of chakra. Even the sage arts, which incorporate natural energy, fall short in this regard. The lower-tier transformation techniques and illusions hold little significance in this world, lacking both offensive capability and utility. Furthermore, practitioners, due to their meditative practices, cultivate their souls alongside their skills. Consequently, such rudimentary ninjutsu can be easily discerned and, while they may serve as a minor deception on occasion, relying on them for triumph in battle proves exceedingly difficult. The body replacement technique, however, remains a viable option. It can be a lifesaver in critical moments. Yet when faced with formidable opponents, one is still destined to endure defeat, Lin Chuan mused. Chapter 16. The Bone Pulse. As for illusions, the tragedy deepens. The cultivation of the soul in the realm of spiritual practice is simply incomparable to that in the world of Naruto. By the time one reaches the Yuanying stage, the soul can even separate from the body, rendering ordinary illusions utterly ineffective, serving only to frighten the uninitiated. Unless one wields Jinjutsu of the caliber of Tsukuyumi, it is futile to think such techniques could affect cultivators above the Yuanying level. As for other forbidden techniques, sealing arts, and curse seals, those are even less plausible. Without sufficient chakra and mastery over its control, all such aspirations are mere fantasies. The methods I can conceive to enhance my strength are twofold. One is to cultivate spiritual energy to elevate my chi refinement stage, and the other is to find ways to boost my physical stamina, thereby increasing my chakra reserves. These two pursuits can be undertaken concurrently, and I have been diligently practicing. Though this endeavor cannot be rushed, it must be approached gradually and methodically. Lin Chuan pondered in frustration. Indeed, his rate of cultivation was already impressively swift. With a top-tier spiritual root, he stood as one of the most prodigious talents in this world, unparalleled in his speed of advancement. This is evident from the fact that he attained the first layer of chi refinement in merely 5 days. Others typically require months, and those of lesser talent even longer. At this moment, I yearn fervently for the power of the bloodline limit, Lin Chuan lamented. Although endowed with various ocular techniques, it is lamentably awkward that he lacks the means to wield them. Furthermore, due to his inability to fully absorb the fruit of the divine tree, he finds himself unable to utilize many of the abilities possessed by Kaguya Otsutsuki from Naruto, even in their weakened forms. The only hope I cling to is the bone pulse of the bloodline limit. I wonder when it will finally manifest. The Kaguya clan, from both its name and appearance, is undeniably linked to the progenitor of chakra, Kaguya Otsutsuki, and it is almost certain that their bloodline traces back to her. Moreover, it is evident that Kaguya Otsutsuki's Shinjutsu, bone manipulation, and the bone pulse are fundamentally the same ability, although their magnitudes differ vastly. It is beyond doubt that the pinnacle of the bone pulse's evolution culminates in Shinjutsu, bone manipulation. What Lin Chuan can ascertain is that as his body continually strengthens and he absorbs the power of the fruit of the divine tree, the abilities he acquires will multiply, potentially culminating in the possession of all bloodline limits and their ultimate forms. Yet, this aspiration remains a distant horizon. Conversely, the bone pulse offers a more immediate prospect. Since the Byakugan can be directly inherited, It stands to reason that this bloodline limit, directly descended from Kaguya Otsutsuki, should also manifest sooner. While it may not emerge with the immediacy of the Byakugan, Lin Chuan anticipates that this moment will not be far off. Sighing, he mused that aside from seeking ways to expedite his cultivation, accelerating the absorption of the fruit of the divine tree is also of urgent importance. Fortunately, having come to these realizations has provided Lin Chuan with a clear direction for his efforts, sparing him the aimless floundering of a headless fly. During this period of Lin Chuan's musings, the battle between Qin Lang and the Azure Shadow Wolf reached its conclusion. After sustaining numerous injuries, the two ultimately succeeded in slaying the wolf and retrieving its inner core. Observing the duo, marred with wounds and blood, yet unmistakably brimming with excitement, Lin Chuan could not help but smile. Well done. Indeed, our strength is quite formidable, though it pales slightly in comparison to yours. However, this is of little consequence. One day, I shall surpass you, Qin Lang declared with a hearty laugh. Bu Lianshi smiled gently, feeling a sense of joy in her perseverance. Yet, Qin Lang's subsequent mutter sent a chill through both Lin Chuan and Bu Lianshi. How could someone as impressive as myself lose to a person endowed with the skills of a lecher? I must surpass him and seize that disdainful gaze. Qin Lang was initially speaking to himself, but his naturally loud voice, combined with their proximity, left no chance for his words to escape the ears of the two. Bang! In a state of shock, Qin Lang was sent flying by a kick from Lin Chuan, while Bu Lianshi's face turned crimson. Her gaze towards Lin Chuan revealed an odd expression, as if the originally handsome boy with white hair and white eyes had transformed entirely. The silver gleam in his eyes appeared decidedly lascivious. Yes, indeed lascivious. Feeling Bu Lianshi's unusual gaze, Lin Chuan was at a loss, wishing to weep without tears. Dear girl, I assure you, I have no interest in young girls, truly. While I may entertain some thoughts about nurturing plans, I am but 9 years old, physically 9. Psychologically? Well, there is not much I could do about it. Is there not? Lin Chuan silently lamented for a long while, ultimately saying nothing. Kicking a few times to return to the aggrieved Qin Lang, as the trio resumed their journey towards the center of the 44th hunting ground. The testing grounds were vast, encompassing an area of 50 miles, a considerable expanse. With over 300 participants divided into more than 100 groups, encounters were rare. As for the two teams they had previously met, one could only ponder whether they were fortunate or unfortunate. In any case, for a considerable period thereafter, the trio did not encounter any other groups. However, Lin Chuan, utilizing his Byakugan, spotted several individuals from afar and chose to circumvent them. After all, they were all orphans, struggling to survive. He was no bloodthirsty maniac seeking to slay others for sport, reminiscent of Gaara's style during the Chunin exams. As for spiritual beasts, under Lin Chuan's keen sight, they managed to locate one every hour or so, not for the sake of acquiring their inner cores, but rather to hone the combat abilities of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. After numerous battles, their improvements were evident, and they no longer found themselves at a disadvantage against similarly ranked spiritual beasts. By the end of the day, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were utterly exhausted, while Lin Chuan remained vibrant and energetic. The task of locating spiritual beasts had fallen to him, and all the beasts he found were merely at the third level of the Qi refinement stage, deliberately avoiding stronger ones to prevent self-harm. Thus, on their first day in this realm, apart from the initial skirmish, Lin Chuan spent his time observing, contemplating, and practicing, as leisurely as if strolling through his own garden, quite the contrast to the other groups, who navigated the hunting ground with trepidation. Lin Chuan's group was indeed far better off. As dusk descended, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi found themselves sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. The responsibility of procuring sustenance naturally fell to Lin Chuan. Although he had been an orphan in his previous life and often cooked for himself, his culinary repertoire was limited to a single dish, instant noodles, which he had managed to prepare in an array of variations throughout the month. Unfortunately, at this moment, the necessary ingredients were absent, prompting Lin Chuan to lament the age-old adage that even the most skilled cook cannot create a meal without rice. Thus, under the reproachful gazes of the other two, he hastily concocted a meager meal that barely satiated their hunger. Very well, you two rest easy. I shall take on the night watch, Lin Chuan declared generously. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi looked at him with tears in their eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It seemed that the ability to roll their eyes in exasperation was indeed a boon, as they no longer needed to worry about their safety throughout the night. As for any thoughts of prying or peeking, they were devoid of the energy to contemplate such matters. If they wished to observe, they could do so at their leisure. Chapter 17. The training ground for hunting the night passed in silence. Lin Chuan diligently performed the duties of a sentinel, surpassing all others in his vigilance. Every half hour, he activated his reincarnation eye, surveying the surroundings with the utmost clarity. His calculations were meticulous. For a child under 10 years old, even with the enhancement of cultivation, it would take over half an hour to traverse 2 kilometers, assuming they knew his location and headed straight toward him. Moreover, the speed within the forest could not be compared to that on a flat road. Thus, half an hour was ample time for Lin Chuan to detect any approaching presence. As for spiritual beasts, the trio had already scouted the area while selecting their resting campsite, confirming the absence of any signs of activity, rendering the vicinity relatively safe. Not a single trace of spiritual beast could escape Lin Chuan's keen observation. When dawn broke the following morning, Lin Chuan roused his 2 companions, who had succumbed to a deep slumber. Despite Qin Lang and Bu Lianchu's bodies aching from fatigue, they followed Lin Chuan once more into the depths of the hunting ground, bracing themselves for a new day of arduous battles. In contrast to their initial entry into the forest, Lin Chuan was acutely aware of the lurking dangers. The spiritual beasts that previously required deliberate searching with his Byakugan were now easily visible with a mere glance. Within a kilometer radius, several could be spotted. Let us proceed. Our objective today is 30 spiritual beasts at the 3rd layer of Qi refining, Lin Chuan declared as he led the way. Qin Lang and Bu Lianchu exchanged anxious glances, cold sweat trickling down their delicate faces. They understood all too well the terror encapsulated in Lin Chuan's goal of 30 spiritual beasts. It was evident that this figure demanded their joint effort, while Lin Chuan would remain uninvolved. After having labored exhaustively the previous day to slay merely a dozen beasts, the target had now doubled. Lin Chuan, don't you think our target is a bit excessive? It feels rather ambitious. Qin Lang lamented, his brow furrowed in distress. Bu Lianchu nodded vigorously in agreement, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the task ahead. While other groups might fret over the scarcity of suitable spiritual beasts to hunt, theirs had no such worries. Whatever type of spiritual beast they desired, Lin Chuan would procure it in an instant. Be it male or female, they could choose at will. I think it's quite manageable. Perhaps we could aim for spiritual beasts at the 4th layer of Qi refining instead? That way, you would only need to kill 5. Lin Chuan suggested nonchalantly, continuing to scan the area with his Byakugan. Let us stick with 30 spiritual beasts at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Qin Lang quickly replied, anxious that Lin Chuan might suggest they hunt the 5th layer instead. Very well then, let us proceed. I have already identified 6 targets for you. Now you must strive diligently. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. Haha. Lin Chuan chuckled as he led 2 disheartened young children in a specific direction, where a spirit beast awaited their impending slaughter. Although Qin Lang and Bu Lian were vocally reluctant, they understood in their hearts that Lin Chuan was entirely doing this for their benefit. Opportunities for such practice were nearly unattainable in the outside world. With an abundance of spirit beasts to hone their combat skills and a formidable guardian by their side, they were experiencing a level of training typically reserved for the core disciples of prestigious families, yet Lin Chuan provided them all this and more. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor and the suspicion of his own laziness, this opportunity was exceedingly rare for them. Lin Chuan offered them everything that noble offspring would possess, pointing out their shortcomings in combat techniques and providing them with the most suitable training. As time flowed inexorably during their battles, Lin Chuan primarily focused on observing the combat between Qin Lang and Bu Lian, occasionally activating his Byakugan to survey the surrounding environment and seek out suitable spirit beasts. How delightful it would be if he had a bag of sunflower seeds. Lin Chuan mused, envisioning a harmonious and meaningful life spent enjoying a show while munching on seeds. Of course, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The Xianhuang juice circulated continuously within his meridians, drawing natural energy from the environment through various acupoints, perpetually surging into his body, converging in the dantian. Although the effects appeared subtle, Lin Chuan was aware that his speed had already surpassed that of many others. The abundant spiritual energy in this hunting ground was far superior to that outside, allowing for a more effective cultivation pace than within the confines of his home. He certainly would not squander this time. By noon, Qin Lang and Bu Lian had completed more than half of their hunting tasks, a speed that astonished even themselves. Unbeknownst to them, they had grown significantly. The spirit beasts that had posed a considerable challenge the day before were now easily dispatched by their combined efforts. Lin Chuan thought to himself that both of their talents were quite remarkable. He had observed their cultivation sessions and noted that the rate at which they absorbed spiritual energy was significantly faster than that of ordinary individuals. While they might not reach his level, they were undoubtedly close. They should possess at least heavenly roots. He wondered why the Lin family had not recognized their potential or if they had intentionally concealed something. These two children were certainly not ordinary, lying beneath the sun-dappled shade. Lin Chuan turned his head to watch the two figures engaged in battle. It felt like a coincidence that they were grouped together, and recalling Lin Chuan's previous identity, he suspected there were many matters he was unaware of. Originally, Lin Chuan intended to feign a poor lunch again, but Qin Lang resolutely resisted. Unwilling to consume any more of Lin Chuan's cooking, ultimately entrusting this daunting task to Bulian. Still able to resist my cooking. It seems today's tasks might be a bit too light, Lin Chuan thought, contemplating what additional challenges he should impose on them in the afternoon. After a brief respite following lunch, the three companions once again embarked on their quest to hunt spiritual beasts. Lin Chuan had already devised a plan for the upcoming task, seeking out other teams at the third level of Qi refinement to engage in combat with Master Qin Lang. In the afternoon, while seated idly and observing the duel between the two, Lin Chuan practiced his own techniques, stifling yawns out of boredom. He absent-mindedly toyed with the inner core obtained from the spiritual beast slain by Master Qin Lang, its crystalline transparency reminiscent of purest crystal, encapsulating the essence of refined spiritual energy. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Chuan as he gazed at the inner core in his hand. Could it be edible? After a moment's hesitation, he concluded there would be no harm and casually tossed a first-level Qi refinement inner core into his mouth, crunching down with gusto. By the time Master Qin Lang and his companion turned to investigate the peculiar noise, it was already too late. Chapter 18. The Immortal Body. What have you done? Qin Lang stared in bewilderment at Lin Chuan, who was chewing on the inner elixir, utterly speechless. Bulian stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide open, unblinking as she gazed at Lin Chuan. Alarmed by their expressions, Lin Chuan hastily swallowed what was in his mouth and inquired, "What's wrong? What has happened? What are you eating?" Qin Lang stammered. Though he had already seen clearly, he struggled to believe his own eyes. The inner elixir. Is there a problem with it? Can it be consumed? Lin Chuan asked in astonishment, promptly checking his own body and finding no abnormalities. Heavens, with such extraordinary talent, why would you resort to self-destruction? Is there nothing that can be discussed amicably? Qin Lang exclaimed, filled with sorrow and indignation. Lin Chuan, brother, have you contracted some terminal illness? But even one more day of life is precious. Why choose to end your life? Bulian's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. Is this thing poisonous? Lin Chuan was startled and quickly examined his body, yet found nothing amiss. However, the expressions of Qin Lang and Bulian were so horrifying that he couldn't help but feel anxious. Rolling his eyes, Lin Chuan activated his Byakugan, peering within himself, and soon discovered a mass of foreign spiritual energy expanding in his abdomen. However, this expanding energy did not blend with his own once it entered his meridians. Instead, it dissipated rapidly within his flesh, vanishing without a trace, evading even the Byakugan-esque scrutiny. Is this the spiritual energy from the inner elixir? Has it been absorbed directly? Yet I feel no discomfort at all. Lin Chuan regarded his inner self with suspicion, attempting to circulate his spiritual energy, but it remained unchanged, just as before. Are you all right? After a prolonged silence with no response, Qin Lang and Bulian exchanged curious glances at Lin Chuan. Shouldn't I be fine? Lin Chuan replied, exasperated. The inner elixir of spiritual beasts contains a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which we cannot absorb. It is said that consuming it would cause the body to burst from the expansion of energy. How come you were unharmed? Is it because you didn't eat enough? Qin Lang circled around Lin Chuan, failing to detect any issues. Nonetheless, it is ultimately a good thing. Qin Lang and Bulian sighed in relief. Although they were puzzled by Lin Chuan's impulsive decision to consume the inner elixir, they were glad he was unharmed. The earlier spiritual beast had long since escaped during their distraction. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and examined his body once more, confirming there were no issues. He shifted his gaze to the slowly rotating fruit within his dantian, the fruit of the divine tree. Could it be that this item enables me to directly absorb the spiritual energy from the inner elixir? Lin Chuan pondered uncertainly. If that is the case, to discern what has transpired, I must consume another inner elixir of a spiritual beast for observation. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan promptly retrieved another inner elixir from his pocket. What are you going to do? This time, Qin Lang and Bulian reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly seizing the inner elixir. What on earth is going on? Why this repeated self-harm? Qin Lang shouted. Lin Chuan remained speechless, yet upon noticing the concern in their gazes, he patiently elucidated. My physique is rather unique. I can absorb the spiritual energy within. I merely wish to observe where this energy goes. I have no intention of taking my own life. Ultimately, the two, albeit skeptically, relinquished the inner elixir to Lin Chuan. Their eyes filled with tension as they watched him consume it. Throughout the process, Lin Chuan's eyes remained fixed on the inner elixir as it entered his body. As he had anticipated, the fruit of the divine tree released a purple mist that enveloped the inner elixir, causing it to expand rapidly, not to the point of bursting Lin Chuan's body, but rather dispersing throughout his meridians and ultimately vanishing within his flesh. Could it be enhancing my physical form? Lin Chuan contemplated, and upon testing his strength with a punch, he indeed felt a surge of power. Connecting this to the relationship between stamina and chakra, he immediately began refining his chakra, astonishingly discovering an inexplicable increase within his body. It truly enhances my physique. With this, my ascension in the realm of cultivation is imminent. Lin Chuan laughed maniacally, prompting Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang to retreat hastily, fearful that he might explode. The inner elixir won't affect his mind, will it? Qin Lang remarked with a furrowed brow, glancing at Lin Chuan from a distance. If it ruins his mind, how will we proceed with the subsequent assessments? Brother Lin Chuan, is he all right? Bu Lianshi expressed her concerns. Given the current circumstances, he won't perish. Qin Lang replied, shaking his head. Come, let us hunt spiritual beasts. I require more inner elixirs. Once Lin Chuan regained his composure from the excitement, he immediately urged Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi to embark on a fervent hunt for spiritual beasts, casting aside any notions of merely practicing with them and instead taking the initiative to slay the beasts himself. Lin Chuan's reasoning was simple. The transformation of his physique was crucial for enhancing his strength. Having discovered the wondrous utility of the inner elixir, he was nearly certain that this cunning method would propel him to unprecedented heights, a powerful physique he had long coveted, the body of an immortal. Indeed, it was the sage body of the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, endowed with formidable regenerative abilities and an abundance of chakra, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Although Lin Chuan could improve his constitution through the continuous absorption of the divine tree's fruit until he attained the sage body, it would undeniably take much longer. Whether he could survive until that time was uncertain. In this ruthless world, the only path to survival was the rapid enhancement of one's own strength to secure self-preservation. In the ensuing moments, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi bore witness to the true essence of monstrosity. The slaughter of spirit beasts resembled the effortless act of slicing through vegetables. With a mere series of delicate punches, any spirit beast was reduced to mere pulp. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What struck them with sheer horror was Lin Chuan's casual consumption of inner cores, akin to indulging in sugary confections, one after another. Every single inner core accumulated from their prior hunts vanished into Lin Chuan's stomach. This left Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi in a state of heightened tension, maintaining a considerable distance from Lin Chuan, fearing that at any moment he might explode, a prospect that was far from trivial. Having ingested such an immense quantity of inner cores, the surrounding area could easily be leveled for miles. Chapter 19. Group Confrontation. Unable to absorb? Upon consuming a spirit beast's inner core, Lin Chuan immediately realized that the vital energy contained within it did not dissipate into his body as it had previously. Rather, it was expelled through the body's acupoints and vanished into the air. This outcome was anticipated by Lin Chuan, and he felt little astonishment. From the very beginning of consuming the inner cores, he understood that such absorption would not continue indefinitely. Otherwise, he would have long since consumed the fruit of the divine tree without the need for such trouble. It appears that he must wait until his body has fully assimilated this portion of vital energy before he can consume another inner core, Lin Chuan contemplated. The inner core of a spirit beast contains not only the pure vital energy it has cultivated, but also a substantial amount of the beast's own flesh and blood power. It is precisely due to this presence of fleshly energy that Lin Chuan is able to devour the inner cores to enhance his physical constitution. Lin Chuan had previously experimented with directly channeling his cultivated vital energy into his body to augment his physique, but he discovered this method yielded poor results. More importantly, it adversely affected his vital energy cultivation, proving to be vastly inferior to the direct consumption of inner cores. As his cultivation level continued to rise and his physical constitution strengthened, Lin Chuan realized that his future requirements for inner cores, both in quality and quantity, would only increase, necessitating early planning. With a furrowed brow, he contemplated this reality. The day passed as Lin Chuan continuously consumed inner cores. As night fell, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi trembled as they fell asleep. Fearing Lin Chuan might suddenly self-destruct, the two could not rest soundly, frequently awakening to check on Lin Chuan, and only returning to slumber upon observing no unusual behavior. When the third day arrived, Lin Chuan roused them early, initiating what he termed training. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, gazed at Lin Chuan with profound resentment. Today's objective is to hunt 5 spirit beasts at the 4th level of the Qi refinement stage. The task is rather manageable, would you not agree? Lin Chuan remarked, disregarding their glances as he spoke to himself. After exchanging weary looks, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, too fatigued to protest, set off on their journey. Under Lin Chuan's keen observation, he soon discovered a suitable spirit beast, a 4th-level Qi refinement stage unicorn white rhinoceros. This creature, large in stature with formidable defenses, possessed slow speed and lackluster attack power, making it ideal for practice. Lin Chuan, accompanied by Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, approached the spirit beast and then settled down to watch the ensuing spectacle. Having previously faced off against 3rd-level Qi refinement stage spirit beasts with commendable coordination, the duo found themselves somewhat challenged yet entirely capable of countering the 4th-level beast. They exchanged blows in a lively confrontation. As time elapsed and the battle neared its conclusion, Lin Chuan, observing the surroundings with his keen insight, noticed a group of 3 approaching their direction, 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement and 1 at the 2nd level. After such prolonged practice against spirit beasts, it was time for them to test their mettle against another group. Lin Chuan mused. He chose not to withdraw, but instead prepared to have Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi engage this group of adversaries that had fortuitously presented themselves. Though the trio remained at a considerable distance from Lin Chuan, their chosen path clearly led them toward him, making an encounter seemingly inevitable. There appeared to be sounds of conflict emanating from that direction. Should we venture over to take a look? One of the 3 suggested. Let us proceed, but with caution. If our adversaries prove formidable, we shall retreat immediately. However, if they are weaker than us, we can seize their inner cores, significantly enhancing our chances of passing the assessment. The trio conversed as they stealthily advanced toward the source of the noise, oblivious to the fact that every precaution they took was under the scrutiny of Lin Chuan's Byakugan, with even their words being deciphered by him. If they dare to set their sights on me, they shall not blame me for taking ruthless measures. Lin Chuan scoffed, swiftly springing into action. As his chakra began to meld with the spiritual energy in his dantian, he released it through the chakra points in his hands. Beneath the Byakugan's gaze, the veins of the one-horned white rhinoceros were vividly illuminated. In the next moment, Lin Chuan launched a fierce assault, executing the gentle fist technique against the creature. Each strike infused the one-horned white rhinoceros with sage chakra, and even its formidable defenses could not withstand Lin Chuan's visceral attacks. It faltered and collapsed, unable to rise again. Rest for a moment. We have company. Prepare for battle, Lin Chuan instructed, observing the panting Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. There are 3 of them, 1 at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, and 2 at the 3rd layer. Do you believe you can overcome them without my intervention? Lin Chuan's previously languid demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Absolutely, you need only watch, Qin Lang replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The relentless trials of the past 2 days had greatly enhanced his strength, and he was eager to test himself against an opponent. The arrival of challengers was a welcome opportunity for him. Casting aside any lingering resentment from his previous encounter with the spirit beast, he focused on replenishing his internal energy. Bu Lianshi nodded solemnly. Despite being a girl, she was determined not to remain perpetually in the shadows of others. This was her battle, and she would not yield. Seeing the resolve in their expressions, Lin Chuan smiled faintly and nodded in approval. Unlike ninjas, cultivators draw upon the natural energies of the environment, allowing them to continuously absorb energy even during combat. In contrast, chakra, which is derived from one's own body, depletes quickly, requiring significant time to regenerate. Not everyone possesses the boundless stamina and immense chakra reserves akin to Prince Naruto. This is where cultivators hold a distinct advantage over ninjas, with one at the 1st layer of Qi refinement, another at the 2nd, and the last at the 3rd. It was truly a wonder how they had navigated this treacherous territory without falling prey to the local spirit beasts. A trio of monks swiftly approached, their demeanor shifting to one of boldness upon realizing the frailty of their opponents. They strutted forward, openly mocking, "Surrender the inner Dan you possess. Do not compel us to act, for the consequences will be far graver than merely losing a spirit beast's inner Dan." One of the youths threatened coldly. Should you desire the spirit beast's inner Dan, come and claim it yourself. Qin Lang retorted defiantly, casting a scornful gaze at the trio before him. He was confident that, even in collaboration with Bu Lianshi, he could contend with a spirit beast of the 4th level of Qi refinement. There was no way he would cower before these three. Humph. You refused to drink the wine offered, and now you shall taste the bitter cup. With a command, one of them ordered, and the trio surged forward simultaneously, intent on attacking Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. As for Lin Chuan, they regarded him as nothing more than a mere ornament, easily discerned as the weak link within the group. They believed that once they dispatched the man and woman before them, the entire team would be rendered null and void. Chapter 20. Top 5. With a decisive thud, Qin Lang propelled himself forward, his spiritual energy surging from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and amplifying his physical prowess. Boy, you seek death. A youth from the opposing side, at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, glared coldly at Qin Lang as he charged towards him, unleashing a punch. Bu Lianshi, not lagging behind, closely followed Qin Lang, her eyes fixed on the movements of the three opponents, ready to synchronize her attack with his at any moment. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as Qin Lang's fist collided with that of his adversary. Both were jolted, yet astonishingly, Qin Lang staggered back only 3 steps, while his equally matched opponent was sent sprawling over 10 steps, crashing to the ground with his arm cracking as if it were shattering, releasing a horrifying scream. Though Qin Lang felt a considerable impact, he adeptly redirected the force into the ground during his retreat. When he raised his fist once more, he found himself aligned with Bu Lianshi, ready for battle. Without the need for words, they surged forward, confronting the 2 other opponents rushing towards them. Qin Lang targeted the youth at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, while Bu Lianshi engaged the other boy at the 3rd level. The trio across the way appeared taken aback by Qin Lang's formidable strength, their strongest member vanquished in merely one encounter. However, the next scene unfolded with a cruel smile creeping across their faces. Facing a 2nd level Qi refinement practitioner against a 3rd level was tantamount to courting death. The boy sneered as Bu Lianshi advanced. He was confident in his teammate's abilities. Even if they faltered against Qin Lang, they would not be easily defeated. Yet, the girl before him seemed weak, easily crushable with a single blow. What transpired next defied all expectations. Although Bu Lianshi was under pressure, she managed to entangle the 3rd level youth, occasionally launching counterattacks when he let his guard down. Meanwhile, Qin Lang's approach was even more direct and brutal, each punch landing with a resounding thud. Even Lin Chuan, who stood aside, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, acknowledging Qin Lang's ferocity. After 3 breaths, the boy battling Qin Lang was left gasping, bloodied, and with a sunken chest, clearly on the brink of collapse. Having dealt with this nuisance, Qin Lang swiftly joined forces with Bu Lianshi, and together they swiftly incapacitated the 3rd level youth. By the time the previously knocked out boy returned to the fray, he was met with a scene of devastation, one of his allies gravely injured, and another on the verge of death. You too. The 2 remaining 3rd level youths gazed at Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi as if they were specters, disbelief etched across their faces. The only one still capable of fighting lacked the courage to continue. We will give you all our inner cores. Please spare us. The young boy immediately fell to his knees, crying out for mercy, his face etched with terror. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, panting heavily, turned to gaze at Lin Chuan, who had been merely observing the spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, they had come to regard Lin Chuan as the leader of their small group. Let us depart with the inner elixir, Lin Chuan spoke softly. He was not a ruthless killer, devoid of the necessity to eradicate all. Of course, should these individuals prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. The notion of a benevolent figure should remain confined to legend, for such entities are ill-suited to thrive in this harsh world. After collecting the inner elixir presented by the assailant, Qin Lang examined it, finding only a few 3rd-tier elixirs, the majority being of the 2nd tier, vastly inferior to those they possessed. Their recent hunts had yielded only 3rd-tier spirit beasts at a minimum, with some formidable 4th-tier ones. Lin Chuan had even specifically hunted 5th-tier spirit beasts during the Qi refinement stage to consume their inner elixirs. Although most were devoured, having encountered superior inner elixirs, Qin Lang had long since lost interest in such lowly items. Let us go. Lin Chuan gestured for Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, turning to leave. The 2 immediately followed suit, cheerfully playing the role of loyal companions, surrendering their inner elixirs, and the trio swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Could that white-haired youth truly be the strongest among them? The injured boy watched in fear as the 3 departed, murmuring to himself, It seems to be true. Another boy gulped nervously, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Not far from the recent skirmish, beneath a grand tree, Lin Chuan remarked, "You performed admirably. At least you understood the importance of removing one adversary from the battlefield and swiftly eliminating the weakest, thereby combining your strength to severely injure a three-tier opponent in the chi refinement stage. Your progress over these past few days has been remarkable, and not merely in terms of combat prowess." He smiled, affectionately ruffling Bu Lianchu's hair. "Indeed, my strength is already at the pinnacle of the three-tier chi refinement stage. Even against a four-tier opponent, I can hold my own," Qin Lang boasted, his face alight with joy. Bu Lianchu nodded in agreement, smiling back at Lin Chuan's playful gesture. She was quite pleased with her performance. Despite not being as powerful as Qin Lang, she had excelled in her current cultivation level and felt genuine delight in her advancements. Speaking of which, I believe our group's strength should place us among the top 5 of the over 100 groups that entered this time. As long as we do not encounter formidable spirit beasts, the danger should be minimal, Qin Lang declared with enthusiasm. As for powerful spirit beasts above the 7th tier in the chi refinement stage, with Lin Chuan's cunning presence, everything would be manageable. "What do you know about the other groups?" Lin Chuan inquired. Previously, Lin Chuan had shown little interest in such matters, remaining absorbed in his own world. A state that persisted until his demise, having lost all hope in this realm until he found himself traversing through time. However, with only half a month remaining until the assessment, he needed to devote all his energy to cultivating, thus remaining largely uninformed about the affairs surrounding the Lin family. Overall, there are indeed several formidable groups, as some of their members have transcended the 6th layer of chi refinement, and even one has ascended to the 7th layer, making even Lin Chuan seem inadequate in comparison. However, with Lin Chuan among us, securing a position within the top 5 is undoubtedly assured, Qin Lang pondered thoughtfully. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, choosing not to speak further. Instead, he activated his Byakugan to survey the surroundings for potential dangers. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, fixating on the site of the previous battle. That area had now transformed into a scene of carnage, with 3 dismembered corpses strewn about, the very same individuals who had fought alongside Qin Lang and Bu Lian. At this moment, another trio stood beside the remains, with the leader among them exhibiting a formidable aura of concentrated spiritual energy at his dantian, evidently having reached the 6th layer of chi refinement. Chapter 21. The outsiders aside from the cultivator at the 6th level of chi refining. There were 2 others standing by his side, presumably part of the same group, yet their cultivation was significantly inferior. Both merely at the 1st level of chi refining and notably weak within that tier. "Useless. You were tasked with tracking the scent, and you brought me this pitiful group, battered and without a single inner pill. What good is it to eliminate them? Such a waste of my energy." The words came from the cultivator at the 6th level, and before his voice had faded, he delivered a kick to one of his companions, sending the young boy hurtling over 10 meters, crashing to the ground without any mercy. The boy, despite his youth, was remarkably tall. Had Lin Chuan not been aware that no child over 10 years old resided here, he would have mistaken him for an adult, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. "Yin Xiao, I did indeed catch a scent from this direction. This group must have been recently robbed, which explains their lack of inner pills. The culprits haven't ventured far. I can still detect their trail." The boy, having rolled on the ground and stained himself with numerous abrasions, managed to rise again and spoke. "Useless. Hurry and lead the way. Do you intend to let them escape?" Yan Kong scolded furiously, delivering another kick to the remaining companion. The tall boy inhaled deeply, taking in the scents in the air, and stepped forward, guiding the other 2 as they swiftly vanished from the battlefield, leaving behind a gruesome scene of corpses. Their path led directly toward the area where Lin Chuan and his companions were resting. "It appears we are about to encounter the 5th-ranked team you mentioned," Lin Chuan remarked, narrowing his eyes and adopting a serious expression. "What do you see? Is that formidable team approaching?" Qin Lang inquired, astonished, while scanning the surroundings. Due to Lin Chuan's wide eyes, which granted him a 360-degree field of vision, there were instances when he faced a direction that did not align with where he was actually looking. Several times, Qin Lang followed Lin Chuan's gaze, finding no prey, only to have the quarry emerge behind Lin Chuan, compelling him to inspect every corner. "Right where you engaged in battle. They have dispatched the 3 individuals you fought previously and are now advancing toward us. One among them possesses an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of detecting our presence," Lin Chuan stated gravely. "A keen sense of smell?" Bu Lianchu immediately exclaimed, her breath quickening as she asked. Is he a remarkably tall boy at the first level of chi refining, accompanied by a cultivator at the 6th level? Indeed. Do you have information about them? Lin Chuan inquired, harboring a deep-seated aversion toward this group. Their ruthless treatment of the defenseless trio, as well as the 6th level cultivator's treatment of his companions, was particularly distasteful to him. Yes, I have heard others mention details about that group. Wu Lianshi frowned and remarked that the youth named Yin Kong, who was at the 6th level of chi refinement, exhibited considerable talent. Among those grouped with him, a tall youth named Fau was an outsider, while another youth also possessed notable aptitude. However, it was evident that, apart from Yin Kong's prowess at the 6th level of chi refinement, the others in the group were merely at the 1st level. This discrepancy stemmed from Yin Kang's appropriation of their training resources, monopolizing the group's available assets solely for his own advancement, thus resulting in his current superiority. Lin Chuan's expression darkened. Such practices, while seemingly effective for rapidly enhancing an individual's strength, ultimately bore disastrous consequences. The plight of the other two youths illustrated that they were merely being exploited, treated as pawns rather than comrades. Such individuals will not go far. Those who do not cherish their companions will inevitably meet their demise at the hands of others, and no one will mourn their passing or rise to their defense. Such a fate is truly deserved, Qin Lang exclaimed in anger, his face flushed as if provoked by some unseen force. Lin Chuan glanced at the agitated Qin Lang, then lowered his head in contemplation before suggesting, "Shall we confront this Yin Kong? Are you confident in dealing with Yin Kong?" Qin Lang asked, astonished. At the 6th level of chi refinement, he is not particularly difficult to handle, Lin Chuan replied with a shrug. This was the highest level he could currently contend with. Should it exceed this, he would have to flee alongside Qin Lang. Although the gentle fist was not invincible, being a formidable close combat technique from the Hyuga clan, Lin Chuan could utilize his Byakugan to directly harm the internal organs and meridians of his opponent. However, he needed to be able to strike the opponent physically. A cultivator at the 7th level of chi refinement possessed sufficient strength to evade Lin Chuan's attacks. Moreover, as one's cultivation advanced, their internal organs and meridians would also strengthen, while it was not possible to intentionally train for defense. Lin Chuan's current capabilities would struggle to penetrate the defenses of a 7th level cultivator's internal organs. Even if he managed to inflict damage, it would have minimal effect, making his opponent more cautious and complicating any subsequent confrontations. An evenly matched opponent presents a rare opportunity for experience, Lin Chuan mused. Coincidentally, I have made some modifications to the gentle fist recently. This would be an ideal opportunity to test its efficacy on Yin Kong. By the way, what is the situation with that outsider named Fau? Lin Chuan inquired, somewhat perplexed. He carries the bloodline of ancient barbarian tribes and is not purely human. It is said that outsiders possess exceptionally strong physiques, yet their aptitude for cultivation is relatively poor, limiting them to practicing martial arts. It may suffice in the early stages, but as they progress, any cultivator can inflict significant harm upon them, Qin Lang explained. Remarkably strong in body, yet possessing poor aptitude for cultivation? Lin Chuan slightly raised his eyebrows, a thought stirring within him. Reminiscent of a certain individual from the world of Naruto, one who stood at the pinnacle solely through the mastery of physical techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan refrained from uttering anything further, instead turning his gaze in a particular direction. Through the scope of his Byakugan, he discerned the arrival of the three individuals. Upon seeing them, Yin Kang's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. In his estimation, the one capable of seizing the inner core from those three should possess far greater prowess. What astonished him further was the apparent lack of surprise from the trio upon their arrival. They appeared to have been anticipating their presence, waiting for them as if it were preordained. Particularly striking was the white-haired, wide-eyed youth seated at the center. The moment Yin Kong met his gaze, he felt as though his very essence was being penetrated. Yet, upon realizing that the boy was merely at the first level of chi refinement, he scoffed and dismissed him. What? Do you intend to snatch our inner core? Qin Lang's words were swiftly interrupted by Yin Kong. If I eliminate you, the inner core shall naturally belong to me. Engage. Chapter 22. Internal injuries from gentle fist. Neither Qin Lang nor Bu Lianshi anticipated the brutality of Yin Kong, who, without offering even a chance to surrender the inner Dan, was prepared to strike directly and kill. Such a ruthless individual. Leave those two at the first layer of chi refinement to you both. I will handle Yin Kong, Lin Chuan declared, rising to his feet. The chakra within him had already melded with the spiritual energy in his dantian long before Yin Kang's arrival, now converging along his meridians toward his hands, emanating a faint purplish-golden glow and emitting a subtle, sizzling sound. Humph, utterly delusional. I shall eliminate you before turning my attention to them. Yin Kong scoffed disdainfully as Lin Chuan approached, regarding the three in this place as unworthy of even provoking his hand. Had it not been for seeing Qin Lang's cultivation at the third layer of qi refinement, he would have assigned the task to his subordinates. However, the one standing before him was not the highest cultivator, but rather a white-haired youth of only the first layer. Child, I shall make you acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates us. Those who provoke me meet only death. Yin Kong declared as he lunged for Lin Chuan's neck. Lin Chuan, uninterested in exchanging words, unleashed his fist cloaked in celestial chakra with lightning speed, targeting the vital points revealed by his Byakugan. With a soft crack, Yin Kong found himself unable to directly withstand the seemingly soft yet powerless punch aimed at him. Lin Chuan let out a cold snort. Having intercepted Yin Kang's arm with his right hand, he swiftly shot his left hand toward Yin Kang's chest. However, the opponent, a six-layered qi refinement cultivator, deftly evaded Lin Chuan's strike, though he still suffered a slight graze. Even this minor contact was sufficient. A slight smile graced Lin Chuan's lips. The gentle fist, unlike a steel fist that inflicts external wounds and fractures, directly harms the internal organs and meridian system. Hence, even a minor brush could lead to damage. Although such an attack might not immediately incapacitate the opponent, the cumulative effects over time would prove unbearable, even for a sixth-layer qi refinement practitioner. It seems this technique works splendidly, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. During the relatively leisurely days, he had made slight modifications to his gentle fist technique. When he infused his celestial chakra into his opponent's body, he could control the chakra to inflict harm while simultaneously suppressing the injury with the properties of spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult for the opponent to notice the internal damage during combat. Thus, he could accumulate this injury until, at a critical moment, it would erupt under his control, an ultimate strike reserved for formidable adversaries. Yin Kong grew increasingly astonished as the battle unfolded. This youth, merely at the first layer of qi refinement, astonishingly managed to endure for so long beneath his hand, a fact he had never foreseen. Though it appeared to all observers that Yin Kong was relentlessly overpowering Lin Chuan, each of his forceful strikes imbued with an aura of dominance. Lin Chuan deftly neutralized these assaults with his enigmatic martial arts. It seemed as though Lin Chuan was acutely aware of his inferiority compared to Yin Kong, refraining from engaging directly in a battle of brute strength. Each of his counters was executed with finesse, merely grazing his opponent, lacking any real threat. Humph. No matter how commendable your techniques may be, you cannot evade my strikes indefinitely. Death awaits you. Yin Kong bellowed in fury, deeply vexed by his inability to subdue someone he deemed significantly weaker. With a resounding crash, Yin Kong unleashed a powerful punch, which Lin Chuan narrowly evaded. Yet the colossal tree behind him was abruptly severed in two, the explosive sound leaving both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi astonished. Beads of sweat dotted Lin Chuan's forehead. Yet within, he maintained an unwavering tranquility. This was arguably the most arduous battle he had faced since his arrival in this realm, yet he felt no despair. His gentle punches were proving effective. At that moment, Yin Kong was suffering from internal injuries, and should he choose to, Lin Chuan could unleash these injuries at will, delivering a devastating blow to this sixth-layer qi refinement practitioner. However, it was still insufficient. He pondered how long his internal injuries could accumulate. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan evaded another lethal strike from Yin Kong, simultaneously sending a light palm strike towards Yin Kang's chest, aimed directly at his heart. In a silent surge, Lin Chuan's chakra infused with celestial energy penetrated Yin Kang's chest, suppressing the injury as it reached the heart. Perish. A glint of coldness flashed in Yin Kang's eyes. The earlier opening had been a deliberate trap for Lin Chuan. In his view, although this seemingly soft and feeble technique was peculiar, it posed no real threat. Even if struck by such a punch, he believed he would remain unharmed. Yet, his own attacks were a different matter. Any strike connecting with Lin Chuan would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. This was why he was willing to exchange injuries. However, in the next moment, Lin Chuan smiled subtly, unleashing a burst of celestial chakra as he soared away from Yin Kang's lethal blow. What? Yin Kong was taken aback, realizing that even in the recent skirmish, Lin Chuan had retained a measure of speed, and now, under full exertion, he found himself unable to keep pace. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's gaze fixed upon a large tree 500 meters away, where three figures were hastily approaching. Until now, he had been too engrossed in the fight to notice them. Are reinforcements arriving? It seems this battle may conclude sooner than expected, Lin Chuan mused, turning his attention towards the approaching figures. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Chuan was distracted, Yin Kong charged within 3 meters of him, his fist raised high, ready to descend with a cruel smile, envisioning the scene of Lin Chuan being brutally slain. Lin Chuan, be careful, Bu Lianshi called out in terror. Lin Chuan. At that moment, Qin Lang's anxious voice resounded, disregarding the nearly lifeless figure of the foreigner he had just battered as he rushed towards Lin Chuan. He had no intention of attempting to intercept Yin Kang's assault, for he understood the futility of such an endeavor. The only course of action that bore any significance was to shield Lin Chuan with his own body from the impending strike. Don't come over. Lin Chuan's expression shifted drastically upon realizing Qin Lang's intentions. His right hand rose, and the 5 strands of chakra connecting his fingertips abruptly severed, with Yin Kang's body at the other end of the threads. With a sudden jolt, Yin Kong, who had been advancing aggressively, coughed up a mouthful of blood, interspersed with fragments of his own internal organs. His body trembled violently as he continued to lunge forward, resembling a tattered cloth being mercilessly battered, tearing apart in midair. In a critical moment, Lin Chuan summoned his strength and pushed the charging Qin Lang away, yet it was a moment too late. He was drenched in the blood and remnants of Yin Kong, left in a state of utter disarray. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 23. The Crimson Eyes. Are you foolish enough to seek death? Lin Chuan's voice, laced with urgency and anger, shattered the tranquility of the forest. His fists were clenched tightly, trembling slightly. He could hardly fathom that Qin Lang would choose to shield him with his own body under such dire circumstances. This sensation of being cared for was so foreign that it sent tremors through his heart. Lowering his gaze, his eyes flickered in that moment. He dared not meet Qin Lang's eyes. Despite having been an orphan yearning for affection in his previous life, and remaining so after his reincarnation, he had grown accustomed to solitude, convincing himself that he was no longer a child in need of assistance. Yet, when Qin Lang had rushed forward, Lin Chuan was taken aback. He could not comprehend why Qin Lang would make such a choice. After all, he was a child significantly younger than himself. Lin Chuan's mind momentarily went blank, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over him. Are you just going to stand there like a fool? If you die, I will be next. Of course, I must save you. Your survival is our hope. Qin Lang exclaimed, his face smeared with blood and remnants of internal organs. A sight utterly repulsive. Next time, do not rush in recklessly. My calmness is merely a fade. I have my own contingencies. Lin Chuan replied, suppressing his tumultuous thoughts. Got it. Had I known such revolting things would occur, I would never have charged in, even if you beat me to death. What is this grotesque substance? Is it something vomited from the stomach? Ugh, it's revolting. Qin Lang shrieked, flinging the grotesque remnants from his body. Lin Chuan let out a wry smile, turning his attention to Yin Kong on the ground. This man was not dead, merely stripped of the strength to continue his murderous spree. Who are you? You are merely at the first level of qi refinement. How could this be? Yin Kong lay on the ground, disbelief etched across his face at his utter defeat, so complete it was surreal. Blood flowed from his throat with each breath, trickling down his cheeks and pooling crimson on the ground. You will never understand the significance of comradeship, Lin Chuan muttered, uninterested in further conversation with Yin Kong. With a decisive strike to his chest, he crushed the man's heart entirely. Turning his gaze toward a direction in the forest, Lin Chuan noticed 3 figures approaching swiftly, now merely 30 meters away, yet remaining concealed, seemingly poised to strike from the shadows. At last, Lin Chuan recognized them, those 3 individuals who had discovered his victims upon entering the examination grounds. A 9-year-old boy at the 4th level of qi refinement, accompanied by 2 younger companions at the 3rd level. They constituted a formidable team, likely ranking among the top 20 in this hunting ground. Their battle appeared to have concluded, with one individual lying lifeless on the ground, while the other 2 bore significant injuries. Should we advance? Even if that group emerged victorious, their resources must be severely depleted. If we engage, our chances of subduing them are substantial. One of the youths at the 3rd level of qi refinement remarked, this presents an opportunity, however. It may be prudent to wait a moment, as I feel an unsettling anxiety. The youth at the 4th level of qi refinement concurred. Lin Chuan cast a glance at his side, where the 2 companions of Yin Kong had already succumbed to the prowess of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. To their astonishment, the foreigner, despite being merely at the 1st level of qi refinement, managed to endure against Qin Lang for an extended period, relying on his formidable physique. Even when wounded by Qin Lang, he had not been completely vanquished. On the other hand, Bu Lianshi faced little difficulty. Her opponent at the first level of Qi refinement had long been subdued, and she was currently assisting Qin Lang in dealing with the repulsive remnants on him. Although both had experienced minimal exhaustion, the series of battles, from confronting a fourth-level spirit beast to facing a trio of adversaries, left them with little respite. And they now found themselves in a state of considerable fatigue. The Qi of the Qi refinement stage was inherently scarce, and after such extensive combat, both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were beginning to feel overextended. Lin Chuan, burdened by the dual drain of chakra and physical stamina, found his already frail body ill-equipped for another intense confrontation, especially in the current perilous environment, where he could not afford to let his spiritual energy or chakra deplete. Additionally, Lin Chuan hesitated to strike decisively because he sensed no killing intent emanating from the trio. After a moment of contemplation, he turned towards their hiding place and calmly declared, "Come out. I have already discerned your presence." His words sent a ripple of tension through the group, particularly affecting Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, who were acutely aware of the Byakugan's capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's pronouncement, they immediately understood that someone was indeed approaching, and their expression shifted to one of alarm as they scanned their surroundings. "Have we been exposed? Or is he merely attempting to deceive us?" One of them queried, perplexed. "Wait and observe," the fourth-level Qi refinement youth replied in a hushed tone. "One at the fourth level of Qi refinement. Two at the third level, behind the fifth large tree to the left in the due north direction. How much longer do you intend to remain concealed?" Lin Chuan articulated directly, revealing the trio's cultivation levels and their hiding place. How did he uncover our presence? The trio was taken aback, for no one had ever pinpointed their cultivation levels and location with such precision previously, even when discovered. Others merely sensed the presence of individuals nearby without being able to ascertain their exact position. The 9-year-old among them realized that remaining hidden would be futile, and thus he stepped forward alongside his companions. He was intrigued by how Lin Chuan had detected them, while simultaneously feeling a sense of wariness. This group was undoubtedly not as simple as they appeared. As they approached within a distance of several meters, the three halted. Observing the scene before them, especially the white-haired Lin Chuan and the lifeless Yin Kong sprawled on the ground. That deceased individual. I feel as though I have seen him before, yet I cannot quite recall who he is. One of them furrowed his brow. It's not just him. The others also seemed familiar. The remaining two concurred, though there was little time to scrutinize the identity of a corpse in that moment. After a moment of contemplation, the 9-year-old boy spoke. "I am Han Qing. We are all here to pass the assessment, and there is no need for us to engage in mutual slaughter. I understand that your group is not lacking in strength, but having just emerged from a battle, your chances against us may not be favorable. If you could grant me half of your inner elixir, we shall depart immediately." "What do you say? Half of the inner elixir? Such bold words you speak." Lin Chuan replied softly, his previously closed eyes suddenly snapping open. Within his crimson gaze, a black spinning hook jade could be seen, locking eyes with Han Qing. Chapter 24, The Hypnosis of the Sharingan Bus. Han Qing felt his mind spinning uncontrollably, as if an endless shadow were surging towards him. The entire world seemed to recede in an instant, all people and sounds vanishing from his consciousness, leaving only darkness. It felt as if he were on the verge of entering an eternal slumber. This sudden drowsiness was irresistible and insurmountable. In that moment, all memories faded away, leaving behind only two enormous eyes suspended in a black void, crimson in hue, each adorned with a spinning tomo, their speed fluctuating between rapid and slow. As if frozen in time, he felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. "Han Qing, what is happening? Are you all right? Just moments ago." He had been conversing with the silver-haired youth across from him, but now, Han Qing appeared to lose all semblance of life, gradually slumping down. Had it not been for the timely reactions of the two individuals beside him, he surely would have collapsed completely onto the ground. Boom. All traces of drowsiness vanished in an instant as Han Qing was jolted awake by their urgent calls. He clung to their shoulders, gasping for breath, his forehead drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a river, his entire body soaked. What just happened? Those eyes. What on earth transpired? Why do I feel as though so much time has passed? At that moment, Han Qing's mind was a blank slate, incapable of coherent thought. He felt as if he had traversed a terrifying abyss. Had this occurred amidst battle, he would surely be dead beyond resurrection. Be careful. Do not look at that silver-haired youth's crimson eyes, or else. Han Qing spoke in fragments. What crimson eyes? What is wrong with you? What are you saying? The two companions remained oblivious to the events that had unfolded, baffled as to why their strongest ally, Han Qing, had suddenly fainted, as if he had been struck with fear. That silver-haired boy. His blood-red eyes. Do not look. Han Qing clutched his throbbing temples. What blood-red eyes? That boy's eyes, while peculiar, are wide-eyed and white-pupiled. One companion's words startled Han Qing, prompting him to look up at Lin Chuan once more. Indeed. The youth possessed white eyes and white pupils. What on earth just happened? Han Qing was utterly astonished. If you wish to obtain the inner elixir, you may retrieve it yourselves, but you would do well to remember the 3 corpses you encountered upon entering the trial grounds. Should you meet a fate akin to theirs, it would be dire. Lin Chuan calmly addressed the 3 before him. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly that the Sharingan's abilities were still too weak, as it bore only a single tomo, merely capable of the simplest hypnosis, incapable of casting any formidable illusions. Yet, the intimidation factor had been achieved, and that was sufficient. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, a pallor washed over Han Qing and his companions. They could not forget the terror they felt upon seeing those 3 corpses in the hunting ground, their bodies devoid of any wounds, their internal organs and meridians severely damaged. Those were 3 cultivators at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, only slightly weaker than themselves. It's you, Han Qing and his companions exclaimed in horror. Is it so strange? You lingered so long over the bodies I have slain, even stripping them of their garments, thinking I was unaware? Lin Chuan spoke slowly, his gaze icy as he regarded the 3 individuals before him. His words immediately struck a chord with the trio, making them realize that when they discovered those corpses, this individual must have been watching their every move from nearby, completely unnoticed by them. A chill ran down their spines, and beads of cold sweat formed on their backs. Your Excellency, please forgive our previous transgressions. This is all the inner elixirs we have gathered. Let it serve as our apology. Kindly allow us to depart. Furthermore, may I inquire your esteemed name? I, Han Qing, shall remember it, and would never dare to offend your illustrious reputation. Han Qing quickly bowed respectfully, not daring to entertain any further malicious thoughts. While he suspected that the white-haired youth before him might be a mere facade of strength attempting to intimidate them, he felt no inclination to take that gamble. He understood that even if the individual were significantly drained, he was not someone they could contend with. It was merely that the youth chose not to engage. More alarmingly, as he recognized Lin Chuan's formidable prowess, he endeavored to recall the identity of the deceased. He immediately noted the striking resemblance between that individual and Yin Kong, who ranked 4th among the newcomers. From his vantage point, he could clearly see the blood and internal organs spilling forth from Yin Kong, further confirming that Lin Chuan was indeed the enigmatic master capable of targeting viscera and meridians. If a confrontation were to ensue, he had no confidence of surviving under Lin Chuan's might. With Yin Kong, a 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, having perished, Han Qing, a mere 4th-layer cultivator, lacked the courage to face Lin Chuan, recognizing such an endeavor as tantamount to courting death. Lin Chuan. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan revealed his name, fully aware that once this assessment concluded, his name would undoubtedly spread among the crowd, a certainty beyond question. I shall remember it. Han Qing nodded, then gradually retreated with his 2 companions until they could no longer see Lin Chuan, finally exhaling in relief as they summoned their spiritual energy to flee, desperate to distance themselves from the white-haired youth named Lin Chuan. Once the trio departed, Lin Chuan redirected his attention to Yin Kong and the others. Qin Lang, having cleansed himself of blood and visceral remnants, began to rummage through Yin Kang's corpse, collecting all usable items, including a significant number of inner elixirs, even one from a 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. This discovery delighted both Qin Lang and Byakugan Shi, who rejoiced at the prospect of no longer worrying about spiritual beast inner elixirs. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chuan observed the 2 surviving companions of Yin Kong, both of whom bore injuries, though not severe, evidently spared due to the leniency of Byakugan Shi and Qin Lang. This was to be expected. The outcome of the battle had little to do with them, entirely dependent on the clash between Lin Chuan and Yin Kong. Additionally, out of sympathy for the oppression faced by the 2, Byakugan Shi and Qin Lang had refrained from inflicting grave harm upon them. Fei, is it? Lin Chuan inquired with interest, gazing at the tall figure of the foreigner before him. Whether to kill or to maim, I shall abide by your wishes. Fei furrowed his brows, speaking in a cold tone. If you manage to escape from this place alive, seek me out. What Yin Kong cannot provide, I shall offer you. After uttering these words, Lin Chuan turned and departed with Byakugan Shi and Qin Lang. Why should I trust your words? What can you possibly offer me? Fau shouted vehemently. a chance to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, an opportunity to follow me. If you still harbor dreams of becoming a formidable being. As for why you should trust me, it is because faith in me could grant you eternal life. Lin Chuan replied languidly. Chapter 25, The Enhancement of Strength and Mastery of Chakra. After walking several hundred meters, Lin Chuan watched in silent bewilderment as Qin Lang rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably. Trust me, and you shall attain immortality. Ha ha. Can you utter anything more absurd than that? Qin Lang exclaimed with mirth. Bu Lianshi stood obediently to the side, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she gazed at Lin Chuan. It's better to have a sister. I must keep Qin Lang at a distance from Bu Lianshi in the future, lest he lead her astray. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. All right, enough laughter. Get up. We have yet to complete our task of hunting spirit beasts. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Chuan pulled Bu Lianshi along with a smile, leaving Qin Lang to emit a cry of despair. The inner elixir obtained from Yin Kong is more than sufficient, but that is not what you hunted, lamented a certain individual on the verge of tears. In the following 2 days, the trio continued to cultivate and hunt spirit beasts without encountering any other groups. Moreover, while sifting through the items acquired from Yin Kong, Qin Lang was pleasantly surprised to discover 3 foundational essence replenishing pills suitable for those in the qi refining stage. Though these pills were not particularly rare, they held immense value for orphans like them, capable of purging impurities from their meridians and facilitating the smooth flow of spiritual energy. Furthermore, the inherent potency of the medicinal herbs within could enhance their cultivation when refined by an alchemist. Although these pills were the most rudimentary of their kind, their inaugural consumption proved immensely beneficial for both Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, leading to successive breakthroughs within just 2 days. Qin Lang ascended to the 4th level of the qi refining stage, while Bu Lianshi reached the 3rd level, a testament to their diligent preparation. However, Lin Chuan did not share their fortune. The effects of the pills he consumed were not as pronounced. Aside from a slight increase in his spiritual energy, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Nonetheless, with the aid of the pill's potency, he managed to advance to the 2nd level of the qi refining stage a few days ahead of his initial expectations. Ha ha ha, the sensation of enhanced cultivation is delightful. By the way, Lin Chuan, now that you have progressed a level, does that mean you possess the strength to contend with those at the 7th level of the qi refining stage? Qin Lang inquired excitedly. He was aware that the elevation from the 2nd to the 7th level was not on the same tier, yet Lin Chuan's existence defied conventional logic, making him extremely curious about Lin Chuan's current capabilities. Yes, I can easily triumph over someone at the 7th level now. Lin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Although it seemed he had only ascended 1 level in spiritual energy, the past few days had allowed his body to absorb a significant amount of the inner elixirs, enhancing both the quality and quantity of his chakra. This enhancement was comprehensive, far surpassing the mere elevation of a single level in spiritual energy. Wow, this is fantastic. We no longer need to live in fear. Even if we encounter the top-ranked group, we can handle it. Qin Lang exclaimed joyfully, relishing the sense of invincibility. Bu Lianshi shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the formidable spirit beasts. With Lin Chuan's Byakugan, we need not fear encountering powerful spirit beasts, Qin Lang remarked nonchalantly. With just 1 day remaining, the cultivators who have passed the assessment but have not yet reached the foundation establishment stage will soon arrive. What do you think our odds are? Lin Chuan shrugged, gazing at Qin Lang as if he were a fool. Well, even if we rank first for just today, I would be quite pleased. Qin Lang chose to ignore the formidable competitors that awaited them, choosing instead to live in the moment. Disregarding Qin Lang's foolish reaction, Lin Chuan resumed his cultivation. Over the past few days, he had been honing his chakra control abilities. He had gained a rough mastery of tree climbing and walking on water, yet he still needed more time to refine these skills, which were crucial for his future ninjutsu training. Regarding the 2 types of chakra transformation, nature transformation and form transformation, Lin Chuan had successfully achieved nature transformation. With the power of the Rinnegan, he innately commanded all forms of chakra transformation, encompassing the 7 elemental attributes of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. However, he had yet to master form transformation, which required a substantial amount of chakra for practice. Techniques such as Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rinnegan exemplified form transformation. To attain such abilities, he would have to engage in relentless training after the assessment concluded. Nevertheless, having mastered chakra nature transformation, Lin Chuan had met the requirements to wield ninjutsu, a form of magic accessible only to those at the foundation establishment stage in this world. The only hurdle remaining was to increase his chakra reserves. He resolved to intensify his training during this period, allowing his body to absorb more internal energy, thereby augmenting his chakra levels. As Lin Chuan pondered, he ambled along the surface of a small river, continuously practicing his chakra control. When the 5th day of the assessment arrived, Lin Chuan ceased hunting spirit beasts and, accompanied by Qin Lang and Bu Yanshi, made their way toward the center of hunting ground number 44. With powerful cultivators set to enter the hunting grounds the following day, they needed to gather the crimson flame lotus from the underground magma lake before that occurred. As they drew nearer, Lin Chuan was compelled to keep his Byakugan activated, remaining vigilant to the dangers surrounding him. Since their arrival, numerous formidable spirit beasts roamed the area, including those at the 10th level of Qi refinement, where a moment's inattention could prove fatal. The threats did not end there. Other groups posed a risk to Lin Chuan as well. While he was confident in his strength against these individuals, Qin Lang and Bu Yanshi lacked the power to adequately protect themselves. Encounters with such groups could lead to perilous situations, necessitating that he avoid all potential conflicts to prevent unnecessary depletion of their strength. This cautious approach extended their journey, yet ultimately ensured their safe arrival at the heart of the forest. What once was a towering forest of colossal trees has now transformed into a vast expanse of lakes. Or rather, an extensive hot spring, where the surface is enveloped in dense steam, permeated by a pungent odor that signifies their arrival at the edge of an underground magma lake. Surrounding them are entrances leading into the depths below. Let us proceed. Lin Chuan cast a glance at the lake and, accompanied by the two others, made his way towards the subterranean passage revealed by the Byakugan. It was a direct route into a lava cave, stretching endlessly within a kilometer of visibility, filled with an intricate labyrinth of caverns that could easily bewilder any ordinary individual attempting to gather the crimson fire lotus, potentially leading them to become lost or even perish within. This rendered the collection process significantly more arduous, making the depths of the cave nearly inaccessible to most. Yet, under Lin Chuan's Byakugan, all of this posed no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 26. The underground cavern. As the trio entered the lava cave, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of scorching heat, reminiscent of stepping into a steamer. Remember, if we encounter the crimson flame lotus, do not attempt to pluck it. Only I shall do so. Do you understand? Lin Chuan stated with gravity, choosing not to divulge the sordid details lurking beneath the surface to his companions. Understood. The two responded, sensing the weight of his words and acquiescing without hesitation. To them, it was evident that without Lin Chuan, their chances of reaching this point were virtually non-existent. They might have perished the moment they entered the hunting ground. Thus, Lin Chuan's directive was to be followed unconditionally. Nodding in affirmation, Lin Chuan led them deeper underground. With his white eye's 360-degree perspective, he could discern all cave passages within a kilometer radius. While these tunnels appeared labyrinthine to other teams, Lin Chuan could effortlessly identify the dead ends and the longer routes, allowing him to eliminate the unviable paths and select one that extended beyond his line of sight. Follow me. Lin Chuan beckoned, swiftly guiding them toward a narrow cave. This, Qin Lang remarked, eyeing the cave before him, which was so constricted it seemed only a child could traverse it. He glanced back at the more spacious cavern they had just left. Lin Chuan, are you certain you aren't mistaken? Do you trust your own eyes? Or do you trust my white eye? Lin Chuan replied with a light chuckle. Bu Yanshi surveyed the surroundings and, without hesitation, positioned herself beside Lin Chuan. I choose to trust Lin Chuan's eyes. But Qin Lang lamented, his face contorted in despair as he hesitated. I don't think I can crawl in. My physique is a bit too ample. Lin Chuan, preoccupied with finding the most accessible and shortest route, had overlooked Qin Lang's size. After comparing the cramped cave, he shrugged. This is the most direct passage to the depths. If we avoid this path, we would have to take a significantly longer route, fraught with unknown dangers. Though your physique is somewhat robust, believe me, a little squeezing will allow you to pass. Suppressing laughter, Bu Yanshi's eyes sparkled with mirth. Despite his frustration, Qin Lang ultimately resigned himself to the situation. The alternative paths were far more perilous. All right, Bu Yanshi will go first. I'll be in the middle. And Qin Lang will bring up the rear. Lin Chuan clapped his hands, establishing the order and indicating for Bu Yanshi to proceed. Why am I at the back? Qin Lang inquired, puzzled. In case we encounter an obstruction, it would be better that you do not impede our progress, Lin Chuan explained with a casual shrug. Unable to contain herself, Bu Yanshi burst into laughter, hastily entering the cave under Qin Lang's dark glare. The cave appeared diminutive, yet within, It was adequate, thankfully. Qin Lang was not truly stuck, and the trio successfully reached the end of the passage. Upon their emergence, the trio had already descended to a kilometer beneath the surface. Lin Chuan's demeanor grew markedly grave. He ceased his playful banter and remained vigilant, his Byakugan activated as he surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he urged the group to hasten deeper into the cavern. After approximately 300 meters, Lin Chuan halted. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, intensified by the steam swirling within the cave. The ground was stained with dark crimson remnants, evaporated by the heat, leaving behind hardened clots reminiscent of dried blood. Scattered about were dismembered fragments of corpses, their wounds jagged and appearing as though they had been savagely torn apart. This is... Bu Lianshi's face turned pale with terror as she cowered behind Lin Chuan, unable to bear the sight. Qin Lang, equally stunned, stared wide-eyed at the horrific scene before them. It seemed as though some ferocious beast had unleashed its wrath here. Could there be formidable spirit beasts lurking beneath this underground magma lake? Swallowing hard, Qin Lang managed to voice his apprehension. After observing the peculiarities of the area, Lin Chuan had utilized his Byakugan and detected nothing amiss, nor any spirit beasts. Only the remnants of destruction lay scattered about. It appeared that some potent entity had been present here. He pondered whether the Lin family was oblivious to this danger or if they had intentionally led them into this perilous situation. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. His initial intention was to gather some scarlet flame red lotus, hoping to reduce the number of those who would subsequently enter and risk being consumed by its roots. However, the reality proved far more complicated than it seemed. From now on, you must stay closely behind me. Do not stray more than 5 meters away, understood? Lin Chuan declared with solemnity. 5 meters was the maximum distance over which he could extend his chakra. Beyond that, he would be powerless to respond to any emergencies. Understood. The two replied, with Bu Lianshi gripping Lin Chuan's garment tightly, refusing to let go. Once he assured himself that the vicinity posed no immediate threat, Lin Chuan led them towards a secluded cave situated 100 meters away. Through the keen insight of his Byakugan, he discerned a striking red lotus flourishing on the crimson rock wall, which he surmised to be the scarlet flame red lotus. In no time, the trio arrived at the stone wall, and indeed, there bloomed the scarlet flame red lotus. Its fiery petals exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy. Yet the intense heat radiating from it deterred any approach. Occasionally, wisps of flame would eerily rise from the blossom, emitting a blinding brilliance. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi adhered to Lin Chuan's instructions and refrained from advancing. With his mastery of sage chakra enveloping his palm, Lin Chuan cautiously approached, reaching out to grasp the scarlet flame red lotus, gently extracting it from its perch. In that instant of contact, Lin Chuan sensed the lotus attempting to siphon something from his being, but the sage chakra enveloping his hand thwarted its endeavor, ultimately preventing any loss. Indeed, it would have drained the spirit root of the one who harvested it. Fortunately, I was well prepared, Lin Chuan mused. Just as he prepared to secure the precious scarlet flame red lotus, his expression suddenly shifted. At this moment, Lin Chuan distinctly sensed a powerful tug emanating from his abdomen, akin to an overwhelming desire and yearning, even tinged with a plea. Could it be the fruit of the divine tree? Was the fruit yearning to consume this scarlet flame red lotus? Lin Chuan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and trepidation. The molten cavern around him was rife with peril, and he truly could not fathom what would transpire should he ingest the scarlet flame red lotus. Chapter 27. Devouring the Power of Flora. Lin Chuan. What is the matter with you? Bu Lianshi inquired anxiously upon noticing the pallor of Lin Chuan's face after he plucked the crimson flame lotus. Nothing. We must leave this place swiftly. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chuan's expression shifted again. He felt the tugging force from the fruit of the divine tree intensifying within his dantian. How infuriating. Devouring should be beneficial, yet in such circumstances. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth inwardly, but the power within him forbade further contemplation. The fruit of the divine tree even released a wisp of purple mist, surging through his meridians towards the palm of his right hand, where the crimson flame lotus resided. Protect me. Lin Chuan decisively seated himself on the ground, hastily consuming the crimson flame lotus whole. This spectacle left Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi utterly stunned. Lin Chuan, that is a herb used for foundation-building alchemy. It should not be ingested directly. Yet, before they could finish, they witnessed Lin Chuan's throat move, evidently swallowing it. This is dire. While the harm of consuming herbs is not severe, Lin Chuan has ingested a herb that surpasses his cultivation level. Even though his body is unique enough to digest inner elixirs, the energy from herbs differs fundamentally from that within inner elixirs. What shall we do now? Buliensher exclaimed, her face paling further. The power of the herbal essence must be refined by an alchemist to be absorbed by us cultivators. If he ingests it like this, it could very well cause the herbal essence to run rampant within him. The issue now is that he has already consumed it. We have no other recourse. As Lin Chuan suggested, we shall protect him. Qin Lang stated resolutely after a moment of silence. Let us not forget. Lin Chuan has said that as long as he can face this calmly, he surely has a contingency plan. Our only task now is to ensure his safety. Qin Lang's fists clenched tightly, his previously languid gaze sharpening as he surveyed their surroundings, assuming a defensive stance. He had always been the protector of the two of them. Now, it was their turn to safeguard him. Buliensher, hearing Qin Lang's words, glanced back at Lin Chuan, who was seated with closed eyes, and resolutely positioned herself before him, forming the final line of defense. At this moment, a tremendous surge of energy roiled within Lin Chuan, comprising both the natural energy of the world and the unique essence of plant life. The moment this energy manifested, it coursed through his meridians towards his dantian. Entirely beyond Lin Chuan's control, why does the fruit of the divine tree desire to devour the crimson flame lotus? What is truly happening? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, refraining from any movement. Although he could not control the herbal essence, it had already exceeded the limits he typically commanded. Should this power spiral out of control? Even if he did not perish, he would suffer grievous injury. Indeed, the richness of the herbal essence contained within foundation-building herbs is beyond what I, as a chi refinement cultivator, can manage. It is a stroke of fortune that I have not been overwhelmed. I hope that once the divine tree's fruit has devoured this power, it will calm, and I shall be granted greater strength thereafter. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chuan's process of absorption was remarkably swift, taking less than 3 minutes to fully consume the power of the crimson flame lotus. When he finally reopened his eyes, even he found it hard to believe that such immense energy had been entirely dissipated within such a brief span. Lin Chuan, you are awake. How wonderful! Buliensher exclaimed, sensing movement behind her. Turning around, she was just in time to see Lin Chuan return to consciousness. What about the inferno lotus you absorbed? Quickly expel any energy that cannot be assimilated. Directly absorbing such a plant's power without the refinement of an alchemist is perilous. The crimson flame lotus has been completely absorbed by me. Lin Chuan's next words nearly dropped Qin Lang and Buliensher's jaws to the floor. Absorbed? Completely? What is going on? The two felt that during their time alongside Lin Chuan, they had expressed every ounce of astonishment possible, yet it still seemed insufficient. What Lin Chuan revealed was beyond mere surprise. It was a profound shock that shattered many of their preconceived notions. Lin Chuan empathized deeply with their bewilderment, as if he were relaying to his past self that water flows uphill, or that fire is cold, concepts that challenge the very foundations of understanding. The revelations Lin Chuan presented to Qin Lang and Buliensher regarding the realm of cultivation were akin to such surreal truths. And these phenomena were indeed unfolding before their very eyes. To claim they were not astonished would be a blatant falsehood. With no time to untangle these thoughts, Lin Chuan's immediate action upon regaining consciousness was to activate his Byakugan to survey his surroundings. Only after confirming there was no danger did he finally exhale in relief and rise to his feet. Are you truly all right? Qin Lang and Buliensher, having collected their expressions, cast him an odd look, their concern palpable. I am fine, I have absorbed it. However, before he could finish, Lin Chuan's countenance suddenly shifted dramatically as a thought surged through his mind. What is happening? Within his dantian, the fruit of the divine tree now exuded an even more potent force of absorption, akin to the terrifying greed unleashed in a parched individual savoring an exquisite delicacy. In that moment, the most primal instinct, consuming, overwhelmed all rational thought, erupting in a frenzy of madness. How could this be? Lin Chuan's eyes widened in horror as he distinctly felt the terrifying force of absorption emanating from his dantian. This insatiable craving for plant energy transcended all limits, beginning to directly consume Lin Chuan's own flesh if left unchecked. He had no doubt that if this continued, he would be reduced to a mere husk. Damn it! Could it be that, as a plant, the divine tree's fruit requires the absorption of plant energy for its growth? He cursed inwardly, frustrated that he had not foreseen this outcome. In that moment, the urgent voices of Qin Lang and Buliensher faded into oblivion. As if he could no longer hear them at all, he had to urgently seek the crimson flame lotus, otherwise he would truly perish under the devouring force of the divine tree's fruit. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, his Byakugan transformed into the Rinnegan, enabling a more extensive and frantic search for the surrounding crimson flame lotuses. Moments later, having located the coveted flowers, Lin Chuan swiftly stepped forward, urging Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi with a terse command to stay close, before vanishing at the cave's end. Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang exchanged a resolute glance, and without hesitation, they hastily followed, determined that no matter what transpired, they would never abandon their companion. Chapter 28. The insatiable fruit of the divine tree. After rushing approximately 300 meters downward, Lin Chuan discovered a hidden corner where a crimson flame lotus flourished, a place nearly impossible for anyone to stumble upon. With no time to hesitate, he plucked the flower and immediately placed it in his mouth. The moment the vivid red lotus entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of energy, a mixture of nature's power and spiritual essence, coursing through Lin Chuan's meridians. However, simultaneously, the devouring force from the fruit of the divine tree emerged, swiftly consuming every bit of that energy. Having ingested the crimson flame lotus, Lin Chuan felt a significant improvement in his condition. At the very least, the divine tree's fruit would no longer feast upon his body. Had he known that consuming one would provoke such a powerful reaction, he would have sought a location abundant with crimson flame lotuses to begin with. Now, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Lin Chuan silently lamented, sighing in relief as he began to utilize his reincarnation eye to search more extensively for additional crimson flame lotuses. He sensed that the divine tree's fruit in his dantian was still not satiated. It craved more crimson flame lotuses. The current tranquility was merely temporary. It was simply taking its time to digest. At that moment, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang finally caught up, with scarcely a moment to exchange words before swiftly following Lin Chuan's lead to the next destination. 2 kilometers beneath them lay a gathering site for crimson flame lotuses, where 11 blossoms thrived. Lin Chuan had finally located a place rich in these precious flowers. Yet, he needed to continue searching for any additional crimson flame lotuses on the way there. Accompanied by Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, Lin Chuan dashed downward. Acutely aware that the one he had just consumed would not sustain him for long, he must gather more along the way. Thus, the trio, under Lin Chuan's guidance, hurriedly harvested the concealed crimson flame lotuses tucked away in the nooks and crannies as they raced toward the location revealed by his reincarnation eye. Finally, respite was within reach. Lin Chuan gazed at the 11 flourishing crimson flame lotuses before him, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly harvested them and stashed them in his pack. Lin Chuan, what on earth is happening? Consuming so many crimson flame lotuses won't lead to any issues, will it? Bu Lianshi inquired, her voice laced with concern. Not consuming them poses an even greater threat. Lin Chuan retorted, popping another crimson flame lotus into his mouth. I require a more substantial quantity. His reincarnation eye remained activated, scanning the surrounding lava caves. However, with the imminent danger diminished, he refrained from using it further, as it would deplete a significant amount of chakra. Your body and your eyes. Qin Lang hesitated, words unspoken. I'll explain when we have the time. Come quickly. I've discovered something remarkable, Lin Chuan proclaimed, excitement radiating from his face as he sprinted deeper into the cave. 10 minutes later, when only 3 crimson flame lotuses remained in his pack, he finally arrived at the enormous lava cave previously glimpsed through his wide eyes. In the heart of this cavern lies a vast lake of magma, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, surrounded by 200 to 300 blooming scarlet flame lotuses. They resemble a sea of flames, exuding an oppressive heat. How could there be so many scarlet flame lotuses here? Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi gazed in disbelief at the vibrant expanse of red flowers, rendered speechless by their astonishment. Surely, these lotuses must provide ample sustenance for the divine tree fruit. Lin Chuan mused, promptly channeling his celestial chakra into his palms, preparing to gather the scarlet flame lotuses with utmost vigor. However, in the next moment, Lin Chuan's movements abruptly halted, as if his body had lost all control. What is happening? Lin Chuan stared in shock at his own body, where the divine tree fruit quietly floated and spun within his dantian, suddenly releasing a vast cloud of violet mist. This mist swiftly filled his meridians, surging forth from every acupoint, rapidly enveloping the entire expansive magma cavern. What is this? Lin Chuan, what are you doing? Come back quickly, Qin Lang shouted anxiously. He watched helplessly as Lin Chuan was consumed by the violet mist, powerless to intervene. Even he and Bu Lianshi dared not approach Lin Chuan, for the searing heat had reached their limits. Only Lin Chuan, a practitioner skilled enough to expel spiritual energy from his body, could survive within. Damn it. Only cultivators of at least the 6th layer of qi refinement could barely enter this place. What on earth is this violet mist? Qin Lang was drenched in sweat from the mounting urgency. Bu Lianshi, as if making a difficult decision, said solemnly, I will transfer my spiritual energy to you. You must go in and save brother Lin Chuan. Your spiritual energy to me? But Qin Lang looked at Bu Lianshi in astonishment. Once spiritual energy enters a person's body and begins to circulate, it leaves an imprint on that cultivator, making it impossible to directly transfer it to another without employing a spell to return it to its natural state. There is no need to be surprised. This is my ability. Bu Lianshi shook her head, gazing at the encroaching violet mist with determination. This is the only way, otherwise, entering would be tantamount to suicide. And survival within is impossible. Brother Lin Chuan is our companion. We must not abandon him. All right. Qin Lang, seeing the resolute expression on Bu Lianshi's face, finally nodded in agreement. Yet, before Bu Lianshi could commence her incantation, the violet mist within the cavern began to rapidly contract, forming a colossal vortex that spiraled into Lin Chuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Along with it disappeared the 200 to 300 scarlet flame lotuses that had originally flourished here. Gulp. Qin Lang swallowed hard, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the scene before him. Had Lin Chuan absorbed all the scarlet flame lotuses? Bu Lianshi's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom what she had just witnessed. Had all those scarlet flame lotuses truly been consumed in such a brief moment? Lin Chuan, what manner of creature has devoured such an immense quantity of foundation-building herbs? Even if it was not by Lin Chuan's own volition, the potency of these herbs has ultimately entered his body. The essence of the plants has been nearly entirely absorbed by the fruit of the divine tree. Yet the surplus spiritual energy has been scarcely assimilated by it, resulting in a tumultuous surge of celestial energy within Lin Chuan at this moment. How infuriating! With such an abundance of energy, if he does not refine it promptly, he risks being overwhelmed. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, refraining from any extraneous movements, fully dedicating himself to his cultivation, unable even to shift his position. Meanwhile, the fruit of the divine tree, which had consumed over 300 crimson flame lotuses, finally descended into silence, commencing the process of digesting the newly acquired plant essence. As time elapsed, the divine tree's fruit gradually emanated more violet mist, slowly merging with Lin Chuan's body, as if it were subtly altering something within him. Chapter 29. Entering ahead, gazing at Lin Chuan, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi took a moment to collect themselves, exchanging wry smiles. They found themselves at a loss for how to respond to Lin Chuan's remarkable performance. Ever since they entered the 44th hunting ground, Lin Chuan had consistently pushed their limits, whether it was his formidable soft fist capable of damaging internal organs or his bloodline limit, the Byakugan, which allowed him to see a kilometer away, just when they thought they had witnessed the pinnacle of Lin Chuan's abilities. He surprised them by demonstrating that inner elixirs could be consumed directly, and that foundation-building herbs were also consumable during the qi refining stage, concepts they had never dared to contemplate before, lest they invite their own demise. What should we do now? Bu Lianshi asked, looking at Lin Chuan with a sense of helplessness. What else can we do? We can only stay here. We can't just leave him alone. Qin Lang replied, plopping down onto the ground and leaning against the rocky wall to rest. He had nearly rushed in earlier, and had it not been for Bu Lianshi's ability to transfer spiritual energy, he would have risked his own severe injuries to bring Lin Chuan out. I mean, should we consider taking Lin Chuan away? It feels unsafe here, and given the abundance of scarlet flame red lotus in this area, the Lin family must be aware of it. If someone were to come here, our cultivation levels might not suffice to handle the situation, Bu Lianshi said, her brow furrowed, her heart racing as she watched Lin Chuan meditate with his eyes closed. Qin Lang understood her concerns, despite their respective advancements in cultivation, which placed them among the elite of newcomers. They would face more than just these novices come the 6th day. They would contend with other cultivators who had not yet reached the foundation building stage, including formidable opponents at the 10th level of qi refining. Lin Chuan is not in a state to move easily. Let's hold our ground here for a while. If he hasn't awakened by noon tomorrow, we can devise another plan, Qin Lang suggested. Seething steam poured forth from the cave continuously. After a moment's hesitation, the two chose to cultivate and guard themselves 100 meters away from the cave entrance. Otherwise, the energy expenditure from constantly resisting the heat waves would be too great, leaving them unable to fight at full strength should enemies approach. Outside the protective formation of the 44th hunting ground, in a secluded forest, 12 individuals appeared silently. Most were at the 6th or 7th level of qi refining, with the leader boasting a cultivation level of the 9th. Boss Wu, is everything set for this operation? One of the 7th-level Qi refiners whispered. Rest assured, I have secured the cooperation of a core disciple from the Lin family. He has provided me with a temporary token for entering the 44th hunting ground. As long as the Lin family does not conduct a thorough investigation, no one will uncover our advance into the hunting ground, replied Wu Hai, the 9th-level Qi refiner, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had been planning this early entry to gather Scarlet Flame Red Lotus for quite some time. The expenses are indeed considerable, however, once they gain entry, their rewards will undoubtedly far exceed those of other teams. At that time, they will surely acquire more cultivation resources from the Lin family, potentially enabling a direct breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Rest assured, following me will assuredly yield abundant returns. When I was negotiating for that core disciple, I managed to gather information regarding the Crimson Flame Lotus from disciples specializing in the collection of various spiritual herbs for the Lin family. Wu Hai said with a mysterious smile. What information? Wu Hai, do not keep us in suspense. Please tell us. The crowd's eyes brightened instantly, imploring him eagerly. The success of this operation pertained significantly to their future cultivation resources. Each person was increasingly invested, striving to gather as many Crimson Flame Lotuses as possible. This urgency also justified their risky decision to enter the hunting grounds ahead of schedule. After all, the number of Crimson Flame Lotuses is limited, and should others seize them first, their efforts would be in vain. Before arriving, everyone pooled their resources for me to manage, so I must utilize these funds to their fullest extent. Hence, the good news I wish to share is that I have obtained the precise location where the Lin family cultivates the Crimson Flame Lotus, along with the route to that cave. If all goes as expected, there should be 200 to 300 Crimson Flame Lotuses growing there. Should we manage to harvest them all, our cultivation resources for the next 3 years would be secured. Wu Hai's words ignited fervent excitement on everyone's faces, as if the flames of the Crimson Flame Lotus were beckoning them. All right, enough talk. Let us enter the hunting grounds. With a command from Wu Hai, he raised his hand and cast a verdant jade pendant. Upon contact with the protective array, the pendant disintegrated into fine ash, merging into the formation and vanishing. In the next moment, the previously impenetrable array inexplicably cracked open, revealing a modest gap. Wu Hai nodded to the crowd and led the way inside, followed by the entire team of 12. Soon after, the array returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was fervently refining the immense spiritual energy within his body. However, the quantity of Crimson Flame Lotuses he had consumed was overwhelming, especially since they were foundational herbs, infused with vast amounts of plant power and natural energy. The divine tree fruit was only interested in the plant power of the herbs, absorbing merely a fraction of the natural energy, which resulted in Lin Chuan being inundated with the spiritual energy from the Crimson Flame Lotuses. Were it not for the divine tree fruit suppressing the energy in his dantian, Lin Chuan felt he might have exploded. Initially, he intended to gradually consume these herbs, but the divine tree fruit was overly eager. Now, both his dantian and meridians were brimming with spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of even moving. With such an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, Lin Chuan pondered how long it would take to fully digest it all. He felt utterly overwhelmed. Most concerning, this location was not secure. There was no guarantee that others would not discover it. If that were to happen, Qin Lang and Bu Yin sure might not be able to withstand the pressure. If it came to that, it would be disastrous. In Lin Chuan's heart, he silently mused, while continuously accelerating the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy. Throughout this process, he also noticed that the divine fruit within his dantian was releasing a substantial amount of purple mist, which infused into his body. However, at this moment, Lin Chuan had neither the capacity nor the time to examine the alterations occurring within him. As time relentlessly passed, Qin Lang and Bu Yin sure observed the motionless Lin Chuan, their anxiety intensifying. Were it not for the palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, they might have almost believed that he had been overwhelmed by the very energy itself. The 6th day was fast approaching. Although it required a considerable amount of time to traverse from the outskirts to this location, the prowess of those youths who had passed the assessment assured that such a duration would not be excessively lengthy. Suddenly, Bu Lianshi's expression shifted as she gazed into the depths of a cavern. Someone was approaching, 12 individuals to be precise. Chapter 30. At this moment, only death and battle. What? Qin Lang, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly sprang to his feet, staring in astonishment at Bu Lianshi. Before entering the hunting grounds, Bu Lianshi had already demonstrated her exceptional perceptiveness. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's watchful eye, she would undoubtedly have played an unimaginable role in this assessment. Yet, her words now plunged Qin Lang's heart into despair. Lin Chuan has yet to awaken. Seated cross-legged within the cave, Lin Chuan remained oblivious to the imminent danger approaching. What shall we do? Their cultivation seems to surpass ours. I can sense them from a distance, but it won't be long before they reach our location. Bu Lianshi, merely an 8-year-old girl, was thrown into a panic as danger loomed, her small hands trembling despite her efforts to remain composed, betraying her inner turmoil. Do not panic. Let us remain calm for a moment. Those individuals may not be heading directly here. They could merely be passing through from a nearby cave. Qin Lang inhaled deeply and reassured her. You go to the cave entrance and try to call Lin Chuan. See if you can rouse him. I will scout ahead. After uttering those words, Qin Lang hastened down the path from which Bu Lianshi had come. Bu Lianshi clenched her fists and turned to dash toward Lin Chuan's cave. Brother Lin Chuan, 12 individuals are approaching. We are in grave danger. Can you move? We need to leave this place temporarily. She pressed her face against the cave's entrance. Struggling against the scorching heat that surged forth, her clothes drenched in sweat. Yet, no matter how fervently she called out, Lin Chuan remained motionless as if turned to stone, offering no response. Suddenly, Bu Lianshi's expression shifted once more. Here they come. They are indeed heading straight for us. In that instant, Qin Lang appeared at the end of the passage, sprinting toward Bu Lianshi, his face dark with concern. Cursing under his breath, he exclaimed, "Damn it! Those people have already passed the assessment. Why are they entering the hunting grounds before their designated time? Even the weakest among them is at the 6th level of Qi refinement, with some being as formidable as the 9th level. How did they manage to gain entry? Are the Lin family members utterly incompetent? Had it been the assessment group that arrived here, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi could have held their ground for a while, relying on the terrain. However, these individuals had far surpassed their capabilities. How could they possibly fight back? The weakest is at the 6th level of Qi refinement? This means they are heading directly for this lava cave. Upon hearing Qin Lang's curses, Bu Lianshi immediately realized that the purpose of these individuals was indeed the lava cave, as only those above the 6th level of Qi refinement could briefly enter without suffering burns. There is no other option. Lin Chuan cannot be awakened. We must hold our ground. There is no retreat left for us. Qin Lang's face was shrouded in gloom, yet even in this dire moment, he harbored no thoughts of fleeing. Throughout this journey, Lin Chuan has consistently cared for the two of them, shielding them from peril while tirelessly seeking opportunities to enhance their abilities. Their remarkable advancement in cultivation within merely 2 to 3 days is entirely due to Lin Chuan's guidance. Now, the moment has arrived for them to defend Lin Chuan against danger. Though this seems akin to courting death, he will not falter. Absolutely, he will not allow those he cherishes to suffer harm at the hands of others. Even if it costs him his life, he shall not retreat. Qin Lang murmured softly, his expression more earnest than ever. Beside him, Bu Lianshi turned to glance at the quietly meditating Lin Chuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. Brother Lin Chuan, since that incident, you have been the first to provide me with a sense of security, though your mischievous grin can sometimes seem unreliable. Apart from you and Qin Lang, I have no other ties in this world. If you were to give up, then I would see no reason to continue living. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi exchanged a knowing glance, devoid of any encouraging words, only the tumultuous energy swirling within them. They both understood that at this moment, there was no choice but to fight to the death. In the cave, Lin Chuan, who appeared to be in tranquil meditation, was anything but calm internally. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had even detected the presence of the 12 individuals before Bu Lianshi. Though his eyes were closed, his omniscient gaze, encompassing a 360-degree field of vision and a kilometer radius, served as his vigilant perimeter. Even in meditation, he kept his perceptive abilities active, acutely aware of his surroundings. Damn it! After a whole day, I've only refined half of the spiritual energy. Is this some kind of joke? This wretched divine fruit of the tree has chosen this place to devour so many crimson flame lotus flowers, it could very well lead to my demise. Lin Chuan cursed inwardly. Yet, his body was brimming with spiritual energy, and he dared not act recklessly, for a single misstep could transform him into a ticking bomb, endangering not only himself, but also ensuring the obliteration of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi in his self-destruction. Now, he could only hope that Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi would leave this place swiftly. That way, even if he exploded after taking action, they would remain unharmed. However, just as Lin Chuan thought of this, he saw Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi begin to channel their spiritual energy, positioning themselves at the only entrance to the cave. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. After all, few would be willing to stand in front of their companion under such dire circumstances. Akin to courting death. The 12 individuals were all cultivators at the 6th layer of chi refinement and above, formidable opponents they could not hope to match. Yet, despite this, they harbored no intention of abandoning Lin Chuan to flee alone. This left Lin Chuan, who had always walked a solitary path, feeling profoundly bewildered and deeply shaken. There are those willing to risk their lives for my insignificant existence. Is it worth it? Lin Chuan smiled bitterly. Since arriving in this world, he had resolved to continue his solitary journey, living alone without attachments, weaknesses, or vulnerabilities, all for the purpose of one day reaching the pinnacle of this world. At this moment, he felt as though something in his life had gained a new significance, a bond that was impossible to sever. A hue emerging from the pallid backdrop of his existence. He had not anticipated that this sensation would be remarkably pleasant. Since you are unwilling to depart, what reason do I have not to strive with all my might? For myself and for you. It was evident that the refinement of spiritual energy was no longer feasible. So he resolved to channel all this energy into the 130 trillion cells of his body. Lin Chuan contemplated quietly, disregarding everything as he began to force the spiritual energy from his dantian and meridians, dispersing it throughout his body. The excruciating pain he experienced was unlike anything he had ever known, akin to having his entire physical form shattered and then reassembled. The agony surged through him like mountains and seas, yet he did not relent. Instead, he quickened his pace, for he had no reason to abandon his efforts. Especially for those 2 companions outside who were risking their lives for him. He understood that at this moment, the only option was to fight to the death. Chapter 31. Taking the initiative. Boss Wu Hai. Are we almost there? A youthful voice inquired impatiently. Almost there. After we round this bend, we should arrive. You all have done well along the way, eliminating our adversaries. This operation is already more than halfway successful. All that remains is to harvest the Crimson Flame Lotus. Wu Hai, at the 9th level of chi refinement, replied with a smile. Upon hearing that they were close to their destination, excitement surged among the group. There were 200 to 300 Crimson Flame Lotuses, and if they succeeded in harvesting them, the rewards from the Lin family would be exceedingly generous, ensuring their cultivation resources for the coming years. Someone's there? As they turned the corner, the group spotted 2 figures standing at the end of the passage. These 2 were slight of build, evidently children, yet they stood resolutely, blocking the narrow corridor. Have others arrived before us? Wu Hai's expression darkened. Let us go. With that command, Wu Hai surged forward, unleashing the full force of his 9th level chi refinement cultivation. No one could match his speed. It's time to unleash my full potential, Qin Lang thought to himself, observing the approaching figure of imposing stature and the intense spiritual energy emanating from him. However, he felt no fear. With a firm step, he released his own spiritual power, charging ahead. How dare you come out to confront me? A mere boy at the 4th level of chi refinement. What audacity allows you to challenge my authority? You shall perish. Wu Hai's countenance grew icy as he discerned the cultivation levels of Qin Lang and his companion. One at the 4th level of chi refinement and the other at the 3rd level. In Wu Hai's eyes, they were unworthy of even engaging him in combat. Yet, in his desire to quickly assess the situation regarding the Crimson Flame Lotus within the cave, he chose to take matters into his own hands, intending to eliminate them with ruthless efficiency. To the astonishment of both Qin Lang and Wu Hai, however, Bu Lianshi, at the 3rd level of chi refinement, did not remain in a defensive stance. Instead, she charged out alongside Qin Lang at the very moment he advanced, her voice steady but low as she spoke. Brother Qin Lang, I'll help you defend. Just focus on your attack. Qin Lang cast a surprised glance at Bu Lianshi, unsure of what gave her the confidence to utter such words. Nevertheless, he chose to trust her, swiftly recalibrating his approach. He diverted all the spiritual energy initially reserved for defense into his offensive maneuvers, dismissing thoughts of how Wu Hai's onslaught might manifest, resolutely committed to his attack. He understood that in this combat scenario, if Bu Lianshi failed to withstand the opponent's strike, he could very well suffer severe injury or even death. Yet, he placed his faith in her, regardless of how absurd that belief might appear to outsiders. Defending against a full-force strike from a 9th level chi refinement practitioner with a 3rd level defense. Is this a jest? Wu Hai scoffed, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. His current standing in cultivation was not a product of leniency. Rather, countless lives had been extinguished by his hand. His achievements were forged through a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, amassed without hesitation. As the 11 individuals behind Wu Hai witnessed the emergence of two minor spirits at the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refinement, they all emitted faint scoffs. Such meager cultivation was hardly worthy of their attention, especially when their leader Wu Hai was prepared to take action. The issue at hand was no longer one of victory, but rather whether he could eliminate the two with a single strike. The distance between the three rapidly closed, Wu Hai's fist raised high, emanating a faint glow due to the concentration of spiritual energy, nearly on the verge of separation from his body. Should this blow connect, it would spell certain death for Qin Lang, just as Wu Hai's fist was about to strike the defenseless Qin Lang in the chest. An astonishing scene unfolded. Both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, who had initially prepared to counterattack, abruptly halted and began to form intricate hand seals before their chests. What is this? Wu Hai, though perplexed by their strange behavior, remained convinced that these two feeble spirits could hardly pose a threat to him, and thus he continued his assault without hesitation. Yet, in the next moment, Bu Lianshi completed her hand seal first, and a radiant glow illuminated her exquisite features. This light swiftly converged towards her brow, and in an instant, her forehead split open, releasing a golden mirror that shot forth to intercept Wu Hai's fist. With a thunderous crash, the sound reverberated throughout the cavern as the golden mirror absorbed the impact. Although it was sent flying, Bu Lianshi's lips bled slightly. Yet she had undeniably thwarted the full force of Wu Hai's strike at the 9th level of Qi refinement. What? How could this be? Wu Hai stared in shock at the golden mirror that had been propelled away by his own attack, disbelief etched across his face. Is that a magical artifact? All eyes were fixated on the golden mirror, astonished by the incredible spectacle that had just transpired. In the next heartbeat, Qin Lang completed his hand seal. Similar to Bu Lianshi, his spiritual energy rapidly coalesced at his brow, which then split open as well, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning that darted forth, so swift that none could perceive it. It pierced Wu Hai's chest in an instant. This is bad. They truly possess magical artifacts. These two spirits are protected. Quickly, save the boss. The 11 previously at ease, now jolted into action, rushed towards the airborne Wu Hai. Following this strike, Qin Lang's complexion turned ashen, as if he had been utterly drained, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a meandering stream. Bu Lianshi exchanged a glance with Qin Lang, sharing a knowing smile. It turned out they were not the only ones with hidden reserves. I defend. I attack. In that moment, both clearly defined their roles, retracting their magical artifacts and swiftly retreating. At this moment, Wu Hai's body was caught by the rushing subordinates, but a gaping wound had ominously appeared near his shoulder on the left side of his chest. Had it not been for Qin Lang's inadequate mastery over his magical artifacts' offensive capabilities, this blow would have undoubtedly claimed Wu Hai's life. Alas, it was merely a fraction off, allowing Wu Hai to survive. What a pity. This was the only opportunity. Qin Lang gazed at Wu Hai in the distance, his complexion pale as he spoke. The two had expended half of their spiritual energy in the recent exchange of attack and defense, rendering it nearly impossible to launch a similar assault again. Moreover, now that the adversary was aware of their tactics, it was unlikely they would be granted another chance. Chapter 32. The Enchantment of the Shackles and the Artifacts. To their astonishment, both children possessed magical artifacts. Who could they possibly be? Even the core descendants of the Lin family lacked such protective treasures. How could these two? Indeed, there were two genuine artifacts. One was a golden bronze mirror, while the other moved with such speed that I could scarcely discern its form, merely catching a glimpse of a purple flash that vanished in an instant. 12 individuals gazed in disbelief at Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. They had never anticipated encountering two children with protective artifacts in this place. It is well known in the realm of cultivation that only a select few foundation establishment practitioners, and those of the Golden Core stage, possess their own artifacts. Even among the scions of prominent families, only those with exceptional talent are bestowed with such treasures. Take the Lin family, for instance. Those children fortunate enough to possess protective artifacts are typically either the direct offspring of the patriarch or prodigies of extraordinary talent. Even the children of elders might not have such artifacts during their foundation establishment stage, let alone those still in the Qi refinement stage. After the initial shock, an insidious glint of greed spread across the faces of all present, including the severely injured Wu Hai. Two artifacts. If these treasures were wielded by someone of the same realm, they would have no choice but to flee. Yet, the ones holding these artifacts were merely children at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement. How could they not be tempted? While the power of an artifact's offense and defense is formidable, its efficacy greatly depends on the wielder's capabilities. Though Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang had managed to injure Wu Hai, a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, how much energy could they possibly have left? Curse it! To be injured by these brats. I must eliminate them today and seize their artifacts. Wu Hai cursed vehemently as he channeled his energy to heal, his bloodied visage reflecting a ferocious intensity. The 11 exchanged glances, each recognizing the greed mirrored in the other's eyes. But what of it? Who could resist the allure of an artifact? Their immediate objective was to swiftly dispatch the 2 children and seize the treasures. The matter of division could be addressed later. Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi inhaled deeply, steeling themselves against the growing avarice etched upon the faces of their adversaries, preparing once more for battle. They were acutely aware of the implications of wielding artifacts. They understood the peril of being unjustly punished for possessing something so coveted. However, this was a moment of life and death. With their lives at stake and their comrades unable to protect them, what use was an artifact? Charge! With a commanding shout from one among them, the 11 surged forward, eager to reach Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang. Yet, the narrow passageway permitted no more than 3 to confront them simultaneously. Although driven by greed, they were not without sense. They had witnessed Wu Hai's grievous injuries, and even if they surmised that the 2 before them could not unleash their previous techniques, none were reckless. Instead, they opted for the most prudent strategy, exhausting the children's energy. Despite their words, they were undoubtedly cultivators of at least the 6th layer of Qi refinement, possessing an abundance of spiritual energy that far surpassed that of the practitioner Qin Lang. Moreover, manipulating magical artifacts required a substantial expenditure of this energy. They were convinced that the 2 would not be able to endure for long. At that point, acquiring the 2 artifacts would be effortless. Why not seize such an opportunity? Bang! Qin Lang was struck by an attack from one of his opponents, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his entire body trembling and his complexion paling further. The practitioner Bu Lianshi was not faring any better. Both were thoroughly overwhelmed and continuously forced to retreat. They understood their adversaries' intentions were to deplete their spiritual energy. Yet they found themselves utterly helpless. While utilizing artifacts again might severely injure one opponent, what then? Depleted of energy, they would lack the strength to resist. Continuing in this manner would merely prolong their defeat. They had no chance of victory. Their only hope lay in Lin Chuan awakening, which might afford them a glimmer of opportunity. Otherwise, their demise was inevitable. Under the pressure of 11 opponents, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang retreated until they were nearly at the entrance of the lava cave where Lin Chuan lay. The scorching heat rolled in waves, further intensifying their burden. Damn it, who are these 2 brats? How can they endure for so long? If it weren't for the fear of their hidden trump cards, I would be tempted to eliminate them myself. Their spiritual energy has yet to be exhausted. Could they be concealing their cultivation? It is impossible for them to be hiding their true power. Otherwise, they could have easily killed Wu Hai with that last strike. There is only one explanation for this situation. These 2 brats likely possess at least inferior-grade Earth-level spiritual roots, perhaps even higher. One well-informed cultivator solemnly articulated this realization. What? Inferior-grade Earth-level roots. How can this be? Such roots would place them among the core disciples even within a prestigious family like the Lin clan. How could they have fallen to such depths, especially while wielding protective artifacts? Who on earth are they? Everyone gazed in astonishment at the 2 tenacious youths, an involuntary chill creeping into their hearts. If these 2 were not supported by a formidable force, they could not fathom how they could withstand such pressure. They must not be allowed to escape alive. Otherwise, we shall surely face catastrophic consequences. This was the collective sentiment of the group. Having provoked those who should not be trifled with, they were determined to eradicate the threat completely and prevent any future repercussions. In an instant, all intensified their assaults, driving Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang back relentlessly. The 2 were now covered in wounds, their garments soaked in blood, pushed to the very brink. Suddenly, one of them noticed the cave ahead, where a silver-haired youth was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Look, there is someone in the cave, one exclaimed, drawing everyone's gaze to Lin Chuan. Almost instantly upon seeing him, they realized why the 2 youths were fighting so fiercely to protect this individual. At that moment, a figure darted past the defensive line formed by Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, sprinting toward Lin Chuan. It was Wu Hai, who had been recovering from his injuries. Humph. Are you not here to protect this individual? Then allow me to take his life first, so you may comprehend your own frailty. This is the price of your defiance. Wu Hai bellowed with ferocity, instantly appearing before Lin Chuan. a cruel smile flickering across his face as he unleashed a fist towards Lin Chuan's body. At that moment, Lin Chuan's body stirred slightly, his eyes suddenly snapping open, revealing a pair of blood-red irises that fixed intently on Wu Hai before him, each adorned with two swirling tomo. Demonic Binding Technique. Chapter 33. The Bone Vein and the Fireball. What is happening? In an instant, a thunderous noise echoed in Wu Hai's mind, and the surrounding lava cave abruptly vanished. The next moment, he found his limbs and body impaled by numerous wedges. A stinging sensation surged through him, and his freedom was entirely lost, as if he were nailed to the ground. Wu Hai screamed in agony, bewildered as to why he was attacking the silver-haired youth only to find himself in such a predicament. What had just transpired in that fleeting moment? In a flash of light and shadow, Lin Chuan's figure materialized before Wu Hai, his blood-red eyes fixated upon Wu Hai, ensnared by the illusionary restraint technique. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from the bindings, forcing me to employ the Sharingan to cast the illusionary restraint technique. You shall now experience the torment it inflicts. Lin Chuan's voice reverberated from all directions, striking at the very core of Wu Hai's soul. Who are you? Release me at once. Wu Hai cried out in sheer terror, the sensation of the wedges piercing his body so vivid and real. He had never encountered such a bizarre and formidable attack, let alone one he could counter. When Uchiha Itachi had utilized this technique to swiftly defeat Orochimaru, compelling him to sever his own arm in a desperate bid for escape, Lin Chuan's execution of the illusionary restraint technique, while not reaching Itachi's level, proved more than sufficient to subdue Wu Hai effortlessly. From a distance, upon witnessing Wu Hai rushing towards Lin Chuan, Qin Lang wore a bittersweet smile tinged with regret. He looked up at the unseen sky, murmuring to himself, in the end, I could not protect the things I cherish. Jingru, it appears I truly cannot return. I hope you forget me. I am still so weak, powerless to resist, powerless to alter our fates. Bu Lianshi shook her head in sorrow, recognizing that this moment had inevitably arrived. Despite her and Qin Lang's relentless efforts, they had merely delayed the inevitable for a brief time, failing to thwart the advancing enemy and protect their cherished companions. Brother Lin Chuan, I do not regret coming to the southern Ming continent. Here, I have felt more warmth than in all my days in the Middle River continent. The next moment, as everyone turned their attention to the cave, awaiting Lin Chuan's inevitable demise, a bizarre scene unfolded. From their vantage point, they could only see Wu Hai's fist raised high, yet his figure appeared frozen, motionless before Lin Chuan. What is Wu Hai doing? Why hasn't he struck yet? A sense of confusion washed over the onlookers as they gazed into the cave. What exactly was happening? Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang exchanged astonished glances. Their earlier readiness for death transformed into a glimmer of hope as they looked towards Lin Chuan, witnessing his figure slowly rising. Who are you? Release me at once. Wu Hai's terrified scream shattered the silence of the cave, leaving everyone in utter shock as they beheld him, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Why was Wu Hai seemingly unbound, still pleading to be released? What sent shivers down their spines was the palpable terror evident in Wu Hai's voice. His piercing, ghostly wail, even if merely heard, plunged all present into an icy abyss, leaving them with a chilling dread. How could this be? Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they suddenly beheld a white, bone-like object protruding grotesquely from Wu Hai's back. What on earth was that? At that moment, an eerie atmosphere enveloped everything. Whether it was Wu Hai's companions or the martial artist Qin Lang, they all felt an ominous pressure upon their backs. Everyone ceased their combat, fixated on the bizarre spectacle unfolding within the cavern. Having experienced the surreal technique of magical restraint, it was time for death. A voice, devoid of warmth or emotion, echoed coldly. In that instant, Lin Chuan retracted his palm from Wu Hai's left chest, withdrawing with it a sharp bone that had emerged from his own hand. Thud! The next moment, Lin Chuan delivered a kick, sending the already lifeless Wu Hai soaring into the air, plummeting directly into the molten lake at the cavern's center, splashing a wave of crimson lava. Boss, Wu Hai had been slain by that white-haired youth. How could this be possible? In this moment, Lin Chuan, having utilized the time gained from the magical restraint technique, finally restored his bodily movements. The blood-red Sharingan gradually faded, replaced by his Byakugan. Lin Chuan, you. Qin Lang gazed in astonishment at Lin Chuan, questioning whether this was still the familiar companion they once knew. It seemed that his strength had ascended to a realm beyond their wildest imaginings. Rest now. I shall handle the remainder. Lin Chuan's body surged forth, charging at the remaining 11 adversaries. He needed to dispatch them with utmost urgency, for the spiritual energy within him had yet to be fully refined, posing an imminent risk of eruption. Whoosh! Almost appearing as if teleporting, Lin Chuan materialized before one individual, executing a swift strike aimed at the person's chest. The enemy's reaction was swift. As Lin Chuan's right hand approached, he had already crossed his arms defensively before his chest. Convinced that Lin Chuan's cultivation was merely at the third level of qi refinement and thus hardly a threat. Although unaware of the arcane powers the white-haired youth had employed to slay the severely injured Wu Hai, he was surrounded by 11 formidable masters. All above the 6th level of qi refinement, eliminating Lin Chuan would be child's play. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his chest was pierced clean through. In the fleeting moments of life ebbing away, he vaguely perceived the white-haired youth's palm, from which a sharp bone had erupted, impaling through his arms and driving straight into his heart. That was his own bone. How could this be? Just as Lin Chuan dispatched that adversary, a shadow flickered behind him, emanating a chilling malice. In its hand, a long sword appeared seemingly from nowhere, thrusting towards Lin Chuan's back. This strike appeared infallible to all observers, as it was a meticulously planned ambush aimed directly at Lin Chuan's vulnerable rear. Regrettably, in Lin Chuan's disdainful gaze, such a surprise attack was utterly ludicrous. Without even glancing back, Lin Chuan's right elbow struck the man's chest with precision. His bone punctured through in an instant, piercing directly into the man's heart. What was that bone? It was his own bone. He was using his own bone as a weapon. What manner of creature was he? At that moment, everyone exhibited expressions of sheer horror, gazing at the white-haired youth as if he were a monster, watching his arm bone gradually retract into his body, instinctively retreating. The sharp pain within Lin Chuan intensified. He understood that his time was limited, and he had but one final recourse to swiftly resolve the predicament before him. His hands swiftly formed seals before his chest, as the chakra of his mystical arts surged through his meridians, rapidly converging towards his mouth. Mystic Arts, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 34, The Grand Fireball of Celestial Arts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan unleashed a torrent of violent crimson flames towards the 9 individuals before him, transforming into a colossal fireball exceeding 3 meters in diameter, which surged through the already narrow cavern passage. This is a spell. How can this be possible? Damn it. Isn't such magic exclusive to those who have reached the foundation establishment stage? What level of cultivation does this fellow possess? It's over. Run. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's spell, the 9 lost all will to resist, turning to flee. Yet, no matter how swift their escape, they could not outrun the ferocious fireball that had already been conjured. The searing flames swiftly engulfed the 9 figures, their wretched screams echoing. Yet none emerged from the terrifying inferno. The foundational ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan finally radiated a brilliant glow in this realm, far into the world of Hokage. This technique, frequently employed in the original narrative yet never resulting in a single fatality, had finally achieved its inaugural kill. The intense heat even affected Qin Lang, the martial master behind Lin Chuan, for this was not merely the Grand Fireball technique but the celestial version, surpassing even Uchiha Itachi's initial execution. In the aftermath of the flames, the ground bore no traces of bodies, reduced almost entirely to ashes. Coughing up blood after expending this celestial art, Lin Chuan could no longer sustain himself, his body gradually succumbing to weakness. He felt Qin Lang rush to him at the last moment, catching him. "Take me away from here, quickly. Someone is coming," Lin Chuan uttered with his last vestige of strength. He had seen it through his Byakugan. The earlier skirmish between Qin Lang and these individuals had attracted many others rushing towards their direction. If they did not depart swiftly, they would soon face the onslaught of numerous cultivators. Go. Qin Lang summoned every ounce of strength to lift Lin Chuan and dash towards another lava passage. The labyrinthine pathways here were numerous, and without Lin Chuan's Byakugan to guide them, it was nearly impossible to locate an exit in a short span of time. They could only seek a concealed refuge before formulating further plans. Qin Lang's spiritual energy was already severely depleted after such a protracted battle. No matter how exceptional their talents or rapid their recovery, they could not keep pace with the rate of consumption, especially after employing protective artifacts. At this moment, Bulianshire, responsible for defense, found herself in an even more precarious state. Her cultivation was inherently inferior to Qin Lang's. Although her bronze mirror artifact offered decent protection, she had already sustained injuries from her initial confrontation with Wu Hai, and merely enduring until now was nothing short of miraculous. The 3 had truly reached a desperate juncture. Should they encounter a situation akin to the previous one, there would be no need for combat. waiting for death would suffice. After running approximately a kilometer, Qin Lang felt as though his legs were laden with lead, each step a formidable challenge to his limits. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. He would not yield until the final moment. As they turned a corner, the silhouettes of 3 individuals appeared before them, causing Qin Lang's heart to plummet to the depths of despair. 2 were at the 3rd level of qi refining, and 1 at the 2nd level. Byakugan quickly assessed the opponent's cultivation levels, but a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Such strength would have posed no threat to them in the past, yet now, the 3, already exhausted and on the brink of collapse, had barely any energy left to resist. With the last of our spiritual energy, we charge forward, Qin Lang declared solemnly, recognizing this as their final recourse. Agreed. Byakugan nodded in affirmation. Together, they exerted their utmost strength, their speed surging to its peak as they raced toward their adversaries, akin to a fleeting glimmer of light. Huh? This group appears formidable, yet they seem to be injured. One of the opponents pondered, contemplating whether to strike. They must possess numerous inner cores and crimson flame lotuses. This is an opportune moment to attack and eliminate them. The 3 adversaries, devoid of hesitation, swiftly resolved to act. In this brutal world where survival dictated ruthless choices, to spare others meant inviting one's own demise. Innocence had been stripped from all, even the children. Bang, bang, as the trio's fists and feet struck Qin Lang. He offered no resistance or defense, but instead gritted his teeth and surged through them. Byakugan selflessly used his own body to shield Lin Chuan from the oncoming attacks. Blood spilled from the corners of both their mouths. This was their final stand. Damn it, they've escaped. Pursue them. The 3 assailants were taken aback by the desperate charge, momentarily stunned, allowing Qin Lang and his companion to break through. With approximately 300 meters to go, they were nearing the secret location where Lin Chuan had discovered the crimson flame lotuses through his Byakugan. If they could reach that sanctuary, safety would be assured. They had to endure. Qin Lang silently urged himself, his consciousness blurring, sustained only by sheer willpower. However, as if fate were playing a cruel jest, upon rounding another bend, they encountered the same trio standing in the middle of the passage, none other than Han Qing and his companions, who had nearly clashed with Lin Chuan earlier. It's them. Han Qing immediately recognized Qin Lang and Byakugan, and then his gaze fell upon Lin Chuan, unconscious and slung over Qin Lang's back. They're all injured? And Lin Chuan is gravely wounded as well. What on earth have they faced? Han Qing's brow furrowed slightly. Should we intervene? One of Han Qing's companions spoke gravely. This is a prime opportunity. Qin Lang must have collected numerous inner cores and treasures. Wait before Han Qing could finish. He spotted 3 figures re-emerging at the cave's entrance, their intent unmistakable. They were pursuing Lin Chuan and the others. They are still being hunted? 2 at the 3rd level of qi refining, 1 at the 2nd. What powerful enemies have they encountered to force them into such a desperate flight? Han Qing's mind raced, his expression darkening. Assist that silver-haired youth in fending off their pursuers. Han Qing's eyes sharpened with resolve as he finally made his decision. However, there is no buts to consider. The prowess of that white-haired youth is unfathomable. Do not be deceived by his current unconscious state into believing that we can easily eliminate him. One misstep could lead to our demise. Han Qing spoke in a low voice, a pair of blood-red eyes etched vividly in his mind. Trust me, saving him is undoubtedly more advantageous than killing him. After uttering this, Han Qing surged forward, heading straight for Qin Lang across the way. Upon witnessing Han Qing's approach, both Qin Lang and Byakugan felt a wave of despair wash over them. Yet, as Han Qing drew near, instead of attacking, he solemnly conveyed, "You must leave quickly. I will handle those behind us." Chapter 35. Healing Arts. Qin Lang and Byakugan gazed in astonishment as Han Qing and his companions dashed past them. They had never anticipated that their adversaries, who had nearly come to blows during their last encounter, would extend a hand in their direst moment of need. Bathed in the dim crimson glow of the rock face, Qin Lang turned to glance at Lin Chuan, who lay unconscious upon his back. Lin Chuan's pallid visage and bloodless lips betrayed his condition. However, it was precisely this Lin Chuan who had once again extricated them from the clutches of death. Both Byakugan and Qin Lang understood that Han Qing would not have intervened without reason. Their sole motivation for such an act was Lin Chuan. The capacity to single-handedly deter Han Qing and his companions, compelling them to retreat without a fight, and even to offer an interdan in exchange for Lin Chuan's safety, rendered such an enemy exceedingly formidable. Nevertheless, this timely assistance could transform Lin Chuan from a formidable foe into an ally, a sufficient reason for Han Qing to act. "Let us depart," Qin Lang urged, drawing Lin Chuan closer to him as he and Bu Lianshi moved in the direction etched in their memories, disregarding the pursuit that trailed behind them. Summoning the last vestiges of their strength, they finally arrived at the concealed lava cave before exhaustion could claim them. The entrance to this cave was narrow and hidden, a place where ordinary individuals would scarcely venture and thus remain oblivious to its existence. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's Byakugan and his 360-degree vision, they would have remained ignorant of the cave's presence, which housed the fiery red lotus. Carefully, they laid Lin Chuan upon the ground, and at last, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing to the earth, utterly drained. This crisis had depleted them, both physically and spiritually. Their final stretch had been traversed solely on the strength of their will. Now, bereft of that motivation, both succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber, lacking even the energy to cultivate and restore their spiritual reserves. As time flowed languidly, the warm atmosphere of the underground lava cave enveloped the trio, lulling them into the profoundest slumber. The residual unrefined spiritual energy within Lin Chuan gradually melded with his body and Dantian. The fruit of the divine tree seemed to have completed its absorption of the power of flora, emanating a greater mist of purple energy that infused Lin Chuan, aiding in the recovery of his injured form while simultaneously subduing the previously turbulent spiritual energy. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Chuan stirred slightly, awakening from his unconscious state. Upon regaining consciousness, he activated his Byakugan, scanning his surroundings and realizing they had reached a place of safety, which brought him a measure of relief. The sharp pangs throughout his body became evident at this moment. His earlier decision to forcibly infuse excess spiritual energy into his bodily cells had left him in a state of discomfort, with scarcely a part of him untouched by pain. By the heavens, such actions must never be repeated. It is a miracle that I survived, Lin Chuan lamented inwardly, though the immediate agony had subsided. Reflections on the past ordeal still instilled a lingering trepidation within him. After a brief period of recuperation, Lin Chuan rose and approached Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, who were collapsed near the entrance, seemingly prepared to guard the cave's mouth. Observing the garments of the two individuals, saturated with blood and marred by wounds, Lin Chuan instinctively clenched his fists. Some of these injuries had been present before his unconsciousness, yet others had manifested during his slumber. Glancing at his own unblemished attire and flawless body, his heart ached. "Did you shield me from all harm?" Lin Chuan's hands tightened and then relaxed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This sensation was foreign to him. A solitary soul who had never experienced such warmth, an exquisite contradiction of longing to hold on yet fearing loss. "Thank goodness you are unharmed. Otherwise, I would have no face to confront you," he murmured softly. He then began to refine his chakra, blending it with the spiritual energy within him, a process that demanded time. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lin Chuan assessed the transformations within his body. The most significant breakthrough was his cultivation level, which had astonishingly ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. This advancement was a boon derived from the refinement of spiritual energy, a veritable shortcut to rapid ascension. Others could not directly utilize medicinal herbs, as they lacked the capacity to absorb the essence of the flora. Only through the alchemical transformations of a skilled alchemist could they be consumed. Otherwise, ingesting them would be wasteful or worse, harmful to the body. Indeed, this presents a swift path to enhance one's cultivation, Lin Chuan mused, contemplating future endeavors. Additionally, the most notable change was the emergence of his bloodline limit, the corpse bone pulse, which had materialized as anticipated. Initially, Lin Chuan believed this bloodline limit would only surface upon his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. However, consuming a substantial amount of the scarlet flame red lotus had unleashed greater power from the divine tree's fruit, granting him this formidable ability. Moreover, his Sharingan had evolved from a single tomo to a dual tomo, significantly amplifying its capabilities, enabling him to wield potent illusions such as the illusion binding technique. "I wonder if I can utilize the Sharingan to replicate the spells of cultivators. That merits exploration," Lin Chuan pondered. With the refinement of his chakra, he also discovered a remarkable increase in its quantity, nearly doubled. Although still modest, it was sufficient to perform some ninjutsu in conjunction with spiritual energy, such as the Grand Fireball technique. Yet, given his current chakra capacity, employing this technique would consume more than half of his total reserves, limiting him to a single use. Having comprehended the changes within his body, Lin Chuan refined his Sage Art chakra to near completion, dismissing further examination of other alterations. He promptly concentrated his chakra in his hands, invoking his self-developed ninjutsu. Sage Art, Healing Technique. A green chakra, imbued with a golden hue, manifested upon Lin Chuan's skin, emitting a faint sound. With 7 elemental properties, his chakra's transformation was evident, particularly the yang attribute. However, my control over chakra still requires enhancement, he murmured, directing his hands toward the wounds of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. However, I am employing Sage Art Chakra, even though I am not particularly adept at medical ninjutsu. This simplest healing technique should suffice to achieve at least minimal effects, Lin Chuan thought to himself, and then began to clumsily tend to the wounds of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. To wield medical ninjutsu effectively, one must possess a sufficient level of chakra control. At present, Lin Chuan could only manage it with great difficulty. If someone of Tsunade's caliber were to utilize Sage Art Chakra to perform healing techniques, the results would undoubtedly be several dozen times more effective than his own. Chapter 36. Researching the bloodline limit. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Even if Lin Chuan's medical ninjutsu is rather rudimentary, it still proves effective. He has already ascertained that the injuries sustained by Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang are predominantly external, with internal injuries being scarce and not particularly severe. Their prolonged state of unconsciousness is solely due to excessive exhaustion. After spending half an hour, Lin Chuan wiped the sweat from his brow, finally healing their external wounds. It is likely that they will awaken shortly. Complete recovery is merely a matter of time. Sighing in relief, Lin Chuan settled cross-legged on the ground to cultivate and recuperate. The use of chakra depletes physical energy, thus inducing fatigue. In contrast, Naruto, the prince, becomes increasingly invigorated while employing Sage Chakra, a result of his prodigious chakra reserves. The Uzumaki clan's physique is indeed remarkable. Once I transform my body into that of a sage, I anticipate significant improvement, Lin Chuan mused. Before long, Lin Chuan opened his eyes, the stinging sensation across his body having nearly dissipated, and he felt revitalized. Casting a glance at the peacefully slumbering Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, he chose not to disturb them and instead began to explore his newly acquired abilities. The formidable nature of the Shikatsumiyaku is well represented in the original Naruto work, as even Orochimaru harbored a deep envy for Kimimura's body. Had it not been for the bloodline disease, Kimimura would have been Orochimaru's chosen vessel for reincarnation. Now that Lin Chuan had genuinely obtained the Shikatsumiyaku, he recognized the terrifying aspects of this bloodline limit. Its might is not solely manifested in offensive capabilities but also in its extraordinary regenerative abilities. In the series, Kimimura battled Naruto, Rock Lee, and Gaara, employing formidable techniques. Yet each time he commanded his bones in combat, his body would heal in an astonishingly brief period. For instance, during the technique of Bone Bullet. As he projected the bones of his fingers, not a drop of blood would spill, and the flesh at his fingertips would almost instantaneously mend. The same was true when extracting bones from his arms or even his spine. Although the self-inflicted injuries are far less severe than those inflicted by others, they undeniably reflect the Shikatsumiyaku's remarkable regenerative capacity. While the original narrative does not elucidate the relationship between the Kaguya clan and Kaguya Otsutsuki, their names suggest an intrinsic connection. Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki's ability, the bone of the divine killing, may very well be the origin of the Shikatsumiyaku. Thus, if I develop my Shikatsumiyaku to its utmost potential, I will also acquire the formidable ability of the divine killing bone. The divine killing bone, the 80 gods airstrike, the yellow spring of Hiriazaka, the heavenly realm. These powers of Kaguya Otsutsuki will emerge alongside my growth. By that time, I shall embody what is referred to as a sage within this world, Lin Chuan contemplated. Following the incident with the god tree's fruit devouring the medicinal herbs, Lin Chuan speculated that the god tree's fruit within him might be far more complex than he had initially surmised. This entity appears to possess a semblance of autonomous consciousness, albeit faint and devoid of true wisdom. Nonetheless, it exhibits a tangible desire for certain things. Previously, he had always believed that his own body was incapable of bearing the power of the divine fruit, which resulted in its failure to be absorbed. However, it now seemed that the matter was more complex than he initially thought. While his physical endurance was indeed one factor, it appeared that the divine fruit itself harbored issues. If Lin Chuan's conjecture was correct, the divine fruit was not only consuming herbal essences but also undergoing self-evolution, thereby releasing additional energy to nourish him. He pondered on the potential outcomes. Could he possibly evolve directly into the embodiment of the Ten Tails? Shaking his head, Lin Chuan recognized the futility of such speculation at this moment. Nevertheless, he had discovered a method to enhance his abilities, allowing the divine fruit to consume herbs. After this assessment, He resolved to procure some herbs for the divine fruit to devour, though he was uncertain whether he would encounter the previous painful circumstances again. The mere thought of the agony he had experienced while dispersing spiritual energy within himself sent a shiver down his spine. Alas, the counterfeit goods purchased online could not compare to the authentic items. Lin Chuan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. By the way, with the enhancement of the Sharingan's abilities, he wondered if the Rinnegan Sharingan and the rebirth I had undergone any changes. With this thought, Lin Chuan promptly began his experimentation, only to find that the Rinnegan Sharingan remained virtually unchanged, still lying dormant at his brow, inaccessible for activation. He could only project its ocular power into his eyes for use, which did not equate to the true capabilities of the Rinnegan Sharingan. Instead, it could only be utilized as before, dividing into the Rinnegan and Sharingan for separate applications. Currently, his chakra reserves were still insufficient to access the powers of the Rinnegan. Otherwise, he could have attempted to summon the 6 paths of pain. If he could wield the 6 paths, his own safety would be greatly enhanced, preventing excessive exposure of his true nature. Many tasks he could not accomplish personally could be delegated to the 6 paths. Yet, Lin Chuan shook his head. After all, he was merely 9 years old, and it was only natural that he could not utilize such powers. Otherwise, how could Nagato have been invincible in his youth? Although he could not access the abilities of the 6 paths, the Rinnegan was not devoid of value. With these eyes, Lin Chuan would significantly expedite his studies and mastery of ninjutsu, serving as a gateway to grasping all mainstream techniques. Now, turning his attention to the rebirth eye, he felt a sense of anticipation. As he concentrated, the white hue of his eyes transformed into a cerulean blue. The moment the rebirth eye manifested, Lin Chuan immediately sensed a palpable difference. It indeed appeared to have grown considerably stronger. He reflected thoughtfully, and then began to explore the 6 fundamental abilities of the rebirth eye. Before long, with a swift motion of his finger, a rift opened in the space before him. Lin Chuan channeled the ocular power of the rebirth eye into the opening, stabilizing the roughly cubic meter of space. To his astonishment, the first ability he could wield was that of spatial manipulation. Lin Chuan exclaimed in exhilaration. The legendary Otsutsuki Kenshiki had once utilized the spatial capabilities of the rebirth eye to establish a conduit between the moon and the earth, illustrating the formidable prowess of the rebirth eye in the realm of space. It appears that due to the abilities bestowed by the reincarnation eye, I can maintain this minuscule space without expending much chakra. In other words, I have acquired a concealed storage pouch that eludes detection. Lin Chuan immediately recognized the significance of this newfound power, a broad smile spreading across his face. Just then, Lin Chuan's gaze, powered by the reincarnation eye, shifted to witness a scene unfolding in the molten lava passage. It seemed that Han Qing, the individual I had previously clashed with, was being pursued. I pondered what trouble he might have stirred. Shaking my head, I chose to disregard it, and was about to delve deeper into exploring the capabilities of the reincarnation eye when Bu Lianshi stirred slightly, awakening from her slumber. Chapter 37. The Nature of Spiritual Roots. Brother Lin Chuan, are you all right? Bu Lianshi gazed at Lin Chuan with wide eyes, seemingly still recovering from her earlier stupor. I'm fine now, how about you? Lin Chuan replied softly. I have treated your external injuries, but I am powerless against internal ones. How do you feel? Is there any lingering discomfort? Bu Lianshi examined her body and noticed that the various wounds had nearly vanished, leaving only faint scars behind. A complete recovery was merely a matter of time. Brother Lin Chuan, you can heal with spells? Bu Lianshi looked at him in astonishment. I only know the simplest of techniques, sufficient for minor wounds. But I am helpless against severe injuries, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Despite his humble words, Bu Lianshi regarded him with a mixture of shock and admiration, as if there were no limits to Lin Chuan's abilities. The memory of him effortlessly vanquishing 9 foes with a single fire spell outside the cave remained vividly etched in her mind. The fierce, blazing flames seemed to transcend time, continuing to burn brightly in her recollection. Brother Lin Chuan, how can you use spells while in the chi refinement stage? Isn't that something only foundation establishment cultivators can do? Bu Lianshi asked curiously, though the occurrence of such an anomaly no longer shocked her as it once had. Her curiosity still piqued. My spiritual energy is slightly greater than that of others, which allows me to cast spells during the chi refinement stage. But I can only do so once, Lin Chuan explained vaguely. Oh, Bu Lianshi nodded. So that means you possess a fire attribute spiritual root, right? That's quite impressive. Among the 5 elemental roots, the fire attribute is known for its explosive power. The 5 elemental roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most common attributes in this realm of cultivation. Among them, metal boasts formidable attack power, fire exhibits extraordinary explosive force, while water and would serve primarily as supportive attributes, and earth leans towards defense. These 5 roots interact in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. When 2 compatible roots are present, they can amplify each other's power. Conversely, when opposing roots face off with equal strength, the disadvantaged root will find itself in a weaker position. For instance, metal overcomes wood. In a confrontation between 2 equally matched cultivators, one with a metal root and the other with a wood root, the metal cultivator would hold an advantage. Yet victory would not be solely determined by this factor. Battle experience, cultivation methods, spells employed, and magical artifacts would all influence the final outcome. These are the fundamental principles of the cultivation world, which Lin Chuan could recall from his previous memories. During his training, he often reviewed these memories to better understand the power dynamics of this realm. By the way, Byakugan, what is your spiritual root attribute? Lin Chuan inquired with curiosity. The true potential of a spiritual root is only realized during the foundation establishment stage, as that is when one begins to cultivate various spells. In my earlier assessment, I was found to possess both water and wood attributes, but the Lin family is unaware of this. They only recorded my attribute as a low-grade wood root. Byakugan hesitated not at all and revealed her greatest secret. You. Lin Chuan gazed at Byakugan in astonishment. Possessing dual attributes of spiritual roots undoubtedly marked her as a prodigy, even disregarding the quality of her roots. She was still an exceptional talent. Lin Chuan's previous assessment proved accurate. Both Byakugan and Qin Lang had extraordinary backgrounds. This was evident from their possession of protective magical treasures. However, noticing Byakugan's reluctance to discuss these matters further, he chose not to press the issue, believing that some things are best revealed when one is ready to share them. This was a matter of respect for his companions. My elder brother Lin Chuan has fire attribute roots. Do you possess any other types of spiritual roots? Byakugan inquired with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she awaited his response. I have roots of water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, Lin Chuan replied, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly. He refrained from mentioning his yin and yang attributes, unsure of their significance in the realm of cultivation. In the next moment, Byakugan's mouth fell open in shock. Bang! The newly awakened Qin Lang tumbled back to the ground, exclaiming, I must be dreaming. I haven't yet awakened. He decided he needed to sleep a little longer. Snap! Lin Chuan playfully tapped Qin Lang, admonishing him not to feign sleep now that he was awake. Get up and check if you have any issues. If there's a problem, swiftly cultivate to recover. Delaying is detrimental to your health. His tone was devoid of the gentleness he had shown to Byakugan, laced instead with playful reprimand. Whoa! Qin Lang sat up abruptly, a bewildered and resentful expression on his face as he stared at Lin Chuan. Did I just hear that correctly? Was I not hallucinating? Lin Chuan, shaking his head in exasperation, reiterated the explanation to both of them. What a beast! With such talent, how can anyone else live? Those who pride themselves on being geniuses appear utterly inferior before Lin Chuan. The revelation regarding 5 attributes, coupled with the 2 mutated attributes of wind and lightning, plunged Qin Lang into a profound sense of despair, enveloping him in a darkness that seemed devoid of hope. Seeing that both were unscathed, Lin Chuan turned back to his own cultivation. He felt no need to conceal the truth about his attributes, having decided to trust them. Such matters would eventually come to light. Since Byakugan had inquired, he responded candidly. Qin Lang and Byakugan retreated to a small corner, drawing circles for a while before returning to Lin Chuan, both wearing expressions of dismay. I always thought my dual attributes of fire and lightning were extraordinary, but it turns out there are those even more formidable. Qin Lang lamented, now aware of the adage that there would always be someone greater. Lin Chuan was not particularly surprised by their dual attributes. He had long recognized their exceptionalism. The only thing that puzzled him was why such remarkable individuals were grouped with him. There must be circumstances he was unaware of. As the 3 chatted and restored their cultivation, Qin Lang recounted the events that transpired after Lin Chuan had fainted. What? Han Qing intervened to save you? Lin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment, unaware of the allure he possessed, which could so easily captivate Han Qing with just a single display of prowess. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, just moments before you all regained consciousness, I witnessed Han Qing being pursued by assailants, looking quite desperate. At that time, I was oblivious to his subsequent assistance to us. I hope he has not fallen victim to them so swiftly. As Lin Chuan finished speaking, he immediately activated his Byakugan. Yet there was no trace of Han Qing within his line of sight. Soon after, his Byakugan morphed into the Rinnegan, and when the azure hue of his eyes emerged, the valiant figures of Han Qing and his companions battling fiercely finally materialized before Lin Chuan's gaze. You all stay here to cultivate and recuperate. I shall go to their rescue. With those words, Lin Chuan surged forth, swiftly exiting the cave. Chapter 38. Fingers pierced by bullets when it comes to adversaries. Lin Chuan would never show mercy. Similarly, he would not remain indifferent in the face of peril for those he could call friends. In that moment, Han Qing had numerous choices at his disposal. Many would have opted for direct action to eliminate Lin Chuan and his companions, while others might have chosen the prudent path of inaction. Yet, against the odds, Han Qing decided to intervene, regardless of his underlying motives. His assistance ultimately saved the lives of Lin Chuan and his two allies. Lin Chuan was acutely aware that Han Qing likely harbored ambitions of aligning himself with a strong ally. Now, it was time for this ally to demonstrate his worth, at the very least proving that his support was indeed valuable. Approximately 2 kilometers away, Han Qing, alongside 2 severely injured teammates, was desperately fleeing. He had lost track of time. Ever since he resolved to aid Lin Chuan, it felt as though he had been cursed, encountering formidable foes in relentless waves. We should never have intervened to save those 3. One of his companions gasped, his breath ragged and a massive wound on his chest bleeding profusely, staining his attire. Boss, you truly miscalculated this time. We should have killed those 3. The other teammate chimed in, his abdomen grotesquely mutilated, blood seeping from each step, exposing his innards. Han Qing glanced at his nearly incapacitated right hand, a sense of confusion enveloping him. Had he truly erred? Should he have let them perish? Perhaps he had indeed hoped to find refuge beneath a sturdy tree. If the unconscious Lin Chuan could regain consciousness, their trial would be assuredly successful. With Lin Chuan's formidable capabilities, even escaping this predicament would result in ample protection for them. However, he had not anticipated that their intervention would draw the attention of all nearby cultivators, sparking an unforeseen melee. By the time they sought to escape, they found themselves encircled. As time passed, more and more individuals converged upon the underground lava cavern, including powerful cultivators far exceeding their own strength. It's astonishing that we have attracted such attention. Yet I stand by my decision. I still believe saving that individual was far more advantageous than taking his life. I merely did not foresee encountering such a life-threatening crisis so swiftly. Lin Chuan, he must still be unconscious. Han Qing lamented, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Even if Lin Chuan were to awaken, he would remain oblivious to their dire situation. The 2 companions exchanged helpless glances upon hearing Han Qing's words, resignedly shaking their heads without further comment. Their survival thus far was largely attributable to Han Qing's prowess, and they were not the type to be ungrateful. Having chosen this path, they could only proceed onward, come what may. In the distance, 5 or 6 pursuers were faintly visible, their figures illuminated by the distinctive dark red glow of the lava cave's rocky walls, casting the area in a sanguine hue. Suddenly, one of Han Qing's companions stumbled and fell to the ground. Instantly, Han Qing and another individual halted, attempting to assist their fallen comrade, only to find themselves devoid of strength, resulting in all 3 collapsing to the earth, unable to rise again. Humph, why don't you run, you little scoundrels? Let us see where you can flee. A voice echoed with curses. Han Qing felt lightheaded from excessive blood loss, the footsteps of their pursuers drawing ever closer. Is this how it ends? Han Qing bitterly shook his head. Since fate had dictated this course, there was no longer a need to escape. He glanced at his 2 companions, finding a semblance of solace in the thought of dying alongside them. The 6 pursuers approached Han Qing, mercilessly trampling the 3 before preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Yet, out of the corner of Han Qing's eye, he suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the cave's far end, the stark white hair so striking that he never anticipated feeling such joy at the sight of that silhouette. Perhaps I may not have to die after all, Han Qing murmured softly. Lin Chuan, realizing it was too late to rush forward, did not intend to charge recklessly. With arms outstretched and fingers splayed, chakra surged towards his fingertips as he sprinted. Bone pulse, 10-finger piercing shot. In the next moment, Lin Chuan's bone projectile shot forth from his fingertips with a resounding crack, traversing the entire cave in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sounds echoed as bodies were pierced, and the 6 assailants were propelled backward by the tremendous force, their screams reverberating throughout the cavern. Be careful, their cultivation. Han Qing began to warn Lin Chuan, but he noticed a figure had already surged past him. "Leave it to me," Lin Chuan declared. In the next heartbeat, Han Qing was met with a cacophony of screams and the thud of fists striking flesh. With no unnecessary motions, Lin Chuan efficiently dispatched the six, his spiritual cultivation having reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Coupled with chakra and the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, he had no rivals among those below the foundation establishment stage. Initially intending to practice the gentle fist's acupoint strikes on these foes, Lin Chuan refrained upon noticing other cultivators gathering nearby, opting instead to rely solely on brute strength to eliminate them. He even recollected the bone projectiles he had launched. He did not wish to leave any distinctive traces. "Can you still move?" When Lin Chuan's voice rang out again, Han Qing and his companions were momentarily stunned. Such formidable opponents had been dealt with so swiftly? Setting aside the fact that 2 of the assailants were at the 4th level of qi refinement and 1 at the 5th, Han Qing had deemed them quite powerful. Even with Lin Chuan's intervention, he had expected only a retreat, never anticipating the ease with which Lin Chuan dispatched them. "Lin Chuan is truly extraordinary. I can move." Albeit with difficulty, Han Qing replied, leaning against the rocky wall as he slowly rose. His companions also struggled to regain their footing. Glancing around, he could clearly see the surroundings beneath his wide eyes. Several individuals were approaching. He had no time to tend to the injuries of the 3. "Stay close to me, and we shall soon reach a safe haven." Lin Chuan assessed the wounds of Han Qing and the others, although they appeared quite severe. They were not life-threatening in the short term. The trio understood that this was not the place for healing or rest, and with gritted teeth, they hastily followed Lin Chuan away from the scene. Chapter 39. Deep beneath the earth with the aid of the 360-degree vision granted by his wide eyes, Lin Chuan led the 3 companions back to the cave where they had previously rested, encountering no peril along the way. Upon hearing voices, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi peered out, and upon seeing Han Qing and his companions' injuries, they promptly emerged to assist them inside. Han Qing surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. This cave was extraordinarily concealed. Had Lin Chuan not guided them here, they might never have discovered its existence, nor understood how Lin Chuan and his companions had stumbled upon it. "Thank you," Han Qing expressed to Qin Lang. Noting that the injuries that had once marred their bodies were now absent, even the scars were barely visible, a sense of confusion gripped him. For even the most formidable cultivators would not typically recover so swiftly, yet it was evident that Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had nearly returned to full health. In stark contrast to Han Qing's fractured right hand, the injuries of his 2 companions were far more severe. Without further ado, Lin Chuan channeled his celestial energy into his hands, commencing the healing of the 2 young men's wounds. Han Qing found himself in a state of utter disbelief, much like his companions. They had not anticipated Lin Chuan's remarkable strength, nor his ability to mend injuries. Initially, they had presumed that Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's recovery was due to medicinal pills, but it was clear now that the reality was far more profound. The 2 individuals receiving Lin Chuan's treatment felt a notably comforting warmth emanating from their wounds, the pain giving way to a soothing, tingling sensation. Their injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the boy who had suffered a significant flesh wound watched as new tissue began to regenerate in his abdomen. "Thank you," Han Qing said, his face alight with joy. Lin Chuan's capabilities exceeded all his expectations. He realized he had indeed found a formidable ally. "No need for thanks. You aided us earlier, and now it is my turn to repay your kindness," Lin Chuan replied with a light smile. He understood Han Qing's motivations. But who among us acts without some intention? As long as there was no malice involved, Lin Chuan was more than willing to embrace this reciprocal assistance. Before long, the 2 young men's conditions improved significantly, and Lin Chuan turned his attention to healing Han Qing. "How did you come to be pursued by so many? What transpired?" he inquired as he continued his ministrations. "Earlier, we sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy from underground, which led us to believe something significant had occurred, prompting us to investigate. Upon our descent, we encountered you, and chose to confront the 3 assailants pursuing you. However, our skirmish seemed to attract numerous nearby cultivators, and the ensuing chaos spiraled out of control." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's mind stirred. The spiritual energy fluctuations Han Qing described were likely a result of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi utilizing their protective artifacts, compounded by his own final spell, the Celestial Fireball technique. It was probable that anyone within the underground cavern had sensed that extraordinary disturbance. Han Qing continued with a bitter smile, explaining that as time passed, those foundation-building cultivators and those below who had entered the hunting grounds on the 6th day also joined in. making the scene increasingly chaotic. When we wished to depart, we found ourselves ensnared, targeted by others. How enlightening. Lin Chuan spoke lightly, offering no explanation. Some matters are perhaps best left unknown to others. Gradually retracting his healing technique, Han Qing found that his arm was no longer an issue and merely required a brief respite to fully recover. Expressing his gratitude to Lin Chuan, Han Qing, like the other two, swiftly entered a meditative state to cultivate his abilities. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Chuan returned to the side of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, also entering a state of cultivation. Although the chakra consumed by the healing technique was not substantial, the exertion required for its application demanded exceptional chakra control, resulting in considerable mental fatigue for Lin Chuan. You continue your training here. I shall step outside to assess the situation. After Lin Chuan had fully recovered, he addressed Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, asking, "Wouldn't it be perilous for you to venture out alone?" Bu Lianshi expressed some concern. "Rest assured, as long as I do not encounter anyone in the Foundation establishment stage, no one else can pose a threat to me." Lin Chuan's voice was neither loud nor soft. Yet it caused the eyelids of Han Qing and the others, who were recuperating on the other side, to twitch instinctively. Recalling the piercing bones that had erupted from Lin Chuan's body during his previous assault, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi chose to remain silent, fully aware that Lin Chuan possessed hidden trump cards. Moreover, Lin Chuan's assertion that no one at the Foundation establishment stage could contend with him effectively proclaimed his invincibility at the Qi refinement stage. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the meridians around his eyes surged forth dramatically. White eyes. He no longer needs to perform specific hand signs to activate the Byakugan. Merely closing his eyes and reopening them suffices to awaken this ability. Alas, within his dantian lies an insatiable void of gluttony. I must procure additional reserves of the Crimson Flame Lotus. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. This hunting expedition presented a splendid opportunity, with an abundance of Crimson Flame Lotuses available for him to gather. Once he left this place, such favorable circumstances would be scarce. Qin Lang had previously informed Lin Chuan that the Lin family would inspect the belongings of each individual upon their exit. As there were no storage bags, no one would dare to pilfer herbs or inner elixirs, for all such items would be confiscated by the Lin family, leaving no room for private hoarding. This was precisely why they allowed entry for harvesting. Of course, Lin Chuan's presence was an unforeseen anomaly, a development that even he had not anticipated. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he anticipated the prospect of collecting even more Crimson Flame Lotuses. Lin Chuan pondered, feeling disinclined to gather the scattered herbs dotting the landscape. Instead, he set his sights directly on the locations where dozens, if not hundreds, of Crimson Flame Lotus might flourish. With his Byakugan activated, Lin Chuan surged ahead towards the depths below, occasionally catching sight of some cultivators meandering within the caverns, whom he endeavored to evade. As he harbored no desire to take a life, naturally, there were moments when avoidance proved impossible. It appears that this is the only route. If one were to take a detour, it would necessitate a considerable distance. Lin Chuan cast a glance around with his pale eyes. There was no other option. He had to proceed to meet those three cultivators over there. From Lin Chuan's perspective, he could distinctly perceive the amount of spiritual energy gathered in the dantians of these individuals, which allowed him to accurately assess their cultivation levels to a certain extent. One was at the 5th layer of the Qi refinement stage, and 2 others were at the 4th layer. They should not be the cultivators who entered later. Lin Chuan pondered. The dark red tunnel was remarkably silent at this moment. As Lin Chuan walked in, he did not make a conscious effort to suppress the sound of his footsteps, prompting the 3 individuals ahead to immediately turn their wary gazes back. "Is it you?" one of them exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 40. The horrific scene observed by the reincarnation. Do you know me? Lin Chuan inquired, perplexed. Among the 3 individuals before him, one notably tall youth exhibited a look of surprise upon seeing Lin Chuan. "I do not know you. However, I encountered you before entering the hunting grounds. Your striking white hair and eyes are impossible to overlook." The youth responded with a smile. "Oh." Lin Chuan nodded gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he sensed no malice emanating from the youth. "Why are you alone? Are your companions not with you? Would you care to join us?" The youth appeared genuinely curious about Lin Chuan, even extending an invitation. Before Lin Chuan could respond, one of the companions beside the youth interjected, though not addressing Lin Chuan, but rather speaking to the youth in a hushed tone. "Zhang Liang, how many times must I remind you not to trust strangers? Why are you always so familiar with others? It was acceptable to befriend those with mere cultivation of the 2nd or 3rd layer. But this youth is at the 5th layer of chi refinement. What if he harbors ill intentions? Even if the three of us could overpower him, it would come at a cost. I didn't think of that, the lanky youth named Zhang Liang murmured, offering an awkward smile. His companion shook his head in resignation. Although Zhang Liang possessed the greatest strength among them, his excessive kindness, as they would say, rendered him ill-suited for the world of cultivation. Lin Chuan observed their exchange in silence. Initially poised to decline their invitation, he unexpectedly found himself intrigued by the youth. In him, Lin Chuan sensed a familiarity reminiscent of schoolmates from his past life, devoid of scheming or deceit, embodying the simplest bonds of friendship. This was the first encounter Lin Chuan had with such individuals since entering the realm of cultivation. All right, my companions encountered a minor mishap and are resting outside. Lin Chuan replied with a soft smile. Great, then you shall accompany us. Zhang Liang beamed, revealing a small canine tooth. The two companions rolled their eyes in unison. Realizing their earlier caution had been in vain, they had been speaking to a wall. Since Zhang Liang had already agreed, his companions refrained from further objections. However, they remained somewhat guarded, not fully trusting this sudden, solitary stranger. By the way, I recall there being a girl in your party, correct? The youth casually asked as they walked and chatted. Indeed, you have a good memory. Lin Chuan nodded. Of course, there are only a few girls among all the newcomers. Zhang Liang chuckled. What? Lin Chuan thought, overwhelmed with disbelief. It seemed this fellow had taken a liking to Bu Yin, akin to discussing the prettiest girl during college days. What an absurdity. What happened to you earlier? How is it that you arrived alone in the underground lava cave? This place is fraught with danger. We nearly became embroiled in a chaotic battle earlier, but fortunately, our strength allowed us to evade disaster. Zhang Liang spoke enthusiastically. Yet the corners of his two companions' mouths twitched in response. They had fled here precisely because they were being pursued. One of them muttered under his breath. Fully aware that Lin Chuan had caught his expression, it felt as though they had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Lin Chuan thought silently. However, as he grew more acquainted with the trio, he discovered that aside from their propensity for chatter, they possessed commendable qualities, certainly far superior to those outside who only knew violence. In Lin Chuan's previous life, these three would have undoubtedly been regarded as exemplary youths. Alas, they were simply born in the wrong place. Unbeknownst to them, the three had already traversed 2 to 3 kilometers underground. Lin Chuan calculated that they were approximately 10 kilometers beneath the central lake of hunting ground number 44. A depth that was quite significant, as this area was virtually untouched by others. Zhang Liang and his companions had stumbled into this passage while fleeing. And reflecting on the chaos above, they decided to delve deeper, coincidentally aligning their path with Lin Chuan's. A sense of danger loomed in the air. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. As they ventured further, the atmosphere among the four grew increasingly oppressive, and idle chatter ceased, each on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Lin Chuan had not forgotten the mangled corpses they had encountered upon entering the subterranean cavern. If his instincts were correct, this place harbored some fierce spiritual beasts. His Byakugan, due to the chakra consumption, was not perpetually activated, yet Lin Chuan ensured to scan the vicinity at intervals. And he had been shortening the duration between each check since their arrival. Zhang Liang's companions had grown accustomed to the pulsating veins around Lin Chuan's eyes, dismissing it as a mere affliction requiring significant effort to perceive the surroundings. It seems there is nothing particularly remarkable here. We haven't even glimpsed a trace of the crimson flame lotus. Perhaps we should turn back? One suggested, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere of their descent. They had not embarked on this journey for adventure, but rather in pursuit of the crimson flame lotus, initially believing that venturing deeper would yield greater quantities. However, it appeared otherwise. While traveling, Lin Chuan had indeed discovered some growth points for the crimson flame lotus, yet he chose to remain silent, simply committing the locations to memory. He figured that, at worst, he could gather a few specimens to present to Zhang Liang and the others. Let us continue a little further. I sense we must be nearing the base of this cavern, Lin Chuan whispered. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Liang resolved to accompany Lin Chuan deeper. Reasoning that since they had come this far, a few additional steps would not matter. They continued downward for about another kilometer, at which point Lin Chuan felt an increasingly intense sense of foreboding. This sensation caused the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Yet no matter how he scrutinized with his Byakugan, he could not detect anything amiss, only a terrifying presence lurking beneath his feet, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Let us return. At this moment, Zhang Liang too sensed something was awry and dared not proceed any further. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. However, just as Zhang Liang and his companions turned away, a celestial blue hue suddenly flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes, transforming into the Rinnegan. In the next instant, the sight revealed to him by the Rinnegan rendered him speechless, as his mind momentarily blanked, akin to encountering the most terrifying of horrors. With beads of sweat instantly soaking through his garments. Chapter 41. The Ant Nest. This place is not an underground lava cave at all. It is an ant nest. Lin Chuan's mind was overwhelmed by the shocking sight he had just witnessed, rendering him speechless. 2 kilometers underground. A colossal red ant lay in wait beside a vast lake of magma, its length approaching 1,000 meters. Surrounding it were numerous fiery red eggs, some of which had already hatched, revealing half-meter-long red ants that fed on magma, their bodies adorned with intricate crimson patterns as they consumed the molten rock. At that moment, Lin Chuan finally comprehended the purpose of the narrow passages he had seen through his Byakugan. They were indeed the crawling routes of these red ants. The 1,000-meter-long ant was likely the queen, and the terrifying aura emanating from it suggested that its cultivation level was at least at the nascent soul stage. Damn it. Did the Lin family not know about such creatures? Lin Chuan's expression darkened. If that queen were not seemingly in slumber, they would all have perished upon entering. With no hope of survival, the Lin family did not regard them as human beings at all. No wonder there had been reports of shredded corpses. It must have been these ants hunting through those narrow passages. The thought sent a chill down Lin Chuan's spine. They were currently traversing the lair of this monstrous creature. One wrong move could awaken the giant below, spelling doom for everyone. Lin Chuan, what's wrong? Let's go? Zhang Liang and the others had already ventured more than 10 meters ahead. Noticing Lin Chuan had not followed, they waved him over. Okay. Lin Chuan responded in a low voice. He had no desire to linger in this infernal ant nest, nor did he wish to collect the crimson flame lotuses anymore. He simply wanted to escape this wretched place. Let us hurry. This place is perilous. Lin Chuan quickened his pace, urging Zhang Liang and the others to follow him swiftly to the surface. Is something the matter? Zhang Liang inquired, observing Lin Chuan's ashen face. The trio was puzzled. Lin Chuan had displayed remarkable composure during their time together, far surpassing what one would expect from his age. Yet, the fear written across his features was palpable, even to the 3 carefree individuals. Lin Chuan shook his head, his expression grim. Once you get up, leave this cave immediately, and do not linger nearby. Head towards the outskirts of the hunting grounds, understand? Why? Although it feels oppressive here, it doesn't seem particularly dangerous. Besides, we still need to gather some crimson flame lotuses. Otherwise, we might fail this assessment. Zhang Liang questioned, somewhat bewildered, though the trio possessed decent strength. Their hunting successes were limited. They did not have Lin Chuan's Byakugan to easily locate suitable spirit beasts. After encountering a formidable trio that had thoroughly exploited them, they had resolved to take their chances in the lava cave. Now, Lin Chuan was telling them to return empty-handed, which they were reluctant to accept. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, finding himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly explain that he had witnessed a kilometer-long ant queen in the nascent soul stage beneath the ground? Not only would no one believe him, but even if they did, it would serve him no purpose. The revelation could lead to him being captured and subjected to experimentation. Let us ascend first, Lin Chuan mused, knowing that his Byakugan could detect the whereabouts of the crimson flame lotus. He would simply lead the trio to harvest some discreetly later. After racing upwards for about a kilometer, Lin Chuan finally spotted a suitable location, and he guided the 3 companions in that direction. Through his Byakugan, he discerned 5 crimson flame lotuses thriving within a rocky alcove along the corridor, a location that was relatively conspicuous. All they needed to do was pass through that spot and feign a chance discovery. Although Lin Chuan possessed the ability to move swiftly, he restrained himself to maintain pace with the trio and conceal his true strength, merely matching their speed. When they were 100 meters away from the crimson flame lotuses, he deliberately slowed his pace and remarked, after running for so long, I believe everyone is a bit fatigued. Let us take a moment to rest and proceed at a leisurely pace. His suggestion was met with immediate agreement from the 3, who had been holding back their exhaustion, reluctant to appear inadequate before Lin Chuan. With him initiating the break, they readily seized the opportunity. From their earlier conversations, Lin Chuan gathered that the trio were all members of the same clan, sharing the surname Zhang. Apart from Zhang Liang, the plump one was named Zhang Wei. While the leaner one was Zhang Mo originally, they hailed from a prominent family in a small town, and had fate not dealt them a cruel hand. They would be studying in an academy now. However, the calamities that befell their clan had drastically altered their destinies. Not only was their family annihilated, but they were also abandoned by Lin Chuan as orphans in this place. Fortunately, all three possessed decent talents, allowing them to survive thus far. And they held hopes of passing this assessment. Should they succeed, they would secure a place within the Lin family, ensuring their future well-being, which was the reason they were willing to take this risk. Otherwise, given Zhang Liang's and his companions' dispositions, they would never have ventured into such perilous territory. Look quickly. It's the Crimson Flame Lotus, Zhang Wei exclaimed, instantly drawing the attention of the others. Indeed, it is real. We have discovered the Crimson Flame Lotus here. Zhang Liang shouted joyfully. A faint smile played on Lin Chuan's lips. This could be considered a gift to the three, as their scholarly demeanor evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. Allow me to gather them, he offered, channeling his chakra into his palm as he approached the Crimson Flame Lotuses. The enthusiasm of the trio shifted to apprehension at Lin Chuan's actions. It wasn't that they were unwilling to share, but rather a fear that he would claim all the lotuses for himself. Throughout, they had never contemplated eliminating Lin Chuan to monopolize the Crimson Flame Lotuses. I do not require a single one. They are all yours. Our team's internal energy reserves are more than sufficient, and we have also gathered a number of Crimson Flame Lotuses, which are entirely adequate for passing the assessment. Lin Chuan's subsequent words dispelled all their concerns. Although Lin Chuan had his back to the three, his awakened perception allowed him to discern their expressions and movements. If Zhang Liang had harbored intentions of harming him, this would have been an opportune moment. However, the trio showed no inclination to strike, suggesting that their hearts were not entirely malevolent, and they had not succumbed to darkness in this place. It was indeed worth forging a connection. Lin Chuan mused quietly, then shifted his gaze toward the cave entrance, where, 300 meters away, two groups of individuals were approaching. Most of them were at least at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, comprising those who had previously passed the assessment. Chapter 42. Undressing Lin Chuan had long noticed the approach of several individuals and was aware of their intention to draw near. However, he refrained from informing Zhang Liang and the others, as he was reluctant to reveal his capability of perceiving others' movements. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to confront the situation with composure. For Lin Chuan, the hunting ground numbered 44 posed little threat, save for the formidable entity that lay dormant beneath. He generously bestowed upon Zhang Liang the 5 Crimson Flame Lotuses he had harvested, retaining none for himself. The fruit of the divine tree within him had calmed significantly, its overwhelming urge to consume having subsided. It appeared that the insatiable hunger had waned, perhaps due to the recent consumption of several hundred Crimson Flame Lotuses, leading it to become somewhat discerning in its cravings. Zhang Liang and his companions gazed at the 5 Crimson Flame Lotuses with immense joy. For according to the Lin family's regulations, the collection of 3 or more would grant them passage through the assessment. They had indeed exceeded their quota this time. We only need 3. You may have the extra 2. After a brief discussion, Zhang Liang and his friends resolved to offer the surplus lotuses to Lin Chuan. Although these additional lotuses could provide them with further cultivation resources, they believed that greed was not virtuous, and these lotuses were originally discovered by their collective efforts. Take them. I truly have no need for more Crimson Flame Lotuses. Lin Chuan regarded the trio with surprise yet declined their offer. If he wished to collect more lotuses, he could easily procure them from the entire cavern. However, it was unnecessary. Moreover, the slumbering entity beneath them, a Yuanying stage ant queen, loomed over him like a heavy mountain, compelling him to depart swiftly from this place. Let us be on our way. Lin Chuan beckoned the others to exit, choosing not to alert them to the presence of 6 formidable cultivators approaching from outside. Throughout, Lin Chuan maintained an air of tranquility. With these 5 Crimson Flame Lotuses, we can finally join the Lin family officially. No more wandering, no more fear of being cast out. Zhang Mo exclaimed joyfully, cradling the lotuses against his chest, lost in bliss. However, their elation was short-lived, as a chilling taunt echoed from the far end of the cave passage. Ah, 5 Crimson Flame Lotuses, truly a windfall. As the voice resonated, 6 figures materialized a mere 10 meters away from Lin Chuan. These 4 are indeed fortunate to uncover Crimson Flame Lotuses in such a place. We have searched far and wide for just 3. One of them cast a glance behind Lin Chuan into the cave, immediately spotting the signs of lotus harvesting. Will you surrender them willingly, or shall I take them from you after I eliminate you? A cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement wore a smirk, slowly extending a hand, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Liang and his companions, while Lin Chuan was conspicuously overlooked. Though Lin Chuan's cultivation ranked him highest among the 4 at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it mattered little in the face of their apparent threat. In the eyes of those at the 6th level of Qi refinement, there is little distinction between those at the 5th level and those at the 1st level. Both are akin to ants that can be easily crushed. The expressions of Zhang Liang and his companions turned ashen the moment these 6 appeared. A cursory glance revealed 1 at the 8th level, 3 at the 7th level, and 2 at the 6th level of Qi refinement. How could they possibly contend with such odds? The disparity in cultivation levels among practitioners is immense, without exceptional means, extraordinary talent, or powerful artifacts. Engaging in combat across levels is nearly impossible, although the gaps between levels in Qi refinement are not as vast as those in Foundation establishment. Even a single-level superiority is sufficient to suppress and eliminate those of a lower tier. In essence, the least powerful among these 6. At the 6th level of Qi refinement, could easily dominate Lin Chuan and his 3 companions. This is the stark reality of cultivation levels. Unless someone among them possesses a protective artifact akin to what Qin Lang and Bu Yanshi wield, this battle leaves little room for hope. However, artifacts cannot simply be summoned at will. If I give you the Crimson Flame Red Lotus, will you let us go? Zhang Liang rasped, feeling a deep reluctance to relinquish the precious Crimson Flame Red Lotus they had painstakingly discovered. Yet, refusing to part with it would only lead to death. What good would the lotus be then? This is an undeniable truth. If you hand it over to me, I may consider letting you leave, replied one of the cultivators, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth, a sight that inspired no trust. Zhang Liang understood that their lives were currently in the hands of these 6. Escape was not an option, even if they surrendered the Crimson Flame Red Lotus. Their safety was not guaranteed. Nevertheless, they had no choice. The item must be given up, lest it provide these individuals with further justification to act against them. Lin Chuan observed silently, watching the behavior of the 6. Had there been any genuine intention to allow them to leave, he might have acquiesced to such an arrangement, especially given their proximity to the slumbering figure below. He wished to avoid any significant commotion. Unfortunately, he detected no hint of mercy in the faces of the 6. Rather, he discerned a glimmer of amusement as they toyed with their predicament. As Zhang Liang steeled himself to hand over the 5 Crimson Flame Red Lotuses, Lin Chuan raised his hand to stop him, speaking without turning. It makes no difference whether we give it or not. They will not let us leave. Keep the Crimson Flame Red Lotus. Lin Chuan's voice was calm, for the 6 before him posed no real threat. His thoughts were solely focused on devising the simplest and swiftest method to deal with them. Lin Chuan, you. Zhang Liang gasped. If there had been any leeway before, Lin Chuan's words now left them with no path of retreat. A cold snort erupted from the 6, who had never intended to spare the 4. However, being so bluntly exposed left them feeling exceedingly displeased, particularly Lin Chuan. With his demeanor of icy calm and his striking white eyes, had been irksome from the very beginning. Had he not been devoid of a Crimson Flame Red Lotus, they might have already taken action against him. At times, possessing too much insight is not a blessing, my dear imp. One of them remarked ominously. There seems to be no alternative. I must eliminate these 4 little demons before seizing the Crimson Flame Lotus, though this was my initial intention. Hearing it articulated by another is rather disheartening. The youth at the 8th level of Qi refinement finally spoke, and the spiritual energy of the 6 individuals began to surge rapidly, poised for action. Zhang Liang, you 2 shall proceed from the side. I shall handle them. Lin Chuan stepped forward leisurely, raising his hands amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, revealing a fair physique with a hint of muscularity as he removed his outer garment. Chapter 43, The White Eyes and the Corpse Bone Pulse, an additional chapter. Another will follow tonight. Everyone looked at Lin Chuan with astonishment. What was the purpose of undressing before battle? Did he intend to distract them with a lure? Such thoughts were rather far-fetched. Even Zhang Liang and his companions gazed at Lin Chuan with uncertainty, yet they quickly regained their focus, recalling Lin Chuan's words prior to shedding his garments. We will not abandon our friends. Zhang Liang promptly responded. Humph, none of you will escape. A bunch of useless fools. One of the adversaries sneered derisively at Lin Chuan. He had encountered many who, in their arrogance, sought to delay for their comrades, yet none had managed to endure long under their grasp, proving utterly futile. Rest assured, they are not my opponents. You should depart first. Once I deal with them, I will swiftly follow. Lin Chuan spoke calmly. His voice lowered as he confided in the 3, I merely wish to keep certain cards close to my chest. This is my secret, and I hope you can respect that. Otherwise, I may have no choice but to leave these individuals to you. Lin Chuan's words left Zhang Liang and his companions exchanging glances, uncertain of the truth behind them. Yet, The tranquility in Lin Chuan's voice and the unwavering expression on his face suggested sincerity. However, retreating was not in their nature, especially since Lin Chuan was prepared to act for their sake. Lin Chuan's eyes, filled with determination, were fixed upon the 6 individuals opposite him, who had now halted. Gazing at Lin Chuan and his companions with mocking expressions, seemingly eager to allow them a final word before the confrontation commenced, Lin Chuan understood that employing the fireball technique here would undoubtedly provoke a violent surge of spiritual energy. Until now, he had been oblivious, but now, aware of the lurking dangers beneath, he dared not use such ninjutsu lightly. Perhaps the Lin family forbade those above the foundation establishment stage from entering this place for this very reason, as those at that level could wield spells. At the moment he shed his clothing, Lin Chuan resolved to utilize the corpse bone pulse. Compared to ninjutsu, which would incite a significant disturbance of spiritual energy, physical techniques were far more discreet. Moreover, the corpse bone pulse, being a bloodline limit, was not a form of ninjutsu, thereby requiring considerably less spiritual energy. This was the optimal choice for Lin Chuan at present. Of course, the gentle fist was also an option. Yet its nature dictated that it would not yield instantaneous lethal results, compelling Lin Chuan to forego it in favor of a swift resolution. However, should Zhang Liang and his companions refuse to leave, Lin Chuan might be left with no alternative but to resort to the gentle fist, especially considering his assessment that they were likely to stay. Though this sequence of events unfolded in mere moments, Lin Chuan was taken aback when Zhang Liang did not heed his advice to depart. Instead, he turned and led Zhang Yimou and Zhang Wei into the cave behind them. "I respect your decision, but should you encounter danger, we will intervene," Zhang Liang declared, casting a final glance over his shoulder before entering the cave. He did not flee nor abandon Lin Chuan, as it was against his principles, yet he simultaneously honored Lin Chuan's choice. To safeguard the secrets of one's trump card is a task undertaken by every practitioner. A trump card represents an individual's last resort. Once unveiled, it loses its intended efficacy. Thus, for any practitioner, the trump card constitutes the most critical line of survival. One would never casually employ it before anyone but those deemed absolutely trustworthy, unless they have truly reached an unparalleled level of invincibility. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth. Indeed, it was a commendable choice. As his gaze shifted to the 6 individuals opposite him, the synergy between the Byakugan and the corpse bone path ignited his anticipation. Both of these bloodline limits are the pinnacle of close-quarters combat techniques. Such a collaboration is a rare and formidable alliance, excluding the power of the 6 paths. Within the realm of shinobi, apart from Mizuki's Terumi Mei, no one else possesses 2 bloodline limits, especially 2 that complement each other so harmoniously. Little ghost, once your last words are spoken, it is time to send you on your way. With that declaration, one of the practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement surged forward, charging directly at Lin Chuan. To the onlookers, this single individual possessed the capability to overpower Lin Chuan, rendering the remaining members unnecessary to intervene. Some had already begun to prepare to head towards the cave, intent on seizing the crimson flame red lotus. The charging practitioner advanced with a peculiar gait, an ability awarded to him after passing the Lin family's assessment. While it was not a spell, it rendered his attack direction difficult to discern. In the Qi refinement stage, where only close combat is feasible, such a skill is quite practical. However, under Lin Chuan's Byakugan, this approach revealed itself riddled with flaws, proving utterly ineffective. Perhaps the Sharingan excels in capturing minute movements. Yet it is undeniable that the Byakugan, as one of the 3 great ocular techniques, possesses unparalleled advantages in close combat and physical techniques, particularly evident when one's strength is not yet formidable. In later stages, the efficacy of the Byakugan indeed diminishes significantly, falling short of the Sharingan's astonishing capabilities. However, by that time, Lin Chuan would have no need for the Byakugan, as he would possess the ultimate form of the Byakugan, the Rinnegan, endowed with the power of creation and destruction. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan darted forward, landing precisely and skillfully before the practitioner, thwarting any further actions and disrupting his peculiar approach. How could this be? The individual gazed at Lin Chuan in disbelief. A mere child with lesser cultivation had seen through his footwork. How could this possibly occur? It must be a coincidence, he thought. Yet, as he prepared to crush Lin Chuan with overwhelming force, Lin Chuan's hand struck at an exceptionally acute angle towards his chest, seemingly anticipating his next move and bypassing all his defensive measures. In the astonished gaze of the practitioner, a slender bone spike suddenly protruded from Lin Chuan's palm. Piercing through the man's chest with a soft thud, penetrating his heart before he could even react. The punch the practitioner had thrown was halted mid-air by the emerging bone, effectively blocking it. The smiles on the faces of the 5 individuals behind him instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, their companion, whom they deemed powerful enough to effortlessly crush Lin Chuan, suddenly collapsed. A blood-stained object, resembling a bone, slowly retracted from his back, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, Lin Chuan remained undeterred. The bony spike in the palm of his right hand had not fully retracted, and the bone protruding from his chest was similarly exposed, both stained with blood, creating an eerie and terrifying visage. "Next, it is your turn," Lin Chuan declared calmly. Raising his right hand, the bloodied spike aimed directly at the 5 before him. Chapter 44, The Bone Vein Dance of the Willow, Third Update. What manner of creature is this? The 5 living souls stood in shock, gazing at Lin Chuan, whose 2 bone spikes protruded grotesquely from his body. Coupled with his striking white hair and pale eyes, it seemed to them that they were not confronting a mere human, but rather a monstrosity. Are those his bones? Who on earth is he, capable of wielding his own bones as weapons? A cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refinement swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Having witnessed Lin Chuan effortlessly dispatch a peer of equal strength, his heart was gripped with terror. Fools! Why the panic? This fellow merely succeeded in a stealthy ambush thanks to his bizarre attacks. If we strike together, can we not subdue him? Though the young man at the 8th level of Qi refinement wore a grim expression, he was not yet overwhelmed with fear. Lin Chuan's method of assault, while peculiar, was still that of a mere 5th level cultivator, 3 levels beneath him. He need not be overly concerned, especially with 5 of them against 1. Indeed, upon hearing the young man's words, the 4 others, momentarily daunted by Lin Chuan's aura, quickly regained their composure. After all, they were still 5. Even if Lin Chuan had managed to kill one of them, what could he accomplish against their combined might? "You bastard! I will kill you," one among them, clearly close to the recently slain, surged forward in a fit of rage. The other 4, witnessing the assault, followed suit. They could no longer afford to let Lin Chuan attack freely, lest they suffer further humiliation at the hands of that strange bone-wielding fiend. "Ah, will you also rage for your fallen comrade? Alas, you should never have provoked me." Lin Chuan's lips parted slightly, exhaling a sigh, before he charged forward, the ethereal energy coursing through his being. Bone vein dance of the willow. Boom. The assailant's fist descended with ferocity. His face twisted in rage, not only for the loss of their companion, but also due to Lin Chuan's unervingly calm demeanor, which radiated an air of superiority, as if he regarded their attacks with disdain. The rapid punch, executed at lightning speed, would be dodged by the average person with great difficulty. However, under Lin Chuan's perceptive gaze, evading the blow was a trivial matter. A slight shift of his body allowed him to evade the strike effortlessly. Impossible. How could he discern the trajectory of my blow? As the attacker stood aghast that Lin Chuan had evaded his assault, Lin Chuan pivoted, delivering a knee strike directly to the man's abdomen. Oh no. Realizing the impending impact of Lin Chuan's knee, the man immediately lowered his arms to intercept the blow. For the abdomen is one of the body's critical weak points. He dared not allow Lin Chuan's knee to collide with it, lest he be grievously injured. Yet, just as he was about to block the strike, a peculiar smile danced upon Lin Chuan's lips. In the next instant, slender bone spikes erupted from the apex of his knee, piercing through the man's arms and striking directly at his abdomen. Bang! The individual was struck with such force that he was sent flying, his arms pierced by the bone spikes of the corpse bone pulse, yet miraculously, his abdomen remained unscathed. In a moment of dire urgency, his comrades arrived, preventing Lin Chuan from continuing his assault. Alas, Lin Chuan sighed softly, yet his countenance bore no trace of regret. If these adversaries were truly so easy to defeat, they would not have survived to this day. After all, it was 1 against 5. And Lin Chuan's combat skills were not flawless. Achieving this level of prowess was already a remarkable feat in the blink of an eye. Lin Chuan found himself encircled by 5 opponents, who, rather than launching an immediate attack, gazed at him with expressions of profound dismay. This was akin to confronting a porcupine. In a realm where only close-quarters combat was permitted, he seemed invincible. Not only was his offensive capability astonishingly potent, but his defense was equally formidable. Even more daunting was Lin Chuan's serene demeanor, which instilled a chilling sense of dread within their hearts. However, abstaining from attack was not an option. Could they truly allow Lin Chuan to depart unscathed? It was clear that even if they wished to, Lin Chuan would not acquiesce, for they had uncovered his secrets and understood his trump card. This was a situation from which there was no escape. Beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the five, not out of fear of Lin Chuan's might. Throughout this encounter, they had never doubted their capacity to win. Rather, they were simply at a loss as to how to proceed. Faced with a creature as formidable as a porcupine, they recognized their ability to vanquish him, yet were paralyzed by the danger of his spines, which could easily inflict harm upon themselves. As evidenced by the one whose arms had just been pierced, standing resolutely at the center of the arena, Lin Chuan made no move to engage. He was curious to observe how these practitioners of the cultivation world would respond to the formidable bloodline limit of the Fire Shadow world, the Corpse Bone Pulse. With his Byakugan activated, Lin Chuan observed as the five exchanged furtive glances. Suddenly, three of them lunged forward, two in front of him and one behind. Two are distracting me while one attempts a sneak attack from behind? Lin Chuan mused silently. If I relied solely on the Corpse Bone Pulse, I might find myself in a precarious situation. However, my wide eyes are not mere ornamental features. Although he had detected the assailant approaching from behind, Lin Chuan remained unmoved. Instead, directing his attack towards the two in front, this prompted the duo to reveal scarcely perceptible smiles of triumph. With a swift motion, the bone spikes of the Corpse Bone Pulse sliced through the air, forcing one adversary to retreat. In the very instant Lin Chuan retracted his arm, he struck backward with his elbow, aiming precisely at the heart of the assailant behind him. Simultaneously, that individual launched a powerful blow, only to have their arm ensnared by the bone protrusions erupting from Lin Chuan's back. How could this be? Why is it so precise? The expressions of the five shifted dramatically. They were aware of Lin Chuan's hedgehog attributes. Yet they understood that even controlling his bone attacks required first identifying the position of the assailant. Otherwise, employing bone attacks blindly for defense would be futile and wasteful of spiritual energy. However, at this moment, their expressions transformed dramatically. For Lin Chuan evidently possessed the ability to perceive the attacks of all, indicating that his vision was far from ordinary. The gazes of the four individuals converged upon Lin Chuan's striking white eyes, where the veins around his eye sockets were conspicuously pronounced. These were no ordinary eyes. Drip. Warm blood flowed directly from the enemy's heart, cascading down the bony spines of the skeletal structure and landing upon Lin Chuan's arm. Another one has perished. As Lin Chuan's words fell, he withdrew his arm from the heart of the fallen, his legs sinking, and his arms spreading wide in a pose reminiscent of flexing muscles. Who would be next? Chapter 45, The Frantic Bloodline Limit. At this moment, the remaining four individuals were utterly petrified, their hair standing on end. Since their entrance into the realm of cultivation, they had never encountered an adversary that instilled such dread within them, as if a deity from on high could effortlessly reduce them to ashes. Yet, Lin Chuan's cultivation level was a mere fifth stage of chi refinement, lower than all of them. The individual he had just slain was at the seventh stage, 2 levels above Lin Chuan. Even so, he had been dispatched with a single blow, rendering their own levels utterly insignificant in the face of Lin Chuan's might. The techniques that had never failed them previously lost all efficacy against Lin Chuan. Their formidable attacks could not land a single hit, and their superior defenses crumbled like paper before the bone spikes of Lin Chuan's Corpse Bone Pulse, shattering with the slightest touch. In that instant, the tension in their hearts reached a breaking point, and they finally experienced fear and terror from a person they had once considered no more than an ant. The sensation was even more horrific than confronting someone at the 10th stage of chi refinement. Meanwhile, Dong, Zhang, and Lu Yang anxiously awaited, entirely unconvinced that Lin Chuan could contend with the 6 foes. Yet, they lacked the strength to confront him, resigning themselves to accept Lin Chuan's words and temporarily retreat. However, they did not choose to flee. The teachings from their family academy were not in vain, despite the brutal training that had stripped them of any illusions about the world. They could not fully cast aside their obsessions and principles. Lin Chuan fought for them, and thus they could not abandon him, their comrade, to escape alone. Such an action seemed almost absurd to Lin Chuan. Risking his life to save them only for them to perish would be the height of folly. Nevertheless, it must be said that, witnessing Zhang Lu Yang's choice, Lin Chuan felt a warmth in his heart, albeit only this once. His strength assured him that no one would meet their demise because of him. Yet, if he were ever forced to fight desperately to save someone, only for that person to linger nearby, awaiting death, he would likely be infuriated enough to send them flying. Why is there no sound? Could it be that Lin Chuan has already been killed? Zhang Wei said anxiously. Surely not. Perhaps the battle hasn't even begun. Should we go out to assist? Zhang Yimou suggested, feeling indignant at the thought of hiding while Lin Chuan fought valiantly outside. Since Lin Chuan has instructed us not to intervene, we must respect his decision. Moreover, rushing out now would be of no use, only adding to the chaos. Moreover, hypothetically speaking, if Lin Chuan possesses a means to defeat those 6, wouldn't we be privy to his secret by charging out? What then? Would he eliminate us to keep his secret hidden, or allow us to spread it far and wide? Zhang Liang spoke fervently, seeking to alleviate his anxiety through words. Deep within, he yearned to burst forth and engage in battle, even if he were to perish. At least he would not be humiliated. I would he just recklessly blurt things out, Zhang Imo mumbled softly. Whether we speak recklessly is our own concern. But whether Lin Chuan believes us is an entirely different matter. Such matters of life and death cannot possibly be entrusted to those still unfamiliar with the situation. Zhang Wei interjected. Let us wait a little longer. I hope nothing untoward occurs. Zhang Liang gazed intently at the rocky wall before them, resolute in their silence. At this moment, unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had been drawn 100 meters away from the cave by Lin Chuan. The sounds of combat barely reached the ears of Zhang Liang and his companions. Observing the 4 individuals beside him, Lin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. The quartet fell comfortably within his capacity to handle. Thus he refrained from unleashing his lethal techniques, instead employing them as human punching bags to hone his martial skills. After all, it had been less than a month since Lin Chuan arrived in this world. Even though the fruit of the divine tree had bestowed upon him remarkable talent in various techniques, it was impossible to acquire the experience needed through combat in such a brief period. Only through a series of battles and repeated encounters could he continue to accumulate knowledge and improve until he mastered his skills completely. The bloodline limit of the corpse bone pulse was a recent acquisition for Lin Chuan. While he found the use of it, as demonstrated by Junmaru and Naruto, exhilarating, employing it himself proved to be an entirely different challenge. He needed to continually adjust his combat stance to synchronize with the offensive capabilities of the bone spikes. Moreover, due to the existence of the corpse bone pulse, Lin Chuan understood that this ability would accompany him until the very end. Unlike those skills that are useful at the beginning but forgotten later. Therefore, he must master the corpse bone pulse to its fullest extent. Is this truly your only strength? What happened to the bravado you displayed when you threatened to kill us for the Crimson Flame Lotus? Lin Chuan halted and stood firm. At this moment, he could effortlessly counter the assault of the 4 adversaries. With the 360-degree vision granted by the Byakugan and the formidable defense provided by the corpse bone pulse, their attacks scarcely landed upon him, even when some assaults were too swift to evade due to his lack of experience. The bones of the corpse bone pulse absorbed the majority of the impact. Thus far, aside from the consumption of his chakra, Lin Chuan had emerged virtually unscathed. To the 4 assailants, Lin Chuan appeared as an absolute monstrosity, a figure of sheer terror. The stark white bones that protruded from his limbs and joints resembled death's harbingers, piercing their hearts and minds with profound anguish. They sought to break these bones with their mightiest strikes, only to be horrified by their unexpected resilience. Far exceeding what they had imagined, these bones were unlike any human bone they had ever encountered. This is merely the dance of willows of Lin Chuan's corpse bone vein. He has yet to employ the subsequent Tangsong dance, even though Jun Ma-El utilized the curse mark state to manifest it initially. The essence of the curse mark is akin to the Sage mode, albeit an incomplete and false version. In contrast, Lin Chuan now wields a nearly flawless true Sage mode, capable of unleashing the Tangsong dance, albeit at a significant cost that would be imprudent and unnecessary. It appears these individuals have reached their limit. There is no need to practice on them any further. Perhaps, without the looming threat from below, I might have engaged with you a bit longer. Unfortunately, the existence of the Yuaning stage, Ant Queen, leaves me no time for such trifles. Lin Chuan mused inwardly, having discerned that the 4 before him had already devised an escape plan. Thus, the time for slaughter had arrived. In the next moment, Lin Chuan's eyes suddenly transformed, shifting from white to a blood-red hue, with 2 spinning tomo in each eye. In the instant of the 4's astonishment, Lin Chuan's gaze fell upon the 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, their eyes locking, and the illusion technique was unleashed. Illusion Art, Chains of Enchantment. Chapter 46. 3 types of bloodline limits. The practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, initially prepared to flee, was suddenly ensnared by numerous wedges that pierced into his limbs and body, an excruciating sensation enveloping him in an instant, leaving him completely immobilized, as if nailed to the ground. The chilling screams echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the remaining 3, who dared not resist further and turned to flee in a panic. However, Lin Chuan, ever prepared, would not allow them to escape. After using his Sharingan to cast an illusion on the strongest among them, Lin Chuan raised his hands, pivoted, and aimed at the three fleeing Qi refinement practitioners. His body surged forward, the chakra of his celestial arts coursing through his meridians and reaching his fingertips in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chuan's Sharingan transformed into Byakugan, revealing the pathways and acupoints of the three fleeing practitioners with clarity. The next instant, his finger bones erupted from his fingertips, targeting their vulnerabilities and acupoints with precision, empowered by the Byakugan's formidable vision. Bone Pulse, 10-finger piercing shot. After this decisive strike, Lin Chuan did not even glance back to witness the outcome. Instead, he turned towards the practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. The illusionary spell, illusionary chain technique, had dissipated the moment Lin Chuan retracted his Sharingan. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved: a temporary confinement and the inflicted damage from the illusion. The practitioner now knelt on the ground, half leaning, his arms propped on the earth, sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential downpour. His entire being trembled slightly, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. In that fleeting moment, he had seemingly experienced the most horrifying scene imaginable and had yet to fully emerge from that terror. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, the 8th layer practitioner raised his head in fear. His expression slightly dazed from the torment of the illusion, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Chuan, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. "Why you? Who are you?" "My name is Lin Chuan," came the calm and indifferent reply. "Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you. Don't kill me." The man shrieked in terror, his face contorted, unable even to contemplate escape. After revealing his name, Lin Chuan's bone protrusion sliced through the man's neck, sending his grotesquely twisted head soaring into the air before it fell to the ground. Lin Chuan effortlessly sidestepped, not a drop of blood staining him. Faced with the carnage surrounding him, Lin Chuan finally relinquished the calm facade, revealing a complex expression. Before entering this place, he had been profoundly angered by the Lin family's directive to harvest the crimson flame lotus to consume their spiritual roots and enhance the quality of the herbs. He had even contemplated gathering more of the crimson flame lotus to spare those children from suffering. However, upon entering, he discovered that these children were nothing like what he had envisioned. They had been utterly ravaged by this cruel world and understood that to survive, they must engage in relentless slaughter. Each one battled fervently for the sake of existence. Perhaps it would be more fitting to regard them as the offspring of the terrifying organization ISIS from a previous life, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. At this moment, he had long since discarded any semblance of a benevolent mindset. To survive, one must resort to killing. This is the law of this world. All he could do was strive to protect those dear to him, ensuring they did not perish in this merciless realm, nothing more. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Chuan gazed upon the few individuals who had fallen victim to his piercing bone technique, advancing towards them to reclaim their finger bones. Simultaneously, the bones that had erupted from his own body retracted completely. The Hyuga clan, renowned in the original Naruto series for their mastery of close-quarters combat, had indeed exemplified the potential of the Byakugan to its fullest extent. Yet, they possessed a notable weakness: deficiencies in long-range attacks. While the later utilization of the 8 trigrams empty palm could mitigate the shortcoming, it would not entirely rectify the issue. At present, the Bone Pulse's 10-finger piercing technique offered Lin Chuan a commendable means of ranged assault, complemented by the precision strikes of the Byakugan, targeting vulnerabilities and acupoints without fail. The gentle fists techniques, such as the 8 trigrams palm, primarily focused on defense, making the Bone Pulse an ideal remedy for their offensive inadequacies. Lin Chuan reflected, "Now, there is no one below the foundation establishment stage who stands as my equal." He slowly donned his discarded garments once more. The sole concern was the depletion of chakra. He found himself somewhat lacking at present, unable to execute many formidable techniques. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged his satisfaction with his offensive capabilities. In the world of Naruto, any technique utilizing Senjutsu chakra yielded exponentially greater destructive power, a principle that held true in his current reality as well. Were it not for his chakra's enhancement during the execution of the Bone Pulse's 10-finger piercing technique, he would not have been able to instantaneously eliminate 3 cultivators of superior prowess. At best, he would have merely gravely injured them. Moreover, this lethal strike was facilitated by the Byakugan and the fact that those individuals were preoccupied with fleeing. Had it been employed in the midst of battle, the outcome would undoubtedly have been less effective. Having expended 70% of his Senjutsu chakra, he now retained less than 30% within his body. Although the bloodline limit did not significantly deplete chakra, the simultaneous use of the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Bone Pulse incurred considerable expenditure. As Lin Chuan examined the spoils of battle, he began to gather the corpses, preparing to eliminate any evidence. The damage inflicted by the bone spikes was rather unique, and it was prudent to leave no trace behind. Once combat commenced, the chakra within his body, mingling with the spiritual energy from his dantian to form Senjutsu chakra, rendered him unable to absorb external spiritual energy for recovery, a stark contrast to cultivators who could recuperate while fighting. This discrepancy represented a significant weakness in his current state. Lin Chuan continuously assimilated the lessons learned from battle, reflecting on his strengths while diligently seeking out his weaknesses. Understanding oneself and one's adversaries is the key to invincibility in warfare. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to flow toward him, entering his meridians through the acupoints of his body, refining and circulating, ultimately converging within his dantian. His spiritual root is the most potent top-tier celestial spiritual root, capable of absorbing spiritual energy at a rate far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and his recovery is remarkably swift. The only time he cannot absorb spiritual energy is when the chakra is mixed with celestial techniques. However, once the mixture is dissolved and the celestial chakra is no longer present, Lin Chuan can quickly replenish his spiritual energy. After stripping the 6 individuals of all usable items, Lin Chuan formed seals and blew forth a small flame, incinerating their bodies completely. Having tidied up, Lin Chuan proceeded towards the cave, intending to summon Zhang Liang and the others to depart from this place. Chapter 47. The comical trio. Zhang Liang's expression turned grave as he inquired, "That anguished scream we just heard, could it possibly belong to Brother Lin Chuan?" The sound had diminished significantly by the time it reached the cave, and given its indistinguishable nature, it only exacerbated the trio's anxiety. "It can't be, can it?" Zhang Liang replied, uncertainty lacing his voice. Just as they were grappling with the implications of that sudden, harrowing cry, another voice echoed through the air. "Oh, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. The trio's expression shifted instantaneously. Although they could not discern who it was, they all shared a sinking feeling Lin Chuan was hardly a match for those formidable youths, all above the 6th level of chi refinement. It sounded alarmingly like Lin Chuan was pleading for mercy. "Damn it, I must get out of here." Zhang Wei's face turned ashen as he rose, intent on rushing out. At that moment, the notion of secrets held no weight. If lives were at stake, what else mattered? Wait, that doesn't seem to be Brother Lin Chuan's voice. Zhang Liang seized Zhang Wei, his face a tempest of emotions. "Are you certain? We've only recently met Brother Lin Chuan. Can you truly recognize his voice?" Zhang Mo furrowed his brow in inquiry. Deep down, they all hoped it was not Lin Chuan's voice, for if he fell, they would likely be next. Yet, Lin Chuan was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. Even if he had some trick to deter 6 opponents, it was implausible that it would provoke such a wretched outcry from them. It was essential to note that among those adversaries, the weakest still stood at the 6th level, with some even at the 8th. The idea that Lin Chuan could compel such formidable foes to plead for mercy was utterly absurd. Anyone with an understanding of martial arts would find it laughable. "I, too, cannot ascertain if that was Brother Lin Chuan's voice, but did you notice? The plea was for you to spare him, not you all to spare him," Zhang Liang articulated, surprising even himself with the clarity of his reasoning. Zhang Mo and Zhang Wei exchanged glances. Though their desire to rush out remained strong, they momentarily restrained themselves. Is it possible that the opponents only sent one person to confront Brother Lin Chuan, hence a singular appeal for mercy? Zhang Mo speculated, his expression grim. If it took just one person to force Lin Chuan into such a desperate plea, it implied that the enemy's strength was so overwhelming that Lin Chuan's hidden capabilities were rendered useless, plunging the trio into despair. Although they did not regret staying, the thought of perishing in such a manner felt utterly disgraceful. "We should go out and confront them. After all, if Brother Lin Chuan is indeed dead, what purpose do we serve by remaining here, waiting for them to come in and kill us?" Zhang Wei spat, rising to charge towards the cave entrance. However, upon turning around, Zhang Mo found himself momentarily stunned. He had steeled himself to confront several formidable foes, yet in that fleeting instant, he beheld Lin Chuan, with his white hair and pale eyes, standing at the cave's entrance, his expression one of utter desolation. Lin Chuan had been lingering at the cave's mouth for some time, curious to overhear the murmurs of these individuals as they plotted his supplication for mercy. Overcome by a surge of frustration, he nearly charged in to thrash Zhang Liang and his companions, his heart racing as if 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through it. Good heavens, what an imagination! Lin Chuan silently cursed to himself. "Ah, Lin Chuan, You're still alive? Weren't you just begging for mercy? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan rubbed his forehead, a flock of crows soaring overhead, and he felt a twinge of regret for having rescued these three. Zhang Wei's words instantly drew the hesitant Zhang Liang and Zhang Mo's attention. The trio staring agog at the living Lin Chuan at the cave's entrance, as if they were witnessing a ghost. I'm not dead. Are you disappointed? Lin Chuan paused momentarily, forcing a smile as he gazed at the three before him. Not at all. How could we be? Ah, Lin Chuan, you're overthinking it. We were just discussing how you managed to scare off those six. They laughed heartily. We've always believed in your prowess. Lin Chuan, exasperated by their capricious chatter, turned on his heel and walked away. Though he reminisced about the jovial nature of these three, reminiscent of his university classmates, he was overwhelmed by an urge to thrash them. Zhang Liang, seeing Lin Chuan depart, hastily followed. Did you truly drive those six away? You are remarkable. Able to compel even an 8th-level Qi refinement expert to retreat without a fight. Your strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 newcomers this time. Indeed, we heard no sounds of battle, only their terrified screams. It appears they were merely paper tigers. The trio laughed, relieved that the danger had dissipated. Free from the threat of death. Although they remained oblivious to the means by which Lin Chuan had frightened off those six, they understood that in this world, intimidating an adversary could be relatively straightforward, particularly when one possessed a formidable weapon that could spell mutual destruction. In such scenarios, unless there were deep-seated grudges, most would choose to retreat rather than engage in a futile struggle. Moreover, the conflict had ignited over 5 stalks of crimson flame red lotus, a herb valuable for foundational cultivation. Even if they had surrendered it, the adversaries would be unable to claim it, as it was to be submitted to the Lin family. At best, they could exchange it for some cultivation resources. Lin Chuan refrained from offering any explanations, unwilling to converse with these three jesters, fearing their imaginations might conjure further absurdities. Hey, is that blood? Lin Chuan, are you hurt? Suddenly, Zhang Liang spotted a pool of blood on the ground and quickly turned his gaze toward Lin Chuan's body. However, Lin Chuan appeared to be entirely unscathed, save for 2 significant tears in the fabric at the knee. If his memory served him correctly, Lin Chuan had donned this same attire during their initial encounter. Previously, in the urgency of confronting those 10 or so adversaries outside the cave, he had paid little heed to shedding his clothing while employing the bone pulse technique. This time, having prepared for the impending battle, he had deliberately removed his upper garment. Otherwise, after the skirmish, his attire would have resembled that of a beggar. Just as Lin Chuan was about to clarify that he bore no injuries, he realized such an explanation was unnecessary, for the gazes of the three had already shifted to the nearby flames, where the bodies of 6 individuals were ablaze. Chapter 48. What has guarded this? This. 1, 2, 3. A total of 6. Zhang Wei stared blankly at the burning corpses, struggling to count. If my memory serves me right, there were indeed 6 enemies just now. Zhang Mo racked his brain for a long time, confirming that his memory was not faulty. Although the 6 bodies were charred beyond recognition, their human forms could still be discerned amid the crackling flames, which emitted an inexplicable stench reminiscent of burnt meat, yet utterly repulsive. Lin Chuan wrinkled his nose in disdain, quietly using his chakra to create a thin membrane in his nostrils, blocking out the foul odor. As for Zhang Liang and the others, they were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them, leaving them no room to consider the smell. Their minds were consumed by sheer astonishment and horror. Lin Chuan, did you kill those people just now? Zhang Liang finally snapped back to reality after a long while, turning to the expressionless Lin Chuan beside him. He could hardly believe that the seemingly frail white-haired youth standing next to him had, in less than 10 minutes, slain 6 individuals whose cultivation was superior to his own, one of whom was even 3 levels above him. This completely shattered their understanding of the entire cultivation world, as if someone had played a colossal prank on them. They had previously thought that Lin Chuan possessed some hidden technique that would lead to a mutual destruction scenario, intending to intimidate those 6 individuals in such a manner. Yet, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. Lin Chuan undeniably possessed the strength to kill all 6, and it was not merely a matter of killing. It was a complete annihilation, for Lin Chuan bore no injuries, nor did he exhibit any signs of fatigue. To slay 6 individuals while grievously wounded is one concept, while to do so with nonchalance is another entirely. This indicated that Lin Chuan's prowess far surpassed that of the 6, and his cultivation must be even higher than the strongest among them, enabling him to achieve such a feat. He must be at least at the 9th level of chi refinement, or even at the pinnacle of the 10th level. Gulp. The sound of 3 individuals swallowing hard echoed in the air, as they were truly frightened by their own conjectures, no matter how they sensed it. Lin Chuan's spiritual energy cultivation was merely at the 5th level of chi refinement. They could not fathom any means by which Lin Chuan could instantaneously slay these 6 individuals in such a short span of time. Even possessing a legendary protective treasure would not allow for such a display. Lin Chuan, you haven't, perhaps, already broken through to the foundation establishment stage, have you? You're just here for a bit of fun, right? Zhang Liang asked, as a possibility dawned on him, one that seemed most plausible at this moment. This notion was not exclusive to Zhang Liang. Both Zhang Wei and Zhang Imo simultaneously arrived at the same conclusion. Lin, the surname Lin. This question, which they had long overlooked, now emerged as the most compelling explanation for all possibilities at this juncture. My cultivation is indeed only at the 5th level of chi refinement. The reason I could kill them is due to my special means. Lin Chuan elucidated, though he did not elaborate further. Nor did he intend to fabricate a lie to deceive Zhang Liang and the others. Zhang Liang and his companions exchanged strange glances, nodding in silent agreement, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Some truths are perhaps better left undiscovered. Nevertheless, the trio had tacitly classified Lin Chuan as a core disciple of the Lin family. In their view, an individual of Lin Chuan's stature visiting the 44th hunting ground was merely for amusement. The earlier 6 who provoked Lin Chuan were indeed courting death. It was no wonder that Lin Chuan had displayed not a shred of fear throughout the encounter, even if Lin Chuan's own cultivation was lacking. What challenge could possibly elude the core disciples of the Lin family on their own territory? Let us depart swiftly. Lin Chuan beckoned the 3 to leave, handing Zhang Liang the 3 crimson flame lotuses he had procured from the 6. Zhang Liang accepted without further hesitation, after all, for a core disciple like Lin Chuan. Harvesting crimson flame lotuses bore little significance compared to the trials he would face. This realization illuminated the minds of Zhang Liang and his companions, clarifying many previously perplexing thoughts. For instance, if Lin Chuan's hidden prowess were solely to scare off the 6, then why retreat his companions? It now appeared that Lin Chuan's true intention was to eliminate the 6, concealing primarily his identity as a core disciple of the Lin family. As the trio pondered this deeper, their regard for Lin Chuan grew ever warmer. With a core disciple like Lin Chuan supporting them, what fear could they possibly harbor regarding the upcoming trials? Although Lin Chuan led the way, his exceptional intuition made him acutely aware of the fervent gazes directed towards him. The moment he activated his wide eyes, a shiver coursed through him, as the eager stares from the trio sent a chill down his spine. What peculiar characters have I befriended? Lin Chuan's lips twitched in bemusement. Upon reaching a fork in the path near the ground, Lin Chuan bid farewell to the trio and proceeded towards the cave where Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were resting. He pondered whether the slumbering Ant Queen had been disturbed by the movements of the cultivators within the cave. If it were to awaken abruptly, none within this vicinity would stand a chance of survival. Lin Chuan mused, halting as he rounded a bend. In the next moment, he closed his eyes. And upon reopening them, his once white irises shimmered a celestial blue, with the deep blue pupils radiating strands of silver light. The reincarnation eye. The instant it activated, Lin Chuan consolidated his vision, no longer surveying the full 360-degree panorama, but rather concentrating his gaze in a singular direction, peering into the depths below. Previously, due to the presence of Zhang Liang and his companions, coupled with the terrifying sights he had encountered, he had merely cast a cursory glance. Yet, upon reflection, there were many peculiarities that warranted a more careful examination. Thus, Lin Chuan resolved to scrutinize the area with greater caution. As the surrounding rocks gradually faded into transparency, Lin Chuan's gaze traversed nearly 7 to 8 kilometers, once again beholding the colossal queen ant slumbering underground. Even with a prepared mind, the sight of this behemoth still left him utterly astonished. Its immense form and overwhelming presence were unlike anything Lin Chuan had ever encountered, pressing down upon his chest like a great mountain, rendering even the act of breathing a struggle. As Lin Chuan shifted his focus, he concentrated on the vast lake of magma beside the queen. At that moment, he discerned an extraordinary detail. The queen's curved body resembled a crescent moon, enveloping half of the magma lake, with a portion of her being partially submerged in the molten flow. Instinctively, Lin Chuan's thoughts gravitated towards a singular possibility. She was guarding something. Chapter 49. The crimson gold lotus. Lin Chuan's gaze descended, beginning to survey the surface of the magma lake. Previously, a fleeting glimpse had prevented him from noticing what lay within its depths. Now, as he observed more intently, he immediately discerned numerous crimson tendrils extending from the lake, gently undulating, resembling the antennae of a queen ant. Among these scarlet appendages, one distinct crimson plant caught his attention. It thrived within the magma lake, emitting a faint golden-red glow. The undulating antennae of the queen ant were drawn towards this singular plant, a crimson gold lotus. Could this be the crimson flame red lotus? Lin Chuan's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes fixated on the extraordinary flower. In terms of form, this lotus bore similarities to the crimson flame red lotus. Yet it also possessed unique characteristics, particularly the noble golden red radiance it exuded, akin to a graceful maiden poised on tiptoe, dancing delicately upon the surface of the magma lake. Lin Chuan sought answers from his past memories but found no recollection pertaining to medicinal herbs. In his earlier life, he had lived akin to the child of a servant, having only brushed against the realm of cultivation at the very beginning. Most of his time was spent assisting his mother with menial tasks until her untimely death led to his own suffering, including the loss of his eyes. Yet he remained in a similar state thereafter, choosing not to delve further into his past. Lin Chuan attempted to commit the appearance of the crimson flame red lotus to memory, particularly the 9 extraordinary golden seeds adorning its pod, which he had never encountered on other crimson flame red lotuses. With a sigh, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, retracting his Rinnegan. The strain of utilizing the Rinnegan was considerable. It not only drained his chakra, but also posed a significant challenge to his physical well-being. Instinctively, he sensed that the power of these eyes should be conserved, especially given his current level of cultivation. In the world of Naruto, the Byakugan bore minimal side effects, a fact mirrored in Lin Chuan's experience. However, other ocular powers were not as forgiving, particularly the Rinnegan. He had employed it only a few times, yet it had already imposed a considerable burden on his body. The Sharingan shared a similar fate. His Sharingan was a projection derived from the Rinnegan situated at his forehead, and excessive use could lead to physical harm. Lin Chuan believed that, like the Sharingan in the original narrative, overuse could result in blindness. The only distinction was that in Naruto, blindness was irreversible, while for him, recovery remained a possibility, thanks to the fruit of the divine tree within his dantian. Lin Chuan had discovered that the occasional release of purple mist from the divine tree fruit enhanced his physical capabilities and provided him with greater ocular power. This enigmatic force could not be wielded directly. It subtly influenced his eyes, enhancing his ocular techniques, while simultaneously repairing the damage inflicted by their use. This was the reason Lin Chuan had not entirely relinquished the use of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. However, given Lin Chuan's current prowess, the burden imposed by the Sharingan is negligible. It is only when his Sharingan evolves into the Manjiki that he will truly experience significant adverse effects. Presently, the strain from the Rinnegan is considerably more pronounced, thus he refrains from utilizing its ocular powers unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, due to the considerably broader field of vision afforded by the Rinnegan compared to the Byakugan, in situations like the recent one, Lin Chuan had no choice but to employ the Rinnegan. After a brief recuperation, Lin Chuan turned and ventured deeper into the cave. He was eager to reunite with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi, aiming to lead them out. Additionally, he sought to uncover the true nature of the peculiar crimson golden Qi Hua Honglian, as his intuition suggested that both Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi possessed knowledge about this extraordinary plant. Exploiting the advantages of the Byakugan, Lin Chuan deftly avoided all individuals and successfully returned to the cave after harvesting 9 scattered Qi Hua Honglian. By this time, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang had nearly regained their strength. After all, they were not ordinary individuals. Although the previous battle had been perilous, their adversaries had merely intended to deplete their spiritual energy without resorting to lethal force. This allowed Lin Chuan to use Senjutsu Chakra to heal them, alleviating their injuries significantly. In contrast, the injuries sustained by Han Qing and his companions were considerably more severe, and they had yet to fully recover. However, thanks to Lin Chuan's healing techniques, their external wounds had been addressed, leaving only their internal healing to be managed by themselves. Upon Lin Chuan's return, the 5 of them quickly emerged from their meditative states. How did it go? Any discoveries? Qin Lang inquired. Yes, we must leave here swiftly, Lin Chuan replied, nodding and exchanging glances with Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi without explicitly stating their intentions. Are we really leaving the underground magma lake now? Han Qing asked, somewhat astonished. Given Lin Chuan's formidable abilities, he seemed virtually invincible in this locale. Could there be hidden dangers lurking? There is no longer any reason to linger. Although the chaos triggered by the passing cultivators has subsided, the Qi Hua Honglian has been nearly exhausted. Remaining here serves no purpose. Lin Chuan elucidated. Join us in our departure. I will return the spirit beast core I obtained from you last time, and I also possess 3 Chi Hua Honglian. With these, you should certainly pass the assessment. And there's no need to take further risks, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Having consumed all the Chi Hua Honglian he had previously gathered, he had specifically harvested these on his way back to facilitate their passage through the test. Han Qing nodded, accepting the Chi Hua Honglian from Lin Chuan. His earlier assistance had been motivated by the expectation of Lin Chuan's reciprocity. Accepting these items was thus perfectly reasonable, and Lin Chuan's invitation to join their endeavor effectively ensured their safety going forward, prompting him to refrain from opposing Lin Chuan's decision. After a brief tidy-up, the 6 of them departed the cave, navigating the intricate network of lava tunnels towards the surface, with Lin Chuan's Byakugan surveying their surroundings. Both Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang felt no apprehension about encountering danger. On the other hand, Han Qing held a starkly different perspective. Observing Lin Chuan and his companions strut about with such confidence, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, meticulously scrutinizing the surroundings for any signs of danger. Internally questioning whether Lin Chuan and his friends were perhaps becoming a tad too complacent. What I have witnessed is but this. What do you think that Crimson Golden Lotus truly is? It has even compelled a nascent soul-level Ant Queen to stand guard beside it. Lin Chuan conveyed the entirety of the subterranean spectacle he had encountered to Qin Lang and Master Bu Lian, particularly emphasizing the matter concerning the Crimson Golden Lotus. If what you observed is indeed accurate, then that blazing red lotus must have completed its evolution, a remarkably rare human-grade herb, the blazing golden lotus. Master Bu Lian, upon hearing Lin Chuan's account, responded almost instinctively. Chapter 50, Human-Level Herbs and the Central Continent Human-Level Herbs? Lin Chuan was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered a classification of herbs. Indeed, much like spiritual roots, herbs also possess a hierarchy, albeit less intricate. Broadly categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, human, and mortal, lacking the nuanced divisions of upper, middle, and lower grades. Master Bu spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. What purpose do these classifications serve? Lin Chuan pondered aloud. I recall that each herb is categorized based on the minimum cultivation level required to consume the elixirs crafted from them. For instance, the Crimson Flame Lotus. The elixirs derived from this herb can only be ingested by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. Those at the Qi refinement stage risk being overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. This should be the standard for classifying herbs, correct? Master Bu nodded, acknowledging Lin Chuan's insight while subtly indicating there was more to consider. What you say holds merit, but it is not without its flaws. Take the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus you just observed. Fundamentally, it remains a Crimson Flame Lotus, yet its essence has been significantly enhanced, reaching the level of an elixir suitable for Golden Core cultivators. With a conspiratorial tone, Master Bu leaned closer, however. The elixirs crafted from such herbs can still be consumed by foundation establishment cultivators. Given your intelligence, Brother Lin, I trust you can grasp the implications of this. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chuan's pupils constricted slightly, as he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. The existence of these human-level herbs was akin to a cheat for elixirs, as the essence contained within elevated the potency while still being safe for those of lower cultivation to consume. The rarity of such items was evident, as they were undoubtedly coveted treasures that various clans would vie for. Imagine the formidable effects if elixirs derived from golden core herbs were consumed by foundation establishment cultivators. However, such elixirs could not be ingested by them. Only the existence of human-level herbs could, to some extent, replicate this effect. Thus, I can directly consume this herb without fear of being overwhelmed, correct? Lin Chuan inquired subtly. Master Bu nodded. In theory, yes. But what is your plan for dealing with that formidable creature beside the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus? Qin Lang, who had been listening, shook his head with a wry smile. While the treasures are indeed enticing, given our current strength, not only would we be unable to seize the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus, but we would also stand no chance of surviving in proximity to that Ant Queen. Lin Chuan thoughtfully stroked his chin and remarked softly, solutions can be devised. Our objective is the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus, not the Ant Queen. We merely need to find a way to acquire the Crimson Flame Golden Lotus without alerting her. Master Bu and Qin Lang exchanged glances and shared a rueful smile. While the notion sounded appealing in light of their current capabilities, such a plan was utterly impractical, a mere figment of aspiration. By the way, Master Bu, Lin Chuan continued, if human-level herbs allow those of lower cultivation to ingest higher-grade herbs, then surely the heavenly and earthly levels above human are even more formidable? According to this algorithm, earthly herbs can be reduced by 2 levels, while heavenly herbs can be diminished by 3 levels. Lin Chuan inquired once more. You are correct, Brother Lin Chuan, replied Byakugan. But all these herbs are of the mortal grade. They can only elevate their tiers through evolution, a process that is exceedingly arduous. Factors such as the growth environment, the abundance of spiritual energy, the requisite soil, and the years of growth impose numerous constraints on the evolution of herbs, rendering it exceedingly rare for any herb to meet the requirements for evolution. Herbs of the human grade are already extraordinarily scarce. Earthly herbs are enough to drive the entire continent into a frenzy, and as for the highest tier, the heavenly herbs, I must candidly say that I have yet to hear of any verified existence of such entities. Heavenly herbs are mere figments of legend. Byakugan spoke solemnly. I see. Lin Chuan nodded, not surprised by this revelation. Even human-grade herbs yield remarkable effects. Those that reach earthly or heavenly grades can be deemed as almost mythical, not easily obtained. Furthermore, there is another crucial point. Due to the nature of their evolution, these herbs possess an extraordinary allure for spirit beasts. Even a foundation-building herb that evolves to human grade can attract a guardian queen ant of the nascent soul stage. It is said that this evolutionary power can be directly transferred to spirit beasts through the consumption of the herbs, potentially causing mutation or even evolution in the beasts themselves. Byakugan elaborated, recognizing Lin Chuan's keen interest in these matters. In certain respects, considering Lin Chuan's propensity to directly consume herbs, it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as akin to a spirit beast. Upon hearing Byakugan's explanation, Lin Chuan realized that these herbs must hold even greater significance for the fruit of the divine tree. However, he was still uncertain and needed to devise a method to obtain the scarlet flame golden lotus. Lin Chuan had begun to contemplate various strategies, ways to acquire the herb without involving the queen ant, although he could not yet ascertain their efficacy and needed to experiment further before making a decision. Regardless of the approach, all his efforts pointed towards one pair of eyes, the rebirth eye. Human-grade herbs, indeed, sparked some anticipation. I wonder how many such herbs exist in the Zhongchuan continent. Lin Chuan murmured softly. His voice was barely audible, yet Qin Lang and Byakugan, walking beside him, could hear him clearly. The moment they caught wind of his words, their expressions shifted dramatically, morphing into a complex tapestry of pain, sorrow, and rage, which soon transformed into sheer astonishment. The Zhongchuan continent? Brother Lin Chuan, you hail from the Zhongchuan continent as well? Qin Lang and Byakugan exclaimed in unison. Lin Chuan turned to see their faces etched with disbelief, as if something incredible had just transpired. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? Isn't this the Zhongchuan continent? Lin Chuan's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. What did they mean by him also being from the Zhongchuan continent? Was this place it? Yet, he realized that this was not the Zhongchuan continent at all. Brother Lin Chuan, we are now in the Naming continent. Not in the Zhongchuan continent. The words of Qin Lang and Byakugan echoed thunderously in Lin Chuan's mind. In an instant, a torrent of emotions that did not belong to the present Lin Chuan surged within him: shock, fury, hatred, sorrow, and a cacophony of other negative sentiments. These feelings were reminiscent of the former Lin Chuan, the one whose eyes had been gouged out and who was beaten to death. They were his emotions, his cries, his desperate wails. Chapter 51. The former Lin Chuan. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Lin Chuan's head, forcing him to brace himself against the rocky wall just to remain upright. In that fleeting moment, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, his complexion turned ashen, rendering him akin to a wretch recently pulled from the depths of a river, utterly enervated. Regardless of Lin Chuan's desires, he was now irrevocably intertwined with the former Lin Chuan. Every experience of the past Lin Chuan resonated within him, for they had become one the instant he traversed into this realm. The original Lin Chuan harbored no such profound resentment, no matter how arduous his existence was. A glimmer of hope remained. Yet at this moment, he comprehended the stark reality: he had been utterly forsaken. The Naming continent, a realm extraordinarily distant, stood in stark contrast to the core of the cultivation world, the Zhongchuan continent, which was deemed a savage land, seldom frequented by those with choice. The passage between the two continents opened once every century, at which time numerous exiled criminals, fugitive cultivators, and feeble servants would traverse to the Naming continent. Aside from a scant few cultivators who ventured willingly for experience, the majority were compelled by circumstance. Lin Chuan had long pondered why his revival and newfound sight had gone unnoticed by the Lin family. However, subsequent revelations hinted that this Lin family bore little resemblance to the one etched in his memory. He surmised that he might have been transported to another domain of the Lin family within Zhongchuan. Yet, at this juncture, he realized he had been cast away by the original Lin family to an entirely different continent, one reminiscent of a land of exile. The Lin family had displayed an utter lack of compassion towards Lin Chuan, not only depriving him of his sight but also discarding him as if he were refuse on the Naming continent, as though his very existence might tarnish the sanctity of the Lin lineage. Lin Chuan, what is the matter? Why do you look so pallid? The first to notice Lin Chuan's disquiet was Bu Lian, who rushed over to support his arm, allowing him to lean against the rock wall to avert a fall. Qin Lang's expression altered as well. He quickly steadied Lin Chuan, guiding him toward a modest cave nearby. Han Qin and the others trailed behind, bewildered by the unfolding events. Anxiously following Bu Lian, what has transpired? Why is Lin Chuan suddenly so weak? Qin Lang inquired, his countenance darkened with concern. At this moment, Lin Chuan seemed to hover on the brink of unconsciousness, caught in a liminal state between dreams and wakefulness, his body limp and devoid of strength. Resting against Qin Lang and Bu Lian, drenched in sweat and trembling slightly. Just moments ago, brother Lin Chuan mentioned Zhongchuan, and then he suddenly became like this. Could it be related? Bu Lian asked, her voice laced with anxiety as she fervently wiped Lin Chuan's brow with a handkerchief. However, her efforts could not keep pace with the profusion of perspiration, and as the cloth became thoroughly soaked, she discarded it, opting to use her sleeve instead. Lin Chuan appeared oblivious to his arrival on the Naming continent, still under the impression that he was on Zhongchuan. How could such a calamity have befallen him? This was unfathomable. Qin Lang pondered deeply, his brow furrowed in thought. Now they were utterly oblivious to what had transpired with Lin Chuan. Eager to assist him yet utterly powerless, left only to anxiously await developments. It appeared that Lin Chuan had been forcibly brought to the southern Ming continent, perhaps even rendered unconscious and discarded there. This suggested that Lin Chuan hailed from the central Chuan continent, which clarified why the three of them had been grouped together. As they all originated from the same place, remarked Bu Lian, they finally comprehended the rationale behind their union. They were all from the central Chuan continent. Previously, Qin Lang and Bu Lian had considered concealing their identities, wishing to keep their origins a secret. However, in their efforts to protect Lin Chuan, both had resorted to using their protective artifacts, thus rendering any subterfuge impossible. Although Lin Chuan had not inquired, Qin Lang and Bu Lian had both come to a mutual understanding of each other's origins and could surmise that their identities in the central Chuan continent were far from ordinary. Otherwise, how could an ordinary child possess such a protective artifact? Let us wait here for the time being. Given Lin Chuan's condition, proceeding further may lead to peril, Qin Lang suggested. In the midst of a dark chaos, Lin Chuan sensed an overwhelming tide of resentment and sorrow flooding his mind. A frenzied stream of thoughts threatening to tear him asunder, causing his entire mental realm to convulse violently. Images flickered before his eyes like slides in a projector, a child deprived of paternal love, a childhood filled with mockery and disdain. The death of his mother stripping him of his last refuge, companions who had only approached him to infiltrate the very family he abhorred, and the relentless march of coldness, harm, solitude, and betrayal that had paraded into his life, dragging him deeper into an unfathomable abyss. This boy lived in a sprawling family, isolated and insignificant. Amidst the splendor of the world that bore no relation to him, he was but a passerby, silently observing the indifference that permeated his existence. Treated as naught but an ant, until a chilling voice pierced through the silence. Take his eyes for inner. Furthermore, I no longer wish to see this child. It was a voice devoid of warmth, emanating from a man he was meant to call father. Lin Chuan. My approach to you was solely to gain entry into the Lin family. Yet, I find you utterly worthless, lacking any weight in the family. All my efforts have been in vain. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Without you, I would not have met the core disciples of the Lin family, nor would I have attained my current status. As for us, I am aware of your affections for me. Alas, a toad aspires to eat swan meat. You may continue to dwell in your insignificance, while I have transformed into a phoenix perched upon the branches, no longer destined to associate with someone of your ilk. The haughty and mocking tone pierced the boy's heart, extinguishing the last flicker of light in his world. Was this the Lin Chuan of yore? A solitary figure stood silently in the depths of darkness, with white hair and white eyes, quietly observing the fleeting glamour before him, listening to the harsh realities of this world. In the end, all that remained was an endless abyss of darkness, which enveloped Lin Chuan, penetrating his very being as if it sought to merge with him. Fear not, for I shall avenge your grievances. Everything they have taken from you, I shall reclaim in full measure. I will trample upon their generations of glory, eradicating the Lin family from existence. And I shall ensure that the pure bloodline they so pridefully cherish vanishes entirely from this world. As Lin Chuan spoke, the darkness trembled slightly before beginning to dissipate. In its waning moments, a frail silhouette could be seen, shedding tears of blood, casting a hollow gaze upon this cruel world. This is my solemn vow to you. Lin Chuan murmured softly as he watched the diminutive figure fade away. Chapter 52. The Enhanced Chakra. When Lin Chuan awoke once more, he was besieged by an unbearable headache and an overwhelming sense of weakness, as if he had just endured a severe illness, lacking even the strength to rise. Lin Chuan, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Are there any issues with your body? As soon as Lin Chuan's eyes fluttered open, Qin Lang sprang forward like a startled rabbit, bombarding him with questions in rapid succession. Lin Chuan gently shook his head. The events he had just experienced flashed through his mind like a fleeting dream, the profound sorrow and despair still reverberating within him, even in this moment of clarity. How do you feel? Are you unwell? Bu Lianchu's soothing voice inquired, one hand resting lightly on Lin Chuan's forehead while the other gently wiped the sweat from his brow. I feel much better, thank you all. I suppose I may have overexerted myself with the eye technique, leaving my body a bit drained. Lin Chuan fabricated a story to reassure them, finding solace in the concern reflected on Bu Lianchu and Qin Lang's faces. At the very least, he was no longer alone. After a brief moment to gather himself, Lin Chuan sat up and began to attempt his cultivation. The instant he activated the Xian Wang formula, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He discovered that his control over the spiritual energy within him had significantly improved, even enhancing his ability to absorb external spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chuan shifted his focus to refining his chakra, only to be astonished by the considerable increase in chakra within him, as well as the speed at which he could refine it, which had also markedly improved. Thank you, Lin Chuan, he whispered softly in his heart, fully aware that all of this was the result of the boy who had completely departed. At this moment, Lin Chuan had truly merged with this body, dissolving any lingering gaps between them. All of this was the boy's final gift, a complete offering of his battered form to Lin Chuan, allowing their souls to intertwine. Had it not been for this encounter, Lin Chuan would have required much more time to master this body. Even if he could not perceive these gaps, the original soul remained distinct. And no matter the methods Lin Chuan employed, he could never achieve complete control. But now he could. The spiritual energy generated by the soul refined the bodily energy within, merging to create chakra. With the complete fusion of Lin Chuan's soul and body, the chakra he could refine had consequently increased. In the world of Naruto, a ninja's bodily energy is nearly fixed and cannot be enhanced. However, through continuous cultivation, one can augment their spiritual energy, thereby converting more chakra from their body. This is the essence of cultivation. In contrast, within this realm of cultivation, refining spiritual energy and blending it with natural energy produces spiritual power of immense potency, surpassing the chakra of Naruto. This is evident from the exponential increase in power seen when ninjutsu incorporates natural energy. At this moment, Lin Chuan has seamlessly integrated the ninja techniques of the Hokage with the principles of cultivation from this world, resulting in the most exquisite sage mode. This new form bears minimal risk while boasting an impressive increase in power, rivaling that of the Hokage. Lin Chuan previously deduced that utilizing Sage Chakra to perform spells from this realm enhances them by approximately 30% compared to an average practitioner. Consequently, in terms of cultivation level, Lin Chuan surpasses others by that same margin, and this assessment does not even take into account his ocular techniques. When employing these techniques, Lin Chuan becomes unrivaled among his peers. Furthermore, after consuming inner elixirs, Lin Chuan uncovered a secret. The more formidable the spirit beast, the more potent the inner elixir produced, which significantly enhances Lin Chuan's physical capabilities. In essence, this means that Lin Chuan can augment his inherent physical energy. This advantage places him leagues ahead of the numerous ninjas in the original Naruto world, where characters like Kakashi Hatake were constrained by their limited chakra. Lin Chuan has no intention of experiencing such limitations. He is determined to find every means to enhance his physical energy to generate more chakra. Otherwise, as his spiritual cultivation continues to rise, a lack of corresponding chakra will render it futile. In this world, there is no complete 10 tails for him to seal within himself and become a Jinchuriki endowed with nearly infinite chakra. Everything relies solely on Lin Chuan himself. Now that he has finally achieved perfect harmony with this body, his future development is unobstructed. I shall fulfill my promise to him. I will ensure that the Lin family of Zhengchuan continent recognizes the caliber of the genius they have forsaken. I will make them regret every action taken against Lin Chuan, allowing them to experience the chilling depths of despair and pain. Lin Chuan's fist gradually clenched as torrents of sage chakra surged through his veins, stronger and purer than before his fainting spell. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the unique pupils of his Byakugan shimmering slightly, taking in the surroundings. During his meditative recovery, Qin Lang and Bu Yinshi had remained vigilantly by his side, while Han Qing and the others had refrained from cultivating, instead keeping a watchful eye on their environment. "Let us depart. It is time to go," Lin Chuan declared as he rose. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's full recovery, the 5 companions breathed a collective sigh of relief. The strength of their group was predominantly reliant on Lin Chuan. Should he falter, they would be ill-equipped to face even a 7th or 8th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Unless Qin Lang and Bu Yinshi resorted to their protective artifacts, which could potentially attract further calamities. Thus, Lin Chuan's condition essentially dictated the state of the entire team, leaving no room for error. "It seems there are 7 continents in the cultivation realm, correct?" Lin Chuan inquired as he walked, his understanding of this world largely stemming from past memories. However, the former Lin Chuan had not delved deeply into matters of the cultivation realm, which has led to his current lack of knowledge on numerous topics, necessitating inquiries to Bu Yinshi and Qin Lang. The largest continent in the cultivation realm is Zhangchuan continent, situated at the core of this realm, with 4 other substantial continents positioned at its cardinal points. Southern Ming continent is among them. In addition to these, there exists the West Creek continent, the East Luo continent, and the North Xin continent. Beyond these 5 vast lands, there are 2 smaller continents named the Floating Spirit Domain and the Little Spirit Sky Domain. The continents are separated by an endless ocean, rendering passage impossible. They can only be connected through the interrealm passage that opens once every century. "There is no other recourse," Qin Lang succinctly elucidated. After hearing this account, Lin Chuan's brow subtly furrowed, for in his recollection, his mother, a gentle and graceful woman, had once informed him that she hailed from a place called the Mauve continent. Lin Chuan had initially presumed this to be one of the 7 continents. Yet it now appeared that the matter was far more complex than he had envisioned. Chapter 53, Water Escape in the Maha continent. What could this place be? Lin Chuan pondered in confusion, yet he had no inkling, as his mother had only mentioned this matter briefly, without elaboration. Setting aside this perplexity, Lin Chuan led the 5 companions steadily towards the surface, encountering no obstacles along their path until they reached the ground. Han Qing and the others were astonished to discover that the route Lin Chuan had taken was the most direct, with hardly any detours. Even more astonishing was the fact that they encountered not a single soul during their journey. Lin Chuan possessed an intimate knowledge of this subterranean lava cave. This was the only conclusion Han Qing and his companions could arrive at, and with this conjecture arose a newfound suspicion regarding Lin Chuan's surname. The assessment at Hunting Ground number 44 had entered its final day, and at this juncture, teams lacking sufficient inner cores and scarlet flame red lotuses found themselves in a desperate scramble, resorting to theft as their only means of swiftly acquiring these coveted items. Just as Lin Chuan was on the verge of reaching the surface, his Byakugan discerned a considerable gathering of cultivators lying in ambush near the exit. Some were formidable practitioners who had already passed the assessment, while others were newcomers participating in this trial. "Be cautious. There are surely individuals above preparing to seize our scarlet flame red lotuses," Lin Chuan warned, mindful that he did not elaborate too much with Han Qing and the others in tow. "Understood." The 5 nodded in agreement. Even without Lin Chuan's Byakugan, they could surmise the likely scenario unfolding above. However, with Lin Chuan in their midst, they felt a sense of security against potential danger, especially Han Qing and the others, who had begun to speculate that Lin Chuan was a core disciple of the Lin clan. How could he possibly encounter peril in such a place? It would be akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Approximately 20 individuals were gathered near the exit, all possessing cultivation levels below the 6th layer of Qi refinement, indicating that these were all newcomers who had entered this realm. Lin Chuan silently surveyed the situation on the surface. Given the cultivation levels of these individuals, seizing the scarlet flame red lotuses seemed arduous, as the inhabitants of the cave could also congregate in large numbers before emerging. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan focused his Byakugan's gaze in a particular direction and swept it across the area. Although this would consume more chakra, it was a burden he could now easily bear. Indeed, after surveying the surroundings, Lin Chuan's attention settled on a specific point, where he discerned approximately several dozen cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, situated a few hundred meters away. They did not act directly but instead compelled the newcomers to congregate at the exit for a theft. How effortless and straightforward. Lin Chuan smirked. He had long anticipated the methods those who had passed the assessment would employ to acquire the scarlet flame red lotuses. The distinction lay merely between self-harvesting and outright thievery. Lin Chuan was confident that most would opt to venture into the lava cave for self-harvesting, as their low cultivation levels implied that their capacity to seize the scarlet flame red lotuses would be minimal. If everyone were to linger at the cave's entrance, poised to seize the opportunity, they would utterly compromise the very purpose of their venture. For none would be able to procure the crimson flame lotus to exchange for cultivation resources. Thus, Lin Chuan deduced that the majority would opt to venture into the lava caves to harvest, taking their fates into their own hands. Moreover, entering the depths did not preclude the possibility of seizing opportunities. Those who remained near the exit were either individuals of exceedingly high cultivation who could effortlessly await the offerings of others, or they were groups of many individuals. From Lin Chuan's observations, it appeared they encountered the former scenario, as the majority of over 10 individuals had reached the 9th stage of qi refinement, making them exceptionally formidable beings. The reason the newcomers were willing to serve these individuals was partly due to their strength, and partly due to the rules of this assessment. Lin Chuan mused. Acquiring 3 crimson flame lotuses would allow one to pass the assessment, yet obtaining sufficient inner cores could also secure success. The newcomers could leverage the influence of these powerful figures to allocate the spoils reasonably, exchanging the crimson flame lotuses for cultivation resources and utilizing the inner cores to enhance their rankings, thereby ensuring their passage through the assessment. Let us not forget the true objective of this hunt, successfully passing the assessment. These individuals certainly understood the essence of mutual benefit. Lin Chuan thought with a cold snort, before turning to the 5 companions beside him, instructing them, once we exit the cave, head towards the hot spring lake without diverting to any other location. Although his words seemed perplexing, none dared to question Lin Chuan. Bu Lianchi and Qin Lang were motivated purely by trust, while Han Qing and the others speculated that a powerful member of the Lin family might be guarding the lakeside, leading Lin Chuan to seek refuge there. Otherwise, would it not be tantamount to courting death? They had no retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 moved with remarkable speed, Lin Chuan leading the way, with the others closely following. Emerging from the cave without pausing and directly racing towards the central hot spring lake. Those lying in ambush around them were taken aback by the 6's actions. It was their first encounter with individuals sprinting towards a dead end. Previously, all cultivators had clustered together, charging towards an exit in an attempt to break through the blockade. Yet, none had ventured towards the central lake as Lin Chuan and his companions were doing. Although there were no ambushes in that direction, everyone understood it was a path to certain doom. Were they truly intending to swim across? That would be sheer folly. They had ample means to attack those in the water, rendering them little more than live targets. Were they truly preparing to swim over? As over 20 individuals converged, this bizarre yet absurd thought surfaced in their minds. While running, Han Qing and the others frequently scanned their surroundings, attempting to identify any hidden Lin family experts, imagining that they would emerge to rescue them all for Lin Chuan, the core disciple. However, in their line of sight, aside from the increasingly close pursuers, there were only Lin Chuan and the other 3 who had already fled into the distance. They saw no sign of any so-called experts. Surely, we are not being led astray. One of the individuals suddenly exclaimed that they had initially believed someone would intervene to save them, which caused them to run at a slower pace. However, upon witnessing Lin Chuan gradually receding into the distance, their faces turned pale with dread. It seemed as though Lin Chuan truly intended to reach the lake, rather than the rescue they had envisioned from a formidable ally. At this moment, the 3 finally comprehended their dire situation and summoned every ounce of strength to sprint towards the lakeside. Although they remained uncertain of their escape route, the sheer might of Lin Chuan offered a glimmer of hope that they would not meet their demise, or perhaps they were merely being used as bait. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan had already arrived at the lake, enveloped in a mist of water vapor. As he stepped into the water, a cascade of droplets erupted around him, concealing a sly smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. With urgency, he began to form intricate hand seals before his chest. Mystical Arts, Water Escape, Technique of Mist Concealment. Chapter 54. The overwhelming fog concealment. In an instant, the previously serene lake, shrouded in a haze of water vapor, erupted into a thick fog, enveloping the surroundings in a veil of obscurity for several miles. Visibility dwindled to a mere meter, rendering the landscape nearly indistinguishable. What has caused this sudden fog? Everyone halted in their tracks, bewildered by the rapidly rising mist, utterly at a loss. In the distance, over a dozen young cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who had been leisurely observing, furrowed their brows in confusion. Although the fog was less dense than that by the lakeside, it still limited their sight to approximately 5 meters, beyond which lay only a blank expanse of white. What an eerie fog! Wang Yang frowned and waved his hand, yet the surrounding mist merely stirred slightly, showing no signs of dissipating. As the leader among the group, having attained the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement, he was the most formidable presence in their ranks. Nevertheless, even his keen perception could not decipher the enigma of the fog. Boss, what on earth is going on with this fog? I've never heard of it appearing here. Even the information we obtained from the Lin family only mentioned the area being enveloped in water vapor, but this white expanse cannot simply be water vapor. Lu Hong remarked with a somber expression as he gazed into the mist. In that moment of fog's emergence, more than 10 individuals converged around Wang Yang. A testament to their well-honed camaraderie, Wang Yang remained silent, channeling his formidable cultivation to sense everything within the fog. However, he quickly realized that the mist possessed a hindering effect on his perception, causing a jolt of alarm to surge within him. Could this fog be artificially summoned? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Wang Yang seized a handful of mist. Yet, no matter how they probed, they could not detect any traces of spells or spiritual energy within. The combination of celestial techniques and chakra was a blend of 3 energies, and with his prowess, it was impossible to isolate any spiritual essence. Have I misjudged? Suppressing his doubts, Wang Yang turned to his companions and declared, "The fog is rising from the lake's surface. We shall proceed in the opposite direction and surely escape this area. Whatever the case, let us first make our way out." He then led the group in a dash toward the periphery. After executing the fog concealment technique, Lin Chuan swiftly drew Master Bu Lian and himself into a protective stance, advising them to remain cautious amidst the fog before darting away. As for Han Qing and the others, Lin Chuan did not deliberately guide them, for within the realm of his fog concealment, few could easily discern their presence. Lin Chuan felt quite satisfied with his fog concealment technique. A creation born from the fusion of celestial arts and chakra, an art form transcending mere ninjutsu. The density of the mist and its enveloping range afforded him the freedom to maneuver at will. To launch a surprise attack against me, one must be prepared for retaliation. Lin Chuan mused, brushing his nose as he vanished into the mist, swiftly approaching a cultivator who was stealthily advancing. His speed was remarkable, and with the all-encompassing vision of his Byakugan, he appeared behind the individual in an instant. What kind of person? Although the monk could not see the approaching figure, he sensed the swirling mist and immediately turned to defend himself. However, in the face of Lin Chuan, this monstrous being, he found himself utterly defenseless, even without the obscuring fog. Lin Chuan unleashed a flurry of soft fist strikes with lightning speed, employing acupoint sealing techniques aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. The rapid succession of sounds echoed through the air, and before the monk could react, Lin Chuan had utilized his celestial chakra to seal the monk's acupoints, causing the flow of spiritual energy within him to plummet from the 4th level of Qi refinement to approximately the 1st level. My cultivation. As the monk fell in terror, Lin Chuan had already departed, swiftly moving on to the next victim. Within the shrouded mist, everything appeared white and indistinct. Yet Lin Chuan navigated with ease, executing the acupoint techniques of the Hinata soft fist with exquisite precision. He could have employed the bone pulse or the formidable strikes of the soft fist to eliminate these individuals, but he deemed it unnecessary. They were mere puppets. The true adversaries he needed to confront were the more than 10 formidable cultivators observing from a distance. As for the 20 individuals enveloped in the fog, though their acupoints were sealed and they would not perish, they would remain utterly incapacitated in the forthcoming battle. In less than 5 minutes, all 20 individuals within the mist had succumbed to Lin Chuan's soft fist, their vital points sealed, their spiritual energies severely restricted, and their cultivation diminished to the point where they posed no threat to him or his companions. With these insignificant foes dealt with, it was time to confront the powerful cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Lin Chuan's Byakugan narrowed slightly, the veins around his eyes appearing somewhat fierce, yet not intimidating. He merely gazed calmly in one direction. At that moment, the mist was dissipating, and the more than 10 individuals who had been anxiously observing the movements within the fog could finally see the scene unfold. They beheld the newcomers with whom they had conspired to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus and Inner Elixirs, now sprawled on the ground in agony and despair. In the next instant, to their astonishment, a figure of modest stature emerged slowly from the mist, with long hair as white as snow and peculiar white eyes. Exuding a palpable yet restrained aura, advancing step by step toward them, Lin Chuan had already devised his strategy while in the underground cave, with the enemy outnumbering him. Even with his formidable strength, it would be unwise to confront them all unless he was willing to reveal most of his hidden cards, which would clearly be an ill-advised trade-off. Furthermore, he needed to protect Bu Lian and the others, which is why he chose to employ the mist concealment technique to eliminate those 20 troublesome newcomers of lesser strength, thereby ensuring he had ample capacity to deal with the more than 10 adversaries on this side. Coming to a halt 10 meters away, Lin Chuan spread his arms wide, assuming a stance of the soft fist. You intend to seize the Crimson Flame Lotus, do you? Then let us engage in battle. Lu Hong's expression darkened as he stepped forward, ready to teach this audacious youth a lesson, only to be yanked back by Wang Yang. Boss, why are you holding me back? This little brat is provoking us so audaciously. Should we not retaliate? Lu Hong's words immediately garnered responses from those around him. Although they were astonished that Lin Chuan had managed to subdue over 20 individuals, to think that this would suffice to conquer them was indeed a flight of fancy. The 9th layer of Qi refinement was on an entirely different level compared to those novices below the 6th layer. While Lin Chuan had managed to incapacitate the newcomers with that peculiar mist, it merely served to command their attention. The notion of fear was utterly unfathomable. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and a battle was imminent. Chapter 55. Gentle Fist and Acupoint Striking. Have you forgotten the rules we established? Wang Yang said, glancing at Lin Chuan without turning his head. However, Lu Hong, his expression dark and ready to retort, was quelled by the formidable aura exuding from Wang Yang, rendering him speechless. Those who managed to pass the earlier 20 are qualified to challenge us. Should you win, you may leave with all your belongings. We shall not trouble you further. If you lose, we will take half of the Crimson Flame Lotus, Wang Yang declared coldly. He felt an inexplicable sense of intrigue towards the silver-haired youth before him, wishing to gauge Lin Chuan's true capabilities. Moreover, these rules had been established well in advance. Not as a favor to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised to find that these individuals possessed a certain principle, lacking the intent to utterly annihilate him. He immediately set aside his earlier murderous intent, standing tall and facing the strongest among them, Wang Yang. What are the rules of engagement? You 6 may fight together or arrange freely. We will send out one person at a time, and it will be 3 rounds, 2 victories. Life and death are disregarded. Wang Yang stated. Very well. Lin Chuan readily agreed, having no intention of involving his companions, thus not needing to consult them. Wang Yang's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Lu Hong. You go first, but be cautious of this silver-haired youth. He is not simple. Boss, just watch. No matter who he thinks he is, I'll make him regret crossing me, especially with such arrogance. I will show them that the disparity in cultivation cannot be bridged by mere tricks. Lu Hong exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement as he dashed forward, positioning himself 3 meters away from Lin Chuan in the blink of an eye. He refrained from launching a surprise attack, considering it an insult to his prowess. Why don't you summon your teammates? Lu Hong sneered. Are you conceding already? If you surrender, bow and apologize, then present all your Crimson Flame Lotus, and perhaps I might spare your life. Lin Chuan regarded Lu Hong, his expression calm as he shook his head slightly. One is enough to deal with you. As for winning or losing, I have never contemplated defeat. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's temper flared instantly. With a dark expression, he launched an attack. While the others regarded Lin Chuan with disdain, thinking he was courting death. Prepare to meet your end, brat. As Lu Hong's fist swung toward him, Lin Chuan merely sidestepped, channeling his chakra into his palm and lightly striking at Lu Hong's side acupoint. With a soft thud, the 2 bodies brushed past each other. Lin Chuan remained unscathed, while Lu Hong, unbeknownst to him, had been struck at an acupoint by Lin Chuan. The flow of spiritual energy in his meridians suddenly stagnated. Though it did not yet affect his 9th tier Qi refinement cultivation, this was merely the beginning. It actually missed, and yet he struck Lu Hong. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened slightly. Others may not perceive much, yet he distinctly observed Lin Chuan's seemingly nonchalant evasive maneuvers. It was not mere dodging. Rather, it was a remarkable ability to anticipate the trajectory and impact of Lu Hong's fists, seamlessly blending his own attacks with evasive actions. How could he achieve this? The depth of Wang Yang's astonishment was profound. Even he could not replicate such reflexes. Boom. 3 consecutive strikes failed to land on Lin Chuan, instead allowing Lin Chuan's feeble punches to strike back at him. Enraged, Lu Hong stamped his foot upon the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sink over a meter. the ensuing shockwave disrupting Lin Chuan's evasive technique. A sly smile crept onto Lu Hong's face as he twisted his waist, launching his left leg toward Lin Chuan's midsection with astonishing speed, the air around him crackling with a piercing sound. Bang! Lin Chuan was propelled away by the kick. Yet his expression remained unchanged. In that fleeting moment of contact, a thin layer of bone membrane swiftly formed beneath his skin, absorbing the majority of the force, rendering Lu Hong's meticulously planned lethal blow utterly ineffective. The initially elated Lu Hong's countenance shifted drastically. The moment he made contact with Lin Chuan, he sensed something was amiss. It did not feel like striking flesh, but rather as if he had kicked against bone, cold, hard, and utterly impervious. He had won. Lu Hong's whip-like kick was not to be underestimated. Even someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement would sustain injury from it, let alone a mere 5th-level novice. There was no suspense. They believed this audacious boy to be formidable, yet it was all mere pretense. Nothing but bluster. Humph, perhaps he was already crippled. Such arrogance comes at a price. To pretend to rival the prodigies of the Foundation establishment stage without the capability is sheer folly. A relaxed smile adorned the faces of the onlookers. They felt no need to witness Lin Chuan's fate, as not being cleaved in two was already a testament to Lu Hong's restraint. However, the next moment left them utterly astounded. Lu Hong emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps, blood seeping through the fabric of his left pant leg. Hiss. After landing, Lin Chuan placed one hand on the ground, sliding backward. Although the attack from the 9th level of Qi refinement was mitigated by his skeletal defenses, the immense force was not easily dissipated. After retreating 5 or 6 meters, Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly propelled himself forward, rushing toward Lu Hong. The latter, horrified, realized that the previously smooth flow of his spiritual energy had become sluggish, with several acupoints seemingly blocked, drastically reducing his strength. This is bad. I can't evade. Lu Hong, witnessing Lin Chuan's rapid advance, instinctively retreated. The bizarre combination of the silver-haired youth's attacks and defenses rendered his previous combat experience nearly useless. In the next moment, Lin Chuan unleashed a series of precise strikes, landing resoundingly upon Lu Hong, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Within a mere 5 or 6 breaths, Lin Chuan delivered a decisive blow to Lu Hong's chest, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood and propel 6 meters away, crashing to the ground, never to rise again. With a deep breath, Lin Chuan withdrew his fists and assumed a gestural invitation, calmly gazing at the more than 10 individuals opposite him. Next, yet at this moment, aside from Wang Yang, who could still react, the others were ensnared in a state of bewildered stupor. They seemed unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Hong, who had seemingly held all the advantages and was on the verge of victory, had suddenly been struck down by Lin Chuan, bloodied and defeated. Chapter 56. The gentle fist technique Bagwazang. The tempestuous strikes unleashed by Lin Chuan were rendered indistinguishable to the onlookers. They could only vaguely perceive the myriad of phantom hands descending upon Lu Hong. With a swift step forward, Lin Chuan advanced towards the unconscious Lu Hong. Given the life-and-death nature of this confrontation, he bore no remorse in delivering a fatal blow, especially after Lu Hong had previously employed scathing remarks to provoke his surrender. Wang Yang's pupils narrowed slightly. Disregarding any notions of rules, he launched an assault on Lin Chuan in a desperate attempt to save Lu Hong. It was evident to him that Lin Chuan had already harbored intentions to kill Lu Hong, and at that moment, he could do nothing to rescue him. Instead, he unleashed his most formidable attack against Lin Chuan, hoping to compel him to relent. Otherwise, this strike would undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon Lin Chuan. If anyone possessed a clearer understanding of the battle, it was not Lu Hong, embroiled in the fray, but rather Wang Yang, who had remained an observer from the sidelines. From the onset, he discerned Lin Chuan's vulnerabilities, his insufficient defensive capabilities and lack of prowess in direct confrontations. This was evident as Lin Chuan persistently evaded Lu Hong's assaults. And Wang Yang surmised that Lin Chuan had only managed to defend against a whip kick through some unorthodox means. He doubted Lin Chuan's ability to withstand such a blow unaided. Endowed with the Byakugan, Lin Chuan perceived the imminent threat from Lu Hong behind him. A flicker of malevolence ignited in his previously calm gaze, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. Should he falter and fall to the ground in this moment of weakness, no one would come to his aid, for it had been declared before the battle that life and death were indifferent. Even if Master Bu Yanshi, Qin Lang, attempted to intervene, the others would surely obstruct him. Yet, when it came to Lin Chuan's intention to eliminate Lu Hong, all notions of rules were swiftly cast aside. as they launched themselves at him in a bid to inflict severe harm and drive him back. Such was the nature of the rules, exclusively favoring the weak. I shall eradicate my target. You are powerless to intervene. Lin Chuan scoffed coldly, the malice in his eyes flickering momentarily before he twisted his body, abandoning his initial gentle fist technique. Instead, he concentrated his chakra into the fingertip of his right index finger and flicked it deftly. Corpse bone pulse one finger penetration. The white fingertip shot forth, piercing directly into Lu Hong's chest with a sickening thud, even penetrating his body entirely and sending a spray of blood and internal fragments into the ground below. Wang Yang, taken aback by the realization that he had failed to save Lu Hong, felt his expression darken to an extreme. Lin Chuan's reflexes had again exceeded his expectations. At the very instant Wang Yang initiated his attack, Lin Chuan had swiftly altered his method of assault, employing a white concealed weapon to dispatch Lu Hong, as though he possessed eyes on the back of his head, fully perceiving all of Wang Yang's movements. With Lu Hong now slain by the corpse bone pulse, Lin Chuan turned to face Wang Yang, who brandished a dagger aimed at him. His youthful and handsome visage was now itched with frost, as he gained an entirely new perspective on the so-called rules of this world, rules that served only the strong, whenever they deemed it fit. Such rules could be effortlessly torn asunder. Then let me rewrite the rules, Lin Chuan coldly declared within the confines of his mind. As Wang Yang confronted Lin Chuan's piercing white gaze, an intense chill suddenly enveloped him. A frigid aura of lethal intent and the ominous specter of death that had been conspicuously absent moments before. This sensation, why did it evoke such a striking resemblance to the confrontation with a foundation-establishing cultivator? A wave of astonishment washed over Wang Yang as he realized, in that fleeting moment, that his previous assessment of Lin Chuan had been gravely mistaken. The Lin Chuan devoid of murderous intent was an entirely different entity from the Lin Chuan radiating lethal intent at that instant. He had concealed his true strength. This was the only conclusion Wang Yang could draw in his mind. Lin Chuan paid no heed to the short sword thrusting toward him. In his wide eyes, a faint green bagua array materialized, encompassing both himself and the approaching Wang Yang. Every acupoint and meridian of his opponent corresponded with the bagua array beneath Lin Chuan's feet. Celestial technique, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. At that moment, as Wang Yang's short sword aimed directly at the seemingly unprotected chest of Lin Chuan, he reveled in the thought of slaying Lin Chuan. Yet, the sensation transmitted through the blade caused his expression to shift dramatically. It felt nothing like piercing flesh, but rather as though he had struck solid bone, exceedingly resilient bone that was even harder than the sword in his hand. Realizing something was amiss, as he attempted to withdraw his sword, Wang Yang was horrified to find that 2 stark white bones had sprouted from Lin Chuan's chest, ensnaring his arm. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Crack, crack. The simultaneous sounds resonated as Wang Yang's body was propelled into the air. The violet gold chakra surrounding Lin Chuan's hands became distinctly apparent, and to all observers, 2 streaks of light, as swift as lightning, struck Wang Yang. For palms. Crack, 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 crack. With a swift turn, Lin Chuan unleashed 4 more violet gold beams upon Wang Yang, launching his body high into the air, causing a spray of blood to erupt from Wang Yang's mouth. 8 palms. Crack, crack, crack. By this point, it was impossible for anyone to discern Lin Chuan's movements. Only a flurry of violet gold afterimages remained, as if Wang Yang had been pierced through by Lin Chuan's assault. 16 palms. Crack, crack, crack. The violet gold light erupted around Wang Yang, piercing through him like a flurry of sharp swords before dissipating into the air. At that moment, Lin Chuan resembled the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, his hands imbued with celestial technique chakra filling the view. Boom. With the final punch delivered, Lin Chuan's breath became slightly unsteady. With his current strength, he could only execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms up to the 16th palm. That was his limit. Yet, that was more than sufficient. The formidable acupoint sealing ability, combined with the internal damage inflicted by the soft fist technique, was enough to render Wang Yang, a consummate chi refinement stage expert, utterly incapable of further combat. With heavy breaths escaping his lips and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, Lin Chuan found the 8 trigrams 64 palms to be an immense burden. Had it not been for his desire to conceal the secrets of his lineage, he would not have resorted to such a technique. Yet, at that moment, the urge to slay these foes surged within him, leaving no possibility of retreat. Wang Yang, who had collapsed to the ground, slowly rose, his complexion drained of color. The gaze he cast upon Lin Chuan was one of sheer terror, as if beholding a monster. Trembling, He raised a hand and stammered, You. What exactly are you? Before he could finish, a mouthful of blood erupted from him, mingled with fragments of his own internal organs. His injuries so severe that he hovered perilously close to death. Boss. Several cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who were not far off, immediately jolted awake and rushed towards Wang Yang. Meanwhile, 5 other cultivators of the same level began to encircle Lin Chuan, their eyes revealing an unabashed intent to kill. Chapter 57. The rules in the vicinity of the central magma lake. Within the verdant forest of hunting ground number 44, 5 groups of 15 individuals congregated. Among them, one stood atop a towering tree, gazing intently in the direction of the magma lake. Why has the fog suddenly descended, obscuring my view of those cultivators at the 9th layer of Qi refinement? The youth mused quietly to himself before leaping gracefully from the tree and making his way towards a handsome young man seated cross-legged in meditation at the center. Yang Chun. A thick fog has enveloped the area around the central lake. I can see nothing from my position, the youth remarked, scrunching his nose in concern. Haze has settled? Yang Chun, who had been meditating with eyes closed, opened them to reveal flickers of spiritual energy dancing within his gaze. He was none other than the most formidable newcomer, having reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Earlier, his group of 15 had emerged from the magma cave, facing numerous assaults. However, their collective strength significantly surpassed that of the disorganized attackers, enabling them to break free. Yet soon after, they encountered Wang Yang and his companions, who presented demands identical to those made to Lin Chuan. Yang Chun, recognizing the disparity in strength and wishing to conserve his energy, relinquished half of the Scarlet Flame Red Lotus and departed with his group. Wang Yang did not press the matter, understanding that a talent like Yang Chun would attract the Lin family's attention. Should he eliminate Yang Chun here, it would surely spell trouble for him upon returning. How could the fog materialize so suddenly? Yang Chun pondered, preparing to inquire further when he noticed tendrils of mist beginning to encroach upon him. With a swift motion, Yang Chun leaped into the air, grasping a wisp of the fog and meticulously sensing its essence. He then directed his spiritual energy and propelled himself toward the treetop behind him. The fog was densest near the exit and the location of those 9th layer Qi refinement cultivators. Yang Chun's expression shifted, revealing uncertainty. Although he detected no anomalies within the mist, the timing and location of its arrival were far too coincidental. Where there is an unusual occurrence, there is often something amiss, he mused. After a moment of contemplation, he observed the fog beginning to dissipate, and faint sounds of combat could be heard in the vicinity of the exit. It seems imperative to investigate, Yang Chun thought to himself, lightly stepping towards another nearby tree. And addressing those below, he instructed, I shall go and ascertain the situation. Remain here and wait for my return. Meanwhile, a tall youth tread cautiously through the forest, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. A gentle breeze swept through, suddenly enveloping the area in a thick veil of white mist. Why has the fog appeared so abruptly? The youth questioned, his brow furrowing as he inhaled deeply, detecting a familiar scent. This is his scent. The image of a white-haired, white-eyed boy flickered in his mind. The very one who had urged him to seek him out upon surviving this ordeal. How could it be him? It has been ages since I last caught a glimpse of his presence. He must have just emerged from the underground magma cave. He pondered, contemplating whether to investigate further. With a slight furrow of his brow, Faye concluded, if I cannot evade him, then perhaps it is best to meet him. In the end, Faye resolved to discover the source of the peculiar scent, swiftly turning and dashing toward its origin. Simultaneously, those who had noticed the unusual mist hesitated momentarily before hastening in the same direction, eager to ascertain whether they might capitalize on the situation. Among the throng, the first to arrive at the battlefield were Yang Chun and Faye, who witnessed Lin Chuan ruthlessly dispatch Lu Hong with a bone-shattering strike, subsequently unleashing the formidable 8 trigrams 64 palms. The swiftness of the technique, coupled with the extraordinary purplish-golden aura, profoundly resonated within their very souls. Not far behind Lin Chuan, Han Qing and his companions, recovering from their astonishment, finally comprehended that Lin Chuan required no assistance. His prowess had escalated to a level capable of vanquishing even the most accomplished practitioners of the Qi refinement stage. In the arena, Lin Chuan faced 5 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refinement who had encircled him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He harbored no fear of these individuals. His sole concern lay with Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, whose strengths remained inadequate. Balancing the dual roles of their protector and combatant placed immense pressure upon him. The purpose of employing the 8 trigrams 64 palms was to inflict a significant blow before his adversaries could react, establishing an intimidating presence, objectives that, as it appeared, had indeed been accomplished. Though the encroaching figures emanated a palpable aura of malice, their gazes were tinged with profound trepidation. To inflict such grievous harm upon a fully realized chi refinement practitioner in an instant rendered them wary. Even in unison, they dared not act rashly. At that moment, Wang Yang, having consumed a medicinal pill, astonishingly regained his footing to confront Lin Chuan once more. His eyes reflected deep-seated fear and respect, as he recognized that Lin Chuan's abilities far surpassed what was initially apparent. "What must we do to ensure our departure?" Wang Yang inquired, his words eliciting gasps from all present. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a slight smirk, relishing the prospect of conversing with an astute individual. "All the inner pills. Half of the crimson flame lotus," he proclaimed. As his voice echoed, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, astonished that this 5th-level chi refinement youth was audaciously bargaining with a cadre of over a dozen 9th-level chi refinement experts, and astonishingly, he was the one in control. "Surely, I must be mistaken," they thought, grappling with disbelief. "Very well, I accept your terms," Wang Yang responded without hesitation. Strangely, none of the surrounding cultivators, their faces etched with murderous intent, voiced opposition to this decision. All acquiesced silently to its unfolding. Lin Chuan chuckled softly, a radiant and gentle smile illuminating his handsome visage. Resembling a deity, for this time, he embodied the very essence of authority. Wang Yang did not dare to mention their prior agreement. He simply lacked the audacity. Accepting the item handed over by Wang Yang, Lin Chuan dismissed it from his mind, transferring it directly to Bu Lianshi, and with the gaze of the multitude upon them, he departed with his companions. Throughout the entire affair, none of the spectators dared utter a word. The atmosphere was thick with an unsettling silence. Wang Yang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, and with great difficulty, he clung to the arms of 2 companions as he uttered, "We must leave." Without lingering any longer, he turned and ventured deeper into the forest. From this moment forth, the reputation of the silver-haired youth began to spread, and it became widely known that within this modest hunting ground, there existed an individual not to be trifled with, even by those who had successfully passed the trials. Yang Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the shock that surged within him. He gazed warily in the direction from which Lin Chuan had departed, gravely contemplating. "I could defeat Wang Yang if I were to reveal all my cards and exert my utmost effort, but he has certainly not shown his full strength. What manner of monster is he?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Fa Ye's eyes sparkled not only with astonishment but also with a glimmer of joy, as in that moment, he genuinely began to contemplate the possibility of following Lin Chuan. Chapter 58. Being followed, Lin Chuan and his companions did not venture far, merely progressing a short distance along the central hot spring lake in another direction. The 5 of them sat cross-legged around a grand tree, while beneath it, Lin Chuan closed his eyes in a state of recovery. Han Qing and the others gazed at Lin Chuan with profound respect, having demonstrated such formidable palm techniques. He had already ascended to a godlike status in their hearts. In truth, the individuals they had just encountered still possessed fighting strength. There were nearly 10 cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement among them. Had they chosen to engage, the 5 of them would undoubtedly have been at a disadvantage. Yet, unexpectedly, they had been frightened away by their leader Lin Chuan. Han Qing remarked softly, it wasn't solely fear that drove them away. It was more of a mutual concession. Qin Lang furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Chuan, his concern for his friend's condition evident. "Why do you say that?" Han Qing inquired curiously, as the others turned their attention toward Qin Lang, awaiting his explanation. Lin Chuan's ability to instantly incapacitate that fully realized chi refinement cultivator demonstrated his extraordinary might, yet such techniques demanded significant energy. It was improbable that Lin Chuan could employ them repeatedly. Should the conflict persist, neither side would gain any advantage. In this forest, they were not entirely adversarial. Other foes lay in ambush nearby. Both Lin Chuan and that cultivator understood this fact. Should a desperate battle ensue, only others would reap the benefits. Lin Chuan held the upper hand and had not imposed excessively harsh conditions, which prompted their agreement. Another reason was that the fully realized chi refinement cultivator needed to recuperate swiftly. Otherwise, his leadership within his group would be jeopardized. Qin Lang briefly elucidated, his gaze fixed upon Lin Chuan, worry etched across his brow. They had attracted considerable attention, possessing a substantial amount of crimson flame, red lotus, and inner elixirs. If a band of desperate individuals converged with numerous cultivators, they would find themselves in grave trouble. Han Qing and the others regarded Qin Lang, the chubby youth, with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that he could contemplate so many factors following such a simple skirmish. Clearly, none of them were ordinary. Observing the beads of sweat on Lin Chuan's forehead, Bu Yinshi bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before rising and stealthily approaching him. However, as she drew within 5 meters of Lin Chuan, his eyes suddenly opened, fixing on her as she cautiously advanced. I merely wish to wipe your sweat. Bu Yinshi stammered, startled, her voice barely above a whisper, feeling regretful for interrupting Lin Chuan's cultivation. Fear not, I have already recovered. Lin Chuan smiled gently, rising to ruffle Bu Yinshi's hair, thinking to himself that he must have frightened the young girl. You have indeed recovered quite swiftly, Qin Lang exclaimed, leaping over with laughter, the concern on his face dissipating entirely. As long as Lin Chuan was unharmed, there was little to fear in this hunting ground. Lin Chuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, lamenting inwardly how oblivious Qin Lang was to the situation. He then released his hold on the girl, acknowledging that there was little more they could do. What shall we do next? Shall we await the conclusion of the assessment? Han Qing approached, inquiring. In their hands, the Crimson Lotus and the Spirit Beast's core had long surpassed the criteria for passing the assessment, allowing them the luxury of leisurely exploring their surroundings. Lin Chuan shook his head, his countenance growing significantly more serious. There was still a matter to attend to. We must first locate a few individuals. Are you referring to Zhang Liang and his companions? Qin Lang inquired, recalling that Lin Chuan had previously mentioned the underground cavern to them. Indeed, had I known the peril above, I would have brought them along. Lin Chuan expressed his concern. In the next moment, Lin Chuan gently closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the veins around his eyes had prominently surfaced. The Byakugan, the trees surrounding him began to blur and vanish, and his vision expanded, capturing the scene within a kilometer in an instant. After a meticulous search, Lin Chuan could not find Zhang Liang and his companions. Instead, he discovered many individuals tailing them. Among them were familiar faces, such as Fa Yi, and one individual from earlier who was at the 9th level of qi refining. The rest were mostly strangers, observing Lin Chuan's every move from a distance. Although they did not exhibit any overt hostility, Lin Chuan had no doubt about their ruthlessness. Should he show even a hint of injury, he was certain they would swarm him like vultures drawn to blood, eager to kill and seize treasures. Humph. They had best refrain from ill intentions, otherwise. Lin Chuan scoffed inwardly. He chose not to vocalize a warning to these individuals, deeming it unnecessary to reveal his Byakugan-esque capabilities for a few insignificant pests. Though they lurked in the shadows, Lin Chuan, with his Byakugan, had already seen through everything, granting him complete control of the situation. It would be a trivial matter to counter these individuals. It appeared that Zhang Liang was not in the vicinity, Lin Chuan mused, subsequently retracting his Byakugan. There are multiple exits to the underground lava cavern. They might have accessed another one, Qin Lang speculated. Let us search along the lake. Those sporadic exits should be nearby, Lin Chuan suggested, leading the group along the lakeshore. Though the Byakugan's range was limited to about a kilometer, this did not imply that anything beyond that was entirely invisible. Rather, the vision would become increasingly obscured. If Lin Chuan concentrated his ocular power in a specific direction, he could still perceive greater distances, particularly when employing celestial techniques and chakra. At that moment, on the opposite side of Lin Chuan's position, over 30 cultivators at the 6th level of qi refining or higher congregated near an exit. Their cultivation levels varied, with the majority at the 6th and 7th levels, and some formidable 8th and 9th level practitioners. Yet none had reached the consummate stage of qi refining like Wang Yang. Scattered across the ground were numerous corpses, blood flowing like a stream and eventually merging with the lake, tainting its waters a deep crimson and emanating a pungent stench of blood. Bang, bang, bang. 3 faint sounds echoed as 3 frail youths were struck away, blood gushing from their mouths and showering the ground in a crimson rain. The 30-odd individuals cackled with glee, reveling in the brutal slaughter. To my astonishment, such a feeble individual possesses 8 crimson flame lotuses. What a remarkable bounty. A youth at the 7th level of qi refinement chuckled as he swiftly approached the descending boy, placing his foot upon the face of one of the fallen. TSK. What extraordinary fortune to acquire so many crimson flame lotuses. Alas, you have crossed paths with us. Zhang Liang felt several of his teeth shatter. His mouth filled with the acrid taste of blood, his head forcefully pressed into the earth, his body marred by ghastly wounds. You have obtained the crimson flame lotuses. Why? Why do you not let us go? But why should we? I derive immense pleasure from such torment. The man licked his lips, laughing maniacally as he increased the pressure of his foot, driving Zhang Liang further into the soil. Chapter 59. The Massacre by Lin Chuan. Ha ha. The sinister laughter echoed from all directions, reverberating beneath the canopy of the forest, as everything around Zhang Liang buzzed in his ears, consuming the remnants of his consciousness. Ultimately, death was inevitable. Zhang Liang slightly opened his blood-stained eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of the azure sky, only to be met with a sight drenched in crimson. From the moment the three of them stepped through this exit, everything had descended into a nightmare. Since then, it felt as though they had plunged into hell, mercilessly tormented by these individuals. Even after surrendering all their Crimson Flame Lotus and inner elixirs, they still fell prey to these fiends' clutches. Beside him, Zhang Wei and Zhang Mo remained motionless, their fates unknown. Zhang Liang could no longer endure. He was utterly fatigued, longing for an eternal slumber from which he would never awaken. In the final moment before closing his eyes, he vaguely perceived a figure rushing towards him, with flowing white hair and bright white eyes, reminiscent of a friend he had met in the cavern. Someone is coming to meet their demise. In the distance, among the 30-odd individuals, more than half had already taken notice of the white-haired youth approaching at an alarming speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chuan felt an eruption of blood surging through his veins, propelling him towards the scene with utmost urgency, though it seemed he was still a step too late. Just in time, these three playthings had become tiresome. It was perfect to switch to another. One of the cultivators, standing atop Zhang Liang, cruelly remarked before turning to charge at Lin Chuan. A practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement dared to rush towards a group of practitioners above the 6th level. It was akin to courting death. Is he here to rescue them? A few among the group cast disdainful glances at the oblivious Zhang Liang and his companions, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Lin Chuan exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent, his icy demeanor radiating a terrifying ferocity. In that moment, his white eyes locked onto all present, 36 individuals in total. None of them would escape his wrath today. Slaughter had become an undeniable necessity, devoid of any justification. If he truly intends to save them, then let him witness the demise of those three toys. One individual sneered, swiftly darting towards Zhang Liang and his companions. He aimed to personally behead the trio, ensuring that the white-haired youth would witness the death of those he sought to save, forcing him to experience profound anguish, an embodiment of the world's cruel law. The weak are destined to perish. This would be their greatest amusement. They required no rationale for their bloodlust. As he observed someone preparing to strike down Zhang Liang and his companions, Lin Chuan, still over 10 meters away, felt a sudden intensity in his cold expression, not a trace of hesitation remaining. Corpse bone pulse, 10 fingers piercing bullets. 10 white finger bones erupted forth like bullets, moving at a speed that left only a fleeting shadow in their wake. What is that? Is it a hidden weapon? This is bad. It's too swift to evade. Bang! In the next instant, amid the astonished gazes of all present, the cultivator who sought to kill Zhang Liang was violently propelled away by an immense force, blood raining down from the sky like a gruesome storm. It is essential to recognize that Lin Chuan's utilization of the Byakugan in conjunction with his 10-finger puncture technique to exploit his opponent's weak points is imbued with an extraordinarily terrifying lethality. Previously, he had employed this very skill to eliminate several fleeing adversaries in the subterranean depths. At this moment, the barrage of 10 punctures struck the individual before him, resulting in an instantaneous kill. That silver-haired youth is no ordinary foe. Let us converge and eliminate him. As one among the group issued the command, 10 individuals surged forward, aiming directly at Lin Chuan. At this juncture, the cultivator who had previously trodden upon Zhang Liang's face had reached Lin Chuan's side. However, upon witnessing Lin Chuan's swift execution of his teammate with concealed weaponry, he was consumed by dread and instinctively attempted to retreat. Yet, how could Lin Chuan afford him such an opportunity? Upon his arrival, he had witnessed this very individual trampling upon the seemingly lifeless Zhang Liang. If he allowed this person to escape, how could he face his comrades thereafter? Lin Chuan had always fought for himself, to possess the means of self-defense, to avoid being bullied. However, upon entering this world, he had come to cherish the friends he had encountered. His pursuit of formidable cultivation had transformed from mere self-interest into a quest to safeguard all those he held dear. If he could not accomplish even this, what worth did his strength possess? What purpose did his cultivation serve if he were ultimately to remain solitary? Perhaps this embodies my path of perseverance, my journey of ascension. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. In the next moment, his right hand extended toward his shoulder, where a grayish-white bone protruded like a sword, piercing forth. As he grasped this bone, Lin Chuan's Byakugan sharpened its focus, and with a powerful stomp against the ground, his speed surged as he appeared before the astonished cultivator. In a swift motion, the bone dagger effortlessly pierced the man's heart. Lin Chuan slightly tilted his body, gliding behind his adversary to extract the bloody bone dagger, before gracefully retreating. His movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation, as though he had anticipated all of his opponent's assault trajectories and evasive maneuvers. Was that his bone? As all witnesses observed Lin Chuan extracting his own bone, their eyes widened in horror, paralyzed by disbelief. They could scarcely process the fact that Lin Chuan had just annihilated one of their comrades. Their minds were blank, as if ensnared by an illusion. Is this silver-haired youth truly human? This question reverberated in the minds of all present. Lin Chuan, moving with remarkable swiftness, darted toward the group of 10 assailants. Wielding the bone in his hand, empowered by the Byakugan, the dance of the corpse bone pulse, Chun's waltz, despite being besieged by 10 cultivators, each at least at the 6th level of chi refinement, Lin Chuan's evasion and counterattacks were executed with effortless grace. The synergy between the Byakugan and the corpse bone pulse rendered him nearly invincible. Although Lin Chuan had merely grasped the rudiments of the corpse bone pulse, Chun's waltz, far from achieving the mastery of Kaguya Maru, the advantage of the Byakugan was one that Maru did not possess. The art of physical techniques necessitates extensive time for cultivation, and Lin Chuan currently finds himself devoid of such luxury. However, the practitioners he faces are among the weakest in the realm of cultivation. They lack superior techniques, adept masters, and formidable auxiliary skills, which presents Lin Chuan with a considerable advantage. At this moment, employing his Byakugan's 360-degree perspective, Lin Chuan can almost evade all incoming attacks while simultaneously showcasing considerable prowess. Yet, this is insufficient. He understands that this approach will not suffice to eliminate such a multitude, especially with over 20 more adversaries yet to engage. Therefore, he seeks an opportunity, one that would enable him to instantly vanquish at least 20 foes. A chance to unleash celestial techniques and ninja arts. Chapter 60. The Art of Fire Release. Great fireball techniques surrounding the battlefield. Those who had initially been tracking Lin Chuan now stood in utter astonishment. At that moment, they were engulfed in profound shock as they beheld the white-haired youth effortlessly engaging in combat with 10 cultivators of the 6th layer of the chi refinement stage or higher. Remarkably, he bore no injuries, while his assailants were already marked with numerous wounds from his bone dagger. What was once perceived as a fluke victory over a fully realized chi refinement master now appeared to be a testament to his true capabilities. One individual exclaimed in disbelief. Perched within the dense foliage of a towering tree, Yangshan bit his lip, observing the battle from a distance, his expression fraught with gravity. This white-haired youth not only possessed an extraordinary palm technique, but also exhibited an unparalleled reaction speed, deftly identifying weaknesses amidst the barrage of attacks and evading them with remarkable agility. How could he possibly achieve such feats? Considering his previous triumph over Wang Yang, it seemed evident that he had the strength to overcome these adversaries. However, many others had yet to join the fray. Should they intervene, he would likely falter. If I were to step in and rescue him, perhaps I could claim him for my own. It would indeed be a wise choice, Yang Chun mused quietly. At that moment, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang also arrived at the periphery of the battlefield, yet they could merely stand by, anxiously. They were acutely aware of their limitations. Any rash attempt to join the battle would only hinder Lin Chuan, proving utterly futile. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Damn it, this kid is nearly impossible to kill. One of the Chi Refinement 8th layer youths cursed as he fought Lin Chuan. The fact that they had already been astonished by the swift demise of 2 of their comrades now filled them with dread as they realized that even with their collective might, they remained incapable of subduing Lin Chuan. A sense of terror gripped him. Such a formidable individual, once provoked, must be eliminated without hesitation. If a mere 5th layer Chi Refinement cultivator possessed such power, well, what would happen if you were allowed to grow stronger? They had no doubt that Lin Chuan would annihilate them all in due time. To the onlookers, if you do not act soon, the opportunity will slip away. One individual shouted to the group of over 20 on the other side. Recognizing Lin Chuan's formidable nature, the others were equally astonished by his prowess, and a murderous intent had already begun to brew within them. Upon hearing their comrades' plea for assistance, dozens surged forward, charging directly at Lin Chuan. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan's bone dagger slashed across one assailant's abdomen, sending a spray of blood into the air. Yet, he found no opportunity to pursue further, as the attacks from behind were closing in. With a subtle shift in his footing, Lin Chuan gracefully pivoted, evading a lethal strike. while simultaneously thrusting the bone dagger at an exceptionally acute angle. His mastery over his body, enhanced by the fusion of his past consciousness, had reached an optimal state, far surpassing his capabilities during the subterranean battle against those cultivators. This was precisely why he could confront dozens of opponents using his imperfect version of the Dance of the Chuan. It is imperative to inflict sufficient damage in one decisive strike. Otherwise, should I expend a significant amount of chakra to execute my ninjutsu, while I may eliminate these foes, I would simultaneously find myself in peril. The murderous intent within Lin Chuan has never waned, on the contrary. He has persistently sought opportunities to eliminate his adversaries to the fullest extent. At this moment, as a dozen more individuals joined the fray, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. His chance had arrived. A layer of bone membrane rapidly formed on his back. Boom. A cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement struck Lin Chuan's back with a powerful palm. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chuan was sent flying outward, landing at the periphery of the encirclement. His reaction was sluggish. The silver-haired youth could not evade the strike from the 6th level chi refinement practitioner, indicating that he had reached his limit. The outcome was now inevitable. It appeared that his technique could only be employed against a single opponent. Faced with such a multitude, even with formidable strength, he could not sustain himself for long. Alas, a genius was on the brink of falling. Among the spectators, only Yang Qin's gaze narrowed slightly, for he discerned no trace of panic on Lin Chuan's face. It was as if the strike had missed entirely. It was intentional. This possibility flashed through Yang Qin's mind. He was not the only one to notice. Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang also observed this, their pupils contracting slightly amidst Han Qing's astonished exclamations, for they had seen Lin Chuan's hands. His slender, pale fingers were rapidly forming seals before his chest. They recognized this peculiar hand seal from a previous encounter, one that had witnessed the demise of dozens of powerful cultivators, leaving not a single remnant. It was magic. What was that silver-haired youth doing? It appeared he was forming hand seals, yet this seal was utterly unfamiliar. Could he possess some countermeasure? That seemed implausible. Even if he were truly at the pinnacle of chi refinement, he could not withstand such a torrent of attacks. Surely, this was merely a desperate last stand. What a pity that he was still destined to die. All eyes were riveted upon Lin Chuan, breaths held in anticipation. Even Yang Qin, concealed behind a great tree, found himself captivated. Some hoped for a miracle, while others had already condemned Lin Chuan to death. Lin Chuan gazed at the 20 or so individuals gathered before him, and his murderous intent erupted with intensity. His eyes, now icy cold, regarded the approaching cultivators as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter. With the seals completed, Lin Chuan positioned his right hand before his mouth as chakra akin to a flowing river surged from his meridians, coalescing in an instant. In the next moment, he drew a deep breath and unleashed a torrent towards the throng before him. Technique of the fire release, great fireball jutsu. Boom. A blazing crimson fireball erupted from Lin Chuan's mouth, spanning a diameter of 5 to 6 meters. In that instant, it felt as if the very air ignited, the heat wave sweeping outward like a bomb detonating. Within the fiery depths, a faint glimmer of purple gold shimmered, and the earth was instantly rent asunder by the searing flames. In front of Lin Chuan, the 20 or so cultivators were engulfed by the frenzied flames before they even had a chance to react. The battlefield was instantaneously transformed into a terrifying inferno, with fierce crimson flames igniting in everyone's eyes. This is impossible. He is merely at the 5th level of chi refining. How could he possibly unleash a spell? This cannot be true. Yang Qin shouted in disbelief, his initial astonishment morphing into sheer horror in that moment. Spell. Yang Qin's utterance jolted everyone awake, and the words surged into their minds. A term that should not exist, a concept that shattered their preconceived notions. Chapter 61. The crisis following the eruption. The formidable power of the fireball technique left Lin Chuan with no need for further contemplation. The 20 or so individuals before him were instantly reduced to ashes. Yet, Lin Chuan did not retract his ninjutsu. Instead, he controlled the fireball to explode at the last moment, directing the inferno towards another group of 10 or so not far away. The crimson flames descended like divine fire, scattering violently, while a terrifying heat wave surged forth like a burst dam, engulfing everything around it. The once lush trees withered in an instant, becoming desolate before ultimately igniting. The forest echoed with anguished cries, the flames consuming their flesh and spiritual energy. Compared to the 20 who had been incinerated into nothingness, the remaining individuals experienced the true essence of suffering. Those who had clung to a desperate hope for survival were now gripped by terror. Turning to flee in a frantic bid for escape from this white-haired demon, Lin Chuan refrained from further assault, as the use of such formidable magic had depleted his chakra to a mere 10%. The onlookers surrounding him could potentially turn hostile at any moment. Necessitating the preservation of his strength, he must maintain an air of invincibility. However, Lin Chuan's Byakugan was far from idle. The 36 who had attacked Zhang Liang were etched in his memory, with 28 having already fallen to his hand, leaving only 8 to flee. Once he regained his strength, none would escape his grasp. After the flames of the fireball subsided, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang disregarded the oppressive heat wave and rushed to Lin Chuan's side. They understood that although Lin Chuan had unleashed a powerful spell and annihilated over 20 formidable cultivators, his spiritual energy had been severely drained, rendering him nearly defenseless. They needed to safeguard him in this vulnerable moment. Han Qing and his companions hesitated momentarily upon witnessing Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi's actions, but ultimately joined them. The spectators around them, having recovered from their initial shock, remained transfixed, gazing at Lin Chuan in awe. They now perceived the fire-based spell as an illusion. Yet the burning trees and lingering heat served as reminders that this was indeed reality. This white-haired youth had truly unleashed a spell that only those in the Foundation establishment stage could wield, and it was a spell of extraordinary destructive power. Yangchen stared incredulously at Lin Chuan standing amidst the chaos, his astonishment rising like a tempest within him. Originally intending to assist or court Lin Chuan, he now felt a burgeoning intent to kill. A talent of this caliber posed a threat to his own ascendance. If Lin Chuan could wield such potent magic at the qi refining stage, he must have paid a significant price for it. If he acted now, he was confident he had a 90% chance of eliminating him. A resolute malice flickered in Yang Chen's gaze. As a newcomer in this assessment, he fervently wished for no one's talent to eclipse his own. Otherwise, under the ruthless law of survival of the fittest within the Lin family, he would surely be crushed by Lin Chuan, leaving him no opportunity to shine alone. With a swift motion, Yang Chen leaped silently towards Lin Chuan's direction, concealed among the dense branches, nearly undetected by anyone. However, Lin Chuan perceived him clearly. This young man had been present during his duel with Wang Yang and had witnessed the entire process of his execution of the 8 trigram 64 palms. Now reappearing on this battlefield, Yang Chen demonstrated his formidable fireball technique and the capabilities of the bone pulse, indicating a profound understanding of Lin Chuan's abilities. Typically, Lin Chuan would not pay special attention to a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement, as many individuals of similar strength were among the pursuers. Yet, Yang Chen was different. The moment Lin Chuan laid eyes on him, he sensed a faint danger, a warning from his keen instincts, surpassing even the threat posed by a fully realized qi refinement practitioner. Consequently, Lin Chuan remained vigilant of Yang Chen's every move. "Do you wish to kill me?" Lin Chuan mused inwardly, his white eyes perpetually activated, allowing him to observe Yang Chen's actions and the fluctuations of his expression. At that moment, the voice of Bu Lianshi echoed from a short distance away. All 3 of them are alive, albeit severely injured. Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a slight relief. As long as they were alive, it sufficed. Without needing Lin Chuan's instruction, Bu Lianshi had already administered the healing elixirs they had previously acquired to the 3. The atmosphere around them grew tense. A multitude of onlookers were fixated on the battle. Observing Lin Chuan standing motionless in the arena, the restless spectators grew in number. Fully aware that with Lin Chuan's cultivation level, he undoubtedly possessed many valuable items. More importantly, he was clearly in a weakened state, presenting the perfect opportunity for an assault. Several ill-intentioned individuals began to approach, while Qin Lang and Han Qing were completely disregarded. As if they did not exist in the eyes of these onlookers, their focus was solely on Lin Chuan. Yet, in Lin Chuan's gaze, there was only the youth concealed among the thick foliage, nearly of equal stature. At the moment Lin Chuan took a step, all surrounding movements halted. Yet he paid them no mind, striding directly towards Zhang Liang. In the incredulous stares of the onlookers, a purplish-golden light emanated from his hands, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. Celestial technique, healing art. The flesh and wounds on Zhang Liang began to rapidly regenerate. The blood that had flowed freely quickly congealed, and the wounds closed, progressing towards healing. The few who had intended to strike immediately halted, their expression shifting between uncertainty and apprehension. They had initially presumed Lin Chuan to be devoid of spiritual energy, which is why they had allowed a few enemies to escape. However, it appeared that was not the case. Lin Chuan still possessed enough energy to heal another, leaving them perplexed about his true capabilities. After all, a misjudgment in their assessment could cost them their lives, and none of them believed they could stand against a fully powered Lin Chuan. After a prolonged stalemate, several individuals turned to retreat, yet they did not distance themselves significantly, instead casting cold glances in Lin Chuan's direction. He must be at the brink of exhaustion. Healing does not require an abundance of spiritual energy. His actions were likely a ploy to sow seeds of suspicion among them, instilling a sense of trepidation that would deter them from taking action. Yang Qin's thoughts raced like lightning, and he soon set his gaze with determination, preparing to strike. For regardless of the outcome of his intervention, he believed that once the illusion crafted by Lin Chuan was shattered, he would not be the only one intent on ending Lin Chuan's life. With a fierce resolve, Yang Qin leaped from the tree and charged toward Lin Chuan. A slender sword gripped tightly in his right hand, its blade shimmering with spiritual energy, clearly no ordinary weapon. Chapter 62. The Power of the Rebirth. Lin Chuan stood with his back turned to Yang Qin, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack. Han Qing and the others were taken aback, rushing to warn him while positioning themselves protectively in front of him, their faces betraying a resolute determination as sweat streamed down their brows. Qin Lang remained by Lin Chuan's side, his expression fraught with tension. Despite his faith in Lin Chuan's capabilities, the current predicament rendered Lin Chuan no different from an ordinary mortal without spiritual energy. Stand back. As Yang Qin encroached within a 10-meter radius of Lin Chuan, the latter's voice pierced through the air, startling everyone. In the next instant, Lin Chuan abruptly pivoted, rising to his feet, pushing aside Han Qing and the others with both hands. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, directly facing the oncoming assault from Yang Qin. What is he planning? Everyone watched in astonishment, for it appeared as though Lin Chuan intended to catch Yang Qin's sword with his bare hands. Yang Qin's pupils constricted slightly. While he could not discern Lin Chuan's intentions, an acute sense of danger surged within him. Instantly, he transformed his thrust into a slash aimed at Lin Chuan's arm, while simultaneously angling his body to maneuver around Lin Chuan's flank. However, in that fleeting moment, an unnoticed transformation occurred. Lin Chuan's once white eyes shifted to a celestial blue, with silver light shimmering at the periphery of his deep blue pupils. The rebirth eye? Boom. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Yang Qin, who had been charging forward, suddenly froze. A spurt of blood erupting from his mouth as his body was violently propelled backward. Crash, crash, crash after colliding with 4 or 5 towering trees. Yang Qin plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, blood gushing from his mouth. Had he not reacted swiftly to raise his sword defensively at the last moment, the outcome would have likely been far graver than mere injury. The unique celestial blue glow of the rebirth eye flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes, disappearing almost instantly. None of the onlookers noticed this ephemeral glimmer, nor were they aware that Lin Chuan was now completely devoid of any trace of spiritual chakra. Lin Chuan squinted, the veins around his eyes receding, although waves of pain coursed through him. He persevered, refusing to close his eyes, yet everything before him had become exceedingly blurred. Get lost. Lin Chuan spoke in a calm, indifferent tone, casting a glance at the spectators. Those who wish to remain can stay. He then crouched down, purple chakra swirling as he continued to heal Zhang Liang. No one noticed the change in the luminescence of his hands. It had lost the faint golden hue it once possessed. This was pure chakra, devoid of any spiritual energy. Lin Chuan's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the qi refining stage, a relatively modest attainment. The technique he practiced, the Xin Huangju, was only of the highest quality among mundane levels. While it might have been commendable among the orphan children, it paled in comparison to the true core descendants of the Lin family. Originally, Lin Chuan possessed an exceptionally high innate talent, classified as a top-tier celestial grade, which could largely compensate for his deficiency in spiritual energy during combat. However, the crux of the matter lay in his inability to absorb external spiritual energy while utilizing celestial techniques, thereby constraining his power within the limits of the spiritual energy contained in his body. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, he would be compelled to withdraw from the sage mode. Nevertheless, he could still extract a considerable amount of chakra from within himself, albeit at a significantly diminished strength. Should he launch another attack, it would become all too apparent to others, leaving him vulnerable to a coordinated onslaught from his adversaries. Yang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze towards Lin Chuan imbued with trepidation. In that fleeting moment when faced with Lin Chuan, he felt an overwhelming force strike him, leaving him with scarcely any time to react before being flung away. His bones feeling as though they had been shattered, and he was left severely injured. Yangchen suppressed the fear in his eyes and began to retreat slowly. He no longer dared to provoke Lin Chuan. Despite his belief that Lin Chuan's last strike had been the final blow, he was unwilling to gamble further. His talent was remarkable, having been quietly taken as a disciple by an elder of the Lin family, and if he could pass the assessment, a bright future awaited him. To kill Lin Chuan merely as a precaution was a risk he was not willing to take with his life at stake. As Yangchen stealthily withdrew, the other onlookers, weighing their own worth, also departed quietly. Faced with such a formidable practitioner capable of casting spells and employing exceedingly peculiar methods of attack, their confidence to continue the fight had dissipated. Moreover, Lin Chuan was currently tending to his companion's injuries, which, to them, was a clear indication of his concern for their safety, seeking to assist them in recovery swiftly. This act had inadvertently granted them a reprieve. Had they not recognized this act of mercy, once he completed his healing, he would be sure to settle both old and new scores. Once everyone had retreated, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows as they approached Lin Chuan to offer their assistance. Both harbored a feeling of frustration. Their cultivation was far too low to alleviate any pressure from Lin Chuan, rendering them little more than burdens. They vowed that upon their return, they would find a way to enhance their cultivation. On the other side, Han Qing and his companions collapsed onto the ground, appearing utterly drained. They had braced themselves to face death while standing before Lin Chuan, yet were astonished at how the situation had turned around once again. Their gazes towards Lin Chuan were now filled not only with respect but also profound reverence. Lin Chuan's use of chakra for healing was not particularly effective. His control over chakra had seen little practice, and the impressive results he had previously displayed were solely due to the enhancement of celestial techniques. At this moment, sensing the retreat of those around him, he ceased extracting chakra and began to fervently absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After taking the pills provided by Bu Lianshi, Zhang Liang and his companions found their injuries had stabilized, though full recovery would require a considerable amount of time. Lin Chuan, too, felt a sense of relief. The Rinnegan's mastery over gravitational repulsion and attraction bears a resemblance to the Rinnegan Shinra Tensei and Basho Tenin, that there exists a distinction. While Shinra Tensei repels all objects in the vicinity, the Rinnegan allows for the manipulation of a singular direction. Each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. However, Lin Chuan pondered. To wield the Rinnegan's gravitational forces akin to Otsutsuki Shurin, capable of influencing the moon's orbit, is a distant aspiration indeed. He had just employed a technique against Yangchen that showcased the Rinnegan's formidable control over gravitational forces, yielding significant power, albeit accompanied by remarkable energy expenditure. Yet, this was not the crux of his discomfort. What troubled Lin Chuan the most was the burden the Rinnegan placed upon his body. The piercing pain in his eyes persisted, akin to the searing agony of flames. Chapter 63. Restoration. The ocular technique of the rebirth eye indeed possesses formidable power, albeit accompanied by considerable side effects. As Lin Chuan recuperated, he mused on the incessant stinging pain in his eyes, which relentlessly plagued his nerves, preventing him from fully immersing himself in cultivation. Fortunately, the violet mist released by the fruit of the divine tree within his dantian continuously alleviated this discomfort. Previously, Lin Chuan refrained from employing the 10-finger piercing technique to avoid exposing his bone pulse in front of the crowd. Apart from the initial 36 individuals, none were aware of the origins of the bone dagger he wielded, nor had anyone witnessed him execute the 10-finger piercing. However, the explosive effect of the rebirth eye's repulsive force proved remarkably effective. After severely injuring Yangchen with a single strike, it instilled a profound sense of deterrence among the surrounding onlookers, dissuading them from causing further trouble. Lin Chuan calculated that his strength would significantly diminish without the utilization of chakra from celestial arts, at least by a considerable margin. This was due to the fact that practitioners of the arcane arts primarily harnessed natural energy, akin to all individuals employing celestial techniques, which are inherently more potent than ninjutsu. This principle holds true in the realm of Naruto, where a ninjutsu augmented by celestial chakra can amplify its power manifold. Thus, relying solely on chakra for combat would lead to a substantial decline in his prowess. He resolved to diligently train upon exiting, enhancing his spiritual energy cultivation. Otherwise, a disparity between the quantities of spiritual energy and chakra would severely impair his capabilities. Bu Lianshi and Han Qing cautiously tended to the unconscious Zhang Liang, and his companions, while Qin Lang stood vigil by Lin Chuan's side, prepared to thwart any potential ambush. Although he could not withstand much, his presence was better than none. An hour elapsed without further disturbance to Lin Chuan's restoration, and the lakeside remained astonishingly tranquil. Even near the exit of the lava cave, an eerie silence prevailed, with no one emerging from its depths. After circulating his spiritual energy for an entire cycle, Lin Chuan felt it gradually settle back into his dantian. The dantian, apart from the divine tree fruit rotating at its center, was entirely suffused with ethereal spiritual energy. The moment Lin Chuan opened his eyes, the surrounding scenery vividly presented itself in his mind. His Byakugan activated, the veins around his eyes bulging as he swept through the nearby woods. After a brief interval, Lin Chuan gently closed his eyes once more. The surroundings were not as tranquil as they appeared. The individuals had merely become more astute, keeping their distance. Their intent seemed less about ambushing Lin Chuan and more about covertly monitoring his every move. At this juncture, Lin Chuan's reputation had already resounded throughout the entirety of the 44th hunting ground. Whether newcomers or those who entered later, all were aware of the formidable white-haired youth who dominated even the perfected chi refinement practitioners, wielding spells typically reserved for the foundation establishment stage. The tale of him inflicting grievous injury upon the newcomer champion Yang Chun was met with skepticism by many upon first hearing it. Yet, when witnesses attested to the veracity of these events, disbelief was no longer an option. Everyone felt their beliefs appended by Lin Chuan, leaving them both astonished and filled with a newfound sense of reverence. Upon learning that Lin Chuan was cultivating by the lakeshore, no one dared to tread there recklessly. Those who were curious merely stole a cautious glance from afar. Even the rumors of the underground lava cave spread widely, and despite knowing that other exits were being ambushed, no one dared to disturb Lin Chuan. "Brother Lin Chuan, are you feeling better?" Bu Lianshi approached Lin Chuan and asked softly. "Yes. It was merely an excessive consumption of spiritual energy. I am fine now," Lin Chuan replied, nodding as he gently touched Bu Lianshi's tense face. "How are Zhang Liang and the others?" "They are all unconscious, but their injuries are not severe. The elixirs you provided have proven effective after taking them. Their internal injuries have been stabilized and are slowly recovering," Bu Lianshi explained. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. "What are we planning to do next? Should we wait for the assessment to conclude?" Qin Lang inquired. "If my memory serves me correctly, there are still 8 individuals that must be eliminated." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes. Earlier, his fireball technique had swiftly dispatched over 20 foes, yet 8 had managed to escape. He had etched their faces deeply into his memory, and there was no way he would let them go. He had vowed, "Not a single one shall be spared." The pupils of Han Qing and his companions constricted slightly. They could sense the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from Lin Chuan. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged this time, determined to eradicate all enemies. Glancing back at the still unconscious Zhang Liang and the others, jealousy stirred within Han Qing. He could not comprehend what Zhang Liang had done to earn Lin Chuan's respect, treating him as if they were brothers, while Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi were understandable. As they were part of the same group, Zhang Liang had been a stranger to Lin Chuan prior to their arrival here. If Han Qing were to discover that Zhang Liang and his companions had gained such treatment merely due to their playful personalities, evoking memories from Lin Chuan's past life, he might find himself at a loss for words. Lin Chuan retrieved a gray projectile from his pocket, one that he had found alongside the elixirs from the underground cultivators. It was now time to put it to use. This projectile, infused with spiritual energy, will produce a considerable amount of special smoke. You must use it immediately if danger arises. I will return here as swiftly as possible, Lin Chuan stated earnestly. He would not make the same mistake again. Even though he surmised that no one would return to this place seeking death, one could never underestimate the reckless nature of individuals in this world. "Understood. I will be careful," Qin Lang replied, accepting the projectile with a nod. The once jovial Qin Lang had lost his usual smile. The challenges of this assessment far exceeded his expectations, and he felt a profound sense of helplessness. He wished to protect others, yet realized that his own strength was insufficient for even self-preservation. Lin Chuan's extraordinary power was one aspect, their own lack of effort was another. Having arranged everything meticulously, Lin Chuan turned and activated his Byakugan. After surveying a 1-kilometer radius, he found no trace of the fleeing cultivators. He then focused his gaze in a particular direction. As the surrounding trees and obstacles swiftly faded into nothingness, diligently searching for the whereabouts of the 8 individuals. Soon, he identified a target. Did they truly believe that hiding in an underground cave would allow them to evade my pursuit? Alas, such hopes are utterly in vain. As Lin Chuan's words echoed, his body gracefully soared forth, racing towards the location revealed by his Byakugan, the bone in his hand glimmering with a menacing chill, resembling the fangs of a ferocious beast. Chapter 64. Confidential news. During the period of Lin Chuan's recovery, the majestic mountains housing the Lin family remained unchanged, with their towering peaks and intricately carved grand hall. At this moment, a figure slipped into the hall, reminiscent of the last visit, where an elderly man and a middle-aged man continued their game of chess. Disciple pays respects to the grand elder and the family head. The newcomer knelt respectfully, bowing deeply to the two engaged in their match. "Oh, it's you again. You are Lin Yuan, correct? What brings you here this time?" The middle-aged man glanced up, a hint of surprise in his voice. "There has been an unexpected incident during the assessment. I have come to report this matter, and I implore the family head and grand elder to make a decision." Lin Yuan spoke hastily, his heart racing. Although newly appointed as an elder of the Lin family, he felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of the two most formidable figures in the clan. "Oh, what has occurred that requires our intervention?" The middle-aged man set down his chess piece, his demeanor becoming serious as he regarded Lin Yuan. At that moment, the elderly man, Grand Elder Lin Zhe, also lifted his gaze, both men displaying a look of surprise towards Lin Yuan. After all, in a family with numerous affairs, instances warranting their personal involvement were quite rare, typically reserved for matters of great significance. "I'm not entirely certain of the details, but the family steward responsible for the hunting grounds of assessment No. 44 has restored the events using magic. I did not investigate further on my own accord and have come to present this for the Grand Elder and the family head's review," Lin Yuan said respectfully. Extending his right hand, a ring on his index finger shimmered, and a sphere emanating a green light materialized in his palm. Lin Du, the family head, and Lin Zhe exchanged glances, a profound gleam flashing in their eyes. They understood the significance of the green sphere, which represented a unique method of information transmission within the Lin family. The spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, indicated the importance of the conveyed message, ranging from the lowest significance in red to the highest in purple. Each hue not only denoted urgency, but also signified the rank of individuals permitted to access the information. The green light indicated that the message required the presence of either the family head or the Grand Elder for examination, marking it as exceedingly important for the Lin family. Without further ado, Lin Du reached out, and the green sphere soared upward, appearing instantly in his grasp. Following the Lin family's unique method for unlocking the sphere, Lin Du formed several hand seals and infused a trace of spiritual energy into the green orb. In the next moment, the sphere shattered, transforming into a luminous screen above the grand hall. The screen displayed a vivid image of a white-haired youth, his eyes an extraordinary shade of white, possessing a cultivation level of merely the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Before this young man loomed over 20 cultivators, each at least at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, advancing fiercely towards him, as if the white-haired youth were challenging them all single-handedly. Lin Duo furrowed his brows slightly. The presence of the silver-haired youth in the scene was peculiar in its own right. Yet what astonished him further was the youth's remarkable composure when confronted by a multitude of adversaries whose cultivation levels far surpassed his own. Instead of displaying any semblance of fear, the youth emanated an extraordinary tranquility that belied his years, a tranquility that concealed a profound intent to kill. The elder, Lin Zhe, standing beside him, also revealed a hint of intrigue upon witnessing this moment. In the next instant, the silver-haired youth placed his hands before his chest and began to form seals at an astonishing speed. What kind of hand seal is this? I have never encountered it before," Lin Duo exclaimed softly, his gaze fixated on the youth as he executed the intricate and peculiar hand seals that even he had not previously witnessed. Just as the two were marveling at the youth's technique, the scene shifted as the youth completed his seals and raised his right hand to his mouth, inhaling deeply before unleashing a forceful breath. Boom! A crimson fireball erupted from the silver-haired youth's mouth, measuring an impressive 5 to 6 meters in diameter. In that instant, it seemed as though the very air ignited, with waves of heat sweeping forth as if a bomb had detonated. Within the blazing crimson flames, traces of a purplish-golden hue shimmered, and the earth beneath was instantly scorched and shattered by the searing inferno. Lin Duo and Lin Zhe, who had initially been merely curious about this revelation, now displayed expressions of astonishment, a rarity for cultivators of their stature at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. It had been ages since they had encountered anything capable of evoking such a reaction, as the occurrences that could truly astonish them had dwindled to an alarming few. This is a fire-based spell, Elder Lindsay observed with a perplexed gaze fixed upon the silver-haired youth in the scene. The duo's faces were illuminated by the flickering crimson flames as they danced and shifted. After a prolonged moment, they exchanged glances, gradually calming the tumult of astonishment within their hearts. As the fireball dissipated, the scene faded into darkness, unveiling a line of text at its conclusion. The silver-haired youth was named Lin Chuan, and like his two companions, he had traversed the dimensional passageway from the central continent. Upon reading this line, both Lin Duo and Lin Zhe fell into silence. The central continent served as the very heart of the cultivation world, boasting unparalleled strength among all continents. Thus, encountering individuals from such a realm who defied conventional understanding was not entirely surprising, yet it did little to diminish the astonishment lingering in their minds. Given your vast knowledge and experience, what is your perspective on this matter? Lin Duo inquired of the elder. I have never witnessed such a method of forming seals by that youth, but it appears to be a technique for guiding spiritual energy, enabling the energy, which ordinarily cannot leave the body during the chi refinement stage, to be expelled and utilized for casting spells. Moreover, the mouth is one of the most accessible points for human spiritual energy to exit, which likely accounts for his ability to cast spells at the 5th level of chi refinement, Lindsay analyzed thoughtfully. However, considering the potency of that spell, this youth named Lin Chuan is undoubtedly extraordinary, possessing formidable talent. Otherwise, his spiritual energy would be insufficient to sustain such a spell, Lindsay continued. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Duo nodded and addressed Lin Yuan, who remained half kneeling on the ground. Convey the order that this matter must be kept confidential. It must not be leaked outside the Lin family. Furthermore, upon the conclusion of the assessment, the core area of Shaoling Peak shall be temporarily bestowed upon Lin Chuan, with all privileges equivalent to those of a core disciple. However, he must secure a position within the top 5 in the upcoming family competition at the year's end. Otherwise, all privileges will be revoked. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Shaoling Peak was one of the most revered locations in the Lin family, renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, an opportunity unattainable for ordinary core disciples. Even the true core disciples of the family were permitted only half a month's training time there each year. The patriarch's decision to grant such a coveted sight to the white-haired youth in the vision left Lin Yuan profoundly astonished. Yet, reflecting on the scene he had just witnessed, he felt an undeniable sense of inevitability about it. As Lin Yuan opened his mouth to express his agreement, he suddenly recalled something and spoke up. But, Patriarch, Shaoling Peak is. Never mind, follow my instructions. Lin Duo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. After Lin Yuan departed, the Grand Elder, Lin Zhe, observed Lin Duo with keen interest. You have developed an appreciation for talent, haven't you? Such a genius requires adequate investment to remain within the Lin family. Moreover, he bears the Lin surname as well, does he not? Lin Duo replied with a knowing smile, lifting a chess piece and gently placing it on the board. Chapter 65. A Killing Spree Boom. Lin Chuan landed heavily on the ground, his foot striking down with such force that the earth within a 3-meter radius trembled and collapsed. A disheveled figure leaped out from the rubble, and upon seeing Lin Chuan, he screamed in terror and turned to flee. With a cultivation level of the 8th layer of chi refinement, he was utterly defenseless against Lin Chuan's ferocious fireball that had previously scorched over 20 individuals. He harbored no thoughts of resistance. How could this be? How did he discover my hiding place? I concealed myself so skillfully. A wave of horror surged within him. In such a secluded locale, within a well-hidden underground cavern, how could this white-haired youth have found him so swiftly? Alongside the dread, a sense of despair began to rise in his heart. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his right hand. The weak points of the opponent's meridians and acupoints appeared exceedingly clear to his Byakugan. In the next moment, the chakra surged from within his body, rushing towards his fingertips. Bone pulse, 5-finger penetration. 5 bony fingers shot forth like bullets, accompanied by the sound of air being pierced, directly striking the acupoints on the man's body. With a resounding thud, blood erupted forth, and the man collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Chuan swiftly approached the lifeless body, coldly retracting his 5 bony fingers. He then used a bone dagger to sever the head, stowing it away in a pouch at his side. 1 down, 7 to go? Lin Chuan murmured, his Byakugan expanding its vision to search for the remaining individuals. In merely half an hour, Lin Chuan had dispatched all 7 others. severing their heads and placing them in his pouch. They were either hidden in concealed caves or tucked away in remote hollows of trees. Despite their seemingly flawless hiding spots, Lin Chuan's Byakugan effortlessly unveiled them, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Throughout this journey, Lin Chuan encountered other cultivators multiple times, regardless of their cultivation strength or number. Upon catching sight of Lin Chuan's white hair, they all wore expressions of fear and hastily retreated, fearing that obstructing his path would lead to their demise. In their eyes, Lin Chuan's presence was even more terrifying than those who sought to kill for treasure. He was akin to a ruthless killer. Lin Chuan paid little heed to the bystanders. His sole focus was to locate the last remaining individual. At long last, during one of his searches, he spotted the figure he sought. Unlike the others, this person did not hide away, but instead mingled within a group of over 30 individuals, attempting to conceal his appearance beneath a voluminous black robe, hoping to evade Lin Chuan's pursuit. Great concealment lies within the crowd. For an ordinary individual, one might indeed be able to escape detection, but against me, who possesses the three great ocular techniques of the Byakugan, there is no avenue of retreat. Lin Chuan scoffed coldly, his figure flashing as he rapidly approached the concealed group. Before long, Lin Chuan landed heavily in front of the 30-plus individuals, his Byakugan flaring, fixated on the figure cloaked in black at the center of the group. This was a 9th-layer Chi refinement cultivator, one of the leaders among the previous 36, who had sustained no injuries during Lin Chuan's explosive fireball attack. Upon the instant he laid eyes on Lin Chuan, a cold sweat erupted from his forehead like a spring. Despite Lin Chuan's gaze not being directed towards him, an inexplicable sensation of being scrutinized by Lin Chuan enveloped him, sending shivers down his spine, as if his very existence hinged upon the whims of the other. No, that cannot be. He must not have discovered my presence. He is merely here for inquiries. There is no need for alarm, no need for alarm. The cultivator silently recited within, striving to quell the tumultuous tides of his emotions. Lin Chuan's sudden appearance startled everyone in the group. His white hair and the eerie white orbs of his eyes sent chills through their hearts. They understood that this youth was not an ordinary Chi refinement practitioner. He was a cultivator capable of wielding spells. Despite their numbers, should Lin Chuan desire, a single fire spell could reduce at least half of them to ashes. I seek the one I wish to kill. You cannot save him. Step aside, Lin Chuan declared without preamble, clearly stating his intent. Perhaps you are mistaken. We do not harbor the individual you seek. Our company is solely here to collect the Scarlet Flame Lotus, and we have not crossed paths with you. A 9th-layer Chi refinement cultivator stepped forward. A sheepish smile plastered on his face, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. In this small 44th hunting ground, a group of cultivators as numerous as theirs could stride forth with impunity. Even when encountering other teams, none would dare to engage. Yet, before them stood Lin Chuan, and even a solitary figure such as he commanded their trepidation. Lin Chuan raised his right hand, pointing directly at one among their ranks. The one I seek is him. Should you wish to obstruct my path, prepare to join him in death. The leader's heart sank as he recognized the individual Lin Chuan indicated. He was indeed the one who had clashed with Lin Chuan earlier, having taken him in due to their acquaintance. The leader had naively believed Lin Chuan would be unable to trace him. However, it now appeared that Lin Chuan possessed a unique means of detection. That individual is a member of our original team. His appearance is rather unseemly, hence his disguise. The man attempted to obfuscate further, but Lin Chuan's response was straightforward. He simply unfastened a large pouch from his waist and tossed it to the ground. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed among the 30 or so individuals as 7 bloody severed heads tumbled forth, sending icy dread coursing through their veins, as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Those who wished to live may depart. For those desiring to accompany him in death, I would not mind slaying a few more. Lin Chuan's frigid gaze radiated a chilling bloodlust, extinguishing any lingering hopes among the others. Observing the leader's indecision, the members of the group quickly began to distance themselves, eager to sever ties, bowing respectfully to Lin Chuan before vanishing into the forest. In an instant, the once unified band of 30 was shattered under Lin Chuan's oppressive presence. The 9th-layer Chi refinement cultivator, seeing the inevitable demise of their collective, raised his hand and beckoned the remaining dozen to follow him in retreat, leaving only the trembling figure clad in black standing frozen in place. Thud! The man fell to his knees upon the ground, continuously bowing his head before Lin Chuan, devoid of any semblance of resistance. I implore you, grant me mercy. I shall never dare to defy you again. I will do whatever you command. Please, do not take my life. Lin Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the man, then moved swiftly towards him. With a swift motion of his right hand, the bone dagger sliced through the air, sending a crimson head soaring high before it crashed onto the ground, joining the other 7 severed heads in a gruesome display. Thus, all 36 souls met their demise. Chapter 66. The Reincarnation Passage. After vanquishing the last adversary, Lin Chuan gently shook his head and turned back towards the previous lakeshore. Many might find his defense of Zhang Liang and his companions puzzling. Even Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang could be left bewildered. Yet, some matters defy explanation and do not require justification. For instance, his instinctive trust in Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi starkly contrasts with his lingering skepticism towards Han Qing and his associates. I am not of this world. What does it matter if I act with abandon? Lin Chuan remarked softly, followed by a faint smile. At the lakeshore, Zhang Liang and his companions, having consumed elixirs, had awakened. Instead of expressing gratitude towards Bu Lianshi, who had tended to them, their initial reaction was one of fear, their bodies trembling as they instinctively recoiled. Bu Lianshi exerted considerable effort to clarify the situation, yet Zhang Liang and his companions remained only partially convinced. Have you awakened? How are your injuries? Lin Chuan leapt down from a large tree, landing beside them. Lin Chuan. Zhang Yimou appeared almost incredulous. I saw a white-haired youth before I lost consciousness. Could it truly be you? Zhang Liang's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Lin Chuan. The figure that had rushed towards him in his final moments gradually coalesced with Lin Chuan in his mind, becoming one and the same. It is indeed I. Lin Chuan replied softly, his gaze falling upon the fear evident in their eyes, prompting a resigned sigh. Once more, Lin Chuan employed his healing arts, completely mending Zhang Liang's external wounds, allowing them to finally settle into a semblance of tranquility. Thank you. Zhang Liang and his companions could scarcely articulate their gratitude beyond this singular expression. As time slipped by, the conclusion of their assessment drew near. Let us make our way outside. There is no further need to linger here, Qin Lang suggested as he rose. During their respite, no one had approached. All were acutely aware of the presence of an untouchable individual, particularly after Lin Chuan relentlessly pursued and eliminated all 36 adversaries. The moniker of God of Death had, unbeknownst to him, spread like wildfire. I have one more matter to attend to, Lin Chuan declared, his eyes opening with renewed determination. He had used this time to reach optimal condition. His dantian brimmed with spiritual energy, his chakra had fully replenished, and especially, his Rinnegan had restored completely after an extended period of rest, thanks to the invaluable fruit of the divine tree. What matter could that be? All eyes turned towards Lin Chuan. Armed with spirit beast inner cores and the crimson flame lotus, they possessed ample resources to pass the assessment. They were left in the dark as to why Lin Chuan needed to personally undertake anything further. It is of great significance to me. Simply follow my lead, Lin Chuan instructed, rising and gesturing for them to accompany him in a specific direction. The group, perplexed yet obedient, followed silently. Only Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang could surmise a fraction of Lin Chuan's intentions, yet they remained utterly unaware of how he planned to proceed. After all, the human-grade Crimson Flame Lotus was guarded by a nascent soul-level Ant Queen, and even if they could reach the underground magma lake in time, acquiring the herb would present insurmountable challenges. Alternatively, Lin Chuan may have other matters to attend to, unrelated to that human-grade medicinal herb, the two speculated. Soon, Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang discovered that Lin Chuan was not heading towards the underground lava cave, but rather in the direction of a forest they had not previously explored. There must be other matters at hand, they both mused in unison. The path through the forest was quite rugged, yet Lin Chuan always managed to find a way forward. After traversing approximately 10 miles, Lin Chuan finally halted and turned to the others, instructing them to wait for him, assuring them he would return once his business was concluded. Everyone nodded in agreement, refraining from following him further, and none felt that Lin Chuan's actions would be perilous, for in this hunting ground, few could pose a threat to him. The rebirth was one of Lin Chuan's greatest secrets. Unlike the Byakugan, he was reluctant to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Even though Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had glimpsed his sky-blue eyes, they would remain unaware of their true significance. Moreover, both were astute enough to discern what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. Trust was never an unconditional matter. Their friendship required a delicate balance, lest even the closest of bonds devolve into suspicion and resentment. This must be the place, Lin Chuan thought to himself. The underground lava cave lay beneath the central lake. Yet the magma lake where the Ant Queen resided was not directly below it. Lin Chuan had previously observed its location with the Byakugan, estimating it to be over 10 kilometers below the forest where he currently stood. I hope for success, Lin Chuan murmured. Having a method was one thing, but achieving success was another entirely. Lin Chuan was uncertain whether his control over his celestial chakra in the rebirth was sufficient, yet he had no time to linger. Exiting this trial ground, acquiring the human-grade medicinal herb would be exceedingly difficult. He could only take a desperate gamble now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, when he reopened them, they had transformed into a striking sky blue, with silvery light radiating from his deep blue pupils, exuding a peculiar and formidable aura. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan focused his gaze in a specific direction and descended, as the earth and rocks began to blur and vanish. His sight plunged downward, towards the magma lake etched in his memory. Before long, just as Lin Chuan's vision neared its limit, the massive form of the Ant Queen reappeared before him, a terrifying aura emanating from her. Even through the thick earth, Lin Chuan could sense the immense spiritual energy contained within her being, and in comparison, he felt like a mere leaf adrift on that vast spiritual sea, always on the brink of capsizing. That human-grade medicinal herb had been vigilantly guarded by this Yuan-ing stage and queen. Should I attempt to remove the entire herb, she would likely sense it and awaken. Thus, my objective this time is solely those 9 golden lotus seeds. Lin Chuan's gaze fixated on the apex of the crimson golden lotus, where the golden seeds emitted a radiant brilliance akin to that of precious gems, as if a fragrant aura wafted towards him. In the next moment, Lin Chuan suddenly raised his hand and gently sliced through the air before him, creating a fissure approximately 10 centimeters in length. The power of his Rinnegan surged forth and flowed into the rift, guiding the spatial tear downward. At that instant, the consumption of his celestial chakra intensified rapidly, and the strain on his eyes became excruciating. Despite the searing pain, Lin Chuan persevered, relentlessly channeling his ocular energy outward. Silently, and without a trace, above the resplendent crimson golden lotus, a 10-centimeter crack manifested. In an instant, Lin Chuan's right hand reached out, grasping the spatial rift before him. The gravitational force of his Rinnegan activated, causing 9 lotus seeds to levitate and vanish into the crevice. Chapter 67. The name of Lin Chuan, the originally resplendent and captivating crimson gold lotus flower, dimmed instantly after losing 9 lotus seeds, its golden halo extinguished, leaving only a faint layer of red radiance, and its aura considerably weakened. Above the blazing red lotus, a reincarnation passage, approximately 10 centimeters long, rapidly shrank until it vanished completely. The colossal form of the queen ant trembled slightly, yet it did not awaken, for in its perception, this human-grade medicinal herb continued to grow quietly beside it. On the ground, Lin Chuan felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, his celestial chakra nearly depleted. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he utilized the power of his reincarnation to stabilize a 10-centimeter square space, securely storing the 9 lotus seeds within. With a thud, Lin Chuan collapsed onto the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat, his condition worse than after battling 36 opponents. The exertion of his reincarnation had surpassed his limits, rendering him nearly incapable of opening his eyes. Yet, acquiring those 9 lotus seeds made it all worthwhile. Lin Chuan thought to himself, gritting his teeth as he sat up, ignoring the searing pain in his eyes, and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to recover. As for the issue with his eyes, as long as the divine tree fruit remained, he had no cause for excessive concern. Recovery was merely a matter of time. Maintaining the space with the reincarnation did not require much chakra, as Lin Chuan had previously discovered. He merely needed to stabilize that space upon activating the eye. Of course, to reopen this space, he would also need to employ the reincarnation eye. Time passed slowly, and the 8 individuals waiting outside began to grow anxious. Lin Chuan had been in the forest for over half an hour, yet there was no sign of activity, which caused considerable worry among them. Would something happen to Brother Lin Chuan? Bu Lianchu's bright eyes gazed into the depths of the woods, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothing. There were no sounds of battle. It should be fine. We are all aware of Lin Chuan's strength. Few in this hunting ground could pose a threat to him. Do not overthink it. Qin Lang reassured Bu Lianchu gently, his expression solemn as he stared into the forest depths, shedding the lightheartedness he displayed when with Lin Chuan. As members of Lin Chuan's group, Qin Lang and Bu Lianchu were the core of the 8, needing to set an example. Bu Lianchu, being a girl, naturally did not dwell on such thoughts, but Qin Lang could not afford to be complacent. He had to assume responsibility and maintain control over the team in Lin Chuan's absence. If he lost his composure, the entire group would descend into chaos. Silence enveloped them once more. After a brief interval, Bu Lianchu's expression changed as she looked toward a particular direction in the woods. Someone is coming. Qin Lang's brow furrowed slightly. With Lin Chuan absent, although they were not lacking in numbers, their individual strength was insufficient. If they encountered individuals at or above the 6th level of qi refinement, it could lead to trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lang summoned Han Qing and Zhang Liang, gathering all 8 individuals together. Is someone truly approaching? Why do we not sense anything? Zhang Mo inquired, puzzled, as the remaining members felt no indication of any presence. Bu Lian's perception is exceptional. Her words are seldom erroneous, as Qin Lang elucidated. Before long, 6 individuals emerged from the woods. Judging by the fluctuations of their spiritual energy, it was evident that all 6 possessed cultivation levels above the 6th tier of qi refinement. Strong practitioners who had recently entered the hunting grounds to gather the scarlet flame lotus. Qin Lang maintained his composure, gazing ahead as he channeled his energy, infusing his voice with an aura of formidable authority. Stop right there. I am Qin Lang, and we have matters to attend to here. I kindly ask that you take another path. His voice resonated clearly through the trees, reaching the ears of the 6. Who dares to be so audacious as to instruct us to take another route? One of the practitioners, at the 7th tier of qi refinement, retorted coldly, stepping forward aggressively towards Qin Lang. They had long since noticed Qin Lang and his 8 companions and were intent on seizing their valuables. However, they were taken aback by Qin Lang's bold declaration, which ignited their murderous intent. In a flash, the man moved swiftly, arriving before Qin Lang and his companions. Yet, upon seeing their faces, he hesitated to strike, for they appeared vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered them before, though he could not recall where. Just as he struggled to remember, the other 5 joined him, led by a practitioner at the 8th tier of qi refinement, who scrutinized Qin Lang with a cold glare, effortlessly discerning their cultivation levels. Merely a few brash youngsters at the 3rd and 4th tiers of qi refinement. Yet they dare to be so arrogant and demand we take a detour. Truly, they court death. The leader scoffed. The 6 found the audacity of the 8 before them exceedingly infuriating, yet none acted immediately. Their instincts suggested that these individuals must possess some form of backing, and they felt unnervingly that the 8 bore a striking resemblance to someone they could not quite place. I have stated my request. I implore you to take another route, or you shall face consequences that may prove unbearable, Qin Lang declared, unwavering, his gaze locked on to the 8th tier leader, deliberately allowing a hint of disdain to flicker in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 6 darkened further. There are no consequences we cannot withstand. You dare to play tricks. Let me slay you first. One impulsive member prepared to strike, only to be halted by the leader. Why should we take another route? The 8th tier practitioner demanded. Because Lin Chuan is cultivating here. Qin Lang replied with a hint of scorn. Lin Chuan? What nonsense. Who is this nobody daring to act so grandly before us? They cursed, for they had no knowledge of who Lin Chuan was. With their apprehensions dispelled, their murderous intent surged forth, and they prepared to unleash their energy. However, not all were ignorant of the name Lin Chuan. Stop, the 8th tier practitioner exclaimed. Terror etched upon his face. As Lin Chuan's name escaped Qin Lang's lips, cold sweat streamed down his back. And he finally recalled precisely when he had encountered these individuals before. It was by the lakeside, when the crimson flames ignited, that the stunning white-haired youth stood out, flanked by the individuals before me. What is the matter, boss? Do you know that Lin Chuan? The 5 of them sensed the expression of the cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, which had transformed from mere apprehension to sheer terror. Lin Chuan, the very embodiment of that white-haired youth. Upon hearing this, the 5 gasped in astonishment, with one even instinctively taking a step back. Chapter 68. The serene handsome man, how could it be him, the white-haired killing god? The minds of the 5 were engulfed in a cacophony as all memories unraveled, leaving only the image of the strikingly handsome youth illuminated by the crimson flames, calm, composed, and lethal. With but a single spell, everything was reduced to ashes beneath his tranquil visage. The aura of his dominion was so overwhelming that even in recollection, it instilled a sense of dread. Boss, are you certain they are not deceiving us? That Lin Chuan is truly the white-haired killing god? One among them urgently inquired upon regaining his senses. There can be no mistake. The very individuals who stood alongside the white-haired youth are these few. Moreover, I have heard from others that his true name is indeed Lin Chuan, stammered a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. despite their numerical advantage of 6, with the highest cultivation level being merely the 8th stage of chi refinement. They were akin to ants in the face of Lin Chuan's prowess. One spell unleashed, and none would escape unscathed. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation. The 6 no longer dared linger, turning to flee in a frenzied scatter, seemingly fearful that their recent actions might provoke Lin Chuan's wrath, leading to their complete annihilation. May he not hold our transgressions against us, or else. The practitioner at the 8th level of chi refinement thought bitterly. Fully aware that the 8 individuals who had previously escaped Lin Chuan's magic were ultimately found and slain without exception. This implied that, should Lin Chuan desire it, not a single soul within this hunting ground number 44 could evade his pursuit, no matter where they attempted to conceal themselves. Zhang Liang and his companions were astonished as they witnessed the recent events unfold. They now comprehended the immense stature Lin Chuan's name had attained within this hunting ground. To say it struck terror into hearts would be an understatement. The finest resistance is that of deterrence, and the most astute strategy is to conquer without battle. Well done. A voice, neither too loud nor too soft, emerged from the nearby woods. The group turned to see Lin Chuan. His white hair cascading as he leaned nonchalantly against a grand tree, a gentle smile gracing his features as he regarded them. However, I hope that the next time you speak of names, it will be your own and not mine. Lin Chuan remarked with a light-hearted chuckle as he caught their gaze. Brother Lin Chuan, you have finally emerged. Bu Lianchi exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards him. You little girl. Lin Chuan affectionately ruffled Bu Lianchi's hair. With all matters settled, and only the injuries to her body and eyes requiring time to heal, he deemed everything else to be perfect. After exchanging pleasantries with the others, Lin Chuan addressed Qin Lang, saying, There is nothing else to attend to. The assessment period is drawing to a close. Let us depart. You shall lead the way. Qin Lang cast a surprised glance at Lin Chuan, for leading had always been Lin Chuan's role, with the presence of disdainful eyes. None were better suited for this task than him. However, since Lin Chuan had spoken, Qin Lang refrained from declining. Are you seeking to test my abilities then? Just as long as you do not blame me for leading you into a pitfall, Qin Lang said with a mischievous glint in his eye, laughing heartily. All right, let us set forth. After only a few steps, Zhang Wei awkwardly patted Qin Lang on the shoulder. If I recall correctly, this is the path we took to reach the central lake, isn't it? Qin Lang furrowed his brow, gazing doubtfully at the surrounding trees, which all appeared quite similar. Why do I feel like this direction leads us out? The others exchanged glances at Qin Lang's bewildered expression, shaking their heads in resignation. Lin Chuan, rubbing his forehead, was exasperated. Let me lead the way, Zhang Wei declared, before guiding the group in the opposite direction of Qin Lang. Did I really make a mistake? Qin Lang looked at the others in astonishment, murmuring to himself for a while before silently following suit. What an unreliable fellow, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Having overexerted his abilities, he was currently unable to even roll his eyes and needed time to recover. Thus, he had entrusted the navigation to Qin Lang, only to discover that this fool was utterly directionally challenged, leaving Lin Chuan feeling quite frustrated. The path out was not without its challenges. As everyone walked in the same direction, encounters were inevitable, but upon seeing Lin Chuan's striking white hair, everyone instinctively chose to steer clear, as if the man bore some sort of poison. The intimidating aura he exuded was undeniably effective. Aside from Lin Chuan, the thoughts of everyone else echoed this sentiment. Lin Chuan had no need to do anything. He simply had to remain a handsome figure, with no one paying attention to the fact that his spiritual energy was merely at the 3rd level of chi refining. In their eyes, Lin Chuan was an anomaly beyond conventional understanding. Who could say whether his actions were meant to provoke others into attacking him, only for him to retaliate? With life being a singular gift, their best course of action was to cherish it and keep their distance from Lin Chuan. The haul this time was commendable. They should be able to pass the assessment. Certainly, we will pass. Wait, why have you suddenly stopped? I think I see a white-haired youth in the group ahead. No way, let me take a look. Oh my, it really is him. Run. This path is mine. These trees are my planting. If you wish to pass, leave your toll behind. Hand over the spirit beast inner cores and the crimson flame lotus, or you shall not leave here alive. Hey, boss, I think I see a white-haired boy and a group approaching. What? Is that true? Are you certain? Just look for yourself, over there. That's the group. Goodness, it really is him. Quick, run. Wait. Do you think he overheard what I just said? What are we going to do? Hurry. Let us place half of the crimson flame lotus and spirit beast inner cores by the roadside. Boss, we worked hard for these. Life is at stake here. Who cares about those things? Quickly, put them down. As Lin Chuan and his 9 companions approached, the cultivators who had been stationed to collect tolls had long since fled, leaving behind a pile of spirit beast inner cores and 7 crimson flame lotuses quietly resting by the roadside. Qin Lang, familiar with the procedure, stepped forward to collect the items, returning to the group with a beaming smile. This was not the first time they had encountered such a fortuitous circumstance. Each of them pondered whether to venture out and don white wigs to impersonate Lin Chuan, seemingly reaping extraordinary rewards. Lin Chuan cast a bewildered glance around, contemplating. Am I truly that fearsome? I have only slain those who bore grudges against me. I do not indiscriminately take lives. Why does it feel as though everyone regards me as if I were a specter? Well, given the considerable toll on my rebirth rendering me unable to fight at full capacity, perhaps this will spare me numerous troubles. Lin Chuan mused, then proceeded to continue his pursuit of beauty. Chapter 69. The conclusion of the assessment. The exit of the 44th hunting ground was singular, contrasting starkly with the comprehensive protective formation that had sealed the entrance. This time, the Lin family had chosen to open a passage solely in one location, facilitating the meticulous counting of those who departed, as well as the search for spirit beast inner cores and medicinal herbs possessed by the participants. The previously cacophonous vicinity of the exit fell into an abrupt silence upon the appearance of Lin Chuan and his companions. As soon as the onlookers beheld Lin Chuan's distinctive white hair and indifferent white eyes, their breaths were momentarily caught in their throats. The Lin family disciples stationed on either side of the exit sensed the unusual atmosphere, raising their gazes towards the depths of the hunting ground. They involuntarily narrowed their pupils upon catching sight of Lin Chuan's white hair. In hushed tones, they exchanged glances, their breathing quickening noticeably. Though not the core disciples of the Lin family, they were certainly not oblivious to the movements of the higher-ups, especially regarding the bestowal of something as significant as the 100 Spirits Mountain. This was undoubtedly a matter that sent shockwaves throughout the Lin family. The news had already spread among the core disciples, leaving everyone astonished and speculating about Lin Chuan's actions that had led to his direct acquisition of one of the small spirit peaks of 100 Spirits Mountain. Jealousy was rampant, and many sought to challenge Lin Chuan, yet the situation had not fully escalated, as this was a directive personally issued by the family head, Lin Duo. The guards were acutely aware of what should and should not be said, now, in the presence of Lin Chuan, the focal point of this affair. Even they dared not overstep their bounds. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's acquisition of the small spirit peak was virtually a foregone conclusion, and once realized, his standing would surpass that of the core disciples, a status they could hardly afford to offend. The newcomers and those who had successfully passed the assessment formed orderly lines to depart from either side, aided by the Lin family disciples. Although the exit had been somewhat raucous, it remained orderly until Lin Chuan's arrival disrupted this equilibrium. In the oppressive silence, as Lin Chuan advanced, the new students in line reverently stepped aside. In mere moments, the path before Lin Chuan lay unobstructed. No one dared to remain ahead of him under such circumstances. On the other side, those who had already passed the assessment cast furtive glances at Lin Chuan, their silence palpable. Had it not been for Lin Chuan's status as a newcomer relegating him to this queue, they too would have retreated in deference. This exemplified the brutal reality of strength and talent within the realm of cultivation. In certain aspects, it was far harsher than the world of shinobi. Possessing power and position garnered one the adoration of all, whereas being deemed worthless invited scorn and disdain. Qin Lang and Belianshire, among others, were similarly intimidated by the prevailing aura, trailing closely behind Lin Chuan, not daring to utter a word. The Lin family disciples awaited Lin Chuan's passage with calm detachment, showing no sign of acknowledgement towards the retreat of others. This encapsulates the entirety of our group's harvest. Lin Chuan unfastened a pouch from his waist, presenting it to the Lin family disciple. The individual nodded, opening the pouch to examine its contents alongside a companion, subsequently recording the findings. Originally, this harvesting task required thorough searches. However, due to Lin Chuan's exceptional status at this juncture, the overseers opted to overlook his group. Adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, how could a genius cultivator from the 100 Spirits Mountain be interested in such trivial matters? Besides, without spatial treasures, even if a chi refinement stage cultivator managed to hide a few items, how much could they truly conceal? Observing the style of the Lin family patriarch, it was evident that he held high hopes for Lin Chuan. Offending him would yield no benefits, ultimately resulting in their own detriment. Not far away, The supervisor of the 44th hunting ground was a middle-aged cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment, who chose to turn a blind eye to the actions of his subordinates. The rationale was simple. He had yet to qualify for cultivation at 100 Spirits Mountain. In the Lin family, status held significant weight. A rough hierarchy could be delineated from the most ordinary disciples to core disciples, then to deacons, elders, and so forth. It was not merely strength that dictated one's standing, but a synthesis of talent, lineage, and position. Lin Chuan's qualification for cultivation at 100 Spirits Mountain elevated his status beyond that of core disciples, a first in the Lin family, leaving everyone perplexed and uncertain about the true intentions of Patriarch Lin Duo. The inspection concluded swiftly. Lin Chuan glanced at the recorded figures, 73 Scarlet Flame Red Lotuses and 2,350 points from Spirit Beast Intercourse. This data was undoubtedly sufficient to secure the top position. Based on your performance, your group has passed the assessment, exceeding the requirements. The Lin family will convert the surplus into corresponding cultivation resources for you. Please wait over there for a moment. Once all inspections are complete, someone will escort you into the true Lin family estate, the officials stated courteously. Lin Chuan nodded and, accompanied by Master Bu Lian and Qin Lang, proceeded to the designated waiting area. As if enveloped in an invisible barrier, no one approached within 50 meters of them. Zhang Leong and Han Qing's group underwent a slower inspection, including body searches, but these were merely formalities. Out of respect for Lin Chuan, they dared not uncover anything of significance. Time passed swiftly as the inspections progressed. The number of individuals in the waiting area increased. Yet, Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixed near the exit, awaiting the emergence of two individuals of particular interest to him, the foreigner Faye, whom he esteemed, and Yangchen, whom he had repelled with his rebirth eye. The former was a skilled practitioner of physical techniques, someone Lin Chuan wished to recruit, while his concern for the latter stemmed from a subtle sense of danger he sensed emanating from Yangchen. The young man had claimed the title of the top newcomer at the 44th hunting ground, indicating he was no ordinary character. Despite having defeated him with the repulsive force of the rebirth eye, Lin Chuan remained vigilant. After all, Yangchen had not truly revealed his hand throughout their encounter. Certainly, while acknowledging the significance of the matter, Lin Chuan did not truly believe that this individual could pose any threat to him in his peak state. After all, Lin Chuan possessed the most formidable ocular technique from the world of Naruto, complemented by the enhancements of Sage Mode. He harbored no fear of anyone below the foundational stage. His curiosity was merely piqued. As the number of individuals in the waiting area surpassed 50, Yangchen's team finally emerged leisurely. Upon catching sight of Lin Chuan, Yangchen's pupils constricted slightly. The last person he wished to confront was Lin Chuan, especially since he had previously intended to eliminate him. However, he had not anticipated Lin Chuan's overwhelming strength, which had resulted in his swift defeat. Once they exited the hunting grounds, killing was no longer permissible. He found himself unable to act against Lin Chuan now, but he was determined that his future growth would surpass Lin Chuan's. At that time, he would reclaim everything he had lost. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Yangchen's eyes. Chapter 70. What can be done? Lin Chuan's gaze was exceptionally keen. Even in this moment when he could not employ his Byakugan, his vision surpassed that of ordinary men. Naturally, he detected the glint of coldness in Yangchen's eyes. Humph. He indeed possesses some strength. Otherwise, after witnessing my display of magic during the Qi refinement stage, which sent him flying with a single blow, most would harbor a sense of fear towards me. Yet, this Yangchen seems intent on continuing our confrontation. How intriguing. A smirk danced at the corner of Lin Chuan's lips, as he silently scoffed within. After presenting all his gains, Yangchen hesitated slightly before approaching Lin Chuan with his trio, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Chuan's presence. Your strength is formidable. I underestimated you earlier. However, your arrogance will not last long, Yangchen replied coldly. As he brushed past Lin Chuan, he added in a hushed tone, in this world, there are many prodigies, yet regrettably, not all survive to witness their true potential. Lin Chuan listened to Yangchen's words with calm composure, feeling no anger as he observed the youth, who was not much younger than himself, walking by. Just as everyone believed Lin Chuan had been bested and could not retaliate against Yangchen, he subtly tapped his right index finger, summoning chakra to his fingertip before flicking it. Corpse bone pulse, 1 finger penetration. The stark, white bone shot forth, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Yangchen, leaving him no time to react. All believed that once they exited the hunting grounds, they could not engage in combat, as per the Lin family's rules. Yet, they were taken aback by Lin Chuan's audacity to strike here. As the white projectile soared toward Yang Chun, a flash of red light erupted, striking Lin Chuan's bone and sending it flying. Lin Chuan did not turn, the only one present with such a reflexive speed, capable of projecting spiritual energy, was the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. However, such details were inconsequential. Observing the fury and pallor on Yang Chen's face, along with the cold sweat trickling down his forehead, Lin Chuan chuckled softly, saying, "You are correct. Indeed, some individuals never live to reach their full growth." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Chuan from a distance. According to the Lin family's regulations, private duels among disciples were prohibited outside of special combat environments, and any infraction would result in severe punishment. Lin Chuan's blatant violation in plain view left him in an uncomfortable predicament, for he truly dared not confront Lin Chuan. The Lin family forbids private duels. Seize him. Yang Chen seemed to have found a lever to pull, his face flushed with excitement as he shrieked vehemently. "Oh, is private combat forbidden in the Lin family?" Lin Chuan feigned realization, turning to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, whose lips twitched helplessly. He could hardly believe Lin Chuan was unaware of this rule. The Lin family stipulates that all private duels are prohibited outside of designated areas, the cultivator replied, his demeanor grave. He refrained from taking action against Lin Chuan, instead pondering how to concoct a suitable rationale to compel Lin Chuan to relent and apologize, aiming to resolve this matter. Torn between duty and the desire to avoid offense, he found himself in a most vexing situation. So such a regulation exists. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just discovered this well-known rule. However, from his exaggerated expression, it was evident to others that he was merely feigning ignorance. Yet, I recall them mentioning earlier that they would take us to the real Lin family, which suggests that this place is not the true Lin residence, thereby rendering this rule ineffective, right? Lin Chuan innocently gazed at the Foundation Establishment Cultivator and said. Everyone stared at Lin Chuan in disbelief. Indeed, this statement was uttered by the Lin family disciples, and it was not directed solely at Lin Chuan, but was heard by all. However, their intention was to take those who passed the assessment into the core area of the Lin family, not to imply that this location was not part of it. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator merely scoffed and stated, "This is still the Lin family. Be mindful in the future. This will not be tolerated again." What blatant bias! Everyone silently lamented, yet no one dared to voice their thoughts. As for Yang Chen, he was already fuming, pointing at Lin Chuan, struggling to articulate his frustration. Lin Chuan bowed slightly to the Foundation Establishment Cultivator and softly said, "I was overly reckless. I hope you can forgive me, senior brother." As a former 20-year-old university student, Lin Chuan had perceived the Lin family disciples' attitude towards him from the very beginning. It was a blend of cautious reverence, coupled with his blatant display of the fireball technique in the hunting grounds, which he had unleashed before everyone. It was hard to believe that the Lin family was not monitoring the hunting grounds. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Lin family had taken notice of me, which was precisely what I desired. This was the first thought that surfaced in Lin Chuan's mind after his emergence. Regarding his actions towards Yang Chen, Lin Chuan had already calculated the scenario. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator was too close for his bone root art to reach Yang Chen. Thus, any attempt at aggression would ultimately be resolved by downplaying the situation. This was the outcome Lin Chuan sought. He merely wished to irk the self-important Yang Chen while experimenting with some undisclosed matters. At that moment, facing Yang Chen, Lin Chuan suddenly broke into a slow smile and formed a large O shape with his mouth, as if to say, "What can you do?" Yang Chen, infuriated, jumped up in anger, channeling his spiritual energy to confront Lin Chuan. "Enough. Everyone quiet down." The Foundation Establishment Cultivator finally reached his limit, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot as he bellowed. Yang Chen, panting heavily, seemed to regain some clarity in that moment. He cast a cold glance at Lin Chuan, his fists tightening and then relaxing. After a prolonged silence, he turned and walked away without uttering a word. He could not fathom what was happening today. In the presence of the white-haired youth named Lin Chuan, his rationality appeared to have vanished. There was a peculiar impulse within him that he could not suppress, almost as if it were an uncontrollable force, consuming his will and placing his emotions in a state of extreme instability, akin to a powder keg ready to explode, especially under Lin Chuan's provocations. It was only when the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's voice snapped him back to reality that he found a moment of clarity. Yang Chen harbored a profoundly unsettling feeling, convinced that Lin Chuan was orchestrating the entire situation, which suddenly ignited a fierce sense of dread within him. as he watched Yangshan gradually recede into the distance. Lin Chuan's lips curled ever so slightly. Illusions are not solely the domain of the Sharingan. Through the artful manipulation of language and emotion, I too can influence others. However, this Yangshan is quite quick to react, adeptly managing his emotions and skillfully evading my influence. What an intriguing character he is. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tall youth emerged from the hunting grounds, his stature towering above his peers, making him a striking presence in the crowd. It was none other than the foreigner Faye, the very individual Lin Chuan had been observing. Chapter 71. The Lark. When Faye's group encountered Lin Chuan, their fate was already sealed. The strongest among them, Yin Kong, a sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, had been slain, leaving the remaining two with utterly feeble abilities. Their survival thus far was nothing short of miraculous, and the prospect of obtaining the Spirit Beast's inner core and the Crimson Flame Lotus was virtually unattainable. Unsurprisingly, Faye was placed in the eliminated group, a development Lin Chuan had anticipated. As a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator, he was the weakest in this hunting ground. Surviving to this point was truly commendable. Lin Chuan had previously stated that he only needed Faye to emerge alive. What shall we do? Faye has been eliminated. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, aware of Lin Chuan's desire to recruit this individual. However, without assistance, a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator could not hope to pass the assessment through sheer will. Where there is a will, there is a way, Lin Chuan replied lightly. Before striding toward the foundational cultivator, he slightly bowed, demonstrating respect while maintaining his status as the top contender. Lin Chuan had not yet reached the point of disregarding everyone, especially someone who held authority as the overseer of the 44th hunting ground, with a cultivation level at the foundational stage. Although the difference between their ranks seemed merely one tier, it represented a qualitative change far exceeding the gaps between the layers of Qi refinement. Even though Lin Chuan could triumph over fully realized Qi refinement cultivators, he stood little chance against a foundational stage opponent. Perhaps, with all his tactics, he could evade the pursuit of an initial foundational stage cultivator, but to prevail in combat, he would need to elevate his Qi cultivation to the pinnacle of Qi refinement. Typically, the qualitative shifts between cultivation stages are nearly insurmountable. Even Lin Chuan, endowed with various ocular techniques, would find it challenging to break through. However, this only applied to the early stages. As Lin Chuan honed his mastery over these techniques, transcending rank limitations would become significantly easier. Thus, he did not view those of higher cultivation as inherently noble. Given time, he could surpass them all, a testament to his confidence. As Lin Chuan approached, the foundational cultivator felt a tightening in his chest, apprehensive that Lin Chuan might conjure some unforeseen complication. Given his cultivation, he should not have felt such trepidation. But knowing that the family head had bequeathed little spirit peak to Lin Chuan altered his perception of him beyond that of an ordinary disciple. Senior brother, is there any way for those eliminated to remain within the Lin family? Lin Chuan inquired. Hearing this, the foundational cultivator relaxed. Although the matter was somewhat complicated, it remained within his control. There is indeed a way. If you can become a core disciple, you may have an accompanying servant. Moreover, if your talents surpass those of the average core disciple, you could even bring more followers to live and cultivate alongside you, he remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the 8 individuals surrounding Lin Chuan. Surpassing the average core disciple? Lin Chuan's interest piqued, prompting him to seek further clarification. The Lin family's disciples are primarily categorized into 3 tiers: ordinary disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The core disciples you speak of typically refer to the inner disciples, who are selected from among the ordinary disciples through assessments, showcasing notable talent. If a disciple possesses exceptional aptitude, they may be taken under the wing of some elders, thus earning the title of core disciple. This distinction highlights the difference between inner disciples and core disciples. However, beyond this tier exists an even rarer class of disciples, numbering no more than 10, known as the Bilingzi. An early-stage foundation practitioner elucidated. Bilingzi? Aren't there fewer than 10 individuals? Why is there a term like Biling? Lin Chuan inquired, perplexed. This nomenclature pertains to their dwelling, the specifics of which you shall soon uncover, the foundation practitioner replied with a knowing smile. The small Ling peak that Lin Chuan had acquired was indeed one of the Biling mountains, and his identity as a Bilingzi was virtually assured. The foundation practitioner was eager for Lin Chuan to cultivate a favorable rapport with such a prodigy. However, he hoped that Lin Chuan would not cause any trouble before the official announcement, as it would complicate matters for him. I wonder if I will become an inner disciple or leap directly to core disciple status. with the Bai Lingzi being merely a handful. The chances for an orphan like me seem slim. The head of the Lin family likely lacks the audacity to extend an olive branch at this juncture. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. The prospect of becoming a core disciple appeared the most viable. After all, as long as he could retain Fae, he would have little to worry about. Zhang Liang and the others had already passed their assessments, so his future cultivation would depend on his own efforts, which suited him perfectly. Thank you for clarifying, senior brother, Lin Chuan expressed politely. It was but a trifling task, the Foundation practitioner responded. If you truly wish to keep someone close, feel free to inform me now, and I shall keep an eye on them. After concluding here, I will lead you into the core region of the Lin family. Those who have passed the assessment will be ranked according to their performance, and as it stands, your group's ranking is first in the 44th hunting ground. You are assured of becoming at least an inner disciple, with the possibility of attaining core disciple status. It is wise to prepare accordingly, the Foundation practitioner smiled. Then I am most grateful, senior brother, Lin Chuan replied, and then gestured towards Fae, who stood out conspicuously among the crowd. If possible, could you please keep an eye on him for me? Should I truly become a core disciple, I will require him as my servant. The Foundation practitioner glanced at Fau and nodded. No problem. May I inquire your name, senior brother? If I have questions in the future, I would like to seek your guidance, Lin Chuan stated, finding a favorable impression of the Foundation practitioner. Having someone to rely on could alleviate many potential troubles, especially since he had no roots within the Lin family and little understanding of its inner workings. My name is Lin Qi. You can simply call me by my name, as there are far too many Lin senior brothers within the Lin family. Lin Qi replied with a wry smile. Lin Chuan smiled back, nodded, and returned to the side of Bu Yin and the others. The surrounding cultivators gazed at Lin Chuan and Lin Qi with peculiar expressions, as the two engaged in laughter and conversation, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. The two, who had nearly come to blows moments ago, appeared to have forged a friendship in the blink of an eye, leaving all in attendance utterly astonished. Yang Qin's countenance turned ashen. The Foundation establishment cultivator had clearly shown favoritism towards Lin Chuan and was now openly conversing with him, nearly driving Yang Qin to the brink of fury. I have already been accepted as a direct disciple by the elder, which makes me the true core disciple of the Lin family. Even if Lin Chuan holds the first position, he is merely an inner sect disciple. As for this Foundation establishment cultivator, he is only slightly more powerful. At best, he is an inner sect disciple. It won't be long before I surpass you both. Just wait and see. One day I shall have your lives in my hands. Yang Qin cursed venomously. Chapter 72. Entering the Lin family, the assessments continued unabated, prompting Lin Chuan to find solace in the shade of a tree alongside a few companions. He seated himself cross-legged and began to cultivate the Xin Huangju in silence. As time progressed, the number of individuals emerging from the hunting grounds dwindled. Of the more than 300 newcomers who had entered, fewer than 100 managed to exit. A significant portion of those remaining within the hunting grounds would never return. In contrast, Lin Chuan's group was remarkably fortunate, with all 9 members still intact. Other groups, despite passing the assessments, were reduced to merely 1 or 2 survivors, making the sight of 3 individuals gathered together a rarity. The brutality of this battle surpassed all expectations. The odds of passing are less than 30 individuals. Truly, the probability is dismal, Qin Lang remarked softly, surveying the surroundings. This is merely a taste of bloodshed and cruelty. You have yet to witness the true horrors of battle, Lin Qi, who had attained the Foundation establishment stage, interjected as she approached. As one of the 8 prestigious families of the Fire Nation, the Lin family's trials were considered relatively lenient. It was said that the Bai family, another of the 8, would cast 300 individuals into a trial arena, allowing only one to emerge alive. That was true savagery. The path of cultivation is inherently against the heavens. The journey ahead is long, and if you find it unsuitable to continue, being eliminated and leading an ordinary life is a valid choice, Lin Qi reflected. Her voice tinged with sentiment as she spoke at length. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, observing Lin Qi lost in her thoughts. Each individual carries a story, and those narratives can be of both light and shadow. When Lin Qi regained her focus, she noticed Lin Chuan's pale gaze had lingered upon her for some time. How careless of me, she exclaimed, shaking her head to dispel her emotions before calling all the successful newcomers to gather. A total of 27 individuals had passed the assessment. I will escort you to the core region of the Lin family, where the elders will determine your ultimate destinies based on your performance in this trial, Lin Qi declared with a serious expression. Having concluded matters near the exit, Lin Qi instructed her subordinates to escort Fau away. while also dispersing the 60 or so who had failed the assessment, directing them to await future trials at their original lodgings or to send them away directly. It is time for us to depart. After speaking, Lin Chi formed a hand seal, and spiritual energy surged from within her. In the next moment, a ring upon her finger glimmered, and a blue ethereal sword, approximately half a meter in length, materialized in the air, emanating an impressive aura of spiritual energy. This is a celestial sword artifact. Indeed, it is formidable. The onlookers gazed in awe at the sword, their expressions brimming with excitement, wishing it were their own. Without further ado, Lin Chi pointed at the celestial sword with her right hand, causing the blue blade to emit an overwhelming sword energy, as if its entire form had expanded 100-fold. A torrent of azure sword energy surged beneath the feet of the 27 successful newcomers, lifting them effortlessly into the air. Lin Chuan gazed at the celestial sword with great interest. A surge of excitement coursing through him as the dreams of his past adventures in the realm of immortals seemed to awaken anew. The desire to wield a celestial sword intensified within him. Control your body with spiritual energy. Do not let the sword throw you off, Lin Chi instructed. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chuan concentrated, gathering the chakra beneath his feet. The force created by the chakra allowed him to stand firmly upon the sword's edge, even as it tilted at a sharp angle of 90 degrees. The others, however, were not so fortunate, struggling with their inability to separate their spiritual energy from their bodies. They quickly found themselves in disarray. Flying on a sword was no trivial matter. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous fall, transforming them into a mere heap of flesh. Fortunately, Lin Chi had granted everyone a moment to acclimate, allowing the celestial sword to hover 10 meters above the ground. Time's up. Let us depart. With Lin Chi's command, the sword shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, causing half of the more than 20 individuals to tumble unceremoniously, while the rest barely managed to land on all fours. Chaos erupted as the air filled with a cacophony of shrieks and roars, creating a sensation that threatened to rupture eardrums. In that single moment of flight, the disparities in everyone's cultivation levels became glaringly apparent. Lin Chi stood confidently at the tip of the sword, his attire billowing as he maneuvered the celestial blade, exuding an otherworldly aura akin to a divine being from myth. Apart from him, only two others maintained their balance, Lin Chuan and Yangchen. Lin Chuan, aside from a slight wobble at the moment of takeoff, displayed poise akin to Lin Chi. In contrast, Yangchen appeared somewhat flustered, nearly losing his balance but managing to stabilize himself at the last moment. Lin Chi cast a surprised glance at Lin Chuan, reassessing his capabilities, while a flicker of confusion crossed his face as he regarded Yangchen. The newcomer, who had initially seemed to possess the highest potential, appeared to be living up to his reputation. The majestic landscapes beneath them blurred past, a sea of verdant greenery as Lin Chi guided the group deeper into the heart of the mountains. In the distance, they could barely discern the towering peaks obscured by mist. After about half an hour of flight, Lin Chi suddenly cast a token into the air. The token, emblazoned with a prominent character for Lin, released a wave of translucent, peculiar energy as it landed before Lin Chi. In the blink of an eye, what had appeared to be an empty expanse of mountains revealed a colossal golden formation, resembling a celestial dome that enveloped the world around them. This was the protective array of the Lin family. Beyond this point lay the true core of the Lin family territory. To pass through this array, one must possess the Lin family's token. Otherwise, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would meet their demise within its confines. Acquiring a Lin family token required at least the status of an inner disciple, with core disciples being the only ones granted a personal token. Thus, ordinary disciples were prohibited from entering or exiting the core area without permission. Lin Chi elaborated on this, and at that moment, the token before him radiated with more ripples, gradually opening the protective array to allow the passage of the 20 or so individuals. Is this truly the protective array? Lin Chuan mused, marveling at its intricacy. If only I could observe the core of the formation with my Byakugan, I could devise a way to explore it further in the future. As Lin Chuan pondered over the formation before him, the sound of slicing air from a distance captured everyone's attention. A large azure sword soared through the sky, upon which approximately 30 young individuals stood. Leading them was a youth who, like Lin Chi, wielded a flying sword. Upon the encounter of the two groups, curious glances were exchanged. The boy standing at the forefront of the sword smiled slightly as he looked at Lin Chi and clasped his fists, saying, "Brother Lin Chi, you are quite swift, having arrived ahead of me." He intended to say more, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a white-haired, white-eyed youth standing atop the sword's aura, causing his expression to change abruptly. He asked in shock, Lin Chuan? Chapter 73. The peril of excessive praise. Lin Chuan felt a stir within, gazing with surprise at the youth atop the azure sword. He pondered whether this individual recognized the former Lin Chuan. However, since the other party had already spoken, he could not feign ignorance and could only ask, somewhat bewildered. "Senior brother, do you know me?" Cough, cough. Lin Chi looked at the youth across from him and suddenly cleared his throat twice, his eyes subtly blinking, as if to remind the other of something. Indeed, the boy opposite seemed to grasp the implication immediately, suppressing his astonishment and nodding, "I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone else." Observing the subtle exchange between the two, Lin Chuan quickly understood that this individual did not recognize the former Lin Chuan, but had merely inferred his identity from his striking white hair. It was highly probable that information regarding him had circulated within the Lin family, albeit not entirely public knowledge yet. What decision has the Lin family made to attract such attention towards me? Even if it were due to my ability to cast the fireball technique during the chi refining stage, it shouldn't warrant such considerable scrutiny. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. According to the memories of the former Lin Chuan, there existed formidable talents on the Zhongchuan continent who could perform spells during the chi refining stage. He was not the first to achieve such a feat. It was inconceivable that the Lin family, one of the 8 great families of the Fire Nation, remained unaware of this, indicating that the attitudes of these individuals towards him must stem from reasons beyond his mere ability to conjure spells at such an early stage. Regardless of the cause, an unsettling premonition nagged at Lin Chuan. The rapid dissemination of information within the Lin family signified a significant event, likely reflecting an unexpected level of attention the family had bestowed upon him, causing it to reach a certain level of sensationalism. Lin Chuan was acutely aware of a method known as the peril of excessive praise, where an undue flattery and adulation could foster arrogance or incite intense jealousy among others, ultimately leading to one's downfall. It was crucial to recognize that Lin Chuan held no foundation within the Lin family, should he receive any disproportionate accolades. The preservation of his life would be uncertain, overshadowed by the overarching concern for his safety. It was akin to tossing a powerful artifact to a child, though impressive. It could not immediately translate into the child's strength. Worse still, such information could be widely disseminated, even with numerous guardians. One could not predict when someone might covet the treasure, leading to potential tragedy. The intricate machinations within such a vast family rivaled those of the most treacherous royal courts of yore. The darkness and filth within the Lin family, from which Lin Chuan hailed, were evident, and it was clear that the current Lin family was no better. Various factions intertwined in a complex web. Perhaps Lin Chuan had unwittingly disturbed someone else's interests, becoming a pawn in the strife among these powers. To remain too low-key was detrimental, yet to be excessively flamboyant was equally perilous. Striking a balance was indeed a formidable challenge, and Lin Chuan remained uncertain just how far the Lin family had elevated him in their esteem. Though he would not claim to be fearful, an undeniable sense of unease lingered within him. Once, he contemplated departing from the Lin family to pursue a solitary path of cultivation. Given his innate talent, even if his rate of progress were to be somewhat sluggish, he would inevitably rise to prominence. However, Lin Chuan was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, lacking sufficient resources would place him at a significant disadvantage compared to others. This world has never been short of prodigious talents. Even with the extraordinary fruit of the divine tree at his disposal, he could not afford to be complacent. Who's to say that others would not possess even more formidable advantages? He resolved to first ascertain the actions of the Lin family. If their intentions were acceptable, he would remain. If not, escaping might still be a viable option. This protective formation could deter others, yet it would pose a challenge to restrain him. Lin Chuan spoke softly, a fleeting azure glimmer igniting in his wide eyes. All of this is mere conjecture on my part, but I trust that my assumptions are largely accurate. I shall await with bated breath to uncover the true nature of the Lin family's actions. Lin Chuan inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, he recalled a scheming court drama he had watched in his past life, where the seemingly glamorous consorts could be met with untimely demise at any moment. Good heavens, how expansive is my imagination! Lin Chuan groaned internally as he recognized the absurdity of his thoughts. In the distance, the protective formation had been activated, and Lin Chi soared through the air on her flying sword, leading the others into the true heart of the Lin family. Chapter 74. Thoughts upon entering the Lin family. The winds howled past their ears as everyone stood in awe at the breathtaking scene before them the moment they entered the formation. Compared to the place they had just departed, the true Lin residence resembled a paradise. Towering mountains cascaded in layers, verdant trees reached for the heavens, and intricately carved pavilions adorned the landscape, creating a world that seemed to exist solely within a painting. Exotic birds and rare beasts roamed freely, with flocks of cranes soaring gracefully through the air. Wisps of thin clouds and mist enveloped the mountains, imparting an ethereal beauty to the surroundings. What amazed everyone even more was the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy present here. Merely inhaling the air allowed them to sense a surge in their cultivation. The atmosphere felt as pure as if devoid of any impurities. This truly was a realm of immortals. The expressions on their faces reflected pure ecstasy. To cultivate in such an environment was the greatest dream of them all. The spiritual energy here was at least 6 or 7 times that of the hunting grounds, and it seemed to intensify the deeper they ventured. Lin Chuan sensed the extraordinary nature of this place and gazed upon the vast expanse before him. He suddenly realized that this was the paradise for cultivation he had envisioned, an idyllic world, free from worldly strife. Yet, deep down, Lin Chuan understood that what he witnessed was merely superficial. Beneath the surface lay darkness that could potentially be far grimmer than the outside world. The Lin family was nestled in the Songlong mountain range in the northern region of the Fire Nation, the area known for possessing the densest concentration of spiritual energy within 1,000,000 miles. It was precisely for this reason that the Lin family chose to thrive here. Coupled with the gathering formation that amplified the spiritual energy, the density in this vicinity reached levels far beyond that of ordinary places, at least 10 times greater. This was merely the standard for the core area of the Lin family. It was said that in the most central part of the Lin estate, the concentration could reach an astonishing 30 times that of the outside world. One could only imagine how rapid the cultivation would be in such an environment. As Lin Chi maneuvered his flying sword, he explained to the group, his face reflecting a hint of envy as he gazed into the depths of the mist with a mix of reverence and hope. 10 times the spiritual energy is already so dense. 30 times. My goodness. The spiritual energy could be so concentrated that it might be visible to the naked eye. If I could cultivate there for just a day, I would be willing to do anything. Though the density of spiritual energy does not solely dictate the speed of cultivation in such an abundant atmosphere, even someone deemed a cultivation failure could be nurtured into a genius. Everyone marveled at the richness of the spiritual energy while simultaneously gaining a profound and shocking understanding of the Lin family's strength in the harsh realm of cultivation. The fact that such a perfect place was monopolized by the Lin family spoke volumes. Lin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. The abundance of spiritual energy implied that his cultivation speed could accelerate, alleviating his greatest challenge, insufficient spiritual energy. The trial in the hunting grounds has significantly contributed to Lin Chuan's growth, particularly after devouring the inner cores of spiritual beasts in the Crimson Flame Red Lotus. These experiences have brought about notable transformations in his physique and allowed him to absorb more power from the fruits of the divine tree, resulting in an increasingly abundant refinement of his chakra. However, this has led to the pressing issue of insufficient spiritual energy. Once he combines chakra with spiritual energy to form chakra, he is unable to draw an external spiritual energy, which greatly diminishes Lin Chuan's capacity for sustained combat. Therefore, he is ardently eager to enhance his spiritual cultivation. The core area of the Lin family has indeed met Lin Chuan's expectations, affirming his belief that choosing the Lin family was the right decision, rather than wandering aimlessly as a free-roaming cultivator. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan does not share the astonishment of others regarding the density of the spiritual energy here, for his memories recall places with even more concentrated spiritual energy, purer and cleaner than this. That place is the Lin family of the Zhangchuan continent. As his understanding of the cultivation world deepens, Lin Chuan increasingly perceives the terrifying nature of the Lin family on the Zhangchuan continent, based solely on fragmented memories. Even a mere glimpse of their might surpasses the strength of the Lin family present here by 100-fold. Against such a powerful lineage, he is uncertain how long it would take to attain comparable strength. However, having vowed to avenge the deceased Lin Chuan, he will not retreat. No matter how arduous the path may be, he firmly believes that one day he will achieve this. Lin Chuan's hands slowly clenched, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, among the newcomers, 2 individuals maintain a relatively calm demeanor, Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi. Like Lin Chuan, they hail from the Zhangchuan continent, and merely considering their protective treasures, it is evident that they are not from ordinary families. In the face of the Lin family's formidable presence, they remain composed, having encountered even more terrifying entities. Encountering friends like Lin Chuan and Qin Lang here makes my journey worthwhile, Qin Lang mused. Regardless of how challenging the future may be, I shall persevere step by step until I once again tread upon the soil of the Zhangchuan continent. Qin Lang tightened his chubby little fists, a rare determination gracing his countenance. I once believed I would perish in the southern Ming continent, yet unexpectedly, I have encountered brother Lin Chuan and brother Qin Lang here. Given this fortunate arrangement by fate, I shall let the past grievances suffered in the Zhangchuan continent fade away with the wind. I will strive to live on this new continent, diligently cultivate, and fight alongside my friends. Byakugan softly contemplated, her clear gaze fleetingly glancing at Lin Chuan standing beside her, a blush gracing her fair cheeks. As if sensing a shared understanding, the trio's gazes converged unconsciously, as though they glimpsed the tangled thoughts within each other's hearts. No words were necessary. A mere exchange of smiles sufficed. Perhaps for them. The intimacy required for complete exchange of secrets has yet to be attained. However, trust is never unconditional. When mutual recognition is established, it is essential to lay a foundation of trust. Lin Chuan revealed his secret with a roll of his eyes, and without hesitation. Qin Lang and Byakugan unveiled their protective treasures before him. This marked the inception of their mutual trust. Once again, it must be emphasized that trust is never without conditions. Each of the three harbored their deepest secrets while simultaneously sharing some less significant ones. Much like human relationships, being too close can be detrimental. Yet being too distant is equally unfavorable. The current proximity is indeed just right. As for the future, it is something they must gradually forge together. It seems they have arrived at their destination. Lin Chuan remarked lightly as the immortal sword, under Lin Chi's guidance, descended gently. The three of them each composed themselves, gazing down at the vast plaza atop the mountain. Chapter 75. The unremarkable Lin Chuan. The plaza appeared as though it had cleaved a towering mountain in half, presenting an exquisitely smooth surface, blanketed by a thick layer of azure stone slabs. Wisps of mist were swept in by the mountain breeze, enveloping the surroundings in an ethereal haze reminiscent of a celestial realm. The immortal sword, deftly wielded by Lin Chi, glided gracefully to a corner of the plaza, beckoning the others to descend from the sword's aura and advising them to rest in place while he ventured towards a prominent dais in the center. Lin Chuan, along with the others, gazed curiously upon this legendary abode of immortals, feeling the rich spiritual energy circulating through his limbs with each breath, purging the impurities within his body. The air was refreshing and pristine, infused with a subtle fragrance of earth and trees, invigorating Lin Chuan immensely. Occasionally, other individuals descended upon their celestial swords, some bearing companions. Yet all were newcomers who had successfully passed this assessment, their eyes filled with wonder and a hint of trepidation as they surveyed their surroundings. It seems Lin Chi's sword is not his own, but rather a gift from the Lin family, designated specifically for transporting disciples like us. Qin Lang remarked quietly from the side. Indeed, acquiring a celestial sword is no simple feat. Moreover, as you well know, a cultivator's artifacts are typically nurtured within their dantian. His sword was evidently drawn from a storage ring. One must question how an ordinary person might possess such a sword at this time. Lin Chuan casually replied. That is a valid point. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Before long, another beam of sword light descended, landing less than 10 meters from Lin Chuan, belonging to the group that had called out Lin Chuan's name outside the formation. As the sword energy dissipated, over 60 youths disembarked. The leading foundation-building cultivator cast a meaningful glance at Lin Chuan before turning towards the dais, which seemed to be the gathering point for their kind. Hey, brother. How many newcomers passed the assessment in your hunting ground? A familiar boy inquired curiously, scanning the plaza. Lin Chuan turned to observe. Aside from Zhang Liang and Han Qing, the others stood at a distance, seemingly wary of Lin Chuan's potential for violence. Dismissing their apprehension, Lin Chuan welcomed the opportunity to converse with someone who might shed light on the situation in other hunting grounds. 27 passed in our group. How about yours? Lin Chuan approached the boy, engaging in conversation. Approximately 30, I suppose. The boy replied. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the group of over 60 nearby. Recalling that there had been roughly 30 individuals he observed outside the formation, thus finding the current numbers perplexing. Your count seems off, Lin Chuan stated, voicing his confusion. Oh, you're referring to this? We are from the 45th hunting ground. Midway through, due to some issues with the celestial sword from the 46th hunting ground, they transferred their participants to our side, the boy explained. Lin Chuan nodded in understanding, realizing that the convergence of these groups was merely a consequence of their numerical proximity. In the distance, the newcomers of hunting ground number 44 gazed with bewilderment at Lin Chuan as he engaged in conversation with others. occasionally flashing a smile that nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Was this truly the legendary white-haired killing god? Yang Chen stood nearby, gritting his teeth as he observed the scene. Had it not been for Lin Chuan, he would undoubtedly have been the leading figure of hunting ground number 44. However, due to Lin Chuan's interference, his position now appeared exceedingly awkward. Once a formidable force destined to be the center of attention, he found himself isolated because of his antagonistic relationship with Lin Chuan. No one dared to stand beside him for fear of inciting Lin Chuan's wrath, not even the two individuals assigned to his team, who now kept their distance from him. In contrast, every other group seemed to have their own star. Whether it be the strongest among them or those who had secured the top rank in the hunting grounds, drawing admiration and flattery from others. Yet here he was, a figure destined to be a core disciple, neglected and treated like an unwanted fish. Lin Chuan. Yang Chen spat out the name through clenched teeth, taking a deep breath before turning away, out of sight, out of mind. By the way, brother, what is your name? Asked a youth named Chen Mo, eyeing Lin Chuan's striking white hair and pale eyes. I haven't seen you around before. My name is Lin Chuan. I've only recently arrived at the Lin family, Lin Chuan replied casually. You are Lin Chuan, the one referred to by our foundation establishment cultivators? Chen Mo exclaimed. His face lit with surprise as he regarded the white-haired youth before him. Was that a case of mistaken identity? I'm not the person he thinks I am. Lin Chuan deflected the inquiry with ease. The two seemed to find standing and chatting cumbersome, and before long, they had seated themselves on the stone-paved square, laughing and joking with abandon. Lin Chuan exhibited none of the demeanor one might expect from a master. After all, in his previous life, he had been an underachiever. Why pretend to be affluent and handsome? Of course, he would take things seriously in battle. But his carefree appearance left many newcomers of hunting ground number 44 in utter disbelief. Conversely, the newcomers gathered around Chen Mo were drawn to Lin Chuan's approachable nature. And soon more than 10 individuals had joined them on the ground, engaged in lively conversation, creating an oddly delightful scene. While the newcomers who should have been surrounding Lin Chuan stood at a distance, wearing strange expressions as they observed him laughing, another group of hunters gravitated towards Lin Chuan, discussing an array of topics. Adding to the absurdity, one disciple produced grilled spiritual meat from his storage bag, and the group began to eat and chat with little regard for decorum, almost ready to break out drinks and play games. You all are gathering the Crimson Flame Red Lotus, right? Our special task involves collecting the pure Ling grass, which is also a foundation establishment spiritual herb. But it grows on steep cliffs, making it incredibly difficult to harvest. Very few manage to acquire it, as most of it has already been taken by higher-tier cultivators who entered later. It's said that this assessment is quite challenging. Only half of the participants are expected to pass, totaling just over 40,000. It remains uncertain how many individuals will be directly promoted to inner disciples, thereby bypassing the status of ordinary disciples. It is likely that only a handful, perhaps around 100, will achieve this, primarily the top-ranked contenders from each hunting ground. The rest should not harbor such aspirations. Amidst a lively discussion regarding the recent assessment, the crowd indulged in barbecue delicacies. Perhaps the relatively vast expanse of the 45th hunting ground, coupled with the rarity of hostile encounters, fostered a more amicable atmosphere compared to the tensions present in the 44th hunting ground. Lin Chuan savored the grilled meat with unabashed delight, reflecting on how the barbecue in the realm of cultivation surpassed that of his former life, being entirely natural and unpolluted, truly a wild delicacy, especially one with a cultivation pedigree. He relished the feast, carelessly allowing grease to coat his lips, oblivious to his appearance. In stark contrast, Qin Lang and Master Lien observed Lin Chuan with expressions of exasperation, pondering how long it had been since he last had a proper meal. They lamented the absence of any semblance of a talented prodigy in his demeanor. Glancing at the other skilled practitioners, each exuding grace and elegance, they felt an overwhelming urge to distance themselves from Lin Chuan, almost compelled to declare to those who looked on with disdain, I do not know this fellow. Chapter 76, The Genius by the way, Lin Chuan. Who is the top-ranked individual on your side? What is their score? Chen Mo inquired with curiosity, and the surrounding individuals immediately turned their attention toward Lin Chuan, eagerly awaiting his response. I'm not entirely sure either. The cultivators responsible for our foundation stage did not mention it, Lin Chuan replied. Then who possesses the highest cultivation level among you? Typically, the one with the highest cultivation is ranked first. Someone remarked. The one with the highest cultivation is Yang Chen, at the 7th layer of the qi refining stage. As Lin Chuan spoke, he cast a glance at Yang Chen, who stood alone in the distance, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. At that moment, Lin Chuan, adhering to the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind, turned his back to Lin Chuan and busied himself with his inner grievances. Why does that person stand over there, appearing so aloof? He seems like someone difficult to approach. Indeed, those at the pinnacle possess many peculiar traits. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, while Lin Chuan smiled silently, contentedly savoring his barbecue. As time passed, more disciples gathered in the square, filling every corner with eager spectators. Renowned talented cultivators also arrived amidst the throngs of admirers. Looking around, the once spacious square was now inundated with people, and besides several individuals, throngs of followers gathered, creating a vibrant atmosphere filled with laughter and praises. Those must be the prodigies determined by this assessment. I recognize some of them, Chinemo remarked as he surveyed the array of talents. How many of these individuals do you know? Share with us, Lin Chuan said with a smile, while tearing off a piece of meat and handing it to Chinemo. This meat, I am unsure of which spiritual beast it is from, but it is remarkably chewy and flavorful, making it irresistible for Lin Chuan. You have indeed asked the right person. Although my cultivation level is not high, I know quite a few individuals. While I may not personally know those standing at the pinnacle, I am well acquainted with their stories, Chinemo said as he bit into the meat and spoke confidently. That young man in red over there, do you see him? The one surrounded by over 200 admirers. His name is Qi Ming. He was originally the scion of a small family nearby, but unfortunately, that family was annihilated by enemies not long ago. After being rescued by the Lin family, he was brought here. It is said that he possesses extraordinary talent, at least a mid-grade Earth-level spiritual root, and his current cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage. Remarkably, he can contend with those at the peak of the Qi refining stage without losing ground. His cultivation speed and combat aptitude are both exceedingly rare, making it almost certain that he will be accepted as a core disciple, Chinemo recounted with familiarity. Following Chinmo's gesture, Lin Chuan turned his gaze toward the center of the square, where the stern young man in red stood amidst the crowd. Despite his modest height, he remained strikingly prominent, easily discernible among the throng. Lin Chuan sensed the chilling aura emanating from him, a blend of murderous intent and hatred. To have one's family exterminated at such a young age is indeed a tragic fate. Simultaneously, Lin Chuan felt a stronger sense of threat from Qi Ming than from Yang Qin. An intriguing individual, Lin Chuan silently mused as he continued to savor the meat. In the crowd, Qi Ming had initially responded coolly to the adulation of those around him, yet he suddenly halted, seemingly sensing something. He turned, his gaze sweeping over the throng, and settled upon Lin Chuan, who was seated on the ground, enjoying roasted meat. Qi Ming's stern countenance lingered on the white-haired youth for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing. Despite being merely at the Qi refining stage, he had once been the scion of the Qi family, and he had encountered many of the family's esoteric techniques, practicing several of them. One such technique, although devoid of offensive power, bestowed upon him an acute sensitivity to others' auras. When Lin Chuan had glanced at Qi Ming, the latter had sensed it, yet now, observing Lin Chuan's unrefined demeanor, he felt a peculiar pang in his heart. However, no matter how deeply he probed, he could discern no anomaly emanating from Lin Chuan. What troubles you, young Master Qi? Is there something amiss? Please command me, and I shall see it through. A keen observer, noticing Qi Ming's unusual demeanor, quickly approached with eager servility. Shaking his head, Qi Ming cast aside his lingering doubts and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's lips curled slightly in amusement. Yet he made no peculiar movements, continuing to relish the roasted meat while listening to Chinmo's animated discourse. That girl in yellow attire over there, the one veiled, is a genius who stands shoulder to shoulder with Qi Ming. Her name is Luo Jinger. She too is at the 9th layer of the Qi refining stage, her prowess rivaling that of Qi Ming. It is said she hails from a family allied with the Lin clan, sent here for cultivation. She could have easily secured a position as an inner disciple, but opted to ascend through her own merit. With her exceptional talent, she is certain to become a core disciple this time around. At this juncture, Chinemo lowered his voice conspiratorially. Moreover, she is reputed to be extraordinarily beautiful, which is why she perpetually dons a veil, concealing her true visage. Those surrounding her are all suitors, including several prodigies. Lin Chuan gazed over with keen interest and indeed spotted a beautiful maiden clad in a yellow dress, even with her face obscured by a veil. Her bright eyes and fair skin radiated beauty, exuding grace and poise as she navigated the throng of admirers, untouched by their fervor. Chinemo proceeded to introduce several other prodigies, each possessing unique traits and formidable strength. engaging with the throng of admirers. Lin Chuan continued to enjoy the delectable roasted meat while absorbing Chen Mo's commentary. He cast a glance at most individuals Chen Mo mentioned, though few truly piqued his interest. "Oh, wait. I nearly overlooked someone," Chen Mo exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "Do you see that solitary figure in white over there? The one with a sword on his back?" Following Chen Mo's gesture, Lin Chuan beheld a solitary young man in white, a sword slung across his back. He stood alone amidst the crowd. 100 meters around him seemingly devoid of daring souls, as if the world's vibrancy withered in his presence, failing to touch him in the slightest. His tranquil expression suggested he had transcended worldly concerns, entering a realm of self-forgetfulness. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's white eyes narrowed slightly, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him in an instant. In the next moment, the young man clad in white flickered slightly, and as he came to a halt, his gaze was firmly fixed upon Lin Chuan. Their eyes met in a fleeting exchange, and Lin Chuan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if he were not gazing upon a mere human, but rather a sword unsheathed, soaring toward the heavens. The violet ripples of the reincarnation eye threatened to emerge uncontrollably, only to be forcibly suppressed by Lin Chuan. A surge of intense apprehension and astonishment welled up within him, entirely stemming from the white-clad youth bearing the long sword upon his back. Chapter 77. A silent exchange of glances. The boy with white hair and white eyes locked gazes with the youth clad in white, sword in hand, separated by a multitude of newly initiated disciples. Both their eyes shimmered with a glint of brilliance, imbued with a profound allure that was difficult to decipher. The individual was named Lin Chuan, shrouded in mystery, with an origin that remained elusive. It was said that his strength was formidable, yet it remained uncertain how he measured up against Qi Ming and Luo Jinger. The voice of Chen Mo resonated distantly in Lin Chuan's ears, as if emerging from another realm. Was there truly no one who witnessed his actions? Someone inquired, stating that while they had indeed witnessed him before, he had never once fought with his full strength. The sword upon his back had remained entirely unutilized, and the accounts of those who purportedly experienced his utmost prowess in battle had never been verified, for all who beheld such encounters had perished. Chen Mo shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. Lin Chuan's mind echoed with Chen Mo's narration, yet he realized that Chen Mo's judgment this time was flawed. Lin Chuan's power far surpassed anyone's imagination, placing him in an entirely different league than Qi Ming, Luo Jing, and others, possessing the three great ocular techniques from the world of Naruto, and even more formidable abilities such as the Rinnegan and the Sharingan. Lin Chuan once believed that he was invincible among the Qi refinement practitioners. However, at this moment, he recognized that he had been somewhat myopic. The practitioners he had defeated in the hunting grounds were all mere ordinary individuals, lacking superior cultivation techniques and special skills. Their combat tactics rudimentary at best, mostly gleaned from his own exploration, truly the most basic tier within the realm of cultivation. Encountering a genuine genius of the cultivation world now, Lin Chuan felt he had merely grazed the surface of this realm's core, and he finally understood that fortuitous encounters were not exclusive to him. Others could also possess them. The white-clad youth before him, Lin Chuan, who was also at the Qi refinement stage, left Lin Chuan with no confidence of victory. Even if he were to utilize the Rinnegan and Sharingan, he could at most hope for a draw. Indeed, he had become somewhat arrogant. Lin Chuan mused quietly to himself, and then his gaze sharpened as he coldly thought, no matter how powerful you are, what does it matter? No matter how unique you may be, it changes nothing. Among all the formidable and exceptional beings, I, Lin Chuan, shall undoubtedly be the most extraordinary and the mightiest of them all. In strategy, one must disdain the enemy. In tactics, one must regard the enemy with utmost seriousness. This is the principle upheld by Lin Chuan. As someone who hails from another realm, he harbors no belief that anyone could be more extraordinary than himself. Moreover, he possesses the fruit of the divine tree, which is the most fundamental essence of the Naruto world. If, with such a gift, he cannot ascend to greatness, then he might as well find a block of tofu to end his existence. I, Lin Chuan, aspire to become the Otsutsuki Kaguya of this world, the very progenitor of chakra. On the other side, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fixed upon the peculiar youth with white hair and white eyes across from him. Though he sat on the ground in an unrefined manner, consuming meat, there emanated an extraordinary aura of danger surrounding him. This sensation reached its zenith in the fleeting moment their eyes met, as Lin Chuan seemed to glimpse the essence of reincarnation within the other's unique gaze, leaving him utterly astounded. Yet, everything was but a fleeting moment, all things extinguished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of peculiarity. In Lin Chuan's eyes, Lin Chuan appeared merely as an ordinary youth at the 5th level of chi refinement, hardly formidable, a mere insect that could be crushed with ease. Who is this person? He seems remarkably powerful. Lin Chuan mused silently, and after several breaths of contemplation, he turned away, no longer concerned. This brief encounter of gazes seemed to go unnoticed, as everyone was absorbed in their own affairs. However, true talents are not solely defined by their innate abilities. They possess an instinctive caution and awareness of threats in their surroundings. Qiming and Luo Jing'er, surrounded by hundreds of followers, could not possibly be oblivious to Lin Chuan's prowess. How could they, in the presence of such a prodigy, refrain from giving him their utmost attention? Even though the recent events transpired without a sound, the two still sensed the subtle hints. Qiming's gaze fell once more upon Lin Chuan, and he mused inwardly. This white-haired youth must harbor some secrets. Luo Jing'er's clear eyes sparkled with an intoxicating smile as she cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chuan, etching the image of this white-haired boy deeply into her heart. It seems I am not the only one paying attention to him. He. Moreover, two others were also acutely aware of the peculiar atmosphere, Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi. Their ability to discern the underlying nuances stemmed from their proximity to Lin Chuan, seated on either side, thus witnessing his every move with remarkable clarity. Coupled with their exceptional talents, it was hardly surprising that they could detect such subtleties. Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi's gifts were not inferior to those around them. Their lack of recognition was solely due to their youth, insufficient cultivation time, and the overshadowing brilliance of Lin Chuan, which concealed their presence. Given time, they would undoubtedly emerge from Lin Chuan's shadow, blossoming into radiant prodigies. Until that day arrives, Lin Chuan would serve as a protective bastion for them, shielding them from the storms of adversity until they fully matured. Lin Chuan, just now. Qin Lang hesitated, words lingering on his lips. It's fine, you need not worry. Today's gathering may bring about many troubles. Do not draw attention to yourselves. Just ensure your own safety. I will handle everything. Lin Chuan spoke softly to the two. Brother Lin Chuan, will you be in danger? Bu Lianchi asked with concern, her small face flushed, hands nervously entwined, knuckles whitening. After witnessing the earlier incident, she felt powerless to assist, much like during the hunting grounds. Ultimately, everything relied on Lin Chuan. This left Bu Lianchi feeling exceedingly vexed and disheartened. Lin Chuan immediately discerned Bu Lianchi's intentions, a sentiment he believed Qin Lang also shared. However, being a male, Qin Lang felt no need for further elaboration. As for Bu Lianchi, with a gentle motion, Lin Chuan pried apart her tightly clasped hands, taking hold of her delicate, boneless, jade-like hand. Leaning forward, he positioned his face before Bu Lianchi, who had nearly bowed her head to the ground. And with a softening smile, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid, I am quite strong." Observing Lin Chuan, whose mouth was smeared with grease, inadvertently transferring the oil to her own hand, Bu Lianchi found herself at a loss between laughter and tears. The frustration that had consumed her moments ago melted away in the warmth of Lin Chuan's radiant smile. Blushing, she could only nod in response. Satisfied, Lin Chuan withdrew his right hand and grasped an unidentified winged delicacy, savoring it as even more delectable than before. Chen Mo and the others, witnessing Lin Chuan's actions, wore knowing smiles, their teasing remarks echoing far and wide, causing Bu Lianchi to lower her head even further, almost wishing to burrow into the stone pavement of the square. Chapter 78. Allocation of Disciples. Humph. What is there to be boastful about for a 5th-layer chi refinement cultivator? It seemed that the laughter from Lin Chuan's side had provoked a cultivator from the 45th hunting ground, who spoke coldly. The group of over a dozen individuals, previously surrounding a young cultivator, now turned their disdainful gazes towards Lin Chuan. That is Wang Hai, the top-ranked cultivator of our hunting ground, possessing formidable prowess at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Chen Mo whispered, anxious that Lin Chuan might retaliate. The laughter among the crowd abruptly ceased, and they exchanged uncertain glances towards Wang Hai's direction, while Lin Chuan nonchalantly munched on meat, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Wang Hai regarded Lin Chuan with cold eyes. This formerly insignificant boy from the 44th hunting ground had, in a short span, managed to gather nearly half of their newcomers, individuals who should have been by his side, which irked him greatly. Humph, just a 5th-layer chi refinement brat, so utterly lacking in decorum. Once I become an inner disciple, I shall have ample time to teach you some manners. Wang Hai scoffed inwardly. As the crowd stood in anxious uncertainty, a sound of air being sliced through resonated, followed by a beam of yellow light descending from above, crashing into the center of the square, from which emerged the silhouette of a young man. The moment he appeared, The foundational stage cultivators standing in the square immediately bowed in respect, not daring to show any disrespect. The surrounding novice disciples, witnessing the reverence displayed even by the foundational stage cultivators, quickly followed suit, bowing in homage, respectfully greeting Elder Lin Yuan with the foundational stage cultivator's salutation. The crowd soon realized the identity of the newcomer. He was indeed an elder, moreover, an exceptionally young one at that. Previously, the Lin family would only assign a steward to oversee the novice assessment. Yet this time they dispatched an elder, underscoring the significance the Lin family placed on this evaluation. Such a young individual attaining the status of an elder within the Lin family undoubtedly indicated remarkable talent and strength. The crowd immediately began to murmur amongst themselves, and those cultivators who had been trailing the group of prodigies wore expressions of delight. The elder's arrival was surely intended for the outstanding disciples, and among the over 40,000 present, who could rival the excellence of these top-tier talents. Congratulations, young Master Chi. The Lin family elder has come specifically to the novice assessment square, likely for you, which all but guarantees your position as a core disciple. Young Master Chi, your talent is exceptional. We pale in comparison. We hope that when you become a core disciple, you will lend us your support. The Lin family elder has arrived. Sister Jingo can rest assured now. Your core disciple status is surely secure. Perhaps Sister Jingo has already caught the attention of an elder from 100 Spirits Mountain. In that case, her standing would be almost equivalent to that of Bai Lingzi. Ha ha ha, I dare say, given Sister Luo Jinger's talent, it wouldn't be too far-fetched for her to become Bai Lingzi's disciple. Gathered around the illustrious talents, the newcomers lavished praise upon them, their faces alight with excitement. The thought that the genius they followed might ascend to become a core disciple filled them with hope, for such an elevation would inevitably grant them access to resources far superior to those available to the average individual. This aspiration was the very reason they willingly congregated around these exceptional figures. Qi Ming, Luo Jinger, and the others listened to the flattery with gentle smiles, knowing that to become a core disciple, or even ascend to the revered position of Bai Lingzi, represented their loftiest dreams. Yet, they were acutely aware of the near impossibility of such aspirations. Since the establishment of the Lin family, no outsider had ever directly achieved the status of Bai Lingzi. It was a boundary that remained unbroken. Though they held themselves in high regard, they had not yet succumbed to such hubris. Silence. A resounding voice echoed across the square. Lin Yuan hovered 10 meters above the ground, enveloped in a golden-brown aura that rendered him almost divine. Waves of spiritual pressure emanated from him, instantly silencing the crowd, leaving no one daring to utter a word. The assessment for newcomers has concluded. You have all become disciples of the Lin family, and shall henceforth serve us. Do you understand? Lin Yuan's voice reverberated throughout the square. Understood, echoed the response from tens of thousands of disciples. Good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. As per usual, your scores will be announced by the disciples responsible for your hunting grounds. They will inform you of your rewards and their allocations. As for the top 10, I will personally announce their names. Upon finishing his declaration, the golden light surrounding him gradually dimmed as he descended to the ground, while the foundation-building disciples resumed their tasks. Lin Shi swiftly returned to the newcomer team at hunting ground number 44, immediately spotting Lin Chuan seated on the ground, voraciously devouring meat. He shook his head in bemusement, but refrained from commenting, knowing full well that Lin Chuan's results were not within his purview to announce. Soon, the achievements of the ordinary disciples were declared, each receiving a modest storage bag containing Lin family attire, an identification token, and rewards commensurate with their scores. Among the 40,000 individuals present in the square, over 90% were allocated to their respective groups at that moment. Complete trios were assigned as groups, while incomplete ones were restructured for distribution. Lin Chuan's team was rapidly organized, including Han Qing and Zhang Liang. However, while Lin Yuan had promised to announce the top 10 names, this did not imply that those ranked lower would be entirely neglected by the foundation-building disciples. The Lin family also paid heed to those who attained scores sufficient for inter-sect discipleship. Thus, once the announcements for all ordinary disciples concluded, Lin Yuan gestured, and a yellow light curtain materialized at the center of the square, displaying the names of over 100 individuals who had ascended to inter-sect disciple status. Notably, the number of new inter-sect disciples had exceeded previous evaluations, thanks to the added merit from herb collection in the assessments. Congratulations to Brother Wang for becoming an inner disciple. Indeed, Brother Wang is a true dragon among men. This achievement of becoming an inner disciple is well-deserved. The crowd at hunting grounds number 45 immediately flocked to flatter him, their praises ringing continuously. Wang Hai, basking in the adulation, glanced sideways at Lin Chuan. Upon noticing Lin Chuan holding an ordinary disciple's storage bag, his eyes filled with disdain, thinking, "You will come to understand my power for having offended me." Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was curiously examining the contents of Zhang Liang's storage bag. Chapter 79. The first core disciple. It appears there is quite a bounty of treasures, Lin Chuan remarked as he perused the contents. Zhang Liang, wearing a face contorted with distress, watched Lin Chuan use his pristine storage bag to wipe his hands, now smeared with grease, and his heart ached for the once immaculate bag. The storage bag was modest in size, perhaps only a couple of cubic feet, containing a disciple token. By channeling spiritual energy into it, one could unveil the owner's information, along with a small map indicating the location where Zhang Liang was destined to reside. Additionally, there was a foundational elixir for the Qi Foundation stage, a reward for Zhang Liang's submission of the Crimson Flame Lotus. Although its quality was modest, it was certainly adequate for someone of Zhang Liang's cultivation level, promising significant benefits for his future training, and it was not something everyone possessed. Moreover, there were several changes of robes belonging to the Lin family disciples, alongside a medium-grade martial technique manual. Lin Chuan intended to examine it further, but discovered that the manual could only be accessed with the recognized owner's token. Thus, he relinquished the storage bag back to the furrowed-browed Zhang Liang. Turning to look for other disciple storage bags, Lin Chuan noticed that Zhang Mo and the others had already concealed their bags within their garments, eyeing him defensively, as if he were a thief. Lin Chuan felt a sense of exasperation. After all, he merely wished to glance at their storage bags, wondering why they were so stingy. "Brother Lin Chuan here. Use this to wipe your hands." Bu Lianchi softly offered a handkerchief, having just cleaned the grease from her own hands. She empathized with Zhang Liang and the other sentiments. "Oh, no need. I still wish to continue eating. This roasted meat is truly delectable. Won't you indulge a little?" Lin Chuan waved his greasy hand, declining Bu Lianchi's kind offer, and carelessly handed a piece of roasted meat to the others. The group immediately recoiled, and the chubby Qin Lang licked his lips, drooling with desire yet unable to partake, as he was about to commence his fasting practice. "Lin Chuan, your cultivation is so advanced that you could go 3 to 5 days without feeling hunger. Moreover, as cultivators, we must practice fasting, otherwise, the impurities from these foods will accumulate in our bodies, hindering our training." Zhang Wei kindly reminded him. "Isn't abstaining from food a loss of much enjoyment?" Lin Chuan retorted, bemused. Besides, his chakra needed to be refined from his body. Forgoing food would deprive him of strength. As for the impurities Zhang Wei mentioned, Lin Chuan could only ponder solutions for them later. While these peculiar 9 debated the merits of roasted meat, the disciples in the square were in a frenzy. Those who had ascended to inner sect disciples instantly became the darlings of the crowd, while over a dozen prodigies, who could not match their status, quickly shifted their focus, gravitating towards these newly recognized individuals. The most prominent among them garnered fervent admiration, overshadowing even the dozen or so other prodigies. At this juncture, it was clear who would ascend to core disciple status. Talents like Qi Ming, Luo Jing, and others, if absent from the inner sect disciple roster, would undoubtedly become core disciples. The sounds of congratulations immediately echoed around them, with those who followed them wearing radiant smiles, as if they too had become core disciples. Yang Qin cast a cold gaze in Lin Chuan's direction, having kept his attention fixed on him throughout. He understood that Lin Chuan was no ordinary disciple and noted the absence of Lin Chuan's name from the inner sect list. The implications of this were almost self-evident. Like him, Lin Chuan was also a core disciple. Damn it, that wretched individual is also a core disciple. Yang Chun cursed inwardly, his expression darkening profoundly. Initially, he had planned to deal with Lin Chuan after becoming a core disciple, but now he found himself forced to reconsider. However, the enmity had already been forged, and he would not let Lin Chuan escape his wrath. In stark contrast to the vibrancy elsewhere, the crowd at the 44th hunting ground exhibited an eerie silence. Those who were aware of Lin Chuan's prowess recognized that he could not possibly be an ordinary disciple, even if some had seen him with the storage bag of an ordinary disciple. By now, the majority had chosen sides, and the newcomers at the 44th hunting ground felt an internal struggle, yet they understood it was time to make their choice. Delaying any further could leave them with nothing. Gradually, some began to stroll towards Lin Chuan. Despite the fearsome reputation of the white-haired killer, Lin Chuan's strength was evident, and aligning with him promised numerous advantages. Moreover, his earlier lack of pretense had diminished much of the fear surrounding him, leading to an increasing number of individuals eager to attach themselves to Lin Chuan. Aside from the two members of his group, Yang Chen stood alone, as most had already stowed away their storage bags, leaving no one to notice that he was, in fact, not an ordinary disciple. Many around cast scornful glances at the 44th hunting ground, believing the newcomers to be nothing more than ordinary disciples, with no prodigies having reached the level of inner sect disciples. However, the newcomers themselves were acutely aware that while there were no inner sect disciples among them, there were indeed two core disciples. Had it not been for the intense rivalry between Lin Chuan and Yang Chen, they would have already flocked to either of them. Zhang Liang and his companions also began to gaze intently, knowing that Lin Chuan's name would soon grace the square, and in a manner that would astonish all present. The disdainful stares from those around were automatically disregarded by the newcomers at the 44th hunting ground. No one dared to speak out of turn. Instead, they felt a peculiar thrill of clarity amidst the collective intoxication, and while none were privy to Lin Chuan's true background, the smaller gathering enhanced their chances of being selected by him. As the luminous curtain in the sky faded, the foundation-building practitioners had already distributed the items belonging to the inner sect disciples among the various disciples. The square fell into an unusual silence, with everyone eagerly awaiting the announcement of the core disciples. Next, I shall announce the list of core disciples. A late-stage foundation-building practitioner ascended the high platform and proclaimed loudly. The distribution of core disciples manifests in two forms. One is the core disciples generated through ranking by points, while the other comprises those directly favored by the elders of the Lin family and accepted as disciples, independent of their point standings. The voices of the foundation establishment stage cultivators resonated throughout the square, inciting a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Who could be so fortunate as to have caught the attention of an elder? Such luck suggests that this individual must possess remarkable talent, albeit with a relatively brief cultivation period. Otherwise, based on their own strength, their points should surely have reached the level of a core disciple. The core disciple ranked 40th. From the 44th hunting ground is Yang Chen. A cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage announced aloud, and in the next moment, all eyes turned towards the direction of the team from the 44th hunting ground. Chapter 80. The Century Cycle. What? There is actually a core disciple in hunting ground now. 44. How can this be? Haven't all the new disciples from hunting ground number 44 been assigned? How can there still be someone? The absence of announced points indicates that this Yang Chen has caught the direct attention of a certain elder. What remarkable qualities does he possess? The murmur of discussions and exclamations flooded the air, and all eyes turned towards hunting ground number 44, ultimately fixating on the solitary figure of Yang Chen. Lin Chuan, surprised, gazed at Yang Chen, never expecting that this rival would be favored by an elder of the Lin family. There must be some secrets about him, otherwise, why wouldn't he feel such a sense of crisis around him? This world is indeed teeming with hidden talents. Luo Jing'er's exquisite eyes lingered on hunting ground number 44, observing Yang Chen for a while before glancing at Lin Chuan. In her heart, she mused that this hunting ground number 44 was truly impressive. Apart from that white-haired youth, there was actually someone else who could ascend to the ranks of core disciples. Truly remarkable. Qi Ming also regarded Yang Chen with slight astonishment. He initially thought the presence of an inscrutable white-haired youth was already extraordinary, yet here was another individual directly chosen by an elder of the Lin family. He did not believe that such a disciple was selected due to any connections, as those individuals would never appear in such assessments. They had long been prearranged. Those who could stand here were typically orphans without any background, thus he concluded that Yang Chen must possess formidable talent. Otherwise, such direct favor from an elder would not occur. At this moment, Yang Chen's expression finally brightened. Regardless of the circumstances, becoming a core disciple brought him great joy. Although Lin Chuan, this troublemaker, was an eyesore nearby, he nonetheless found himself the center of attention at this moment. Seeing that Yang Chen was accompanied by only 2 followers from his group, the opportunistic disciples hastily rushed towards him, faster than flies drawn to refuse. After all, he was a core disciple, a rank above inner disciples. The significance of this core disciple had remained undiscovered until now, only revealed at this moment. This meant that the chances of becoming his follower had drastically increased. It is worth noting that core disciples are allowed to bring one personal attendant. Although such individuals may appear humble, they can cultivate alongside core disciples, nearly equating to being half a core disciple, enjoying unparalleled training resources. Ignoring the commotion around him, Chen turned his gaze towards Lin Chuan and said with a chilling demeanor, "Our rivalry has only just begun. I hope you don't perish too quickly, or it would be utterly pointless." Lin Chuan swallowed the piece of roasted meat in his mouth, dismissively waving the bone in his hand without even glancing at Chen. Muttering, "I'll accompany you to the end." The onlookers regarded Lin Chuan with a mix of pity and disdain. Ultimately, one sentiment prevailed in their eyes. Lin Chuan was finished. This fool dared to offend a core disciple. He would have no standing in the Lin family again. Humph, what a place to stand. When one's very life is at stake. A core disciple wishing to eliminate an ordinary disciple is akin to child's play. It remains a mystery how he managed to offend Chen to the extent that such venomous words escaped his lips in this setting. Nearby, Wang Hai was startled upon hearing the mention of the 44th hunting ground. He cast a fearful glance at Lin Chuan. Only after confirming that Chen was not the white-haired youth did he exhale in relief and stride towards Chen. At the center of the square, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator paused momentarily after announcing Chen's name. Once the clamor subsided, he continued with the declarations. The 39th core disciple. 503rd hunting ground, Chen Shi. The 38th core disciple. 1248th hunting ground, Ping Su. Ah, yet another disciple favored by the elders. This assessment is truly remarkable, with so many individuals directly acknowledged by the elders. As time progressed, the astonishment grew louder. Everyone was taken aback. For the number of those favored by the elders far surpassed previous assessments, a figure that might take decades to accumulate. It is said that every century, various geniuses emerge, as if a century forms a cycle. And this assessment serves as the finest testament to that. I have also heard this rumor. It is said that the entire southern Ming continent experiences a surge of exceptionally gifted individuals every 100 years. Lin Chuan, savoring some roasted meat, observed with glimmering eyes. The so-called century cycle is merely the time frame during which the dimensional passage opens. Given the profound heritage of the Zhongchuan continent, the emergence of such numerous talents is hardly astonishing. Lin Chuan mused, yet such matters are largely unknown to the lower-tier disciples. Only members of the Lin family might possess a deeper understanding. At long last, after all the core disciples had been announced, the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator descended from the high platform, respectfully bowing to Elder Lin Yuan. In the next moment, Elder Lin Yuan soared into the air, a golden halo radiating as he hovered over 10 meters above the ground. Now, I shall announce the top 10 of this assessment, though they are also core disciples. My Lin family shall bestow upon them additional rewards. Elder Lin Yuan's voice echoed, resonating across the mountain peak. Everyone understood that this was the final moment. And those talented disciples yet to be named precisely numbered 10, neither more nor less. At this juncture, the crowd was not merely eager to know who the top 10 were, but rather in what order they would be ranked, as well as the nature of the rewards Elder Lin Yuan had alluded to. The standings of the top 10 would be entirely determined by the assessment scores. However, on this foundation, the Lin family would conduct a comprehensive evaluation of their performances in the hunting ground, which would also be incorporated into their final scores in the form of additional points. Elder Lin Yuan's voice resounded once more, igniting further curiosity among the masses, as this indicated that the points accrued solely from the hunting ground would not be the sole criterion. The climax of this assessment had finally arrived at this moment. Chapter 81. Lark Mountain. The core disciple Huang Yi, ranked 10th, amassed a total of 10,500 points and was granted a Foundation establishment pill. As Lin Yuan's voice resonated through the square, an uproar erupted, not due to Huang Yi's points or his status as a core disciple, but rather because of that coveted Foundation establishment pill. Cultivators often encounter formidable bottlenecks at each stage of their journey, particularly when transcending major realms, which can thwart many individuals permanently, rendering breakthroughs nearly impossible. This scarcity of high-level cultivators elucidates the phenomenon. The quality of a cultivator's spiritual root fundamentally dictates their future achievements. It is the essence of their innate talent. Rarely does one find a cultivator with a top-tier heavenly spiritual root like Lin Chuan's, not just in the southern Ming continent, but potentially throughout the entire realm of cultivation. Consequently, to facilitate breakthroughs, cultivators meticulously gather various treasures and medicinal pills to ensure their progress remains unimpeded. The Foundation establishment pill stands as the most effective elixir for overcoming the qi refinement stage, an extraordinarily precious item, often unattainable even for disciples of the Lin family. Thus, the revelation that a Foundation establishment pill would be awarded to the top 10 was truly unexpected. Though this pill might only enhance the likelihood of a successful breakthrough by a mere 10%, It suffices for a prodigy like Huangyi to leap forward, saving time that cannot be quantified by mere currency. Surrounded by the crowd, Huangyi, a slender youth, appeared somewhat crestfallen upon hearing his 10th place ranking. Frowning, he approached the podium to receive the storage bag bestowed by Lin Chuan. The other disciples, once hopeful contenders for the top 10, now wore expressions of dismay, regretting their lack of effort. The foundation establishment pill was an object of their fervent desire, and losing it so easily left them with an undeniable sense of bitterness. Had the Lin family disclosed the rewards for the top 10 in advance, many would not have adopted a lackadaisical approach to the assessment. Chen Jixiang, the core disciple ranked 9th, secured 12,763 points, and was awarded a foundation establishment pill and 10 spirit stones. Du Qiuyu, ranked 8th, garnered 13,908 points, earning a foundation establishment pill and 20 spirit stones. As time progressed, the ranks of the core disciples were revealed one by one, and the 10 individuals were precisely those initially lauded by the masses, without exception. Lin Chuan stood at the edge of the square, his demeanor tranquil as he observed these exceptional talents ascend the podium amid the accolades of the crowd, basking in the glory and rewards from the Lin family. A truly dazzling sight. However, this spectacle held little significance for Lin Chuan. All he desired was a cultivation environment rich in spiritual energy, possessing a top-tier heavenly spiritual root. He had little need for medicinal pills. As for spirit stones, they merely symbolized wealth to him. If he wished, acquiring such treasures would be effortless. At last, as Lin Chuan leisurely announced the remaining 7 rankings, the identities of the top 3 were revealed, precisely as Lin Chuan anticipated: Lin Chen, Luo Jing'er, and Qi Ming. Only these 3 remained unannounced. If predictions held, Lin Chen would claim 1st place, Qi Ming 2nd, and Luo Jing'er 3rd. Lin Chuan addressed Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi beside him. I have never cared about them. My concern lies with you. Have you not realized that your identity has yet to be announced? Moreover, the likelihood of you securing one of the remaining 3 spots is exceedingly slim. Qin Lang said with a serious expression. He had been quietly discussing this matter with Bu Lianshi for quite some time, but seeing Lin Chuan's calm demeanor, as if he had everything under control, he held his tongue. However, now that only 3 spots remained, it was nearly impossible for any surprises to arise. It was certain that Lin Chuan's name would not appear among the core disciples, leaving them in a state of unease. Do not rush. What is meant to be will be. By the way, haven't you both yet to be announced either? Lin Chuan chuckled lightly. Brother, is it not permissible for me to call you that? We are a team, and your belonging is our belonging. Qin Lang lamented dramatically. Feeling that Lin Chuan was entirely indifferent to the situation, their cultivation prospects seeming even less promising than their previous barbecue endeavors. Oh, indeed. Then why the urgency? As long as I achieve success, you shall ascend alongside me. Lin Chuan winked, his brows arched in mirth, his wide eyes sparkling with brilliance, betraying not a trace of worry. Qin Lang, exasperated, waved his hand, wishing to cease conversation with Lin Chuan. Bu Lianshi also pouted, displeased that Lin Chuan had likened her and Qin Lang to mere followers. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Chuan's playful banter had alleviated their anxious hearts. Their tense emotions now somewhat soothed, at least not as fraught as before. Observing their expressions, Lin Chuan felt a sense of accomplishment, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Some burdens he resolved to bear alone, being as astute as he was. How could he not have discerned the issue of the slots? The moment he became aware, the outcome had already formed in his mind. The 3rd-ranked core disciple was Luo Jing'er, with a score of 86,907, awarded 3 foundation establishment pills and 300 spirit stones. This ranking came as no surprise, as all eyes turned toward the radiant young lady amidst the crowd, cheers erupting, though some expressed confusion, for such rewards seemed rather meager for the top 3. As Luo Jing'er approached the elevated platform with a smile, Lin Chuan continued with a bright expression, I bestow upon Luo Jing'er a Phoenix Ming token. The bearer of this token may select 1 month each year to ascend to the Phoenix Peak of the 100 Spirits Mountain for cultivation. Boom. At that moment, the entire square erupted like an explosion, the clamor soaring to the heavens. Even Luo Jing'er, stepping forward, froze mid-stride, her face a portrait of astonishment as she gazed upward at Lin Chuan. Soon, a wave of ecstatic joy flooded her features, the unexpected surprise overwhelming even this talented individual, who was accustomed to grand spectacles. As if seeking to amplify the fervor of the scene, Lin Chuan's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated once more. The disciple ranked 2nd is Qi Ming, with a score of 93,673 points. He is awarded 5 Foundation Establishment Pills and 500 Spirit Stones, along with a Foaming Order, which grants him the privilege to enter the Foaming Peak of the Lin family's Bailing Mountain for cultivation during any 2 months within a year. The disciple ranked first is Lin Chuan, with a score of 106,690 points. He is bestowed 10 Foundation Establishment Pills and 1,000 Spirit Stones, as well as a Foaming Order, allowing him to enter the Foaming Peak for cultivation during any 3 months within a year. Lin Yuan announced the top 3 rankings in one breath, igniting an explosive atmosphere in the square. Disciples eager to follow in the footsteps of these 3 immediately surged forth like a tidal wave, determined to find a way to become their followers, regardless of the challenges ahead. All of this occurred solely due to 3 words: Bailing Mountain. Among these 3, even Lin Chuan, who typically exudes an air of aloofness, was engulfed by the crowd. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his gaze had been fixated on a particular direction, not towards the high platform, nor Lin Yuan, but rather an unassuming corner where a quiet, white-haired youth resided. Chapter 82, The Lark. Lin Chuan. Brother Qi has achieved commendable success by securing the 2nd position in the newcomer assessment. With the Foaming token, Brother Qi Ming can ascend to Foaming Peak on Bailing Shan for cultivation each year, promising a boundless future ahead. Do not forget us, your devoted followers, when that time comes. Junior sister Jing'er, endowed with remarkable talent, has attained the 3rd position in the newcomer assessment, and with the Foaming token in hand, her path to cultivation is now unobstructed, bringing her closer to the foundational stage. Brother Lin Chuan, I am Du Qiuyu, a core disciple. I wonder if you still require followers. I stand ready to heed your call at any moment. A beautiful maiden nestled beside Lin Chuan, gently clutching his sleeve, spoke sweetly. Lin Yuan observed the chaotic scene in the square from his elevated position, refraining from intervening. As the youngest elder of the Lin family, he was acutely aware of Bailing Shan's allure for these disciples. Even the direct descendants of the Lin family could hardly contain their excitement upon hearing of Bailing Shan. Bailing Shan is among the most spiritually rich locations of the Lin family, comprising 100 peaks that hold the highest concentration of spiritual energy within the family's core territory. Each peak and its surrounding 10-kilometer radius belonging to this domain. To preserve the spiritual energy of these peaks, the Lin family has established protective arrays around each one, serving both to gather spiritual energy and provide defense, a testament to the family's commitment to this sacred ground. Only elders of the Lin family are typically permitted to reside within this realm. Lin Yuan himself dwells upon one of the peaks. A select few exceptionally gifted stewards may also inhabit these peaks, collectively occupying over 90% of Bailing Shan. The remaining fewer than 10 peaks are designated for the disciples, who share a unified title by Lindsay. Their status and privileges nearly rival those of the Lin family elders, at the very least equating to that of a steward. The Lin family has indeed invested considerable effort into the rewards for this newcomer assessment. Although the top 3 did not become by Lindsay outright, they were granted certain privileges exclusive to them, an unprecedented occurrence. This alone has incited fervor among all present. Lin Yuan could scarcely fathom the uproar that would ensue upon the announcement of the final special individual. Not only the new disciples but also the earlier revelation of this news among the direct descendants of the Lin family had sparked significant controversy and dissatisfaction, which was swiftly quelled by the family head, Lin Duo. Truth be told, none could decipher the head's intentions, leaving only a handful of conjectures. Lin Yuan's gaze inadvertently drifted to a corner of the square, where a white-haired youth remained composed and unperturbed, as if all that transpired bore no relevance to him. Standing solitary amidst the bustling crowd, he observed the world's splendor with an air of detachment. Perhaps only he possessed a demeanor that matched such profound tranquility. Lin Yuan's attention then shifted to Lin Chuan, who was engulfed by the throng, whispering softly with an inexplicable reverence in his eyes. The young man has yet to make an announcement. Could it be that he is merely an ordinary disciple? After the initial excitement subsided, Qi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, gazing towards the direction he had been observing. Luo Jing'er shared the same sentiment, her beautiful eyes wandering over Lin Chuan, appearing somewhat distracted. Although the results of the assessment had been fully declared, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. In contrast, Lin Chuan appeared rather indifferent. Despite being surrounded by a throng of people and the incessant clamor that intruded upon him, his icy countenance remained unchanged. He harbored no doubts regarding Lin Chuan's strength, and even with the conclusion of the assessment, his convictions remained steadfast. The moment their eyes met, he was certain that Lin Chuan possessed the ability to compete with him, a good instinct inherent to a genius. At this moment, Yongchen, amidst the crowd, had distanced himself from the original position of the 44th hunting team. Yet he continued to monitor Lin Chuan's movements. For reasons unknown, as time progressed, his unease intensified. Logically, those who had not yet been announced by this point were confirmed to be ordinary disciples. Yet Yang Chun could not quell his anxiety. Wang Hai, an intersect disciple from the 45th hunting group, had been ingratiating himself since Yang Chen was declared a core disciple. He could discern that Yang Chen's gaze was nearly fixated on Lin Chuan, interpreting it as a deep-seated animosity, an enmity so profound that it bordered on obsession, which explained his relentless attention towards one individual. Now, with the assessment devoid of suspense, Wang Hai felt no need for restraint. He turned and approached Lin Chuan, deliberately colliding with his shoulder with a resounding thud. "You have angered Yang Chen. You needn't worry about him taking action. For I shall ensure you vanish from this world forever." An ordinary disciple ought to embrace the humility befitting their status, lest they be destroyed in this world. Wang Hai declared, his expression cold, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Many can bring about your demise, and I am one of them. Enjoy what little time remains to you." With that, he turned to leave, his chilling voice echoing in the distance. Qin Lang and the others were visibly enraged. Such persistent provocation was intolerable, especially towards a genius like Lin Chuan. They were on the verge of unleashing their spiritual energy to defend him when Lin Chuan raised a hand to stop them. "We cannot act here. Do not provoke trouble." Lin Chuan spoke softly, appearing entirely unfazed by Wang Hai's taunts. "But," Qin Lang began, but Lin Chuan interjected. "He is not wrong in stating that an ordinary disciple should embody the humility of their kind. Intersect disciples too must recognize their own modesty, or they will inevitably be crushed." Lin Chuan's words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. "Those who leap too high will only fall harder, will they not?" His tone remained calm, devoid of any trace of emotion, yet for reasons unknown, the words sent chills through Zhang Liang and the others, as if they were braving the depths of winter. Silence. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yuan finally spoke again, prompting the crowd to immediately temper their fervor and await his announcement regarding the conclusion of the assessment. Many were filled with anticipation for the forthcoming journey of cultivation. However, contrary to their expectations, Lin Yuan did not utter the anticipated words of closure. Instead, he dropped a bombshell among the gathering. There remained one identity yet to be revealed. "And now, let us unveil who this exceptional disciple truly is." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The first place had already been declared. Why was there still someone unassigned? Yet, before they could voice their growing confusion, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a shimmering golden token appeared in the sky. Emanating an unsettling and formidable spiritual pressure, a sense of elevated authority that was palpable. "In the name of the family head, I bestow the 100 Spirits token upon Lin Chuan, disciple of the 44th hunting ground. Henceforth, the lesser spirit peak of 100 Spirits Mountain shall serve as Lin Chuan's residence and place of cultivation. Under the name of 100 Spirits, forge the path of immortality. This decree must not be mistaken." Chapter 83. Congratulations. A resonant voice, imbued with a potent aura, reverberated across the square, lingering in the air. In an instant, the previously vibrant clamor faded into a profound silence, a stillness so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The scene froze, with the expressions of the new disciples ranging from bewilderment to awe as they gazed up at Lin Yuan in the sky, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. In the distance, Lin Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Chuan. They had actually conferred upon him the status of Bailingzi. What was Lin Duo truly aiming for? He was not astonished by Lin Chuan's talent and strength. Rather, he was taken aback by the scale of the Lin family's decision. Since the establishment of the Lin family, no external disciple had ever been directly elevated to the rank of Bailingzi. This had always been an insurmountable barrier. However, today, this invisible boundary was shattered by the calm, white-haired youth. Murmurs of astonishment erupted, sweeping through the crowd like a tsunami, as the square erupted into unprecedented cacophony. Everyone turned their gaze towards the spot where the individual from the 44th hunting ground stood, eager to unveil the identity of the one who had ascended to the coveted position of Bailingzi, an honor they had long desired yet deemed unattainable. It is worth noting that the top 3 participants in this assessment would merely have the opportunity to train at Bailing Mountain for a time. Yet Lin Chuan had been granted direct access to the mountain itself. This revelation was tantamount to announcing that the Lin family had allowed an outer disciple to ascend directly to the rank of elder, an unfathomable notion. As the crowd grappled with the identity of Lin Chuan, Lin Yuan pointed skyward, and a gleaming storage ring, radiating a soft azure light, soared through the air, landing gracefully before a white-haired youth. This extraordinary boy, with striking white hair and eyes, was impossible to forget. Lin Chuan had already composed himself, shedding his earlier disheveled appearance. And now his white eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance as he calmly regarded the assembly. "Thank you, esteemed patriarch, and thank you, Elder Lin Yuan." Lin Chuan raised his right hand, grasping the storage ring that symbolized his identity as Bai Lingzi, bowing respectfully as he spoke. With this gesture, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of disbelief. No one dared to believe that the individual bestowed the honor of Bai Lingzi was this unremarkable youth. Yang Chen's expression shifted dramatically the moment the title Bai Lingzi was uttered. His mind buzzed with shock, overwhelmed by incredulity. He could not believe that he had become Bai Lingzi. Why? By what right could he claim such a title? This thought echoed relentlessly in Yang Chen's mind, as he struggled to accept that his rival had been named Bai Lingzi of the Lin family. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him, reminiscent of a bolt of lightning illuminating the images from the hunting ground, the inferno that had erupted, its flames casting a vivid light upon his memories and awakening his reason. It is indeed a spell, that fireball, truly a manifestation of sorcery. How could this be? Was that fireball not produced by Lin Chuan through some magical artifact? If that truly is a spell. His talent. The more Yang Chen contemplated, the more alarmed he became, his eyes widening in astonishment. To wield spells at the 5th level of Qi refinement is undoubtedly an unparalleled prodigy in the southern Ming continent, and this individual is now his adversary. Initially, he might have believed that Lin Chuan had indeed unleashed a spell, yet as his thoughts progressed, he found it increasingly implausible. Lin Chuan must have employed an unknown method to execute that move. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have dared to provoke a harbinger of death like Lin Chuan. The murmurs in the square grew louder, a cacophony of voices questioning Lin Chuan's prowess. Why should a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement be entitled to the title of Bai Lingzi, when the rest of them could not? Lin Chuan stood quietly to the side, offering no explanations, for he understood the futility of such efforts. Those disciples consumed by resentment would not heed his words. Nor would they grant him the opportunity to explain, for the one who had become Bai Lingzi was not among them. It is not poverty that breeds discontent, but inequality. If everyone were to receive equal treatment, equally devoid of prospects, then it would matter little, and no one would question it. However, the sudden emergence of Lin Chuan disrupted the balance in their hearts. Lin Chuan was well aware of this psychological dynamic. He knew precisely what needed to be done, what was unnecessary, what could be accomplished, and what could not. Ultimately, it all boiled down to 2 words: strength. Only strength speaks. This understanding prompted him to fully adjust his state from the outset. He recognized that combat was inevitable and that his opponent would be formidable unless the Lin family was willing to forcibly suppress everyone on his behalf. Alas, judging by Lin Yuan's demeanor, such a scenario was improbable. The 2nd and 3rd ranked disciples, Qi Ming and Luo Jinger, gazed at Lin Chuan with furrowed brows. Yet they harbored little resentment, for they acknowledged Lin Chuan's formidable strength. However, directly granting Lin Chuan the Bai Ling token was somewhat difficult for them to accept, as it had always been their aspired goal. Suddenly, Lin Chen stepped forward, slowly approaching Lin Chuan. His bright eyes remained fixed on Lin Chuan's, unwavering, as if fearing to miss any detail. Upon seeing Lin Chen advance, Lin Chuan's heart sank slightly. Among all present, he least desired to confront Lin Chen, whose strength was so formidable that even Lin Chuan could not guarantee victory. Should a confrontation ensue, Lin Chuan would inevitably unveil much of his own power before everyone. For otherwise, he would find it nearly impossible to withstand even a few exchanges against this individual. Look, the 1st-ranked Lin Chuan is about to strike. Indeed, some could no longer contain themselves, with Lin Chen's overwhelming strength, having attained the top rank only to secure the opportunity to cultivate at Bailing Mountain once a year. On what grounds should Lin Chuan be entitled to the Bailing token? Exactly. For us, ordinary disciples, it matters little. But those core disciples and the top 10 ranked individuals will not be so easily placated. What qualifications does a disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, whose cultivation is still inferior to ours, possess to directly receive the Bailing token? It seems that a certain influential figure has forcefully intervened, rendering such a person utterly shameless. After all, they possess substantial backing. Yet, if they wield such power, why not simply enter the Lin family's 100 Spirits Mountain directly, instead of putting on a fade before us, the outer disciples? I truly cannot tolerate individuals of this nature. As Lin Chuan stood 5 meters in front of Lin Chuan, the murmurs reached a crescendo, with the crowd clamoring for Lin Chuan to teach Lin Chuan a lesson and deliver a thorough beating to this privileged second-generation scion. However, the next moment brought forth a shocking revelation that astonished everyone, including Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Chuan, congratulations on becoming a 100 Spirits Master. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly seek your guidance atop your little spirit peak. Lin Chuan's previously icy demeanor softened into a smile as he clasped his hands in respect towards Lin Chuan. Chapter 84. The challenge in the presence of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan found himself utterly astonished. Indeed, not just him, but all the others as well. He had prepared himself for an intense confrontation with Lin Chuan, only to be taken aback as Lin Chuan approached him to extend his congratulations on becoming a Byakugan. At your service, Lin Chuan replied with a subtle smile, returning the gesture respectfully. Given that Lin Chuan had shown him such courtesy and did not seem inclined to create any difficulties, Lin Chuan had no intention of provoking a confrontation. Lin Chuan smiled and nodded, stepping aside to stand next to Lin Chuan, falling silent. This unexpected turn of events left the disciples present utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did Lin Chuan and Lin Chuan share an acquaintance? Or was Lin Chuan perhaps wary of the power behind Lin Chuan? The anticipated clash had failed to materialize, replaced instead by the surprising scene of Lin Chuan seemingly switching allegiances. This left those who had eagerly anticipated witnessing Lin Chuan's defeat feeling as though they had been choked down a mouthful of bitter gall, an experience decidedly unpleasant. Upon witnessing this, Luo Jing'er and Qi Ming exchanged startled glances. After a moment of hesitation, they both took a step forward simultaneously toward Lin Chuan. This ignited a fresh wave of excitement among the gathered disciples, who speculated about whether the two intended to reprimand Lin Chuan, eagerly anticipating a thrilling spectacle. Luo Jing'er arrived before Lin Chuan first, offering a slight bow before addressing him. I am Luo Jing'er, honored to meet you, senior brother Lin Chuan. Congratulations on becoming the Byakugan of the Lin family. Should the opportunity arise, I would love to experience your esteemed skills firsthand. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, effortlessly nurturing like the silent rain. Though her veiled visage obscured her features and expressions, her eyes sparkled with a lively charm, revealing a warm smile. Certainly, Lin Chuan nodded, chuckling lightly. Your ascension to Byakugan is indeed a cause for celebration, senior brother. If possible, I shall seek your guidance in the future. Qi Ming interjected, cupping his hands in respect while casting a curious glance at Lin Chuan. Eager to discern what made this individual, who exuded an aura of danger, so remarkable. Always welcome. Lin Chuan responded with a beaming smile, acknowledging the trio graciously. He was uncertain why they had suddenly chosen to behave in such a manner, yet it seemed likely that, having sensed a threat from him, they had discerned something noteworthy about him. Meanwhile, hovering 100 meters above the square, amidst the swirling mist, the surrounding spiritual energy appeared slightly distorted. A middle-aged figure stood there, gazing down at the square. It was Lin Duo, the head of the Lin family. Interesting. It seems even Lin Chuan has perceived something. Lin Duo mused, intrigued as he observed Lin Chuan and the others. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would never have acted in such a manner. I shall inquire later to discover what he has uncovered. Compared to us, Lin Chuan should certainly be able to discern more. None of the onlookers noticed Lin Duo's presence high above. Even if Lin Chuan had access to Byakugan at that moment, he would still be oblivious to the anomalies above, as the disparity in strength was too vast, and his opponent was deliberately concealing themselves. Perhaps with the use of his rebirth eye, Lin Chuan might detect some clues, but they would amount to little more than faint traces. At this moment in the square, after the top 3 competitors congratulated Lin Chuan, a peculiar silence enveloped the majority. If they had previously doubted Lin Chuan's abilities, now their skepticism began to waver. Lin Chuan and his companions were not fools. If it were only one individual, it could be dismissed, but now both Qi Ming and Luo Jing'er stood beside Lin Chuan, leaving everyone in disbelief. Could it be that this silver-haired youth possessed extraordinary talents? This was the unspoken thought of many. Nonetheless, as time progressed, the voices of doubt began to proliferate. After all, no matter how one perceived it, Lin Chuan was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a cultivation level that barely ranked among the average. Lin Chuan and his companions ceased their conversation after their initial congratulations, simply standing by Lin Chuan's side, observing the unfolding events with amusement. For them, their goodwill towards Lin Chuan had already been expressed. There was no need to go further for a stranger. especially since they were curious to witness Lin Chuan's prowess and discern what made him formidable. At this juncture, Lin Chuan slowly released his grip on the azure ring, allowing it to hover once more through his spiritual energy. Defeat me, and this ring is yours. You may also claim the title of Byakugan. Otherwise, silence yourself. Lin Chuan's sudden proclamation echoed with a chilling authority, instantly silencing the square. If he could not remain low-key, then a bold display was equally permissible. After a prolonged silence, the elder steward of the Lin family did not intervene, implying tacit approval of Lin Chuan's actions. Consequently, the square buzzed with challenges from all directions. Humph, what audacity! Do you intend to face every one of us present? A voice retorted coldly. Almost anyone with a modicum of skill yearned to best Lin Chuan, seeking fame and the title of Byakugan. The atmosphere grew increasingly unruly. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat, drawing the crowd's attention before speaking. The title of Byakugan was bestowed upon Lin Chuan by the family head. Even if someone were to defeat him, they could not claim it. However, we may offer other forms of compensation. Lin Yuan's statement reignited fervor among the audience, making it clear that should Lin Chuan prove his strength, he could retain the title of Byakugan. Should he fall, his subsequent fate would be grim. The Lin family does not prohibit such duels. I am Wang Xing, an inner disciple, and I challenge you. A young man at the 8th level of Qi refinement stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared for battle. You lack the qualifications, Lin Chuan declared, not even glancing at the challenger. I do not accept challenges from anyone other than core disciples. You. Wang Xing glared furiously, ready to strike, only to be intercepted by another. Apologies, but I must personally handle this matter. I wish to see what qualifies him to be so arrogant. Before Wang Xing stood a young man clad in a cerulean robe. Chen Mo had previously introduced this individual. Thus Lin Chuan held a vivid impression of him. I am Huang Yi, ranked 10th in this assessment. I believe I am qualified to challenge you, Huang Yi said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. I accept your challenge, but we must wait a while longer. I prefer to address all those who wish to challenge me at once. Otherwise, dealing with them one by one would be rather cumbersome, Lin Chuan remarked, a light laugh escaping his lips. Chapter 85. The Unconventional Lin Chuan Arrogance. I am eager to witness the basis of your audacity. I hold no fear for the chaotic forces that accompany you. A youth emerged from the throng, his chilling aura causing the surrounding disciples to instinctively withdraw. It was Yu Xing, ranked 4th, and the fact that he could not restrain himself from intervening promised an enthralling spectacle. The crowd gasped in astonishment. I am quite curious about your methods. Thus, I too wish to engage. Another young man stepped forth, excitement radiating from him as he stood before Lin Chuan. This was Chen Hao, ranked 7th. Both Chen Mo and others had previously spoken of these two. Chen Hao was a battle enthusiast, passionate and fervent about combat, undeterred by the strength of his opponents. To him, there existed but one imperative, to fight. In contrast, Yu Xing was a different breed altogether. According to Chen Mo's assessment, he was ruthless and cunning, with a demeanor that inspired dread. A man resolute in his pursuits, in his hunting grounds. Nearly half of the casualties had fallen to his hand, which accounted for the vast collection of spirit beast cores and herbs he possessed. The young woman Du Qiuyu also expressed her desire to experience Lin Chuan's prowess. After being rebuffed in her pursuit of Lin Chen, this 9th-ranked female turned her attention to Lin Chuan. Thus, all who wished to challenge Lin Chuan had stepped forth, and notably, all 4 were within the top 10 rankings. This formidable assembly caused those core disciples who initially considered intervening to hesitate, for their capabilities paled in comparison. Moreover, the more challengers that emerged, the lesser the rewards each would receive should Lin Chuan falter. It was as if they would be robbing these for prodigies. They had no desire to offend such talents. After all, the case of Lin Chuan having his treasures forcibly taken was a stark reminder of the risks involved. It appears to be just the 4 of you. Let us first discuss the stakes. Should I lose, I must surrender the 100 spirits token. Do you intend to seize it unchallenged? Lin Chuan surveyed the area, noting that no one else had stepped forward before addressing the 4. What stakes do you propose? Yu Xing inquired, his expression as cold as ice. Effectively speaking on behalf of the group as the highest ranked among them, you shall return every single core disciple reward you've just acquired. Lin Chuan's proclamation elicited gasps from the onlookers, for he was evidently prepared to sever ties with the 4. Yet in Lin Chuan's mind, if these individuals were willing to forsake their dignity, the consequences mattered not. He had no intention of forging any camaraderie with them. Very well, then. Should you possess the ability, come and claim it. Huang Yi responded, his face ashen. The expressions of the remaining three were equally grim, but at this juncture, retreat was not an option. They could only surrender their previously obtained storage bags, though their faces resembled the darkest of shadows. They were not so much afraid that Lin Chuan could indeed seize their rewards, but rather felt insulted by his audacity. In the eyes of these four individuals, Lin Chuan's ascension to the rank of Bailing Zi with merely 5 levels of qi refinement appeared utterly unfounded, lacking any substantial prowess. They had already extended a generous opportunity to Lin Chuan, yet he audaciously chose to wager against them, demanding an extravagant price. "I hope you live to witness the final moment," Yu Xing ominously proclaimed, falling silent thereafter. "Elder Lin Yuan, I kindly ask you to serve as a witness." Lin Chuan respectfully bowed towards Lin Yuan, who hovered in the sky. "Indeed, you may proceed with your actions. Should I perceive one side to be in an undoubtedly fatal predicament, I shall intervene, which would signify their defeat," Lin Yuan affirmed with a nod. The 5 nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of the situation. In the next instant, with a sweeping gesture, Lin Yuan unleashed a torrent of spiritual light that enveloped his form, causing the stone ground to rise rapidly. Within the span of 3 breaths, a 50-meter square arena materialized upon the square. The 5 exhibited a harmonious understanding as they leapt onto the arena, gradually advancing towards the center, halting at a distance of 10 meters apart. This separation was neither too far nor too close, providing ample room for both sides to maneuver. Lin Yuan transformed into a beam of spiritual light, landing at the arena's edge. After nodding at the 5, he declared, "Begin." In an instant, Yu Xing and Chen Hao, showing no hesitation, surged towards Lin Chuan the moment Lin Yuan's voice resonated, their internal spiritual energy swirling, manifesting faint glimmers upon their bodies, indicative of nearing the threshold of foundation establishment. Yu lagged slightly behind, yet the fluctuations of her spiritual power were hardly inferior to those of the 2 in front. Meanwhile, Huang Yi circled around to Lin Chuan's flank, evidently strategizing to encircle him. At this juncture, the optimal strategy was to strike preemptively, inflicting severe damage upon one adversary before engaging the remaining 3, as overcoming them otherwise would be exceedingly daunting. Given my strength, I could at most withstand the simultaneous assault of 3 opponents. Any additional assailant would render victory an impossibility. Qi Ming observed the unfolding scene, speaking softly. "Senior brother Qi is indeed correct. If it were I would likely adopt the same approach you described. However, I wonder what decision senior brother Lin Chuan will make." Luo Jinga remarked, her gaze fixed on the arena. Yet, Lin Chuan's actions prompted simultaneous frowns from both individuals. For he not only refrained from launching an offensive but instead opted for a swift retreat, seemingly intent on evading the encirclement of the 4. Such a course of action would render it exceedingly challenging to seize an opportunity to severely injure one of them. Alas, contrary to their assumptions, Lin Chuan had never harbored intentions of grievously wounding one opponent, nor was he prepared to engage in a prolonged struggle. His singular aim was to vanquish all 4 with a single strike. The violet aura of celestial chakra began to surge, racing along Lin Chuan's meridians, while his hands positioned before his chest, swiftly forming a series of unique hand seals, the likes of which few had ever witnessed. As the crowd marveled at Lin Chuan's intentions, Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, for he had discerned the technique Lin Chuan was employing. The 4 individuals rushing toward him, though their vigilance heightened, could not fathom Lin Chuan's actions. Their only recourse was to hasten to his side and disrupt his hand seals. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Chuan drew a deep breath, placing his right hand to his lips, and suddenly exhaled. Ninjutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. A brilliant crimson blaze erupted instantaneously, captivating the attention of all present. In their astonished gazes, a colossal fireball ignited, its searing heat sweeping across the scene in an instant. Chapter 86. The Shock of Spells. Am I dreaming? The newly initiated disciples murmured to themselves, allowing the searing heat to wash over them. The expressions of Luo Jing'er and Qi Ming, once filled with confusion, suddenly froze at this moment, their pupils contracting sharply. A spell. He is capable of casting spells while still in the Qi refinement stage. How is this possible? Aren't cultivators only able to manifest spiritual energy and cast spells upon reaching the foundation establishment stage? Why can he, at only the 5th level of Qi refinement, perform such feats? The 2 exclaimed in unison. If even these 2 prodigies were so astonished, one could only imagine the shock experienced by the ordinary disciples, who were still struggling to recover from their amazement. Lin Chen's gaze became momentarily fixed the instant the fireball technique was unleashed, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. No wonder Lin Duo conferred upon him the identity of 100 spirits. To be able to cast spells during the Qi refinement stage demonstrates such innate talent that he would be cherished even in the Zhongchuan continent, let alone here in the Naming continent. Who exactly is this Lin Chuan? Lin Chen pondered, elevating Lin Chuan's significance in his mind to an entirely new level, placing him among the elite. Although Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi had witnessed Lin Chuan perform the fireball technique once before, the spectacle remained equally breathtaking, especially the overwhelming blaze that enveloped them, evoking a sense of surrealism. Zhang Liang and his companions gaped in astonishment. Despite having heard from Qin Lang that Lin Chuan had cast a spell for their benefit, witnessing it firsthand surpassed their wildest expectations. In the martial arts arena, after executing the fireball technique, Lin Chuan gracefully retreated, landing lightly on the ground, his expression composed as he regarded the still-burning fireball before him, his masterwork. Although the four adversaries would not perish from this strike, Lin Chuan felt no need to launch further attacks, for Lin Yuan had already made his move. Between the fireball and Du Qiuyu's group, a barrier of earth and rock emerged, intercepting all of Lin Chuan's onslaught. In the sky, 100 meters above, Lin Duo, the head of the Lin family, gazed down at the unfolding scene in silent bewilderment, unsure of how to respond. His initial intent was to compel Lin Chuan to reveal his capabilities and any hidden tactics. However, he had not anticipated Lin Chuan's complete lack of hesitation, launching directly into such a formidable fire-based spell, completely thwarting his plans. Well, it is indeed clever of him. Once the spell was unleashed, no one would dare question his talent and strength. Moreover, he understood that the events of the hunting ground could not remain concealed for long, given the multitude of witnesses. Rather than conceal his abilities, it was wiser to demonstrate them outright, effectively managing the current situation while ensuring that his other skills remained undisclosed. Lin Duo mused, shaking his head. As someone accustomed to positions of power, he perceived Lin Chuan's intentions almost immediately, but felt somewhat helpless. Should he truly confront him directly? It would be rather undignified. Perhaps allowing Lin Yuan to leave is a prudent choice. However, Lin Duo does not wish to press Lin Chuan too hard. After all, Lin Chuan is still within the Lin family and has no intentions of departing. As long as he remains, there will be ample time for investigation in the future. Let it be. I shall inquire with Lin Chuan after this concludes. He is certain to have discerned something, Lin Duo mused. In the martial arts arena, the spell of the fireball technique gradually burned out, and at the moment the flames dissipated, the spectators finally beheld the earthen-colored stone wall that stood before Yu Xing and the other three. This was the work of Lin Yuan. Yet, even with Lin Yuan's golden core cultivation, the stone wall bore the charred marks of the intense flames. In the next moment, Lin Yuan altered his hand seal, causing the stone wall to dissolve into spiritual energy and vanish into the air, though a trace of astonishment lingered in his heart. Observing the scene was an entirely different experience from personally feeling it. Furthermore, the formidable nature of Lin Chuan's fire-based magic far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. Although he had already overestimated Lin Chuan's power and had enhanced the stone wall's defenses to the foundation establishment stage, even so, the wall had sustained some degree of damage from Lin Chuan's spell. Even the slightest damage indicated a crucial fact. Lin Chuan's offensive capabilities had indeed reached the foundation establishment level. Hiss. At this moment, the disciples below finally regained their composure. Collectively gasping in astonishment, what they felt was completely beyond their expectations. If Lin Chuan were to emerge victorious after a fierce battle, they would certainly acknowledge his strength. Yet that would still align with the realm of genius. They would admire him, but not be astounded. However, the Lin Chuan they faced now transcended the definition of genius, bordering on the monstrous. To wield spells at the 5th level of Qi refinement, it is no wonder the family had bestowed upon him the 100 Spirits token. Such a prodigious talent is utterly unheard of. Magic, how distant it seems. Previously, they believed that Yu Xing's ability to separate spiritual energy from his body during the Qi refinement stage was already the pinnacle of genius. Little did they know that Lin Chuan, a true anomaly, could directly cast spells even at this stage. Truly, there are always greater talents out there. The Lin family's decision was indeed correct. At this moment, none dared to doubt Lin Chuan's prowess, even if he were indeed a powerful individual thrust upon them. His innate talent would wholly justify the 100 Spirits token. Doubt it. Very well. Step forth and cast a spell at the Qi refinement level. I am certain the Lin family would grant you 100 Spirits identity as well. If you cannot, then silence yourself. On the stage, Huang Yi's face was dark enough to wring water from it. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's intervention, he would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Even if he had found a way to counter the spell, he truly did not anticipate that Lin Chuan could cast spells at the Qi refinement stage. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke Lin Chuan or step onto the martial arts arena. Du Qiyu bit her lip, ultimately saying nothing as she turned and vanished into the crowd. Chen Hao, facing the composed Lin Chuan, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Though he was obsessed with martial arts, he understood well what should and should not be provoked. Lin Chuan found himself utterly incapable of countering this spell, rendering further combat unnecessary, as it would only invite suffering. With a slight bow, Chen Hao and Huang Yi leaped down from the martial arena, returning to their fellow disciples. The only one remaining on the field was Yu Xing, who stood there, gazing at Lin Chuan with the intensity of a bloodthirsty beast. You have already been defeated. What more do you desire? Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, directing a cold glare at Yu Xing. Should this individual continue to be unyielding, he would not hesitate to take lethal action. Elder Lin Yuan, I request an inspection of Lin Chuan's personal belongings. Such a spell could not possibly have been conjured by him alone. He must have relied on some external aid. Furthermore, his recent movements clearly indicated that the fireball was expelled from his mouth, suggesting he may have ingested a certain elixir. I implore you to investigate this matter diligently. Yu Xing bowed deeply to Elder Lin Yuan, his expression grave as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a tumult of murmurs. The disciples who had recently acknowledged Lin Chuan's prowess and talent now found their convictions wavering once more. Chapter 87. The cost of doubt. Yu Xing's words seemed to carry some weight. Lin Chuan's recent fire-based spell, emitted from his mouth, was entirely unlike the techniques we had witnessed from practitioners before. Indeed, the manner in which he formed his seals diverged from the hand gestures typical of cultivators, leading to the unsettling possibility of deceit. How infuriating to discover that it was merely cheating. I had thought him remarkably talented, but what a stroke of bad luck to resort to such underhanded tactics in front of so many people. Lin Chuan's behavior was truly despicable. I hold nothing but disdain for such individuals. A chorus of curses and condemnations rose among the crowd, and as they recalled the moment of their astonishment, a wave of unrestrained anger surged within them. Feeling utterly toyed with by Lin Chuan, it was reminiscent of a gathering of court ministers dutifully awaiting the emperor's arrival. Upon sighting the royal carriage, they all knelt, bowing and prostrating, only to be met with the shocking revelation that the figure stepping down was merely a eunuch in attendance. This stark contrast and the humiliation of their reverence ignited a storm of indignation among these proud officials, with some even contemplating a violent assault on the eunuch. What they failed to realize was that the eunuch was merely a whimsical figure, indulging the emperor's playful fancy of donning such attire for amusement. From his vantage point on stage, Lin Chuan perceived their thoughts with clarity. The tendency of the weak to revel in the downfall of the once respected strong was all too familiar. The perverse pleasure derived from witnessing their former idols trampled beneath their feet was a twisted delight. Yet, Lin Chuan would not be cast down from his pedestal. Rather, he would ascend ever higher. Confronted with Yu Xing's skepticism, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He had harbored doubts regarding Lin Chuan's spellcasting abilities, yet, since the family head, Lin Duo, had not expressed any reservations, how could he, a mere Golden Core elder, discern more? Nevertheless, Lin Duo had instructed him to investigate Lin Chuan's background discreetly. Yu Xing's challenge presented an opportune moment for him to scrutinize Lin Chuan without pretext, uncovering any potential secrets. However, even should he uncover something, it would be inappropriate to disclose it in such a setting, for Lin Duo had also emphasized the importance of confidentiality, not merely within the Lin family, but primarily concerning external parties. He needed to ensure that Lin Chuan's ability to cast spells during the Qi refinement stage remained unknown beyond the family. Lin Chuan. As Lin Yuan's gaze shifted toward Lin Chuan, poised to inquire further, he suddenly hesitated, his expression shifting to one of respect as if absorbing a profound lesson. After a moment's pause, Lin Yuan declared with conviction, there is no doubt regarding Lin Chuan's spellcasting abilities. This challenge concludes here. According to our previous agreement, Lin Chuan is entitled to the rewards designated for the 4 core disciples he has challenged. This unexpected announcement left the disciples momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Lin Yuan. Was it not customary to investigate such doubts, even if only ceremoniously? Such a hasty decision led them to question whether Lin Chuan's supporters had indeed grown powerful enough to instill fear even within the Lin family. Otherwise, why such blatant favoritism? Elder Lin Yuan, Lin Chuan must have cheated. I beseech you to discern the truth. As Yuxing observed Lin Yuan turn to leave, he swiftly stepped in front of him, speaking with urgency. Humph. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly darkened, and he let out a cold snort. In the next moment, Yuxing was violently hurled from the martial arena by an overwhelming force, blood spilling from his mouth, a clear indication of severe injury. Are you questioning me? Lin Yuan's voice, devoid of warmth, echoed throughout the square, causing an immediate chill to envelop the surroundings, leaving the disciples in a state of frozen silence. None daring to utter a word. Enduring excruciating pain and surging blood, Yuxing struggled to turn and kneel, seemingly coming to a painful realization of the formidable opponent before him, the youngest elder of the Lin family at the Golden Course stage. Elder Lin Yuan, please forgive me. I was wrong. Yuxing stammered, trembling with fear. Humph. Instead of questioning the strength of others, you would do better to contemplate how to diligently cultivate and enhance your own abilities. I am not hesitant to inform you that just now, the family head Lin Duo personally conveyed to me his recognition of Lin Chuan's prowess in casting spells. If you are unconvinced, you may ascend the platform and demonstrate a spell. Should you succeed, I, Lin Yuan, shall grant you the status of a Bailingzi. However, if you lack the requisite strength and talent, then silence yourselves. This is my final warning should there be a next time. It will be dealt with by the Lin family's penal hall. Lin Yuan's voice, infused with terrifying spiritual pressure, reverberated across the square. The might of his golden core cultivation fully unleashed, making the crowd feel as if they were mere driftwood upon a tempestuous sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Having delivered his proclamation, Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a radiant streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. At this moment, all matters concerning the new assessment settled, as Lin Chuan descended from the martial arena, prompting the crowd to respectfully withdraw, particularly those disciples who had vocally doubted him, now cowering in the shadows, trembling in fear of attracting his ire, filled with regret for their earlier doubts. Brother Lin Chuan, your prowess is indeed exceptional. To wield such formidable fire spells at the Qi refining stage has truly broadened my horizons. I shall certainly ascend your little spirit peak for a spar in the future. Farewell. Lin Chuan, weaving through the crowd, offered a faint smile and a cupped fist in greeting. Then I shall await your visit, Brother Lin Chuan. Fare thee well. Lin Chuan smiled in return. Soon after, Luo Jinger and Qi Ming also approached to bid farewell. Although their outward demeanor was amiable, Lin Chuan could perceive a fervent battle spirit simmering within them. Even after witnessing his display of power, their resolve only intensified. For they understood that only by facing strong adversaries could they continue to progress. Otherwise, their ranks among the top 3 would inevitably be surpassed. Indeed, I find myself rather eager to engage with these 3. Lin Chuan mused inwardly. The foundation stage cultivators responsible for the various hunting grounds returned to the assembly, prepared to guide their respective charges to their future training locales. Disregarding the throng of onlookers surrounding him, Lin Chuan handed the 4 storage bags to Master Bullion and then turned his gaze towards Chun Mo of hunting ground number 45. Chun Mo, the intelligence you previously provided was invaluable. If you are willing, you may accompany me to Shaoling Peak. Lin Chuan's invitation immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from those nearby, who regretted not having established a rapport with him earlier, now left only to envy the unfolding scene. Chun Mo, on the other hand, was nearly brought to tears by his excitement. How could he possibly forego such an opportunity? It is worth noting that being a follower of Lin Chuan equated to the treatment of a core disciple, and the privilege of cultivating at Bailing Mountain alone surpassed that of ordinary core disciples by miles. Meanwhile, as the crowd continued to discuss Lin Chuan, no one noticed that the top-ranked core disciple, Lin Chuan, had already vanished from sight. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Duo, what brings you to seek me? Chapter 88. Reincarnation. Having been at the Lin residence for quite some time, you have yet to visit my Qianling Peak. I had to come here personally to see you. Lin Duo shook his head, a hint of a smile gracing his stern countenance. As an outer disciple, I am hardly qualified to venture into the core area of Qianling Peak. Lin Chuan replied with a stoic expression. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Is it too much to ask for a casual conversation? You truly do not grant me any favor. Lin Duo responded calmly, unfazed. If anyone were to witness the head of the Lin family, Lin Duo, conversing in such a manner with an outer disciple, they would surely be left astounded. It seems we have little to discuss, as I am solely focused on my cultivation. Other matters do not concern me. And do not harbor hopes of extracting information from me, for even I cannot recall much. Lin Chuan said after a moment of silence. After all, you are currently within my Lin family. If you wish to cultivate properly, I can assist you. Feel free to ask for anything you require. Lin Duo said with keen interest. Lin Chuan pursed his lips and finally spoke. What is it you wish to know? Lin Chuan, is he the one? Without preamble, Lin Duo asked directly. Him? Are you referring to that individual? Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. The one with the innate. Lin Duo reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's pupils abruptly constricted, a chilling aura suddenly emanating from him. Lin Duo, faced with this fierce, killing intent, regarded Lin Chuan with calm indifference, showing no reaction. It would be prudent for you to refrain from prying into his affairs. Should the day come when your Lin family vanishes, do not say I did not forewarn you. Lin Chuan said coldly before turning to leave. You must comprehend one thing. You are where you are now. Lin Duo's expression darkened slightly as he spoke coldly to Lin Chen's retreating figure. So, is Lin Chuan truly that person? Lin Chen's silhouette momentarily stiffened, after a brief silence. He replied, I do not know if Lin Chuan is the individual you speak of, but I am well aware of your intentions. My sole advice is this. Do not tread too far with Lin Chuan. Regardless of whether he is that person, the outcome may not be to your liking. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, Lin Duo's confusion only deepened, the mystery becoming increasingly elusive, as though shrouded in a veil, partially visible, yet utterly inscrutable. What exactly have you discovered about him? Lin Duo inquired, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. Lin Chuan did not turn back, yet his cold voice echoed from a distance. In his eyes, I have witnessed reincarnation. With this single statement, Lin Duo's pupils suddenly constricted, leaving him rooted in place for an extended moment. On the mountaintop square, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, accompanied by their respective hunting teams, began to depart. However, by this time, the distinctions based on hunting grounds had diminished, as those who had been taken in as servants and followers by core disciples naturally left alongside them. Even some foundational stage cultivators specifically come to escort individuals. For the vast expanse of the Lin family's core area is simply too immense. If they were to walk to their respective cultivation locations, it would be impossible to determine how long it would take, and moreover, certain areas of the Lin family are strictly off-limits to disciples. Lord Lin Chuan, shall we proceed to Shaoling Peak now? Lin Shi approached and clasped his hands in greeting, employing even formal address. Although he is a foundational stage cultivator and holds a higher rank than Lin Chuan, the revelation of Lin Chuan's identity as by Lingzi necessitates his display of sufficient respect. This is a matter of status rather than strength. Just call me Lin Chuan. I would appreciate it if you could escort us to Shaoling Peak. Lin Chuan replied with a smile. It is my duty, Lin Shi responded with a smile as well. Lin Chuan's approachable demeanor is quite endearing, unlike some core disciples who, upon a change in status, command foundational stage cultivators with arrogance. Such behavior, while momentarily gratifying, can lead to irrevocable downfall in times of adversity. It is crucial to remember that the status of Lin family disciples is not immutable. At the end of each year, following the grand competition, the family re-evaluates each disciple's comprehensive capabilities and redistributes resources accordingly. Many individuals may not reveal their abilities in their youth, and as time progresses, circumstances can alter dramatically. Even Lin Chuan's identity, as by Lingzi, is not fixed. It is clearly stated in his by Ling order that should he fail to rank within the top 10 in the upcoming year-end competition, his identity will be revoked. Furthermore, the year-end competition is not open to just anyone. It is significantly more rigorous than the recent newcomer assessment. Most importantly, the competition includes the Lin family's direct descendants, whose prowess far exceeds that of the lower-tier disciples. According to Chen Mo's earlier assertion, if the top 10 of the newcomer assessment were to compete against the true Lin family science, even making it into the top 100 would be questionable. Only those like Lin Chuan, Qiming, and Luo Jinger, who possess substantial backgrounds, could contend. As for Lin Chuan, he cannot guarantee a favorable ranking among the Lin family's direct descendants, as many of his abilities cannot be showcased publicly. He would never expose his core competencies merely for the sake of family ranking. However, with over half a year remaining until the year-end competition, Lin Chuan has ample time to enhance his strength. Additionally, he has the resources provided by the Lin family at Shaoling Peak. If he fails to achieve a breakthrough by that time, you may as well seek a tofu block to end it all. Although the ordinary disciples of the 44th hunting ground have remained by Lin Chuan's side, he has no intention of taking them as followers. His companions consist solely of Zhang Liang and his two associates, Han Qing and his companions, as well as Chen Mo, whom he invited. As for Bu Lianshi and Qin Lang, they are naturally part of his group, following him wherever he goes. Due to her obligation to escort Lin Chuan and his companions to Shaoling Peak, Lin Chi assigned all the ordinary disciples from the 44th hunting ground to other Foundation establishment cultivators. Out of respect for Lin Chuan, they willingly accepted the task. Yang Chen, as a core disciple, should have basked in the adoration of the crowd. However, overshadowed by Lin Chuan's brilliance, he appeared dull and unremarkable. Furthermore, the others were aware of the discord between him and Lin Chuan, leading them to steer clear of him entirely. Thus, this esteemed core disciple found himself without a single Foundation establishment cultivator willing to accompany him. Lin Chi, too, chose to selectively disregard Yang Chen's presence, summoning her flying sword and departing with Lin Chuan and the others, soaring toward the innermost depths of the Lin family's core territory. Chapter 89. The Reward of the 100 Spirits. Upon the blade of his flying sword, Lin Chuan sat cross-legged at the heart of the sword's aura, retrieving the azure-glowing storage ring bestowed upon him by Lin Yuan. Recalling his previous knowledge, Lin Chuan understood that such an artifact could recognize its master. Thus, he bit his index finger, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the ring. Upon contact with Lin Chuan's blood, the azure light flickered momentarily, and the crimson liquid swiftly permeated the ring, vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Lin Chuan experienced a profound sense of communion, and with a mere thought, he entered the ring's spatial realm. The expanse within the ring was no less than several dozen cubic units, undoubtedly a treasure of immeasurable worth. Within this space lay an array of items. Lin Chuan had previously only cast a cursory glance at the treasures documented within the 100 Spirits Order. Now, he took the time to scrutinize the rewards bestowed upon him by the Lin family. Among the treasures were several unique robes designated for the Lin family disciples. Unlike those worn by ordinary disciples, Lin Chuan's robe exuded a lavish elegance. The long white robe bore an intricate embroidery of a majestic mountain peak, rendered in gold and silver threads, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty found in ancient landscape paintings. Additionally, he discovered 10,000 spirit stones, the most prevalent currency in the realm of cultivation. These stones could be utilized to absorb and cultivate spiritual energy, containing the pure essence of heaven and earth. However, few possess the means to cultivate with spirit stones, as it is an extravagant expenditure. There was also a volume of spiritual technique, though its rank was not particularly high. Lin Chuan surmised it was merely a slight improvement over the Xinhuang technique he currently practiced. He had no intention of switching to another technique at this time, for it would be cumbersome, and this particular technique held little allure for him. His aspirations were set on acquiring a technique of at least the earth rank. Otherwise, its benefits would be negligible. After a period of solitary cultivation on the Lesser Spirit Peak, he resolved to seek a more superior spiritual technique, pondering whether the Lin family possessed such a treasure. His thoughts then turned to the 2 jade vials nestled within the ring. One vial contained the coveted Foundation establishment pills, numbering over 20. Even the most mediocre talent would find such an abundance sufficient to elevate their cultivation level. The other vial held a single jade clarity pill, a rare elixir for those in the Foundation establishment stage. This precious medicine could expedite the recovery of injuries for cultivators at this level and could even prove effective during the gold core stage, highlighting its extraordinary value. Each year, the Lin family distributed 1 such pill to each deacon-level cultivator and 5 to the elders, placing Lin Chuan's treatment on par with that of a deacon. Lastly, there was the 100 Spirits Order itself, the most significant reward of all, representing a peak of unparalleled spiritual energy within the Lin family and signifying Lin Chuan's identity as a member of the 100 Spirits. It was the dual significance of the 100 Spirits Order that incited such fervent admiration among the disciples. The spiritual energy of 100 Spirits Mountain was nearly 20 times denser than that found in ordinary locales, yet this was merely the beginning of its marvels. The true allure lay in the spiritual springs that adorned these mountains. It is said that beneath the resplendent Bawling Mountain lies a spiritual vein, rich in ethereal energy. This vein is the very essence that sets Bawling Mountain apart from other ranges. Upon discovering this vein, the Lin family commenced the excavation of every peak, constructing caverns that connect directly to the underground spiritual flow. This intricate design allows the spiritual energy to ascend through these passages, forming a spiritual spring conducive to cultivation, with concentrations of spiritual essence rumored to be approximately 30 times greater than that found in the outside world. This is precisely why Bawling Mountain holds such an esteemed position within the Lin family. Lin Chuan harbored no doubts about the remarkable pace of his advancement and cultivation under such concentrated spiritual energy, especially given his superior heavenly-grade spiritual root. One of the most exceptional talents in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, Lin Chuan's identity as a Balling disciple bestowed him with additional privileges. He could wield the Balling token to access a wealth of tomes within the Lin family's library, encompassing an array of spells and paths of cultivation. He could also utilize this token to procure the Lin family's magical artifacts and various elixirs, items that ordinary disciples, regardless of their wealth, could scarcely obtain. How do you find the offerings of the Lin family? Qin Lang inquired with a smile, his curiosity piqued by Lin Chuan's emerald ring, which Lin Chuan had yet to reveal. Not bad. I haven't been slighted as a Balling disciple, Lin Chuan replied, casually producing several spiritual stones and tossing them to Bu Yinshi, who caught them with a cautious demeanor, leaving those around them in bemusement. Brother Lin Chi, how much longer until we reach the small Ling Peak? Lin Chuan asked. Approximately half an hour remains. You should be able to see the location of small Ling Peak from the Balling token. It lies deep within the heart of the Lin family territory. Hence the distance is still considerable, Lin Chi responded, deftly maneuvering the flying sword. And where are we currently? Lin Chuan inquired, glancing at the mist below. This is the Lin family's herbal garden, where many medicinal herbs are cultivated, Lin Chi explained. The mention of the herbal garden stirred something within Lin Chuan. He found himself profoundly drawn to the herbs, even more so than elixirs, for they could enhance the potency of the divine tree's fruit and expedite his absorption of its power. Motivated by this newfound interest, Lin Chuan rose, feigning nonchalance as he sauntered toward the tail of the flying sword, turning his back to the group to gaze into the distance. In the next moment, he slightly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the veins around his eyes surged with energy. White eyes, though there remained a slight sting. After such an extended period of recovery, the white eyes were now usable. Lin Chuan's gaze pierced through the dense clouds below, directing his attention towards the ground beneath. Chapter 90. Little Spirit Peak. As the mist dissipated from Lin Chuan's vision, he quickly beheld the scene below. The mountains were abundant with medicinal herbs, and a few disciples of the Lin family were busily tending to the various spiritual plants. It seemed that the spiritual energy was rather insufficient, lacking the quality of the previous Chihua Red Lotus. After observing for a while, Lin Chuan pondered to himself, are all the medicinal fields of the Lin family located here? No, Lin Chi replied. This is merely the most ordinary of herbs. Generally, the more precious the herb, the more stringent its growth conditions. Not every place can cultivate them. For instance, the hunting ground number 44 that you assessed is specifically designated for growing Chihua Red Lotus, as it is a foundational herb and is considered relatively valuable among foundational herbs. Thus, it must be cultivated in a special environment. Lin Chuan nodded, retracting his gaze as he turned to sit back in the center of the sword aura. The journey remained silent, and when Lin Chuan awakened from his cultivation once more, Lin Chi was already guiding the flying sword down towards the foot of the mountain. By this time, everyone had sensed the shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, an exhilarating sensation that made even breathing feel enchanting, as if the body and mind were being cleansed in such an environment. We have arrived. Ahead lies Little Spirit Peak, protected by a specialized formation which requires your 100 spirit token to unlock. Lin Chi turned to Lin Chuan, stowing away the celestial sword. Lin Chuan looked up to see a majestic mountain standing tall on the earth, its peak steep and perilous, shrouded in clouds and hidden from view. A rugged staircase wound its way from the mountain's base into the mist. Surrounding this towering peak were several slightly shorter mountains, together with the main peak forming a picturesque inkwash landscape, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Lin Chuan noted that the appearance of this mountain was identical to that depicted on his 100 spirit token, and even the robes bestowed by the Lin family were embroidered with the likeness of this very peak. This marks the boundary of Little Spirit Peak. I shall accompany you no further. Additionally, I will arrange for your servant, Faye, to be brought over in the coming days, Lin Chi said, bowing to Lin Chuan. Thank you, senior brother Lin Chi. Should you have time in the future, do come to visit me at Little Spirit Peak. Lin Chuan replied with a smile and a courteous gesture. Certainly, Lin Chi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, summoning his celestial sword and departing. Ah, we have finally arrived at Little Spirit Peak. This will now be our home. How beautiful! Qin Lang exclaimed with satisfaction. It is far superior to our previous dwelling. I can finally tidy myself up a bit, Bu Yinshi remarked, her clear gaze fixed upon the mountain, a glimmer of hope illuminating her expression. Han Qing and the other 7 appeared somewhat reserved, as they were brought here by Lin Chuan, not being his companions. The privilege they enjoyed at this moment was entirely due to Lin Chuan, and it was impossible for their hearts to remain unchanged. "Let us proceed into the mountain," Lin Chuan said with a smile, and with a flick of his right hand, the 100 spirit token from his storage ring shot forth, flashing towards the hazy formation at the foot of the mountain. The radiance from the spirit token flickered momentarily, and the ethereal silhouette of a mountain peak suddenly emerged, imprinting itself at the center of the formation. Subsequently, a peculiar ripple emanated from the spirit token, gradually tearing apart the once solid array until a portal large enough for 3 individuals to pass through materialized. Lin Chuan led his companions into the formation, retracting the spirit token fixed at its core, and turned to gaze at his own little spirit peak. The influx of spiritual energy was extraordinarily dense, visible even to the naked eye, resembling wisps of mist that danced around them. "This area spans 10 kilometers. It shall henceforth be our domain. It truly is vast. I wonder if we could rent out the surplus space for some spirit stones or elixirs. There will surely be many interested parties." Qin Lang exclaimed joyfully. "Come on. Do you really think the Lin family would permit such recklessness? There are limitations on whom I can bring here. If you are willing to relinquish your spot, I might consider inviting a few more people. After all, it could be quite a lucrative endeavor." Lin Chuan replied, patting Qin Lang on the shoulder with a greedy expression. "Oh, let us forget that idea. We're not exactly short on money." Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. Lin Chuan shook his head in resignation and turned to Han Qing and the others. "Aside from the main peak, Little Spirit Peak, there are 6 smaller peaks here. Choose one for yourselves and settle in for your cultivation. If you require anything, seek out Master Bu Yin or Qin Lang. I have entrusted them with the distribution of the rewards we won from the earlier duel." "Thank you, Senior Brother Lin." Han Qing and the others responded respectfully, fully aware that their current fortunes were entirely due to Lin Chuan's support. Otherwise, passing the assessment would have been uncertain. The 3 were immensely grateful for their decision to rescue Lin Chuan, considering it the wisest choice of their lives. "Zhang Liang, Zhang Wei, Zhang Mo. You 3 brothers should also select a mountain peak. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and with your talents, your cultivation will undoubtedly flourish. Do not waste my goodwill," Lin Chuan said with a smile. Facing the 3, Lin Chuan felt an unusual sense of warmth, akin to being among his classmates from a past life. And he was eager to assist them. Ultimately, their achievements would depend on their own fortunes. "I hardly know how to express my gratitude. It seems that since our paths crossed, we have been particularly fortunate. I want to say more. If you ever need us, we will face any peril without hesitation," Zhang Liang declared, playfully punching Lin Chuan, his smile radiant under the sunlight. Lin Chuan returned the gesture with a light punch, and they exchanged smiles. "Will you 2 choose your own peaks, or do you plan to join me at Little Spirit Peak?" Lin Chuan inquired of Master Bu Yin and Qin Lang, continuing, "Of course, I recommend that Qin Lang select a peak for himself. Master Bu Yin might as well accompany me since Little Spirit Peak has the most abundant spiritual energy, and it would be beneficial to engage in sparring from time to time. Why should I? I refuse." Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi spoke almost simultaneously. One wore an expression of profound resentment, gazing at Lin Chuan with a face full of melancholy, while the other, blushing deeply, remained silent with her head bowed. "Haha. Enough of the jesting. Choose any peak you desire. Chinemo, you shall share a peak with Qin Lang. In your spare time, do remember to assist me in gathering intelligence. Moreover, when Fae arrives, let him practice on his own first. I shall seek him out when time permits." After speaking, Lin Chuan tossed a token to each of them, granting access to the formation, and turned to walk towards his own spiritual peak. The group looked on, amused, as this seemingly irresponsible Bai Lingzi distanced himself. Before long, Lin Chuan's voice echoed back, "Do remember to bring me meals daily. Without sustenance, one lacks the strength to cultivate." Chapter 91. The cave abode. Lin Chuan ascended the steps leading to the summit of Shaoling Peak, his eyes occasionally surveying the picturesque scenery around him. A sense of tranquility enveloped him. This life was once his fervent desire, now realized, even if in an alternate realm. It felt nothing short of perfection. However, the sanguinary trials of the cultivation world loomed ominously, suggesting that evasion was futile. Strength remained the foundation of all. Although Shaoling Peak was splendid, it had temporarily confined him. Shaking his head lightly, Lin Chuan closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the veins around his eyes surged dramatically. With the peculiar ability of the Byakugan, he experienced a panoramic view of 360 degrees, coupled with the power of X-ray vision. Lin Chuan meticulously examined the spiritually rich Bailing Mountain. He sensed an unsettling excess in the Lin family's kindness towards him. He could discern that Lin Chen's prowess was likely on par with his own. Yet, Lin Chen's reward merely entailed 3 months of training on Foaming Mountain, a far cry from the privilege bestowed upon Lin Chuan with Shaolin Peak. Such anomalies surely heralded ulterior motives. Caution was imperative, particularly in concealing the secret of his ocular techniques from the Lin family. His gaze darted ceaselessly around, aware that if the Lin family sought to surveil him or unearth his secrets, this locale was undeniably optimal. The Byakugan's uniqueness suggested that his concealment could only last so long. Nevertheless, its practical capabilities significantly enhanced his survival prospects. Exposure would be inconsequential, as it could serve to obscure his other ocular techniques. However, the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye must remain shrouded from prying eyes. Revealing them would spell eternal unrest. The Sharingan, however, might prove useful, especially for replicating spells, though he remained uncertain of its efficacy. This was something to explore gradually in due course. As Lin Chuan continued his ascent, he pondered the future, unwittingly arriving at the courtyard atop the mountain. This was a harmonious blend of nature and architecture, where trees and pavilions complemented one another, adorned with intricately carved railings and a modest lake nestled within the mountain's summit. Exploring the surroundings, Lin Chuan found himself quite taken with this environment, particularly the 10-meter-wide hot spring bath within the residence, an imperial indulgence. Though the origin of the spring remained a mystery, likely linked to spiritual energy and magic, he felt no inclination to delve deeper. The enjoyment was sufficient. Exiting through the rear gate of the courtyard, a straight path lined with trees led to the cultivation cave behind the mountain, home to the Shaolin Peak's spiritual spring, the most abundant source of spiritual energy on the entire peak. Driven by curiosity, Lin Chuan followed the path toward the cave, acutely aware of the escalating density of spiritual energy until he stood before a cavern. With a wave, he activated the Bai Ling command, and the cave's entrance swung open, releasing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. Lin Chuan swiftly entered the cave and promptly sealed the entrance behind him. Within the cave abode, a brilliant luminosity permeated the space, entirely illuminated by the luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling. The rich spiritual energy transformed into a delicate mist, wafting throughout the entire area. With each breath, Lin Chuan felt his cultivation steadily ascending. Possessing a top-tier celestial root talent, his absorption of spiritual energy far surpassed that of an ordinary individual, reigniting within him the thrilling sensation of imminent breakthrough. As Lin Chuan wandered through the cave, he noted that although modest in size, it was replete with all essentials, particularly a fully enclosed cultivation chamber. Here, he sensed the exhilarating fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, since entering the cave, he had yet to locate the so-called spiritual spring, which he presumed resided within that very chamber. There was indeed reason for the throngs flocking to 100 Spirits Mountain. The density of spiritual energy was astonishing, especially within that cultivation room, where it seemed the energy had condensed into a liquid form. Indeed, Lin Chuan mused, his countenance betraying a flicker of joy. The small spiritual peak he had acquired, despite the considerable sacrifices, had not disappointed him. With such a concentration of spiritual energy combined with his superior celestial root talent, his cultivation speed could potentially exceed that of ordinary individuals by a factor of 10, a truly formidable prospect. Suppressing his elation, Lin Chuan meticulously examined the cave once more, ensuring there were no anomalies before retracting his gaze and turning towards a more commonplace cultivation room. Rather than entering the chamber with the spiritual spring immediately, he intended to first adjust his state before embarking on a period of intensive cultivation. Moreover, he mustn't forget that he possessed 9 lotus seeds of the human-grade herb, Crimson Flame Golden Lotus, stored within his reincarnation space. However, having overexerted his reincarnation eye to procure the seeds, he found himself unable to access that space until his vision had recuperated. Lin Chuan envisioned that should the fruit of the divine tree absorb the medicinal potency of these 9 lotus seeds, it would undoubtedly elevate his abilities once more. At that point, he would no longer find himself in his current predicament, where many of his capacities remained dormant. As time flowed by, Lin Chuan immersed himself in cultivation, even neglecting the mundane act of eating. The pure spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging towards his dantian. He also diligently practiced ninjutsu, focusing primarily on the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. His goal was to master the gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms, along with the legendary absolute defense, 8 trigrams, returning heaven as swiftly as possible. These 2 techniques, one offensive and one defensive, would undoubtedly empower him during moments when his overall strength was insufficient to fully utilize many of his ocular abilities. In the realm of physical techniques, Lin Chuan has been diligently honing his skills. The Byakugan inherently favors martial prowess, and coupled with the gentle fist technique, Lin Chuan possesses a significant advantage in physical combat. However, he still needs to synergize this with his other bloodline limit, Shikatsumiyaku, a rare yet profoundly formidable ability that appears infrequently in the Naruto series. Imagine the terror if Kimimaro from Naruto were to wield the Byakugan. It would indeed be a frightening prospect. In the entirety of Naruto, there exists an individual who possesses both Shikatsumiyaku and the Byakugan, though this person's Shikatsumiyaku is known as Kaguya's bone, and that individual is Kaguya Otsutsuki. The most powerful being in Naruto, the progenitor of chakra, in the original form of the Ten Tails. Chapter 92, Cultivation within the confines of the cultivation chamber. Lin Chuan tirelessly practiced the Hinata gentle fist technique, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, oblivious to their descent. His intentions were straightforward. He sought to maximize his potential in an extreme state, enabling him to swiftly rise in the realm of cultivation, teaming with prodigies, and secure his own survival. The gentle fist served as the foundation for the Hinata clan's other abilities, and Lin Chuan recognized the necessity of solidifying this foundation. Otherwise, techniques such as Heavenly Return or the 8 trigrams 64 palms would prove exceedingly challenging. After 3 or 4 days of adjustment, Lin Chuan felt he had reached his peak in various aspects, prompting him to approach the cultivation chamber, housing the spiritual spring, and unlock it with his spirit token. As the stone door swung open, a torrent of palpable spiritual energy surged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chuan dashed inside the chamber and promptly sealed the entrance once more. The luminous glow of the night pearl illuminated the entire chamber, revealing a spiritual spring gently flowing in the depths of the cave. Lin Chuan felt his pores open wide, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. He could sense the stirring power within him and immediately settled cross-legged upon the mat, swiftly operating the Xian Huang technique to fervently draw in spiritual energy from the external environment, channeling it through his meridians. As a complete cycle of energy circulation concluded, a pure wave of spiritual energy infused Lin Chuan's dantian, visibly increasing the energy within at an astonishing rate. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, as if it were meant to be. An hour later, the spiritual energy around Lin Chuan surged tumultuously, erupting from him with the formidable aura characteristic of the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage. In such an abundant atmosphere of spiritual energy, his cultivation speed was nothing short of extraordinary. The sole deficiency lay in the technique itself. The Xian Huang technique was of a lower grade, and the spiritual energy it produced, both in quality and quantity, no longer sufficed for his needs. It became imperative to find a suitable replacement technique before reaching the foundation establishment stage, lest it hinder his foundational cultivation. Lin Chuan mused quietly, subsequently closing his eyes to stabilize his recently enhanced power. The subsequent period was largely spent within the cultivation chamber. He occasionally returned to the courtyard to satiate his hunger, but otherwise immersed himself entirely in the cave, embracing the role of a reclusive scholar. However, he did not dedicate all his time solely to spiritual energy cultivation. He consistently advanced his mastery of ninjutsu, for it was the cornerstone of his strength. At present, Lin Chuan's proficiency in ninjutsu was limited to techniques below C rank. He was unable to execute any higher-level ninjutsu. In the world of Naruto, the rank of ninjutsu indicated the difficulty of cultivation rather than its offensive power. Yet it was widely acknowledged that the more challenging a technique was to learn, the greater its potential might be. Given Lin Chuan's current capabilities, being able to perform C-rank ninjutsu was already his limit. To wield more powerful techniques, he would need to patiently enhance his cultivation level. Such mastery could not be achieved overnight. Regarding the execution of the Great Fireball technique, it is entirely attributed to the numerous instances where he witnessed Sasuke employing it while watching Naruto, thus embedding this ninjutsu deeply in Lin Chuan's mind. Consequently, he was able to perform it despite minimal practice. In truth, given Lin Chuan's innate talent, he could effortlessly wield many simple ninjutsu techniques, especially considering he is now essentially the progenitor of chakra. Just as Uchiha Itachi succeeded in executing the Great Fireball technique on his first attempt, Lin Chuan naturally found it similarly achievable. However, within this realm, certain ninjutsu appear to hold little utility, such as the body flicker technique, transformation technique, and shadow clone technique. Among these fundamental skills, the transformation technique may serve to deceive the untrained populace. As for the body flicker technique, Lin Chuan found it utterly impractical. It exists almost as a glitch within the Naruto series, as it was seldom utilized in later arcs. Although he covets its escape potential, the inability to execute it leaves him at an impasse. The same applies to the shadow clone technique, which seems to lack efficacy, prompting Lin Chuan to ponder whether a means to develop the more advanced shadow clone technique might emerge in the future. There is yet one more experiment he wishes to conduct, one that he hopes will yield success. Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes and rose once more. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and with swift motions, he formed the hand seals for the great fireball technique. Serpent, horse, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Unlike before, however, Lin Chuan did not blend natural energy with his chakra this time. Instead, he directly summoned spiritual energy to execute the great fireball technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom. A brilliant conflagration erupted from Lin Chuan's mouth, and a colossal fireball materialized within the training chamber. The flickering flames radiated an intense heat, flushing Lin Chuan's face a vibrant crimson, yet he could not conceal the smile that graced his lips. I did it, he exclaimed. He had long harbored the notion of performing ninjutsu using pure spiritual energy. If chakra, a fusion of mental and physical energies, could unleash ninjutsu, then it stood to reason that a combination of pure natural energy and spiritual energy should also facilitate the release of sage techniques. Lin Chuan had previously lacked the opportunity to test this theory, but now, having successfully executed the great fireball technique using spiritual energy, he had thoroughly validated the viability of this method. After all, in this world, spiritual energy is boundless, allowing for absorption even amid combat, thus offering significantly greater endurance than chakra. While sage chakra may unleash more potent ninjutsu, it bears the drawback of hindering Lin Chuan's ability to absorb spiritual energy during battle, resulting in poor sustainability, a considerable issue. From now on, I can utilize spiritual energy to cast ninjutsu. Although its power will be diminished by approximately 30% compared to sage chakra, I can engage in prolonged combat while concealing part of my strength as a contingency. Lin Chuan mused to himself. However, the method he employs to cast spells is one that only he can utilize. During their time in the hunting grounds, Lin Chuan had once instructed Qin Lang and Bu Yin on the techniques of seal formation, hoping to experiment whether ninjutsu could be transmitted. He quickly realized that this was an impossibility. Even if the two mastered the art of forming seals, they could not perform ninjutsu, as they were utterly incapable of extracting chakra. Furthermore, the idea of guiding spiritual energy through seals to cast spells was equally futile. For Lin Chuan's so-called sealing technique held no efficacy for them, rendering them unable to even direct the flow of spiritual energy. Unless one day I achieve the status of an immortal in this world, ninjutsu shall remain solely my possession, unable to be shared or transmitted, Lin Chuan mused. Nonetheless, though the people of this world cannot harness chakra, the potential for such ability exists, as I can extract the chakra of others with my Rinnegan. It is merely challenging for me to accomplish at this moment. Shaking his head, Lin Chuan chose to cease his contemplations and resumed his practice of the soft fist technique. Chapter 93. Multiple spiritual roots. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, Lin Chuan visited the foreigner and imparted the modified 8 Gates of Duanjia technique to FAU. Since practitioners in the cultivation realm cannot utilize chakra, Lin Chuan altered the chakra-related sections to employ spiritual energy according to his understanding. Although this adaptation is still in its infancy and encompasses only the foundational training methods, Lin Chuan is confident that as his cultivation progresses, he will one day elevate the martial arts to new heights. However, it is evident that this individual is not Lin Chuan himself. To prevent the dissemination of these martial arts, he employed the Hyuga clan's caged bird technique on FAU. Although such an action may appear harsh, one must inevitably sacrifice some things to gain others. Lin Chuan did not force FAU, but rather elucidated the intricate relationships involved, allowing FAU to make his own choice. This contrasts with Niji Hyuga's predetermined fate, as Lin Chuan offered FAU a choice, and FAU chose to become a formidable warrior, accepting Lin Chuan's caged bird technique. The foreigner's physical prowess far surpasses that of an average human, rendering them inherently suited for martial arts. Yet, in the cultivation realm, such training methods find it difficult to gain recognition and are nearly impossible to succeed. Historically, no one has achieved immortality through the cultivation of the physical body. However, the absence of precedent does not imply a lack of future possibilities. The formidable 8 Gates of Duanjia allows even figures like Kai and the 6 Paths of Edo to be restrained or severely injured. Who can claim that the physical body lacks the potential for transcendence? At the very least, Lin Chuan's existence has instilled hope within the cultivation realm. As time slowly flowed. During this period, Bu Lianchi would take the time to deliver meals to Lin Chuan's courtyard amidst her cultivation, although Lin Chuan might not always have the opportunity to eat. Sometimes not emerging from his cave for several days, Bu Lianchi diligently continued to bring him meals each day without fail. The spiritual energy on Shaoling Peak is exceptionally dense, leading to significant breakthroughs in the cultivation levels of several individuals, coupled with some medicinal pills. Both Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement within a month, with Bu Lianchi astonishingly breaking through 2 levels in that same span, leaving many in awe of her remarkable talent. As for Lin Chuan, his focus on studying ninjutsu in the 8 gates of Duanjia diverted much of his attention from cultivation. Nevertheless, he has reached the brink of breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement, and with a mere flicker of intent, he could retreat into seclusion and advance to the 7th level at any moment. Yet, Lin Chuan did not squander his time. He made tremendous strides in both his gentle fist technique and chakra control, progressing at an astonishing rate. Previously, in the hunting grounds, he could only execute the first 16 moves of the Bagua 64 palms, but now he can nearly perform the entire set, albeit with some lack of finesse in the transitions. However, given time, these minor issues will pose no challenge. In terms of defense, Lin Chuan has commenced practicing the Bagua palm, returning heaven, a formidable technique renowned in the Naruto universe for its absolute physical defense, which he has eagerly anticipated for quite some time. Moreover, Lin Chuan discovered that if the chakra he utilized for the technique of returning heaven was of the sage art variety, then the defense it provided would not merely be physical. It would also be extraordinarily robust against ninjutsu spells, constituting a genuine form of absolute defense. Within the training chamber, Lin Chuan's body spun rapidly like a top, as the amethyst-hued sage art chakra surged forth from the myriad points on his body. As he whirled, this chakra coalesced into a formidable purple barrier surrounding him. However, this barrier was not without imperfections. One could observe occasional flaws and certain vulnerable angles that lacked adequate defense. As Lin Chuan withdrew his chakra and gradually came to a halt, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Such training imposed a significant burden upon him. Yet the results seemed rather unsatisfactory. Ultimately, solitary practice bore its limitations. He realized that engaging in sparring with others would yield far better results. Contemplating for a moment, he changed his attire and exited the cave, intent on seeking out Qin Lang and Bu Lianchi for a bout of practice. On another peak, Lin Chuan discovered Qin Lang, who was immersed in his training, drenched in sweat as he practiced controlling his protective artifact, the purple short sword. Who goes there? Qin Lang, ever vigilant, sensed an approaching presence and instinctively drew his protective artifact back to his brow. Upon turning to look, he caught sight of Lin Chuan, clad in Balan's robe, approaching with measured steps. "Ah, it's you. You gave me quite a fright." Qin Lang exhaled a sigh of relief. Aside from Lin Chuan and Bu Lianchi, no one else was privy to the existence of his protective artifact, which he regarded as one of his trump cards. It must remain undisclosed, especially while his strength was still lacking. "Your training speed is impressive. You're nearly at the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage, almost catching up to me," Lin Chuan remarked with a smile. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's demeanor, the pudgy Qin Lang, without a care for appearances, slumped to the ground, casting a look of profound despair at Lin Chuan. "It's all because your training speed is too rapid. We can't afford to pause for a moment, fearing that you'll leave us far behind," Qin Lang lamented, wiping the sweat from his brow. He and Bu Lianchi felt an immense pressure. Given that they were teammates of Lin Chuan, if they fell too far behind, what right would they have to stand by his side in the future? Moreover, the events in the hunting grounds had imparted a deep understanding of the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, coupled with the secrets they harbored about the Zhangchuan continent. Thus, they found themselves wholly devoted to their training without a moment's respite. However, once you reach the foundation establishment stage, your training speed will inevitably slow down. Furthermore, you possess a 5-element spiritual root talent, which means your cultivation speed will be 5 times slower than that of other practitioners with equivalent talents. At that point, both Bu Lianchi and I will find it far less taxing," Qin Lang remarked as he rested. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. He had recently researched this matter. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, the attributes and quality of a practitioner's spiritual roots would truly come into play. The formidable strength of cultivators possessing multiple spiritual roots lies not only in their adeptness at wielding spells associated with these diverse attributes, but also in the abundance of spiritual energy they possess compared to others. This spiritual energy circulates around their spiritual roots within the Dantian. The most extreme interpretation suggests that an individual with dual attributes is akin to two individuals with single attributes combined. Their cultivation level remains unchanged. Yet the reservoir of spiritual energy within them is essentially doubled. This disparity constitutes the fundamental reason for their might. However, this represents an ideal scenario, as no one has genuinely cultivated both types of spiritual energy to the same pinnacle. The quality of each spiritual root plays a crucial role in this equation. Thus, while cultivators with dual attributes generally possess more spiritual energy than their single attribute counterparts, very few can truly achieve double the capacity of a single attribute individual. Nevertheless, even in light of this, cultivators with multiple attributes can undoubtedly dominate within the same realm, exemplifying their innate talent. Chapter 94. The trio of life and death. Lin Chuan possessed 7 innate elemental roots: water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Each one was of the highest celestial grade. Consequently, his cultivation speed surpassed that of ordinary cultivators, and he encountered relatively few obstacles. However, upon reaching the foundational stage, he found himself tasked with simultaneously elevating the cultivation levels of all 7 attributes, inevitably decelerating his progress to a rate 7 times slower than before. Unbeknownst to Qin Lang, he was only aware that Lin Chuan possessed 5 elemental attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Even this limited understanding revealed that Lin Chuan's cultivation speed would diminish 5-fold, which was the source of their astonishment when they first learned of his abilities. The more attributes one possessed, the more arduous the path of growth became, resulting in a slower pace of cultivation. Throughout the annals of the cultivation world, countless prodigies and geniuses have emerged, yet only a minuscule fraction managed to thrive. Once such an individual reaches maturity, they become an unparalleled force, capable of overwhelming entire groups of opponents of the same level. Standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, they become a true titan, with none able to match their prowess. Therefore, you need not feel overly pressured. Simply cultivate in accordance with your own nature. When you reach the foundational stage, I will likely be the one striving to keep pace with your advancements. Lin Chuan jested. That is not the same. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang grew solemn, rising from the ground to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. If I am always standing behind you in battle, would you still consider me your friend? If I can only become a burden during your fierce struggles, would you still wish to venture into the world alongside me? Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Qin Lang's words, remaining silent as he pondered how to respond. That would not be acceptable. Even if you acknowledge me as your friend, I could never bear to accompany you into the fray, so I must strive to grow rapidly, for myself, and to earn the right to stand by your side in future battles. Qin Lang asserted earnestly, his once cherubic face now shining with a newfound determination that left Lin Chuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, I have inadvertently placed pressure upon them, yet rather than dissuading them, this has ignited their fighting spirit, compelling them to toil diligently in their cultivation to stand alongside me. Lin Chuan mused, fully empathizing with Qin Lang's sentiments. If the roles were reversed, would he truly wish to remain forever in the shadows of his friend, perpetually sheltered under their protection? Such a notion was inconceivable. Rest assured, we will have ample opportunities to fight side by side, to share life and death together, Lin Chuan declared solemnly. Qin Lang's face instantly blossomed into a smile as he nodded in agreement. And there is also me. The voice was soft yet resolute, belonging to Byakugan, who had appeared at the entrance, having seemingly overheard the entire conversation between Lin Chuan and Qin Lang. Indeed, there is you as well. We shall stand together. The 3 of us. Lin Chuan responded with a grin. His smile radiated genuinely from the depths of his heart. To speak candidly, Lin Chuan had always harbored a distinct expectation for both Qin Lang and Byakugan. Unlike his protective sentiments towards Zhang Liang and the others, he yearned for these 2 to become his companions, steadfastly by his side, until he ascended above the entire realm of cultivation. Enough of that. I sought you both to accompany me in training. What do you say? Are you interested in exchanging a few moves with me? Lin Chuan said, winking playfully. Absolutely. But on one condition, you must refrain from using spells. Qin Lang replied, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Having Lin Chuan as a sparring partner was a rare opportunity. However, This was contingent upon Lin Chuan not employing spells. Should he do so, it would no longer be a friendly practice, but rather an exercise in futility. Bu Lianshi also nodded eagerly, a delicate blush gracing her pretty face, for she was finally able to practice with Lin Chuan, the one she admired above all. Very well. Feel free to unleash any attacks upon me without concern for my safety, as I am currently honing a defensive technique, and its refinement depends on your efforts. Lin Chuan chuckled, his eyes gently closing before reopening, the veins around his eyes suddenly standing out prominently. White eyes. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan's transformation, Bu Lianshi's cheeks flushed anew. Seemingly unsure of where to place her hands, instinctively crossing them over her chest. I say, if they wanted to see, they would have done so long ago. Your attempts at modesty are futile. Clothes cannot shield against such scrutiny, let alone your hands. Qin Lang remarked mischievously, his eyes glinting with an indescribable mischief. Bu Lianshi's expression shifted dramatically, her previously rosy cheeks turned pale, and tears threatened to spill. Are we still practicing or not? Lin Chuan bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, resolving to keep a close watch on Qin Lang during the spar. Before Lin Chuan's words could settle, a bolt of purple lightning shot forth. Aimed directly at his forehead, Qin Lang's protective artifact. Ah, now you're learning to distract your opponent. Progress indeed. Lin Chuan commented, swiftly dodging to the side. The trajectory of the purple short sword became starkly visible in his white-eyed vision, allowing him to evade it with ease. Against someone like you. Without employing a few underhanded tactics, how could I possibly prevail? Qin Lang retorted, altering his hand seal, causing the purple short sword to dart towards Lin Chuan's chest at a decidedly crafty angle. Such speed, Lin Chuan mused inwardly. The Qin Lang before him was no longer the novice he once was, his cultivation having advanced significantly, coupled with tireless effort, enabling him to control the flying sword with a modicum of skill. Corpse bone pulse, one-finger penetration. Lin Chuan flicked his finger, sending his index finger bone soaring towards the flying sword. He exerted only 50% of his strength, curious to gauge the potency of Qin Lang's attack. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan perceived through his white eyes the glimmer of a golden copper mirror emanating from Bu Lianshi's brow, hurtling straight towards Lin Chuan's back. The timing of their cooperation was exquisitely calculated. It was precisely at the moment when Lin Chuan launched his attack to intercept the violet flying sword. Under such a pincer maneuver, even with his Byakugan, Lin Chuan would be unable to evade. The formidable strength of Lin Chuan bore a fatal flaw, his insufficient cultivation. Once he was rendered incapable of utilizing spells, his might, though considerable, still relegated him to the realm of an energy refinement stage practitioner. This was precisely why Qin Lang urged Lin Chuan to refrain from employing magic. Bang! The flying sword was deflected by Lin Chuan's finger bone. Yet he had still underestimated its force. Utilizing only 50% of his strength proved inadequate to repel the sword. It is worth noting that Qin Lang had previously inflicted grave injury upon a practitioner at the 9th level of energy refinement with a single strike of his sword. A touch of hubris, indeed. Lin Chuan reflected bitterly as his body began to spin rapidly. The celestial chakra emanated from the myriad acupoints throughout his body, swiftly coalescing into a purple-golden barrier. Celestial technique, 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Chapter 95, The Perfected Reversal of Fate in an Instant. A resplendent glow of purple and gold enveloped Lin Chuan, as a substantial layer of energy formed a protective membrane around him. Though this defense was not without flaws, it was more than sufficient to contend with the current predicament. Qin Lang's violet short sword and Bu Lianshi's golden copper mirror hurtled towards him, colliding directly with the reversal of fate defense conjured by his chakra, only to be rebuffed by an overwhelming force that sent them flying. What is this? Qin Lang stared, dumbfounded, as his meticulously planned attack was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Chuan, a wave of frustration washing over him. Little did he know. The mere fact that Lin Chuan was compelled to utilize the reversal of fate defense was a testament to their formidable strength. Bu Lianshi, equally astonished, observed the execution of reversal of fate. This technique appeared nearly flawless, devoid of any vulnerabilities. It seemed that, as long as Lin Chuan was sufficiently powerful, it could withstand any assault. However, there were indeed weaknesses. Bu Lianshi's gaze sharpened, as she quickly discerned the occasional fissures in Lin Chuan's defense, areas where the chakra had not fully coalesced. Qin Lang, strike 3 inches to the left. There. A gap appears with every breath. Bu Lianshi's voice rang out, her formidable spiritual perception enabling her to swiftly identify the deficiencies in Lin Chuan's reversal of fate. Lin Chuan's gaze momentarily froze upon Bu Lianshir's insight. One of the most crucial aspects of personal cultivation is the ability to identify one's own goals and standing. Bu Lianshir seemed to have solidified her role among the trio, an adept practitioner with a strong inclination towards supportive capabilities. This was a bold notion within the realm of cultivation. Yet Lin Chuan found himself anticipating her future growth. Lin Chuan was not particularly surprised by Bu Lianshir's ability to uncover the flaws in Reversal of Fate. His companions had been evolving alongside him throughout their training, each keeping pace without lagging behind. He recognized Bu Lianshir's formidable spiritual perception, akin to Xiang Lin's prowess in sensing chakra, rendering her quite impressive. At that moment, Lin Chuan's Reversal of Fate was not merely chakra. It was infused with spiritual energy, making it easier for Bu Lianshir to detect its imperfections. To counter Bu Lianshir, Lin Chuan could easily substitute spiritual chakra with pure chakra, thereby nullifying her perception. However, he was confronted by the combined assault of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshir's artifacts, which were not merely physical strikes, but intertwined with spiritual attacks. Given his current capabilities, he could not afford to act recklessly. Upon heeding Bu Lianshir's counsel, Qin Lang swiftly altered his hand seals, causing the previously deflected violet sword to execute a swift maneuver towards the identified weakness. Meanwhile, Bu Lianshir silently directed the golden mirror to strike at another evident flaw in Lin Chuan's Reversal of Fate. Faster, even faster. Release more spiritual chakra. Lin Chuan silently urged himself, striving to mend the gaps in his defense with all his might. Bang, bang. The sounds of two collisions resonated almost simultaneously, as the flying sword and bronze mirror were once again repelled. However, this was not due to Lin Chuan compensating for the flaws in his defensive technique, but rather because the inherent rotational nature of the technique made it exceedingly difficult for the two practitioners to break through instantaneously. This indicated that they had still not breached Lin Chuan's defenses. After this exchange, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshir paused their assaults, both panting slightly, as their internal energy had nearly been exhausted, rendering them incapable of launching another attack. Observing this, Lin Chuan ceased his output of celestial chakra, retracted his technique, and regarded the two with a hint of admiration. Your progress during this time has indeed been remarkable. Qin Lang shrugged helplessly, yet I still cannot keep pace with you. In just a month's absence, you have devised such a formidable defensive technique. Do you intend to leave us no respite? Originally, Bu Lianshir and I planned to give you a taste of defeat to impress upon you the importance of humility, but unexpectedly, we ended up being the ones bested. Did I truly best you? Have I ever attacked you throughout this encounter? Lin Chuan replied with an innocent expression. With you saying that, I feel even more defeated. Qin Lang lamented, his face a mask of despair. In the absence of Lin Chuan's offensive actions, they could not breach his defenses. Should a real confrontation occur, they would surely be dispatched in mere moments. It feels quite tormenting. Bu Lianshir murmured softly, as if to herself, yet both men heard her words. Oh, let me be frank with you, Lin Chuan continued. I came to seek your assistance in perfecting my defensive technique, the Heavenly Return. Initially, I intended to spar with you, offer guidance for your cultivation, and then demonstrate the Heavenly Return to illustrate its weaknesses for your attack. However, I did not anticipate that you would pressure me into using it from the outset, and you even discovered its flaws on your own. Would you not consider this a testament to your advancement? Lin Chuan spoke sincerely. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang nodded in appreciation. Now that's more like it. Bu Lianshir, however, cast a somewhat forlorn glance at Lin Chuan. So, in your eyes, we are so lacking in strength? Lin Chuan was taken aback, staring blankly at Bu Lianshir, unsure of how to respond, thinking to himself that her line of reasoning was rather peculiar. In the ensuing moments, Qin Lang and Bu Lianshir intermittently launched attacks against Lin Chuan, who refrained from any extraneous movements, relying solely on the Heavenly Return for defense, continuously refining its imperfections. The entire process was marked by pauses for recovery, during which the trio would engage in light-hearted banter, enjoying a harmonious and jovial atmosphere. Regrettably, had Lin Chuan been aware of the events that were soon to unfold, he would likely have found little reason to smile. Outside the defensive array of the Lin family's core area, a brilliant blue sword light surged forth, slicing through the heavens and coming to a halt at the perimeter of the array. Upon this beam of light stood a graceful maiden clad in white, her waist-length hair billowing in the high winds, her exquisite visage imbued with an ethereal beauty. With a casual motion, she brandished a token, awaiting the array's activation. Her skin, delicate and fair, exuded a smoothness that seemed almost ethereal. The slight pursing of her lips provoked curiosity about her thoughts, as she appeared akin to a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, emanating an air of frostiness devoid of any earthly warmth, both intimidating yet intriguing. As the magical array gradually unfolded, the maiden in white deftly commanded her flying sword into its depths, poised to venture towards the heart of the core region. Suddenly, several disciples on guard approached. The leader, upon glimpsing the young woman in white, was taken aback and respectfully exclaimed, "Miss Lang, you have returned." The silver-haired lady inclined her head slightly before turning, her sword carrying her swiftly towards the nucleus of the area. "Who is she? So beautiful." One of the guarding disciples gazed dreamily after her retreating figure. "Impudence. That is Miss Lang of the Lin family, the revered by Ling Zi. Not someone you may dare to disrespect." The leader's reprimand jolted the others from their reverie, silencing any further audacious thoughts. Yet the leader himself remained entranced, his mind wandering as he contemplated. If I recall correctly, Miss Lang's by Ling Mountain is known as Shaoling Peak. Chapter 96. A candid encounter. As dusk approached, the training chamber of Qin Lang was filled with a palpable exhaustion, with all three participants sprawled on the floor, panting heavily. Particularly, Lin Chuan and Qin Lang, without a hint of modesty, lifted their garments to wipe the beads of sweat cascading down their brows like a spring. "Your defensive shell is extraordinarily resilient. It simply cannot be breached," Qin Lang quipped. Throughout the day, their sole endeavor had been to find a way to penetrate Lin Chuan's formidable defense. With the powerful perception of the practitioner Bu Lianshi backing them, they initially believed they had a significant chance of success. However, as the battle wore on, they realized they had yet to truly breach Lin Chuan's defenses. Brother Lin Chuan's defense is indeed remarkable. At this point, I can hardly discern any flaws, unless one possesses overwhelming strength to shatter it directly. Otherwise, this defense is nothing short of impeccable, Bu Lianshi remarked earnestly, dabbing at her flushed cheeks with a handkerchief. "In truth, there were several moments when you nearly breached my defense, yet your cultivation levels fell short, allowing me to maintain my stance. To be honest, the combined attack from both of you wielding your protective artifacts was nearly on par with the strike of a foundational practitioner," Lin Chuan said, his voice laced with genuine admiration. Today, he had truly recognized the formidable prowess of Qin Lang and Bu Lianshi. Throughout the training, it became evident that progress was not solely his to claim. The two had become increasingly adept at wielding their artifacts, and by the end, Lin Chuan found himself compelled to exert all his strength to defend against their joint assault. However, Lin Chuan felt a sense of joy, for his defensive technique had finally reached a level of completeness, and what lay ahead was diligent practice. Having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, his innate talent for ninjutsu training was significantly enhanced, evident not only in the velocity of his training, but also in his ability to develop new techniques. Typically, the creation of new ninjutsu is a feat reserved for those at the pinnacle, such as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, or those like Orochimaru who are deeply engrossed in research. Yet, Lin Chuan found himself at an advantage from the outset, as the source of chakra resided within his dantian. The fruit's effects were not limited to merely awakening his reincarnated Sharingan. It also granted him a profound comprehension of chakra manipulation. With just a slight impetus, he could conceive countless methods for utilizing chakra. Although many of these would prove ineffective, a portion would surely yield results. Moreover, Lin Chuan possessed an extensive familiarity with the original Naruto narrative, which provided him insights into numerous ninjutsu, including the hand signs for various techniques, thus facilitating his effortless development of simpler jutsu like the Great Fireball technique. As for the forbidden techniques inscribed within the Book of Seals, they presented a challenge for Lin Chuan at present. Nevertheless, he remained confident that with future growth, such obstacles would be surmountable. "All right, let us conclude today's training here. I shall take my leave for now. I will seek you both out for practice when time permits," Lin Chuan stated as he rose from the ground, waved farewell, and turned to exit, eager to return home for a meal, a shower, and a well-deserved rest. Lin Chuan's defenses have become impeccable, in my estimation. Even the attacks from early-stage foundation-building cultivators may struggle to breach his defenses. He truly is formidable. When will I ever catch up to his pace? Bu Lianshi gazed at Lin Chuan's distant figure, murmuring to herself with a hint of melancholy. Do not be disheartened. While Lin Chuan is indeed powerful, we are not weak either. Rather than fixating on surpassing him, focus on being the best version of yourself and dedicate yourself to your cultivation," Qin Lang said with a smile. "With your current self, You already possess the qualification to stand beside him. Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by his words, but then seemed to grasp something profound. She nodded and rose to walk outside. At the peak of Shaolin Feng, after finishing his meal, Lin Chuan, feeling unsatisfied with the sweat clinging to him, turned towards the hot spring. After a hearty meal, what could be better than a soak in a hot spring? He mused, swiftly shedding his garments and discarding them by the spring before diving in. Ah, if only a beautiful companion were here, it would be perfect, Lin Chuan thought to himself. Outside Shaolin Feng, a brilliant blue sword light descended to the perimeter of the formation. In the next moment, Lin Huang waved her hand, activating the spirit token to enter the formation, deftly maneuvering her flying sword toward the courtyard of Shaolin Feng's peak. Ah, someone is coming in. They're arriving on a flying sword. Could it be a steward or elder? Lin Chuan pondered with a furrowed brow, then shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it. Many had sought to visit Lin Chuan in recent days, but most were turned away. Some stewards and elders from the Lin family, intrigued by Lin Chuan, attempted to enter directly, yet they never caught sight of him, as he had rarely emerged from his dwelling. The cave of Shaolin Feng could only be accessed with Lin Chuan's spirit token. Others could only sit in the courtyard for a while before departing in disappointment. Lin Chuan was not the only one to notice the blue sword light. Zhang Liang also saw it, but they had grown accustomed to it and said nothing further. However, Lin Huang, riding her flying sword, was entirely unaware of anyone else's presence. The thought of others being here had never crossed her mind. As the flying sword landed in the courtyard, she scanned her surroundings and immediately frowned. Has someone been here? Did they send a maid to tidy up? Despite sensing that some items seemed to have been disturbed, most remained in their original state, so Lin Huang dismissed the thought. It was normal for the Lin family maids to come and clean while she was away training. Never mind, I shall wash up first. Lin Huang turned toward the hot spring. Having been away for so long, she had not had the chance for a proper bath, and for a young woman, bathing was of paramount importance, an undeniable truth. As she walked, she began to shed her garments. Her white outer robe was cast aside, followed by a layer of undergarments, and then a delicate veil. By the time she reached the edge of the hot spring, only a single piece of clothing remained. The hot spring bath is enveloped in 2 layers of delicate white gauze, meticulously arranged by Lin Long herself, exuding an air of elegance. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying a hint of the hot spring's essence around Lin Long, while the sound of the water becomes increasingly distinct. Yet, Lin Long remains entirely immersed in her own world, oblivious to the fact that the water's melody today seems significantly more pronounced than usual. As she removes the final layer of her undergarment, her flawless, jade-like form is fully revealed, resembling a creation of exquisite gelatin, devoid of any imperfections, akin to a masterpiece of unparalleled beauty, refined and perfect. Extending her delicate hand, Lin Long lifts the outer layer of gauze and steps forward, only to find that the inner gauze is also being lifted by another. In the next moment, their gazes lock, and it feels as though the world ceases to exist. Chapter 97. The intersection of dreams and illusions. Before Lin Chuan's eyes, a stunningly beautiful maiden materialized. Her skin is pure as snow and jade, her figure impeccably graceful. Though she was only slightly older than he, she stood poised like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, untouched by the mundane world. Even in her complete nudity before him, Lin Chuan felt no inclination towards impropriety. Is this a dream? Just as I wished for a beautiful companion, one appears, and she's entirely unclothed. Lin Chuan thought, bewildered. In Lin Long's gaze, a strikingly handsome youth with white hair emerged before her, his eyes an eerie shade of white. Though not particularly tall, his physique was well-defined, and his sun-kissed skin, paired with those peculiar eyes, evoked both intrigue and curiosity, as if he had stepped out from a dream, completely bare. The relentless training of recent days had begun to blur the lines of reality. I must be more cautious moving forward. Lin Long's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, dismissing the thoughts and moving directly towards the phantom of the white-haired youth, intent on shattering this unwelcome illusion. Oh, a fairy sister offering her embrace. How perfect this dream is. Lin Chuan grinned foolishly, extending his arms toward the exquisite maiden in this illusion. Surrounding the hot spring, steam rose in curling tendrils, enveloping the world behind the sheer veil in a misty haze. As Lin Long faced the approaching white-haired youth, she momentarily hesitated, then smiled self-deprecatingly, reminding herself it was merely an illusion, and thus, she gently closed her eyes and charged forward. Smack! The phantom collided with the dream, Lin Chuan's outstretched arms encircling Lin Long's waist tightly. This dream feels astonishingly real, the sensation. Lin Chuan pondered, sensing a surreal quality to this experience. Simultaneously, Lin Long felt a searing warmth enveloping her, and in that instant, she was momentarily dazed, only coming to her senses when she felt the heat radiating from the body surrounding her. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, resonating across the landscape of Shaoling Peak, audible for miles. At the epicenter of the sound, Lin Chuan nearly found himself deafened by the shriek, only to be hurled away by an overwhelming force. Had he not reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in a layer of bone membrane beneath his skin, he would have sustained grave injuries from the impact. I will kill you. Lin Long spun around, the sheer fabric of her attire instantly wrapping around her body, concealing her exposed form. In the next moment, a flash of light emanated from the storage ring on her finger, and a brilliant blue sword soared forth, aimed directly at Lin Chuan's brow, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. At that moment, the madness gleaming in Lin Long's eyes was akin to someone who had completely lost their sanity, utterly disregarding the consequences of her actions. At this moment, Lin Chuan finally regained consciousness. Upon comprehending the unfolding events, he did not hesitate for a moment. He immediately began to refine the chakra within his body, merging it with spiritual energy. While Lin Long was momentarily enveloped in white gauze, he successfully completed the fusion of the chakra. The next instant, as he beheld the swiftly approaching azure flying sword, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. His body began to spin rapidly like a top, and the chakra surged forth from the acupoints throughout his body, swiftly forming a shield. CNFA, Bagua Palm. Return to heaven. With a resounding thud, just as Lin Chuan executed the return to heaven technique, the azure sword collided fiercely with his shield, sending him hurtling backward into the wall behind the hot spring bath. At this moment, Lin Long was devoid of rational thought. She was not astonished by how a mere 6th-level chi refining cultivator like Lin Chuan could withstand her initial strike from the foundation establishment stage. Her singular focus was on eliminating the white-haired youth before her. Indeed, the power of the foundation establishment was formidable. Lin Chuan's entire body ached. Although the return to heaven technique had absorbed much of the attack, the impact was insurmountable. Byakugan, Lin Chuan exclaimed, as the veins around his eyes bulged. He understood that, given his current state, there was no chance of a peaceful resolution, especially against an opponent who was a foundation establishment cultivator. Just as Lin Chuan emerged from the fissure in the wall, his Byakugan revealed that the girl shrouded in white gauze had seized the azure sword, her spiritual energy surging into it with furious intensity. If hit by such a strike, even with the return to heaven defense, Lin Chuan feared he would face dire consequences. Run. Lin Chuan turned and sprinted away. He realized that, in his current condition, he was no match for the young girl. If she were an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, it might have been manageable, but this girl was evidently extraordinary. Not only was her cultivation formidable, but she also wielded a powerful sword, placing her strength far beyond Lin Chuan's capabilities. The previous strike had been a furious explosion of anger from Lin Long, lacking any prior build-up, as it had been unleashed directly from her storage ring. However, this time was markedly different. The spiritual power accumulated within the sword was astonishing. What to do? I cannot outrun her sword light, and the return to heaven technique will struggle to defend against this move. How can I resolve this imminent crisis? Lin Chuan's mind raced, seeking a means of escape. Meanwhile, his Byakugan remained vigilant, observing the girl's every movement. From the fierce, crimson expression on her face, suffused with murderous intent, Lin Chuan realized that no explanation would suffice. She would not listen. What she sought was not an explanation, but his life. I must take a gamble, Lin Chuan resolved, determined to withstand this initial attack. Otherwise, there would be no subsequent chances. Suddenly, as he fled, Lin Chuan whirled around, and the white hue in his eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of blood-red orbs, each adorned with 2 rapidly spinning tomo. Magical technique, chains of enchantment. The illusion was unleashed in an instant. However, Lin Long's eyes, after a moment of slight bewilderment, quickly regained clarity. Yet, it was during this fleeting moment that the buildup of her power faltered, forcing her to unleash a half-formed blade of energy in a sweeping motion. As the illusion shattered, Lin Chuan let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, though he had anticipated this outcome. In the next moment, the Sharingan faded, replaced once more by the Byakugan, and Lin Chuan's body began to spin anew. The mortal technique, Bagua Palm. Reversal. The azure blade of energy swept through the air. Due to Lin Chuan's illusion, Lin Long's attack was slightly misaligned, merely grazing Lin Chuan and sending him flying. He soared into the sky, and the reversal technique dissipated after a brief moment, leaving Lin Chuan completely exposed against the backdrop of Shaolin Peak. In the next moment, Lin Long's delicate figure ascended into the air, but her expression turned exceedingly grim. It turned out that her recent scream had drawn the attention of 30 or 40 onlookers. The crowd watched in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Chuan, entirely naked, and Lin Long, clad only in a sheer veil, her enticing form barely concealed.